Chapter 1. Transcending into a high martial world, mythical talent. A dim and blurry perspective enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. Coldness, helplessness. What have I transformed into? At this moment, Yi Chu was engulfed in despair. How could such a monumental event as transmigration become so trivial in his case? He felt as if he had not transmigrated as a human being at all. Ding. The compatibility between soul and body has reached 100. Commencing detection. Detecting innate talents. Low-tier life manipulation of the mental branch. Optimizing matching scheme for you. Ding. Your talent has evolved. Mythical level beast master avatar unique. As that crisp and melodious notification echoed, Yi Chu scarcely had time to ponder before his perspective abruptly shifted, and when he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself returned to the ground, lying sideways on the lawn. What on earth is this? Yi Chu clutched his throbbing head and slowly rose. A torrent of memories not belonging to him began to flood into his mind. High martial era mythic beasts, first and second assessments. It was not until his mind began to struggle under the overwhelming influx of information that the flickering images gradually faded. Have I transmigrated into a world where spiritual energy has revived? Yi Chu comprehended his predicament entirely. He had crossed over into a realm of revitalized spiritual energy. Humanity had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, lower life forms on Earth began to grow increasingly formidable, including creatures that had only existed in human myths and legends. These beings emerged into human society, wreaking catastrophic havoc. Human firearms became ineffective, and even the mightiest nuclear weapons could not harm these legendary entities. This is not even the worst part. Now fully aware, Yi Chu's expression turned grim. In this age of universal trepidation, his predecessor faced the grim fate of being conscripted by the state, destined for the front lines to die. As humanity transitioned into the high martial era, the law of the jungle reasserted itself within human society. Those unable to keep pace with the evolving times would be compelled by power to make the ultimate sacrifice, using their lives to alleviate the existential pressures on humanity. The day after tomorrow is the second assessment. The average vitality of second-year students must reach 3 points to pass. But the frail body of my predecessor only has 2.6. That 0.4 difference may seem trivial, yet it requires an entire year to bridge. Yi Chu was utterly a loss for words regarding his hellish start. Yet, fortunately, he awakened a golden finger from the very beginning. There should still be a chance for redemption. Yi Chu forced himself to calm down, concentrating his focus within his mind. Before long, lines of text appeared in his consciousness, reviewing advanced talent details. Beast Avatar. When the main body controls a beast, its consciousness diverges, completely occupying the beast form. While the main body receives the feedback of 20 all effect from the beast avatar, the feedback value increases with the main bodhi's vitality, with a maximum value of 100.1. Characteristic 1. Unique. The only mythical level talent in existence. Characteristic 2. Mythical. The main bodhi's beast avatar can undergo limitless evolution levels. Beast, savage beast, demon beast, heavenly beast, sacred beast, divine beast, supreme being from beyond. Indeed, hope resides within this golden finger. Unprecedented uniqueness, extraordinary potential for unlimited growth. Not to mention this feedback effect. Yi Chu's despondence dissipated, his spirit revitalized. According to the system, this talent is the only one in the world. It is worth noting that in the 300 years of the high martial era, numerous rare talents have emerged, yet none were unique. In this era of dwindling humanity, even the rarest talents are possessed by at least 100 individuals globally. Of course, the proportion of those without any talent is even greater. This makes Yi Chu's unique talent exceedingly precious. Moreover, the limitless growth of the beast avatar not only promises Yi Chu the potential for supreme combat power in the future, but he himself is destined to evolve into an existence far surpassing the limits of human strength. With this thought, Yi Chu suddenly turned, picking up the book on the ground beside him, titled The Apocalypse of Humanity. The book documented In the second year of the High Martial Era, a colossal serpent-like creature that blotted out the sun emerged on the Eastern European continent, utterly obliterating the hopes of Eastern European nations regarding firearms. Simultaneously, the appearance of this beast reduced the landmass of Eastern Europe by 1/5. The human population in Eastern Europe plummeted. Later, Eastern European scholars posited that the beast capable of annihilating humanity, which had appeared, was likely the earthly giant serpent from Eastern European mythology, Jormungandr. In the 13th year of the High Martial Era, a gigantic creature, nourished excessively by nuclear wastewater and spiritual energy, appeared on the Korean islands. Within just half a day of landing on the island, the territory of Korea shrank by 1/10, suffering unprecedented devastation. In the 44th year of the High Martial Era, in the northern region of the Dragon Kingdom, a fox-like creature with 9 tails was born for the first time. Subsequently, it was determined by Dragon Kingdom scientists to be the legendary 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox not only possessed intellect rivaling that of humans, but also wielded elemental attacks that humanity could not yet achieve. Furthermore, the emergence of the 9-tailed fox led to the classification of these beasts by humanity. The International Martial Arts Academy standardized the classification of these creatures: beast, savage beast, demon beast, heavenly beast, sacred beast. Note: Jormungandr is defined as the highest-level sacred beast, while the 9-tailed fox of the High Martial Era in the year 233 has already evolved into a heavenly beast. Humanity's exploration of beast classifications still contains gaps. Yichu sighed aloud. According to the system's description, above the sacred beasts, there exist divine beasts and even unimaginable supreme beings from beyond. Currently, humanity's martial arts hierarchy is divided into savage, tiger, elephant, dragon, heavenly, sacred, royal, emperor, and sovereign. The meanings of these two hierarchies differ. The former represents the types of beast evolution, while the latter denotes specific strength. However, they can be unified under the human hierarchy. For instance, savage-level beasts, savage-level savage beasts, and so on. Now, let me see how this unique mythical-level talent truly manifests. Having roughly grasped the situation in this world, Yichu turned his gaze towards the pool of water before him. In the depths of the pool, there lay a slightly mutated furnace turtle. Yichu attempted to manipulate it with his consciousness. Instantly, the scene from earlier reappeared. Yichu successfully shifted his perspective to that of the furnace turtle and could freely control its movements. Ding! You have acquired your first beast avatar. Vitality feedback in progress. Your vitality has increased by 0.12. Chapter 2. A Frantic Ascendancy. Gaining traits as the sound of a prompt echoed. Yichu sensed an exceedingly subtle transformation occurring within his essence. That it was a most peculiar sensation, akin to a gentle, warm breeze coursing through his interior, saturating his organs and filling the meridians. This the feeling of vitality being reciprocated. Yichu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although his vitality had only increased by 0.12, it felt equivalent to a quarter's worth of growth. More importantly, the beast avatar could grow indefinitely. While its initial strength was somewhat modest, with continuous growth, it would eventually become overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, some text began to materialize before Yichu's eyes. Beast avatar, furnace turtle hatchling life rank. First stage beast, slightly mutated vitality. 0.610 mutational ability. Attack with a minor burning effect. This was the status panel of the furnace turtle. Such information could typically only be discerned through specialized testing, yet he could see it directly. With only 0.6 vitality, no wonder the reciprocation was so minimal. Yichu attempted to view his own information. As expected. Essence, Yichu talent. Beast avatar, unique mythical level, vitality. 2.60.12 mental power. 1.20.03 soon. He would be able to escape the tragic fate of his previous incarnation. Yichu clenched his fist tightly and began to observe his surroundings. That he found himself in the secluded mountain villa left behind by his predecessor's deceased parents. Within the vast villa, he was utterly alone. The cold pool water contained just one living creature, the furnace turtle. Floating on the surface were the corpses of several long-deceased K. Why Ichu focused his mind, guiding the furnace turtle to consume the lifeless koi. After devouring the koi meat, a notification chimed. Ding, beast avatar furnace turtle is fed. Vitality increased by 0.2. Your vitality has risen by 0.04. Quite satisfactory indeed. This was far superior to the paltry vitality he would gain from toiling for days on end. Yi Chu felt a surge of joy. The thousand-fold growth rate of his mythical talent was, without a doubt, remarkable if this furnace turtle were to develop under normal circumstances, given the long lifespan of turtles. It might take 3 to 4 years to even reach the second stage of beasthood. However, bolstered by the mythical talent, it seemed that as long as he consumed all the koi in the pond, he would soon reach the critical point of the first stage beast. The vitality reciprocated to him was a level he could not hope to achieve in an entire year. Continue. Vitality increased by 0. Vitality increased by 0.2. Yi Chu's spirit soared as he guided the furnace turtle, gradually losing himself in the euphoria brought by the surging vitality. Half an hour later, the furnace turtle had visibly grown larger, expanding from the size of a palm to nearly the size of 2 hands. That he eagerly checked the furnace turtle's status panel once more. Beast Avatar. Furnace Turtle Hatchling Life Rank. First Stage Beast. Slightly mutated. Vitality. 9. 310 Mutational Ability. Attack with a minor burning effect. Half an hour of devouring was equivalent to 2 or 3 years of normal growth for the furnace turtle. Yi Chu could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his own information panel. Vitality. 4.42. Surpassing the average vitality of a high school sophomore, which stands at 1.42. He was even on the verge of matching the average vitality of a high school senior. Should anyone witness this phenomenon, they would undoubtedly regard him as a monster. Yet it was not enough. As long as he continued to consume, he could grow ever stronger. Yi Chu's ambitions began to surface that he not only sought to escape the tragic fate of his predecessor, but aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of this martial world. Wealth, power, and women. He desired them all. Yi Chu glanced at the now desolate pond and immediately relinquished control of the furnace turtle. His consciousness faded, returning to his own awareness after a moment of contemplation. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening a shopping app to peruse aquatic products. The death of his predecessor's parents had occurred during the Beast Tide in Zhanghai City, where they had heroically perished. The government had awarded Yi Chu 20,000 as consolation. While 20,000 seemed substantial in this era of martial advancement, it would only sustain Yi Chu for 3 to 4 years of frugality. On the aquatic supermarket page, prices loomed large. Deep-sea ribbon fish, $2.31 each. East Lake Hairy Crab, $1.200 per pound. Slightly mutated crimson eel, $115,000. Slightly mutated ring-spined octopus, $91,300. Yi Chu felt a pang of helplessness. Had his parents still been alive, he would not have needed to scrimp daily, and his vitality would not lag behind the average. He resolved to purchase 20,000 worth of fish feed and frozen goods to test the waters. When the courier finally arrived at 3 in the afternoon, Yi Chu promptly tossed all the items into the pond. The beast avatar, even without his control, maintained its natural habits. Without his guidance, the furnace turtle began to feed itself. Ding! Beast avatar furnace turtle's vitality increased by 0.1. Vitality increased by 0.2. Vitality increased by 0.1. Consuming frozen fish was less effective than devouring the long-dead, now foul-smelling koi. Nevertheless, with finances tight, he had to conserve as much as possible. Time passed, and then came the notification. Ding! Beast avatar furnace turtle has reached its current growth limit. It is undergoing metamorphosis. At last, the furnace turtle's vitality had reached the ceiling of the first stage. With the system prompt ringing, it began its first transformation. The furnace turtle began shedding its juvenile traits. The mottled red-green shell lost all its green, transforming into a form adorned solely with red patterns. Simultaneously, slight bulges began to appear on the shell. Overall, aside from the color change, the alterations were minimal. Checking the information of the second stage furnace turtle, Yi Chu noted, Beast Avatar, Furnace Turtle Growth Phase, Life Rank. Second stage beast, slightly mutated, vitality. 1030 mutational ability. Attack with a minor burning effect. Shell defense enhanced. The elevation in rank granted the furnace turtle a brand new mutational ability. Almost instantaneously upon completing its first metamorphosis, Yi Chu furrowed his brows slightly as a wave of heat coursed through his body. circulating through his meridians. After several cycles, the heat dissipated. Puzzled, Yichu opened his information panel for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, he found additional information on his Essence panel. Essence. Yichu talent. Beast avatar. Unique mythical level. Traits. Minor burning. Minor defense vitality. 2.62 mental power. 1.20.5 traits. How could I possibly possess such attributes at this moment? Yichu was incredulous. Traits are typically manifested only when vitality exceeds 10 points and one becomes a martial artist who has begun practicing ancient martial arts. Each martial artist would exhibit different traits based on their chosen martial arts. For instance, those who practiced aggressive and domineering techniques often displayed traits such as resilience and ferocity. Yet his vitality was barely under 5 points. And he hadn't even begun to practice ancient martial arts. The emergence of these traits was truly remarkable. Chapter 3. Doubling growth, fire poison attribute indeed, it must be the result of the avatar's reciprocation to the essence. Upon reflection, Yichu swiftly grasped the underlying reason in the talent description. After the mention of reciprocation, there was the word everything. Initially, Yichu had not paid much heed, but now it dawned on him that everything meant not only would the avatar's vitality be reciprocated to the essence, but the mutational abilities would also bestow approximately 20 points of effect to the essence. That a surge of warmth ignited within Yichu's heart, a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. The traits of a martial artist are expressed based on the attributes of their martial arts. However, martial artists typically follow a singular path throughout their lives, meaning their traits would range from as few as 1 or 2 to a maximum of 4 or 5 yet, due to the existence of the beast avatar. Yichu would transcend this limitation. As the beast evolved and grew into ferocious beasts, it would possess no fewer than 10 mutational abilities, along with one primary ability. The evolution into demon beasts would yield even more. Should he ascend to the level of a legendary celestial beast, akin to the nine-tailed fox, he might even master elements and charms that elude human comprehension, resembling more the fantastical capabilities of sorcery or celestial arts. In other words, the moment Yichu bonded with the beast avatar, even if he chose not to cultivate any human ancient martial arts and solely focused on the development of the beast avatar. Once the avatar evolved into a demon beast, or even a celestial beast, he would have surpassed the limits of human martial artists that he could potentially become an unparalleled being in human history. A formidable entity unprecedented and unmatched. Perhaps then, in the eyes of humanity, I shall be regarded as a deity in a moment. Yichu's heart surged with uncontainable fervor. As dusk gradually descends, the lingering glow of the setting sun is reflected upon the shimmering surface of the pond. The food within the pond has once again been devoured by the furnace turtle in a swift manner. Yichu glanced at the time and promptly changed into a new set of clothes. Making his way down the mountain, at the foot of the mountain where the villa is situated, there lies a modest vegetable market. The inexpensive seafood and frozen goods no longer suffice for the second-tier extraordinary beast. The furnace turtle that he needed to invest substantially to select superior meat for the furnace turtle. He aimed to see if he could elevate the furnace turtle to the third tier before the upcoming test. Upon reaching his destination, and after more than 10 minutes of selection, Yichu ultimately spent a total of 120,000 dragon coins, procuring over 200 gene of fresh live fish. Among them was a slightly mutated blue-ringed octopus. This blue-ringed octopus, no larger than a palm, cost over 70,000 dragon coins, making it the least expensive of the slightly mutated varieties in the seafood store. After much deliberation, Yichu concluded that this blue-ringed octopus would undoubtedly enhance the furnace turtle's abilities. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to experiment upon his return. Be cautious, dear friend. One cannot handle excessive nourishment too quickly, that if you consume so many seafood supplements in a short span, not only will your vitality not increase, but your body may also suffer, the middle-aged shopkeeper kindly warned upon witnessing Yichu's extensive purchase. Boss, with such a large order, do you offer delivery? Yichu inquired with a smile. Of course, I will personally deliver it to you. The shopkeeper, elated by the doubled profits from Yichu's visit, drove his open-top tricycle to escort him back to the villa on the mountain. Once back in the courtyard, Yichu took advantage of the twilight and diligently attended to the live fish, ensuring they would not be too lively. Otherwise, it would pose a considerable challenge for the furnace turtle to capture and consume them. He dismembered all the fresh aquatic creatures, slicing them into smaller pieces, with the exception of the slightly mutated blue-ringed octopus. Today, Yeju provided the furnace turtle with its final meal, but upon observing the turtle peacefully drifting in the pond, well fed and beginning to doze off, he realized it would be difficult for it to consume more food. However, there was no cause for concern. There was still a day left. The resources worth 120,000 dragon coins should suffice for the furnace turtle to ascend to the third tier. The following day, Yeju awoke to the sun already high in the sky, roused by the alert chime. The extraordinary beast, the furnace turtle, had reached its growth limit at the second tier. It needed to consume creatures of the same level, slightly mutated, to undergo metamorphosis. With bleary eyes, Yeju approached the pond. Upon seeing the now sizable furnace turtle, it jolted his mind awake. Goodness, how has it grown so much? Yesterday, the furnace turtle was barely the size of a basketball, yet it had now expanded to a remarkable 50 centimeters. Such a size typically takes ordinary turtle species 5 to 60 years to achieve. This astonishing growth is a testament to its mythical level talent and a staggering 1,000-fold development speed. Extraordinary Beast Avatar, Furnace Turtle. Growth Stage, Life Level, Extraordinary Beast Tier 2 slightly mutated. Vitality, 29.230 restricted. Already a requirement for advancement at the second tier. Furthermore, it necessitates the flesh of creatures of the same level. Yeju mused with a slight furrow of his brow. It was no wonder that true beast masters were often backed by substantial financial conglomerates. For an ordinary person who could afford the exorbitant cost of feeding an extraordinary beast. Yet the system indicated the requirement was for creatures of the same level, slightly mutated. Could that blue-ringed octopus suffice? A sudden realization struck Yeju as he turned and hurried back inside, retrieving the palm-sized blue-ringed octopus with a net. Approaching the pond, he tossed the octopus into the water. Before it could even sink, the now 50-centimeter furnace turtle sprang into action. With the swiftness of the wind, the turtle's head lunged forth, producing a resounding crack as its formidable jaws clashed together. Obliterating the blue-ringed octopus in an instant, ding! The extraordinary beast avatar has successfully devoured the slightly mutated blue-ringed octopus, fulfilling the advancement requirements, and the evolution process has commenced. The furnace turtle has absorbed the octopus's toxic abilities, evolving a fire toxin shell that inflicts persistent fire toxin corrosion on enemies upon attack. The furnace turtle has successfully advanced to the third tier. You have received a boon from your avatar, acquiring the low-tier fire toxin characteristic. The alert chimes rang out in succession. While the furnace turtle size remained largely unchanged, its originally vibrant red shell now bore a muted sheen. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a mist-like toxin forming upon its shell. Yeju felt a mix of surprise and delight that he had not anticipated that consuming a similarly mutated creature would grant it additional abilities. The enhancement of fire toxin undoubtedly elevated the furnace turtle's combat prowess significantly. However, as Yeju reveled in his astonishment, he began to feel the intense feedback from the extraordinary beast avatar returning to his own body. Unlike the previous mild warmth that coursed through him, this time, Yeju's surface temperature surged dramatically. His internal organs felt as though they were being scorched by fire, causing his skin to redden and steam to waft from his body. Chapter 4. The beginning of free-ranging and dark hunts. Yeju was unprepared for the overwhelming discomfort stemming from the feedback of the extraordinary beast avatar. At this moment, he felt as if his entire being was akin to a red-hot branding iron. With the fiery sensation in his internal organs converging toward his lower abdomen, his body temperature continued to rise. He became drenched in sweat, his half-sleeve shirt soaked through. The intense burning sensation made him feel as though he were engulfed in flames, driving him to the brink of madness. In a desperate bid to alleviate the pain, he plunged headlong into the pond before him. The cooling embrace of the water offered some relief, allowing him to bear the discomfort slightly better. This is absurd. I have never heard of a human being able to elevate their own temperature to such an extreme. As Yeju remained submerged in the water, his body gradually cooled down. The agony had drained him of considerable mental energy, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Just before he succumbed to slumber, he instinctively glanced toward the furnace turtle, which was contentedly feeding nearby. Time passed, and the cool water splashed against Yeju's cheeks as he felt a stirring beneath him. Gradually, he awakened to the dark night sky, with the moon nearly setting, its silvery light dancing upon the pond's surface. "Is it already night?" Yeju murmured groggily as he sat up. Then he realized that the furnace turtle had been supporting him from below, preventing him from drowning in his stupor. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Yeju chuckled softly and reached out to pat the turtle's shell. Yet, an odd sensation crept into his heart, a sense of awkwardness at thanking himself. Body, Yeju talent, extraordinary beast avatar, unique mythical level, characteristic, low-tier fire toxin. Low-tier defense vitality, 2.66.3 mental power, 1.2-1.5 his vitality had nearly reached the coveted 9-point mark. With just a bit more, he would transform into a true warrior. The lowest tier of scorching had evolved into a low-tier fire toxin characteristic. This undoubtedly enhanced the characteristic's potency significantly. This is a good sign that I should now be considered among the elite of my generation in the entire Jianghai City. In fact, there are hardly any second-year students in Jianghai City's history who have achieved this level at such an early stage. Not to mention that I would be exempt from conscription to the front lines. Once tomorrow's test is over, I can easily secure a spot in the top-tier class if I so desire. Taking a deep breath, he glanced down at the furnace turtle, which had once again surged in size in just half a day's time. Extraordinary Beast Avatar. Furnace Turtle, Growth Stage Life Level. Extraordinary Beast Tier 3, Slightly Mutated, Vitality, 31. 5,100 Restricted Mutated Ability, Attack with Scorching, Enhanced Defense with Fire Toxin Effect. This was merely a third-tier Extraordinary Beast. His cultivation of the Extraordinary Beast Avatar was nearing its limit. Now, if the furnace turtle continued to consume ordinary fish, its vitality growth would become exceedingly slow, that he needed to devise a way to ensure the furnace turtle could thrive while alleviating his financial burdens. Should he apply for the Beast Master Qualification Certificate and seek investment from a conglomerate? Or perhaps he could demonstrate his current formidable strength to the military in hopes of receiving governmental support? There's an even simpler and more straightforward method. Now that the furnace turtle had reached the third tier, it possessed considerable survival capabilities. Why not simply release it into the wild? A flash of inspiration struck Yeju as he realized the correct method for nurturing the extraordinary beast avatar. But as the saying goes, the shortest distance is to eat human flesh. Whether relying on financial conglomerates or attracting military attention, both options would require him to repay them afterward. It would be far better to let the furnace turtle fend for itself in the wild. He recalled that not long ago, the Jianghai Reservoir in the back mountain had experienced an extraordinary beast attack by mutated fish, which had breached the dam separating the city from the outside world. Perhaps he could allow the furnace turtle to escape from there. Determined, Yi Chu rose immediately, beckoning to the furnace turtle, and took advantage of the darkness to set off towards the back mountain. The Jianghai Reservoir was originally established by the government to nurture mutated aquatic life forms, providing nourishment to the citizens of Jianghai City. However, following a recent incident of mutation among the creatures in the reservoir, it had fallen into a period of neglect. In the absence of any guardians at the reservoir, Yi Chu effortlessly brought the furnace turtle to its banks, without needing any directives from Yi Chu. The entity and its avatar communicated seamlessly. The furnace turtle surged forward, sending forth a cascade of water as it dove into the reservoir, swimming towards the outskirts of Jianghai City, while Yi Chu waited patiently until the furnace turtle had completely departed from the city limits before returning to his villa with a sense of relief. It must be said that the now third-tier mutated beast, the furnace turtle, exhibited remarkable speed in the water. The distance from the reservoir to the outer beast area of Jianghai City was approximately 12 kilometers. The furnace turtle reached the lake beyond the city limits in just over 10 minutes. The beast area outside Jianghai City is categorized from the outside in as follows. Low-tier beast area, comprising first to third-tier beasts, mid-tier beast area, encompassing fourth to sixth-tier beasts, and high-tier beast area, which includes 7th to 9th-tier beast. It is said that a first-tier beast, the Kingland Tiger King, rules over the entire beast area, but typically resides in the core zone of the beast area during ordinary times. Yi Chu was not yet considering the existence of this formidable creature, as long as the furnace turtle could develop to 4th tier within the low-tier beast area. It could contemplate venturing into the higher-tier regions. Gradually, the territory of the Kingland Tiger King would become the cradle of the furnace turtle's ascent. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chu felt a profound sense of serenity akin to that of a practitioner in meditation. Upon returning to his villa, he promptly awakened the division of consciousness within the furnace turtle. The shift in awareness transformed his surroundings, placing him in a dark and profound lake outside the city. However, the visual acuity of the furnace turtle in the water was unparalleled by that of humans, that in even the dimmest of environments. Aided by the turtle's vision, he could discern the surroundings within a radius of 3 meters. Any slight movement in the vicinity would trigger the turtle's alertness. Just as Ichu entered the consciousness of the furnace turtle, it was on the verge of hunting. Before it lay a snake eel, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, faintly radiating with a weak electrical glow, a first-tier beast. The furnace turtle advanced stealthily, minimizing the ripples in the water to an imperceptible level. Even at a mere 2 or 3 meters from the snake eel, it remained completely oblivious to the turtle's presence. Seizing the opportune moment, the furnace turtle unleashed its full power. Its 60-centimeter form erupted in a torrent of water, akin to a torpedo, as it struck fiercely at the snake eel. Chapter 5. Towards the second assessment. Explosive output. Despite the furnace turtle's seemingly massive size, it appeared less imposing in front of the 5 to 6 meter long snake eel. Yet, the turtle's impact in the water was beyond what the soft-bodied eel could withstand. When the eel finally sensed the impending attack, its entire body was cleaved in two. The furnace turtle's jaws moved vigorously, shredding the eel's flesh and swallowing it whole. By the time the eel attempted to unleash an electrical attack, it was already too late. Even if it managed to discharge its full voltage, the post-mutation kilovolt electricity would merely tickle the now third-tier furnace turtle, inflicting no substantive harm whatsoever. Ding. The mutated beast avatar. Furnace turtle is devouring a first-tier mutated snake eel. Vitality 0.7. Vitality 0.6. The system's feedback promptly resonated within Yichu's mind. Simultaneously, the vitality replenishment flowed steadily towards his main body. Yichu was now fully convinced that his decision to raise the furnace turtle was indeed the right one. No longer troubled by concerns over its cultivation, he glanced at the time upon returning home. It was already 4:50 in the evening. In about 10 minutes, dawn would break. Today marked the day of his second assessment in the second year of high school, which traditionally signifies the end-of-term examinations. If successful, Yichu would advance to his third year, embarking on a new cycle of rigorous studies. Failure, however, would see him conscripted to the front lines, fighting for humanity's survival. Oh well, no time for sleep. I shall prepare a hearty breakfast for myself to face today's second assessment in the best possible state. Encouraging himself internally, Yichu entered the kitchen and began preparing his meal. The comprehensive tests at the end of each term for high school students are referred to as the first, second, and third assessments. The second assessment takes place at the city center gymnasium. After filling his belly, he donned a set of appropriate new attire and set off early towards the city center. Upon his arrival at the gymnasium, it was already teeming with high school students taking the second assessment. Accompanied by many anxious parents at the entrance, more than a dozen military trucks were parked. The sight of those trucks instinctively stirred a sense of dread within Yichu. They were destined for students who failed the assessment. Upon the announcement of results, they would be escorted directly onto military transport, destined for various military districts, embarking on a future military career. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yichu calmly walked into the gymnasium. The facility was vast, with 19 distinct testing zones, each separated by specialized iron mesh. Inside the testing zones, various instruments were arranged, including combat simulators specifically designed to assess students' combat capabilities. Yichu approached the front desk, presenting his student card. After a brief processing by the staff, he was assigned to the third testing zone. Upon reaching the entrance of the testing zone, he encountered a fellow student who had just failed their assessment. Being escorted out by a group of uniformed soldiers, behind them, the student's parents were overwhelmed with grief, one elderly woman fainting at the sight. Yichu sighed softly, circumventing the scene and stepping into the testing zone. This was not a matter of blame towards the state. It was merely the reality of an era where everyone lives in trepidation. Without sufficient strength, one could only face elimination, while it may seem secure within the city. It is, in truth, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation who bear the weight of protection. Entering the testing zone, Yichu queued patiently, awaiting the examiner's summons. Meanwhile, he diverted a portion of his consciousness to check on the furnace turtle's status after a night of development. To his surprise, upon connecting with the turtle, He found it sleeping at the bottom of the lake. It seemed the previous night's battles and hunts had left it fatigued. However, this rest had also accelerated its growth. In just one night, the furnace turtle had grown from a mere 1 meter to nearly 1.5 meters in size. Even in the depths of the lake, it resembled a massive scarlet boulder from a distance. 267. Yichu, is Yichu present? The voice calling his number snapped Yichu back to reality that he stood and made his way to the core testing area. You are from Zhanghai No. 1 High School. Second-year student Yichu, correct? The examiner inquired, consulting the information in hand. Indeed, Yichu replied, handing over his student card. Please ensure to wear this and unleash your full strength. After verifying Yichu's details, the examiner handed him a high-tech wrist guard designed to encase the entire forearm. Yichu recalled having seen such devices before, and putting it on was effortless. Once equipped, he adjusted himself to peak condition. Very well, deliver your punch, commanded the examiner to that moment. Yichu seemed to embody the primal instincts of the furnace turtle as it attacked its prey. Though he had yet to practice ancient martial arts, he instinctively transferred his force through a progressive motion, starting from his legs, progressing through his hips, and culminating in a unified force transmitted through his arms. Boom! As his fist struck out, it resonated with the force of the furnace turtle's assault, producing a thunderous sound that not only created a sonic boom, but also caused the apparatus he wore to explode under the strain of his full power. The resounding blast echoed throughout the gymnasium, drawing the attention of everyone present. The commotion was so intense that armed personnel assigned to maintain safety rushed towards Yichu's area, within his vicinity. One examiner gaped in disbelief at the sight of Yichu's forearm garment shredded and the scattered fragments of the device around him. Goodness! Has it exploded? Another examiner exclaimed instinctively. This is impossible. Such precision instruments are the latest models from the state, capable of withstanding a ton of force. How could a mere second-year student shatter it? Is Yichu's explosive power truly exceeding a ton? What must his life force be like? Could he have already reached the level of a barbarian warrior? Are you all right? One fellow student inquired, concerned for Yichu's well-being. As the two examiners regained their composure, they hastily approached Yichu to assess his condition. The explosion of the instrument had unleashed a considerable shockwave, and they could not allow any harm to befall a candidate due to a malfunction of their equipment. However, when they arrived at Yichu's side to examine his injuries, they were utterly taken aback that he was completely unscathed. Chapter 6. Continuous shock. Powerful values. Although the second testing device was the latest product developed by the National Institute of Technology, its destructive capability during the explosion was sufficient to perforate a 3-centimeter thick iron plate. Had it been a regular person's arm, it would have been torn to shreds with visible bone. Yet, Yichu's arm, aside from a slight charred appearance, showed not a single break in the skin. Student, it states here that a month ago, your vitality was merely 2.6, and you possessed a low-tier mental manipulation talent. However, judging by your current performance, your vitality must surely exceed that. One examiner remarked that to emerge from an explosion unscathed, you would need a vitality of at least 6 points. The examiner, holding Yichu's information, looked at him with bewilderment. This hardly resembles the frail appearance of someone with a vitality of 2.6. Teacher, perhaps we should start by testing my vitality alone, that I believe I have made considerable progress over the past month. Yichu replied, scratching his head. The second assessment had evolved over the years from a series of individual tests into a single device capable of measuring all bodily values simultaneously. Yet, Yichu's current abilities had long surpassed the device's capacity to measure. That won't be necessary. Let's use the device for martial artist. And no matter how strong your explosive power is, you cannot have reached the level of a martial artist yet. The examiner chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. You are merely a second-year student. How could you possibly meet the standards of a martial artist? The minimum requirement for a martial artist is a vitality of 10 points. Soon, a piece of army green half-armor was brought forth by the examiner, immediately capturing the attention of all students nearby. Goodness, another monster to be tested with a martial artist device. This is comparable to the prodigies like Wu Tianfeng and Lu Runin, one student remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Don't be ridiculous. Those are geniuses from elite high schools. This is a testing ground for ordinary high school students that we're fortunate if fewer students are taken away by the military, let alone someone who could rival Wu Tianfeng. Another student interjected skeptically. The surrounding murmurs grew louder. With the examiner's assistance, Yi Chu donned the military green armor. The primary distinction between the student and martial artist testing devices was their weight. Yi Chu felt the immense weight of the testing device, which must have been around 500 pounds, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. This significantly restricted his power output and mobility. Once you're ready, you may proceed with your punch, the examiner instructed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chu followed suit, delivering a punch in the same manner. However, this time, he felt the device's considerable limitations on his punching speed. The data for second-year student Yi Chu was displayed as follows: vitality, 9.6 strength, 1198 speed, 1320 explosive power, 1690 defense, 1080 stamina, 980 average value, 1014 at the moment the data was revealed. Both examiners fell into a stunned silence at a vitality of 9.6, with an average value exceeding the vitality standard. What sort of anomaly was this? According to international standards for candidates, a high school student in their developmental stage should have a balance between vitality and average bodily values. For instance, a second-year student with an average vitality of 3 points would typically have an average bodily value around 300, and so forth. However, with the advancement of the martial arts era and the exploitation of beast blood, numerous vitality-enhancing potions had been developed in this era, where achievements were paramount. Nearly all students would utilize such vitality supplements. This led to a situation where students' average bodily values would typically fall below the vitality standard, hovering around 1025. Only those who had never used vitality supplements could reach international standards. But was that even plausible? In this age, students often resorted to vitality supplements to succeed in tests and gain admission to prestigious universities. The occurrence of a student surpassing the vitality standard with an average bodily value was unprecedented in the 10 years the examiners had overseen high school assessments in Shanghai City, a fourth-tier city. The likelihood of a martial arts prodigy emerging had dwindled to a mere 0.9. It had been years since a student with such extraordinary potential had been born. Such results could easily place Yi Chu among the ranks of the prodigies in Jiangdong City's elite high school. From a mere 2.6 a month ago to 9.6 now, an increase of 7 points in vitality over the course of a month, equivalent to a daily increase of 0.23, which was akin to the vitality increase of others over 2 months. Was this not monstrous? The astonishment in the examiner's eyes gradually morphed into resignation. This was a significant oversight in the examination system, had they not uncovered Yi Chu's exceptional potential during the second assessment. Such a figure, likely to become a future general of the Dragon Kingdom, might have been lost to Shanghai City. Student, you may proceed to the next assessment. The examiner, after regaining his composure, promptly instructed Yi Chu to begin the subsequent practical test. Yi Chu removed the testing armor and walked toward the simulated combat area. As he passed by the students queuing in the corridor, they parted to make way for him, creating a broad path. As Yi Chu walked past, his fellow second-year students gazed at him with the reverence one might bestow upon a deity. Upon entering the simulated combat chamber, speculation abounded regarding the type of simulated adversary he would face. Given his vitality of 9.6 and average bodily values that exceeded vitality, the concern was that if a martial artist were simulated, it would pose a significant challenge. The difference between those trained in martial arts and those untrained was substantial. The mere attributes of a martial artist would represent a catastrophic enhancement for a student who had yet to become a martial artist. One examiner scrutinized the computer screen displaying Yi Chu's information, his expression grave. The second assessment of practical data for high school students is originally designed to tailor the following educational approaches based on the student's needs. Any deficiencies will be highlighted in the test, allowing the school to implement targeted teaching strategies. However, at this moment, Yi Chu is not facing a tailored assessment, but rather a self-evident evaluation of genius. Chapter 7. Dual Talents. Battle against the nation's sovereign. The practical simulation for the students is now in position. Student talent testing is underway. Student information is as follows. Shanghai No. 1 High School, second-year student, Yi Chu. Awakened Talent 1. Mental Manipulation with Alterations, Awakened Talent 2. Beast Mastery, Newly Acquired Talent. Both examiners, fixated on the screen, felt their hearts lurch. They simultaneously inhaled sharply. 2 talents. A dual talent? One examiner immediately retrieved Yi Chu's previous information for comparison. Awakened Talent. Low-tier life manipulation. This has changed. Not only has the original talent transformed, but a new talent has emerged as well. A second awakening. In the era of martial arts, due to the revival of spiritual energy, certain individuals may awaken various accompanying talents, akin to the mutation of beasts. There are power-based talents that exponentially increase strength and mental talents that allow for the manipulation of objects through mental power. However, the vast majority of humanity will not awaken such talents. The proportion of talent bearers is approximately 20, yet individuals with two talents have been exceedingly rare since the era of martial arts, numbering merely a handful. The probability of a human awakening a second talent is a mere 0.0016, practically impossible. The current ruler of the Dragon Kingdom is the only known dual talent bearer. Yet now, they were witnessing the emergence of another individual who had awakened dual talents, right under their noses. With hearts racing and hands trembling, the two examiners wasted no time considering anything else and immediately uploaded Yi Chu's exceptional attributes along with his data to the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Now it all makes sense that an explosive increase of 7 points in vitality over a month. This must be attributed to the awakening of his second talent, which happens to be a beast mastery type. After the initial shock, the two individuals instinctively attributed Yi Chu's sudden surge in vitality to the talent of his second awakening, that in truth, their speculation was not entirely unfounded, that it was simply a fact that, throughout the development of humanity in the era of high martial arts, the phenomenon of a singular mythic-level talent had never been witnessed. Consequently, there existed no records in the human talent database that matched that of the protagonist. Ultimately, the system could only deduce Yi Chu's mythic-level beast avatar talent as a combination of two distinct abilities. Just as the two examiners were reveling in the emergence of yet another dual talent individual in the Dragon Kingdom, the computer screen displayed the opponent Yi Chu was about to simulate a battle against. A mere glance at the simulated figure on the screen left both examiners utterly transfixed, their expressions of astonishment exaggerated. Eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. Su Lao, the sovereign? They exclaimed in unison. The simulated adversary Yi Chu was to face was none other than Su Guochang, one of the three great powers of the Dragon Kingdom, who also happened to be the nation's sovereign. Of course, Yi Chu was to contend with the youthful Su Guochang, who had only recently graduated from middle school and had already ascended to the rank of a barbaric-level warrior. Within the battle simulation chamber, Yi Chu beheld the radiant young man before him, whose sunny demeanor belied an aura as fierce as a tempest. The system's built-in capabilities were currently aiding Yi Chu in discerning his opponent's information. Name: Su Guochang, barbaric-level first-stage warrior, vitality 10.5, traits: resilience enhancement, speed enhancement, attack enhancement. Average stat 1093. Su Guochang seemed somewhat familiar, yet he remained a barbaric-level warrior. Yi Chu perused the overall data displayed on the system panel. He was taken aback by the inexplicable sense of familiarity evoked by the name, though he could not quite place it. Nevertheless, he swiftly cast aside his errant thoughts, for Su Guochang had already assumed an aggressive stance. Though Yi Chu was merely a second-year high school student and had yet to engage in any true practice of ancient martial arts, his school had imparted some combat techniques and knowledge of warfare. The fact that Su Guochang had already attained the rank of a barbaric-level warrior indicated that he had practiced at least one volume of ancient martial arts, undoubtedly granting him superior combat capabilities. Moreover, the fact that Su Guochang was a first-stage barbaric-level warrior, equipped with three distinct traits, further suggested that the ancient martial arts he had studied were among the highest echelons available on the market. Faced with such an opponent, Yi Chu felt no assurance of victory. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Quick, go find the director. If Yi Chu faces Su Lao, he will surely perish. The examiners outside the simulation chamber finally panicked, shouting as one, their bodies surging with urgency as they darted out of the testing area like arrows. Onlookers were left bewildered, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Inside the simulation chamber, the audacious Su Guochang was the first to launch an attack. His speed was so swift that Yi Chu could scarcely react before a powerful kick landed on the back of his head. A dull thud echoed as Yi Chu staggered but managed to maintain his upright posture. However, an icy chill coursed through his entire body. Such an attack was undeniably lethal, a kick to the back of the head. The most vulnerable part of the human body could easily result in death. Fortunately, the simulation test likely would not allow for fatal outcomes. His simulated opponent surely would hold back. Yi Chu quickly bent low. evading the opponent's leg sweep and retreating swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, the youthful Su Guochang, after successfully landing his kick, displayed a moment of confusion that as he retracted his foot, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed several large holes in the fabric of his shoe, as if corroded by some substance. This revelation rendered Su Guochang's demeanor more serious, his gaze towards Yi Chu now tinged with a newfound caution rather than disdain. When Yi Chu regained his footing, warily regarding Su Guochang, the latter suddenly sprang into action, his foot pounding the ground as he lunged towards Yi Chu like a bolt from a crossbow, that why Yi Chu could think of no effective countermeasures. So he could only desperately shield his head with his forearms, curling his body protectively like a shrimp to safeguard his vulnerable areas. Upon closing the distance, Su Guochang seized an opening, delivering a solid uppercut to Yi Chu's chin, the most susceptible point for causing unconsciousness. This was swiftly followed by a fierce spinning kick, intended to strike Yi Chu's head and eliminate him entirely. However, after delivering his punch, Su Guochang had completed a full turn, only to discover that Yi Chu had not lost consciousness. Instead, he remained in a protective stance, steadfast as a mountain. This left Su Guochang utterly astounded. Chapter 8. Unprecedented Defense, Self-Inflicted Rebound. Outside the simulation chamber, a throng of examiners suddenly flooded into the testing area where Yi Chu was situated. These were the remaining examiners from the 18 zones, who upon hearing that a dual-talent student had emerged in this area, had abandoned their tasks to witness the spectacle that a brief recess was typical in such circumstances. Yet as this group gathered before the computer displaying the combat footage, their composure quickly unraveled. Goodness, who is this young man? The simulation chamber has matched him against Su Lao, one examiner remarked, his tone laced with reverence as he gazed at the sunny-faced young man on the screen. In the Dragon Kingdom, no one failed to hold the sovereign Su Guochang in high esteem. The simulation battle database encompassed a range of combatants from D level to SSS level, with only 3 individuals classified as SSS level. Representing the 3 great powers of the Dragon Kingdom, it seemed that no student from Zhanghai City had ever appeared capable of contending against the SSS level Su Lao. Today, however, they were witnessing a rare sight. Yet even with the student possessing dual talents and vitality, nearing that of a quasi-warrior, there remained concerns about his lack of experience in ancient martial arts. Battling against an already established first-stage barbaric-level warrior like Su Lao seemed tantamount to a death sentence. One examiner could not help but voice his apprehensions. The director has already been summoned. Only he has the authority to halt the simulation midway. The examiner in charge of this area was now filled with trepidation, fearing that Yi Chu might encounter some mishap during the simulation, resulting in the loss of a future war hero for the Dragon Kingdom. Look, the battle has begun, suddenly an examiner exclaimed. All eyes converged on the computer screen as Su Guochang launched the first assault. The speed at which he executed his sweeping kick was astonishing, perfectly striking Yi Chu's nape. The examiners, all of whom were at least tiger-level warriors, collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by the young sovereign's formidable prowess while simultaneously feeling anxious for Yi Chu. Being struck squarely on the back of the head by the sovereign would likely render him dead, or at least a vegetable. Yi Chu, having never trained in ancient martial arts, did not know how to evade the attack and had no time to react. The examiner in charge of the area wore a despondent expression. It's over. All is lost. Just when Zhanghai City finally produced a dragon, he is about to fall in this simulated battle. Wait a moment. There is something peculiar about Yi Chu. One examiner exclaimed in astonishment, jolting the despondent teachers back to alertness. On the screen, after taking a solid kick from Su Guochang, Yi Chu was still able to retreat with remarkable agility. It appeared as though he had sustained no significant harm. This prompted the examiner to recall how Yi Chu had emerged unscathed from the impact of the testing apparatus' explosion. Perhaps Yi Chu can rely on this formidable defense until the director arrives. The examiner's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The battle raged on. Every movement Su Guochang made sent shivers down the spines of the watching examiners. Even in his youth, the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom was a force to be reckoned with, far surpassing his peers, especially when Su Guochang landed a flawless jab to Yi Chu's chin. The examiner in charge of the area nearly lost his mind, leaping from his seat in horror. Yet when Su Guochang prepared to unleash a spinning kick, he suddenly froze in place. Only then did all the examiners realize that Yi Chu's defensive capabilities were seemingly extraordinary. Each of Yi Chu's two talents was related to defense. Even though his opponent's vitality had reached 9.6, Su Lao's vitality was even higher, enhanced further by ancient martial arts. How was it possible that Yi Chu could endure Su Lao's lethal strikes multiple times? At long last, an examiner posed this inquiry that why Yi Chu's defensive prowess indeed caught everyone by surprise. Even Su Guochang's projection was momentarily taken aback. The figures simulated in the combat scenarios retained the cognitive patterns of their current selves, thereby offering a more authentic representation of the student's combat strengths and weaknesses. However, this humane design inadvertently allowed Yi Chu to glimpse the unruly nature of the Dragon Kingdom's sovereign in his youth. Hey kid, were you perhaps reincarnated from a turtle in your past life? Why are you so unyielding? Even my attacks can't breach your defenses. The youthful Su Guochang, hands on his hips and eyebrows raised, gazed at the steadfastly defensive Yi Chu with a mix of disdain and curiosity, akin to observing an oddity. Pathetic, blaming others for your own shortcomings that I dare say, your future holds little promise that I end the realm of verbal sparring. Yi Chu was no slouch. When he retorted, the youthful Su Guochang's ire was thoroughly ignited, his expression turning frigid. Insufferable, with a light scoff, Su Guochang seized the fabric of Yi Chu's abdomen, driving his knee forward in a forceful strike. The human body's most resilient skeletal structures are the skull and the knees, particularly when enhanced by ancient martial arts, rendering the knees a formidable weapon. Yet, due to the unique attributes conferred by the beastly avatar, Yi Chu's defenses during this assault surpassed normal parameters. Should there have been real-time monitoring instruments, the examiners would have been astonished to discover that Yi Chu's defensive capabilities had soared to over 2,000 and continued to rise in accordance with the intensity of the damage endured. Su Guochang, with a vitality of merely 10.5, despite his mastery of ancient martial arts, possessed a strength and explosive power of just over 1,000. To breach Yi Chu's defenses was but a fanciful notion. Moreover, the infuriated Su Guochang disregarded the fiery, venomous backlash Yi Chu inflicted upon his assailant during the attack. As Su Guochang's tempestuous strikes rained down upon Yi Chu, the latter merely felt a mild discomfort, while Su Guochang's fists, knees, and feet, primarily employed for offense, began to rot and emit sparks from the self-inflicted damage. Make way! Director, he is coming. Everyone, step aside. Outside the arena, the returning examiner heralded a savior, He Dongsheng. The director of the Education and Bureau of Zhangheshi, as the imposing figure of He Dongsheng pushed through the crowd, the examiners hurriedly parted to allow him access to the computer. Upon witnessing the figure being mercilessly battered on the monitor and recognizing the face of the relentless assailant, He Dongsheng could not help but blink in astonishment, narrowing his eyes that it truly was the youthful ruler. Initially, he thought he had misheard the anxious examiner's account of the situation. Clear the way. I will terminate the combat simulation. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the throng that had gathered dispersed once more. However, before he could authenticate his fingerprint to conclude this overwhelming test, the hall's loudspeaker suddenly blared. Candidate Yi Chu from Zone 3 has successfully defeated the SS-level simulated figure Su Guochang, setting a record for Jiang Haishi as the first to vanquish an SS-level simulation. Astonishment, disbelief, and a suffocating weight hung in the AI. As this unexpected announcement echoed throughout the vast stadium, a brief silence enveloped the once boisterous crowd. He Dongsheng's hand hovered just 3 centimeters from the fingerprint verification device, yet could advance no further. What on earth is happening? He Dongsheng furrowed his brow and turned to the screen. There, he saw Yi Chu, who had previously been on the receiving end of a brutal assault, now standing upright with a placid expression. Before him lay the technological automaton designed to project Su Guochang, now sprawled on the ground. The disappearance of Su Guochang's projection confirmed Yi Chu's triumph over the simulated adversary. Yet, the peculiarity and abruptness of the occurrence left many questions lingering. Rewind the footage. I must see what transpired in the blink of an eye within the simulation. Filled with curiosity, He Dongsheng instructed his team to review the combat footage. The regional examiners, equally perplexed, promptly retrieved the surveillance data. The recording of Yi Chu's battle was rolled back by half a minute. Returning to the moment, he curled into a defensive posture, absorbing Su Guochang's onslaught that up to this point, everything seemed normal to as the seconds ticked away. He Dongsheng was the first to keenly observe a subtle change. Su Guochang's combat movements appeared to be slowing incrementally. Though this minute alteration might have been easily dismissed, He Dongsheng, having served as a military colonel and seasoned warrior, possessed an acute sense for the nuances of combat. This slight shift in their engagement alerted him to a potential discrepancy. Was the automaton's energy expenditure in simulating Su Guochang's combat capabilities faltering, causing a decline in his offensive tempo? Or had Yi Zhu employed some clever tactic to compel Su Guochang to decelerate his attacks? As the 30 seconds elapsed, the truth behind Yi Zhu's victory over Su Guochang unveiled itself to the onlookers. Boom! A punch, swift as a fleeting shadow, its explosive force terrifying. Su Guochang had no time to react, struck squarely in the head, causing the automaton's projection to vanish instantaneously. The automaton's head suffered catastrophic damage, collapsing to the ground. This was the entirety of Yi Zhu's triumph over Su Guochang. Unexpected and profoundly shocking. Upon witnessing this scene, He Dongsheng instinctively narrowed his pupils, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Such speed in that punch. This child has achieved a level of control over his own strength that borders on instinct. At the moment of impact, the entirety of his power converged seamlessly into that singular strike. Has he trained in ancient martial arts? He Dongsheng mused sharply, curiosity piqued. Director He, this is the same student who shattered the second testing apparatus with a single punch, and I personally witnessed that punch's potency, which was already comparable to the standards of a barbarian-level warrior. Subsequently, I switched him to a specialized testing apparatus for barbarian-level warriors. However, this test proved to be a revelation. The examiner who had closely observed the force of Yi Zhu's punch spoke. His face flushed with embarrassment as he pulled up Yi Zhu's information on the computer. Upon reviewing the data, He Dongsheng could no longer conceal the brilliance sparking in his eyes. The strength parameter was commendable. While still in the student phase, surpassing the vitality standard was a remarkable feat, yet it was the explosive power, exceeding the vitality standard by almost half, that was truly alarming. When He Dongsheng beheld Yi Zhu's dual innate abilities, his confusion deepened. The first talent was psychic, unrelated to physical explosiveness. The second was beast mastery, specifically within the realm of strength, indicating that his advantage lay in subjugating powerful beasts rather than enhancing his own strength. This left He Dongsheng utterly perplexed. The punch Yi Zhu delivered could not have been due to innate enhancements. Observing his prior combat performance, he did not appear to be someone trained in ancient martial arts. Could it be that he was a natural-born warrior? Such a notion seemed the only plausible explanation. The amalgamation of shock and confusion within He Dongsheng ultimately coalesced into a singular emotion, joy. Jiang Haishi had stumbled upon a treasure, a natural-born warrior, and one with dual talents. After 3 centuries, they had finally uncovered a future dragon of infinite potential. This child undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Please retrieve his past records and family background. I wish to know everything about him from birth to the present. Although He Dongsheng had been retired for some time, he retained the decisive demeanor of a soldier. Upon confirming that Yi Zhu was a prodigy worthy of full cultivation, his interest was thoroughly piqued. Provided his background was unblemished, he was prepared to invest the greatest resources of Jiang Haishi in nurturing Yi Zhu, a future commander of the realm, after issuing his orders. He Dongsheng cast a profound gaze at Yi Zhu's figure on the screen before striding away with purpose. The director's reaction left all present examiners in awe. When was the last time, Director, he took such a keen interest in a junior? It seems that Yi Zhu is truly destined for greatness. The regional examiner could not help but exclaim, and the surrounding examiners nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting deep understanding. Inside the simulation room, Yi Chu scratched his head in confusion. Why was he not released despite having defeated the simulated adversary? He was forced to linger there for over 5 minutes, just as doubts began to creep into his mind regarding a possible malfunction in the test. The door of the simulation room slowly creaked open. Standing outside was the examiner who had previously equipped him with the testing apparatus. However, unlike before, this examiner now wore a smile, one that carried a hint of obsequiousness. Congratulations, Student Yi, on successfully passing the second test. Here is your student ID, which now contains your test results. You may return home now. The examiner beamed, extending Yi Chu's student ID with both hands. The amiable demeanor sent an inexplicable chill down Yi Chu's spine. He had not heard the shocking announcement that reverberated outside. He merely assumed he had completed a routine test. Yet the examiner's behavior felt strikingly incongruous, prompting him to ponder various possibilities, accepting the student ID from the examiner's hands. Yi Chu refrained from engaging in further conversation, muttering a brief thank you before making his way out of the testing area. However, upon his departure, the once normal atmosphere of the gymnasium seemed transformed. As if a significant figure had arrived, countless gleaming gazes were fixated upon him, and even unfamiliar classmates applauded as he exited. That it was utterly bewildering. Chapter 10. A flourishing youth, the anticipated arrival on the journey home. Yi Chu's unease deepened. In truth, even before participating in the second test, he had contemplated what the explosive surge of vitality he displayed during the test would entail. The attention of influential figures, the school's regard, or perhaps even the approach of certain clandestine yet formidable forces. After all, he was confident that at his current age and with his burgeoning strength, he could rank among the prodigies of Longua. Yet after leaving the gymnasium, aside from the expectations met by the examiners, students, and parents within, nothing particularly extraordinary seemed to have transpired. Perhaps it was futile to speculate. Regardless, with his beastly doppelganger, he could focus on enhancing his strength in the comfort of home. Once his abilities reached a certain level, he would no longer require external support. As he pondered, Yi Chu quickened his pace towards home. Upon returning to the villa atop the mountain, his first action was to indulge in a refreshing shower. The busyness of the past few days had left him with an unpleasant odor. Especially with the enhancement of his vitality, his increasingly refined life force necessitated the expulsion of certain harmful substances from his body. Once his vitality reached the level of a quasi-warrior, a warrior's body would essentially be in a state of purity. It was only upon reaching such a level that one could begin to study ancient martial arts and fortify their own abilities. This was precisely why high school students primarily focused on enhancing their vitality, with additional studies centered around the theoretical knowledge of martial arts. Currently, Yi Chu's vitality stood at 9.6, and he believed that by the end of the day, he would achieve the threshold of a quasi-warrior with a vitality of 10. Subsequently, he could undertake the assessment for a barbarian-level warrior and truly embark on the path of becoming a warrior, delving into ancient martial arts and ultimately striving to match the beast with his own physical prowess. Thoroughly cleansing himself, Yi Chu wrapped himself in a towel and approached the wash basin to groom his hair. Gazing into the mirror, he observed his sunlit, handsome visage and thick, dark hair, momentarily lost in thought. This was the first time in this life that he scrutinized his appearance so closely. While not exceptionally handsome, he possessed a certain charm that appealed to the majority of girls. The rapid surge of his vitality had transformed his once frail physique into one characterized by robust, chiseled muscle lines. Standing before the girls in this newfound state of refinement, he would undoubtedly capture the hearts of many. With an admirable exterior, he merely needed to refine his inner self. Yi Chu nodded in satisfaction. Hastening to dry his hair, beep, 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 his phone emitted a sound, indicating a received message. As he continued to dry his hair, he picked up the phone to check. Jianghai No. 1 High School. Students, the second test has concluded successfully today. The upcoming 2 months will be summer vacation. The school reminds all students not to indulge in leisure at the expense of their vitality training, though we hope that all students can secure admission to their desired universities in their senior year. It was a holiday notification from the school. Next year will be senior year. I must seize the time to train. I remember that the top universities in Longwa have stringent admission requirements, not only concerning vitality and combat skills, but also necessitating experience in hunting strange beasts. Yi Chu recalled the admission criteria for the top universities in this world. Just as he set the phone down, it buzzed again, this time ringing with an incoming call. Hello, is this Xiao Yi? The voice on the other end belonged to their homeroom teacher, who sounded anxious. Hey, you've become quite the sensation. There's an urgent matter at school. You need to come back immediately. Make haste, do you hear me? Yi Chu rarely received calls from the homeroom teacher. When he did, it was usually to ask him to assist with some minor tasks for the class. However, this time, the teacher's tone was markedly different, exhibiting a newfound respect. The change from addressing him as Yi Chu to Xiao Yi did not go unnoticed by Yi Chu. He understood that the teacher was now aware of his results from the second test. Is it something that urgent, teacher? I just got home, Yi Chu replied, somewhat reluctant to engage. Xiao Yi, let me tell you, the director of the Education Bureau of Jianghai City has personally come to our school because of you. This esteemed figure wishes to meet you, so you must hurry. Upon hearing the title of the Education Bureau director, Yi Chu immediately shifted his focus, realizing that what he had anticipated was finally materializing. "All right, I'll head over right now," he promptly agreed. After hanging up, he quickly changed into a fresh outfit and set off towards the school to AT that moment. Jianghai No. 1 High School, renowned as the premier high school in Jianghai City. Employed teachers who were all at least Tiger-level warriors or seasoned educators with over 30 years of experience. This distinction elevated Jianghai No. 1 High School to an elite status. Students attending this school had an 80% chance of being admitted to university, securing its esteemed position within Jianghai City. Even the wealthiest individuals in Jianghai City showed deference to the principal of No. 1 High School. Yet today, the arrival of a single individual cast an unprecedented air of tension over the entire institution. The principal urgently gathered all the teachers for a briefing, instructing them to avoid any work-related slip-ups. Anyone found at fault would be dismissed, regardless of their experience. The only person capable of instigating such a state of emergency was He Dongsheng, the director of the Education Bureau. When the formidable He Dongsheng, a celestial-level warrior and the director of the Education Bureau, arrived at the principal's office, the principal along with 3 grade-level directors stood respectfully before him, awaiting the word from this esteemed figure. During this time, not a single breath was dared to be taken. Such was the weight of He Dongsheng's presence. Approaching 50 years of age, He Dongsheng was robust and imposing, with eyes resembling those of a fierce tiger. Despite being a celestial-level warrior, he maintained a relaxed demeanor. However, the latent aura he exuded remained chilling, akin to a slumbering beast that He Dongsheng puffed on a cigar. The ashtray before him overflowing with cigar butts, the room thick with smoke, making it difficult for the principal and the 3 others to see clearly, yet they dared not utter a word. "Has he not arrived yet?" He Dongsheng inquired. Director Weivy prompted Yi Chu's homeroom teacher to call him. "He should be arriving shortly." The principal, a portly man in his 40s, replied with a warm smile. "Very well. Then in the meantime, let us review this video." He Dongsheng took a long drag from his cigar, then turned a notebook towards them. On the screen, the footage displayed Yi Chu's combat performance within the simulation room. Chapter 11. Celestial Level Warrior, Elite High School. As the principal of No. 1 High School, Wu Kuei was already well aware of Yi Chu's results, that he was the first student in the history of Jianghai City to pass the SSS-level simulated battle in the second test. Moreover, he is the first dual-talented awakened individual in Jianghai City, achieving the astonishing feat of a 7-point surge in vitality and blood within a month. Such formidable attributes weigh heavily upon Yi Chu, transforming him from a student barely remembered by Wu Kuei into a prized gem in his professional journey. Initially, the principal had intended to invite Yi Chu to the school today, hoping to discuss potential sponsorship personally. Assisting this prodigy of Jianghai City in reaching the pinnacle of his life, in the future, he envisioned leveraging Yi Chu's name to secure a lasting legacy in the education sector. However, he was ultimately a step too slow. The arrival of He Dongsheng completely snatched away his prized possession from his career path. Especially at this moment, after He Dongsheng showcased how Yi Chu had defeated the young ruler of Longhua, Su Guochang, Wu Kuei began to realize He Dongsheng's intentions, that he intended to lure Yi Chu away from his school, utilizing his connections to nurture the young talent. Once Yi Chu flourished, all the benefits would belong to He Dongsheng, leaving Wu Kuei, the principal of Yizhong, with no stake in the matter. Director He, I believe Yi Chu is quite suited to remain at Yizhong, that I was previously unaware of his extraordinary talents. Now that I know, I assure you that I will not tarnish this precious gem. You can rest assured, Director He. Yizhong will certainly cultivate a formidable general for Longhua and the human race. Wu Kuei insisted, unwilling to concede. He maintained a respectful smile, though his hands were tightly clenched in a show of internal struggle in expressing such sentiments. He had to withstand the pressure of offending He Dongsheng, while ensuring that Yizhong would indeed spare no effort in nurturing Yi Chu. The weight of his inner turmoil was palpable. You need not worry, Principal Wu. The reason I have shown you this video today is to convey one simple message. Yi Chu, you are incapable of nurturing him at Yizhong. And even I, He Dongsheng, cannot do so. A general of the realm? You underestimate this child's future. He is destined to become a general of the nation, He Dongsheng stated, his piercing gaze casually appraising Principal Wu. Lighting another cigar, he spoke leisurely. Yet his words struck Wu Kuei like a thunderbolt, leaving the three grade directors beside him utterly speechless. The reason Longhua has thrived amidst the oppression of beasts is due to the emergence of exceptional talents. The guardianship of numerous powerful human beings. The titles of City Guardian, Realm Guardian, and Nation Guardian represent the three divine protectors of Longhua. To become a City Guardian, one must possess at least the strength of a celestial-level warrior. If He Dongsheng were not the director of the Education Bureau, he would undoubtedly be among the City Guardians of Zhanghai. When faced with a beast tide or other calamities, He Dongsheng would single-handedly protect the entire city from the onslaught of the beasts. The Realm Guardian is tasked with defending the four cardinal gates of Longhua, serving as the guardian of each gate. This requires one to attain sacred-level strength, possessing the terrifying ability to annihilate 100,000 beasts alone. As for the Nation Guardian, the current ruler of Longhua, along with two other royal-level warriors, safeguards the entire nation's borders. It is rumored that the three Nation Guardians collaborating could even obliterate the nine-tailed fox clan of Dongxiu. Their strength has reached the pinnacle of human prowess. Now, He Dongsheng informs Wu Kuei and the others that Yi Chu's future potential will ascend to the royal level. How could this not leave everyone astounded? In contemporary human society, how many royal-level warriors exist? If there truly is a student with such potential, Yi Zhong, no matter how much they sacrificed, could not possibly nurture him. Even Yi Dongsheng, a celestial-level powerhouse, would find it impossible. Director He, are you suggesting? Wu Kuei, having relinquished his desire to monopolize Yi Chu, inquired, bewildered. What sort of force would be capable of nurturing a future royal-level warrior worthy of such extraordinary potential? I plan to leverage my connections to send Yi Chu to the Jiangdong Special High School. He Dongsheng replied, taking a drag from his cigar and speaking slowly. As this revelation sank in, Wu Kuei and the others felt a mix of clarity and incredulity at the notion of sending Yi Chu to such a rigorous institution. Given Yi Chu's qualifications, he not only required vast resources, but also the fervent dedication of those around him. Wu Kuei clearly understood the nature of the special high school. Even he, second only to Yi Dongsheng in Zhanghai City, felt a weight of solemnity when discussing the Jiangdong Special High School. Report. At that moment, Yi Chu's voice echoed from outside. Wu Kuei's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to alert Director he witnessed Yi Dongsheng abruptly extinguish his precious cigar, which he had barely begun to smoke. He then raised his hand and waved it through the air. In an instant, a tempest surged within the room. Akin to the strength of a level 5 typhoon, the smoke-filled office experienced all the windows simultaneously blown open by this ferocious wind. The smoke was swiftly expelled from the room, leaving the air within significantly fresher. This was the terrifying power of a celestial-level warrior. Wu Kuei and the others were left in awe, but after executing this feat, He Dongsheng calmly stated, "Come in." Yi Chu slowly pushed open the office door. Unaware of the events that had transpired within, he first greeted the visibly anxious principal and several grade directors before turning to the burly middle-aged man seated in the principal's chair. "This is Director He of our Zhanghai Education Bureau," Principal Wu Kuei promptly introduced. "Hello, Director He," Yi Chu greeted politely. "The reason I called you here is to seek your opinion. I intend to send you to the neighboring Jiangdong Special High School for your studies, essentially transferring you. What do you think?" He Dongsheng wasted no time, directly stating the purpose of Yi Chu's summons. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu's eyes brightened. He had anticipated this moment, yet the reality of it filled him with an undeniable excitement. There are only a handful of special high schools nationwide. Furthermore, the admission criteria for these institutions are exceedingly stringent. Even though Yi Chu had demonstrated immense potential in the second assessment, without the recommendation of Longhua's high-ranking officials, he would not gain entry. Clearly, Director He intended to nurture him, facilitating his journey to a better educational environment. I have no objections," Yi Chu replied without hesitation. Chapter 12. The Harsh Reality. Resolute determination. Yi Chu's enthusiastic agreement plunged the room into a momentary silence. Principal Wu Kuei opened his mouth, wanting to interject, but was interrupted by He Dongsheng's sudden laughter. "Child, you likely do not grasp the true implications of what a special high school represents, do you?" He Dongsheng laughed heartily, and after finally suppressing his mirth, he regarded Yi Chu with a knowing smile. Yi Chu instinctively furrowed his brow, delving into his mind for further information about special high schools. In the current era of high martial arts, only 7 cities among Longwa's 42 provinces have been elevated to the status of special administrative districts. Moreover, special high schools can only be found within these districts. What does attending a special high school signify? It means access to superior resources and guidance from elite national instructors. It is said that students graduating from special high schools must at least attain the strength of a tiger-level warrior. Yi Chu articulated what he knew at a measured pace, then looked up at Yi Dongsheng, eager to discern any gaps in his understanding. Indeed, it seems you have done some research. However, your knowledge is still woefully insufficient. Yi Dongsheng remarked, noting Yi Chu's apparent interest in the special high school, that he realized that this young man was not the naive simpleton he had initially assumed. His expression grew serious. Some aspects are not as straightforward as they appear. You know that students who graduate from a special high school achieve tiger-level strength. But do you know what happens to those who do not graduate? Yi Dongsheng instinctively reached into his pocket to retrieve a cigar to light. However, upon glancing at Yi Zhu, he silently returned it to its place. Subsequently, one of his hands began to fiddle with the notebook he carried. When he turned his computer towards Yi Zhu, the screen displayed a scene of brutal combat between humanity and monstrous beasts. Observing this, Yi Zhu's brows furrowed slightly. He refrained from voicing any questions and instead keenly scrutinized the intentions of this director, eager to uncover the truth he wished to convey. Yet, as he gazed upon the unfolding images, a fine sheen of sweat began to bead upon his forehead. The footage primarily showcased 4 human warriors engaged in a fierce struggle against a horde of insectoid creatures, each the size of an ordinary wolf. Initially captivated by the intensity of the battle, Yi Zhu's fascination waned when the first human warrior fell beneath the mutated insect's horn. His body gruesomely snapped in half, innards scattered across the ground. The brutality and bloodshed, the ease with which life was extinguished, rendered the once exciting combat scene utterly unpalatable. The 4 human warriors met their demise at the feet of the insect horde. Their corpses devoured piece by piece. Yi Zhu grasped the grave message director he intended to impart. The 4 human warriors appeared to be quite young, likely not much older than he. Yet their combat experience and prowess far surpassed his own. In the mere blink of an eye, the golden dragon fish vanished from Yi Chu's line of sight. How could he possibly let slip a duck that was already within his grasp? Among creatures of the same tier, there exists a hierarchy of strength that a creature like the golden dragon fish, with its singular method of attack and feeble lethality, is only suited to prey upon lower-tier beasts. Before the molten furnace turtle, it was akin to a hunter wielding a butcher's knife, while the fish was merely awaiting its fate. Fortunately, the molten furnace turtle is an amphibious creature, adept at navigating the waters with commendable swiftness. The lake was of limited expanse, and Yi Chu, commanding the molten furnace turtle, initiated a siege against the Tier 3 golden dragon fish. With the wisdom of humanity, he would not foolishly chase after its tail. Camouflage, inducement, lurking, and seizing the opportune moment. How could the golden dragon fish hope to escape the clutches of Yi Chu? The commotion caused by the 2 colossal beings clashing in the water was indeed considerable. The once tranquil lake surface began to ripple with increasing frequency. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of the lake, a colossal entity was stirring quietly. After exerting tremendous effort, Yi Chu finally severed the head of the golden dragon fish from its body. The fish's head, now blinking in terror, began to sink slowly towards the lake's bottom. In the meantime, the molten furnace turtle, under Yi Chu's control, commenced feasting on its hard-won bounty, rapidly replenishing its vitality. Vitality increased by 2.6. Vitality increased by 3.1. Just as Yi Chu was savoring his meal, the innate instinct of wild beasts in the face of peril abruptly froze him in place. In the next moment, Yi Chu felt a shiver run through his entire being, leading him to abandon the remaining half of the fish and propel the turtle's body with all its might towards the lake's surface. The molten furnace turtle burst forth from the water. It arced high into the air, preparing to crash down onto the grass ahead. Suddenly, a tremendous column of water erupted from the river, and a massive maw narrowly brushed past the turtle's form. After missing its target, it plunged back into the lake, generating waves that surged across the surface, reminiscent of a whale lurking beneath the water. Having personally experienced such a perilous scene, Yi Chu stood bewildered at the water's edge, his entire turtle body trembling uncontrollably. What on earth was that? Yi Chu's heart raced. The 3-meter-long golden dragonfish had already been quite imposing, but that recent massive creature, with its gaping maw, could surely swallow 5 or 6 of those fish whole. Moreover, in the heat of the moment, Yi Chu had instinctively focused solely on escaping, failing to glimpse even a single detail of that monstrous being. Thus, he remained ignorant of the true nature of the creature. The only certainty he held was that such a beast should not exist on the outskirts of Zhanghai City. It was typically found deep within the beast-infested regions of the mountains. Damn, that was a close call. Although it was merely a spawn of the beast, its connection to the main body meant that Yi Chu could still feel the agony of death, but he could no longer linger in this lake. Henceforth, he would have to seek prey on dry land. Casting a final glance at the lake that haunted him, Yi Chu directed the molten furnace turtle away into the distance. Chapter 14. Trait Restraint. Absurd Notions Beast Spawn. Molten Furnace Turtle Growth Phase. Life Level. Tier 3 Beast. Slight Mutation. Vitality. 49,100 Mutation Ability. Attack inflicts burning. Enhanced Shell Defense. Defense inflicts fire poison effect. Danger Warning. Innate Skill. Having consumed a portion of the golden dragonfish. The Molten Furnace Turtle's vitality surged to 49, and it assimilated the fish's soul mutation ability. Danger Warning. This very ability would enable it to escape from perilous situations at critical moments. Alas, had it been able to devour the entire golden dragonfish, the turtle's vitality would have reached at least 60 points. Now, upon reaching dry land, the turtle's speed would be significantly diminished, complicating the hunt. Through the molten furnace turtle's perspective, Yi Chu began to survey the landscape beyond the human city. Towering ancient trees stretched infinitely, and even the most ordinary of withered grass from his past life now reached over a meter in height. The resurgence of spiritual energy had caused vegetation to grow wildly, and after over 300 years of development, nature had reverted to its primitive state. Vast and grand, a gray wolf, standing over 2 meters tall, ambled past the molten furnace turtle. Its massive form rivaled that of an ordinary elephant, and its sharp teeth left Yi Chu astounded that as he observed the gray wolf approaching with a glimmering gaze. Yi Chu understood that the molten furnace turtle would not stand a chance against such a creature. Both powerful and agile, he instinctively withdrew his limbs and head into the safety of his shell. The gray wolf, seemingly familiar with the impenetrable defenses of turtle-like beasts, cautiously approached, sniffing the air around the molten furnace turtle. Then, it opened its maw and sank its teeth into the turtle's shell, producing a sharp, grating sound. After a prolonged assault, the gray wolf's razor-sharp teeth left not a single mark upon the turtle's shell. The wolf, disheartened, abandoned its interest and turned away. It is a Tier 3 beast. Pity that it possesses a natural advantage on land. Otherwise, observing closely, Yi Chu caught sight of the gray wolf's information panel. IT-2 was a Tier 3 beast that if he could consume it, there was no telling how much his vitality might surge, potentially reaching a breakthrough. Regrettably, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. As Yi Chu listened to the rustling sounds of the gray wolf retreating, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion of footsteps and faint whimpering, indicative of an injured beast. A thought struck him, and he quickly peered out to observe the gray wolf once more. There it was, the immense gray wolf, now crouched on the ground, its front paws desperately scratching at its mouth in a state of agony. It was the fire poison. Yi Chu's eyes brightened. He had been pondering this very notion. The turtle shell was coated with a layer of potent fire poison, and the gray wolf had gnawed at it for quite some time. Surely it had some effect. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Yi Chu made a decisive move, extending his limbs from the shell and charging towards the struggling gray wolf. Though the molten furnace turtle was not as large as the wolf, its weight was more than double that of the creature. When it charged forward, it resembled a small mountain, causing the ground to tremble with each step. The gray wolf, gravely injured, revealed a gory maw as its fur was eroded away by the pain. In its agony, it attempted to rise and flee, but Yi Chu was already upon it. The turtle's hefty body collided with the wolf, akin to a vehicle crashing into its target. Simultaneously, Yi Chu unleashed a biting attack, sinking his jaws into the wolf's neck. As the wolf was about to be sent flying, Yi Chu's grip on its neck caused it to merely thrash violently before collapsing to the ground. The gray wolf attempted to struggle in its final moments, but the molten furnace turtle, though weakened on land, had gained a significant boost in its attack capabilities, with the water's oppressive force no longer hindering its speed or burning abilities. The turtle's bite not only pierced the wolf's throat but also ignited sparks of flame at the wound. Fire, with its natural advantage against fur-covered creatures, proved devastating. The gray wolf succumbed within a minute, its body surrendering completely. Dawai Ichu could now indulge in another feast. Having learned from the previous experience, he remained vigilant, consuming the gray wolf's remains while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Any hint of danger would prompt an immediate defensive posture. In such a perilous environment, even the slightest caution was warranted. Soon, the gray wolf's carcass was devoured to the extent that only its hind legs remained. Just as Ichu prepared to continue his meal, a sharp cry echoed from above. The cry of a hawk. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he instinctively withdrew into his shell, bracing for the impending attack. A massive shadow enveloped the molten furnace turtle, and enormous claws descended before Yichu's eyes. However, the great avian beast aimed for the remnants of the gray wolf, seizing the remaining hind legs and bones before disappearing into the sky. This scene evoked memories of nature documentaries Yichu had watched, encapsulating the brutal reality of survival. The weak are devoured by the strong, even if one possesses the ability to capture prey. The spoils of the hunt will always belong to the mightier. Dawai Ichu had suffered an unjust loss, yet there was naught he could do but continue searching for prey. At this moment, he glanced once more at the molten furnace turtle's status panel. Beast spawn, molten furnace turtle, growth phase, life level, tier 3 beast, slight mutation, vitality, 72,100 mutation ability, attack inflicts burning. Enhanced shell defense, defense inflicts fire poison effect, danger warning, innate skill. Low tier speed boost vitality had surged to an impressive 72 points. Simultaneously, the furnace turtle absorbed the physical attributes of the gray wolf, resulting in an enhancement of its mobility. This improvement greatly facilitated its terrestrial predation. However, the repeated accumulation of mutation abilities sparked a sudden thought in Yichu's mind. If I were to consume that mutated falcon, would the furnace turtle grow wings? This absurd notion, once it took root in Yichu's mind, became inescapable. That he believed that such a mythical level talent was so powerful that it could not only exaggerate the growth speed of his beastly avatar, but also feasibly allow for the cross-species enhancement of wings. If the furnace turtle were to acquire the ability to fly, the magnitude of that enhancement would be monumental, and would its original form also gain some unique traits as a result? Chapter 15, Core Information. A generation of talents. During the remaining half of the day, Yichu manipulated the body of the furnace turtle, aimlessly searching for food within the vast primordial forest. Yet, this was merely the outermost region of the beast zone. As a third-tier beast, he was already the sovereign of this area. His enormous size combined with the unique aura of a third-tier beast instilling fear in the first and second-tier beasts, causing them to avoid him entirely. The hunting ability of the furnace turtle on land was rather limited. After wandering around for half a day without encountering a single beast, Yichu had no choice but to resort to his old method, retracting all 4 limbs into his shell and utilizing his natural camouflage to pose as a massive rock. Waiting for an unsuspecting beast to stumble into his jaws. As time trickled by, Yichu felt as though he had dozed off within the body of the furnace turtle. Fortunately, just before dusk, he fortuitously captured a second-tier mountain hare, allowing his vitality for the day to stabilize at a total of 81 points. As soon as Yichu's consciousness returned to his original body, he was greeted by the gurgling sounds emanating from within. Having not eaten for an entire day, he felt his vision blur upon returning to his body. He hurriedly made his way to the kitchen to hastily reheat the remnants of his breakfast, devouring them ravenously. This act rejuvenated his waning spirit somewhat. Body, Yichu talent, beast avatar, unique mythical level, traits, low-tier fire poison, low-tier defense, danger perception, low-tier speed vitality, 2.6, 16.2 mental strength 1. 2.4 at the dining table. Gazing at his current information panel, Yichu experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment that if things continued to progress this way, he would not need to risk engaging in battles with those beasts. He could safely remain within the city and would eventually stand invincible in the world. However, he was not the type to be complacent with the status quo. Leveraging his formidable strength to gain early insight into the true nature of this world could only serve to benefit him. Ding, ding, ding. The notification sound from his phone suddenly rang out. Yichu picked up his phone to find an email from Principal Wu Kuei. Core information of Jiangdong City Special High School. Upon glancing at the email's title, Yi Chu's interest peaked that he opened it to find a dense array of text interspersed with numerous photographs. The first half detailed the development history of the special high school, which Yi Chu skimmed over. The latter half, however, captured his keen interest. Jiangdong City Special High School, Class 305, Representative Profiles. Senior Class Leader, Wu Tianfang. Hailing from a traditional martial arts family, a talent awakener, and ranked first on the Jiangdong City Talents list. Age, 18 talent. Mental type, Sword Spirit Communication Martial Path. Sword Cultivation, Telekinesis Evaluation. A natural-born swordsman with immense potential for future development, expected to become a figure of great importance in the Dragon Nation's defense. First assessment score, 7.9 Vitality, Average Value. 1,130 second assessment score, 21.4 Vitality, Average Value. 39405 third assessment score, 51.4 Vitality, Average Value. 104250 current status. 5th tier martial artist, Master of Wind Sword, Student Council President of the Special High School. Upon reading this, Yi Chu could not help but narrow his eyes that Wu Tianfang was merely a year older than him. Yet he had already reached the formidable level of a 5th tier martial artist. With a talent in the most potent combat category, his assessment scores were truly a testament to his superiority. His second assessment score surpassed Yi Chu's by over twice, while the third assessment reached an unimaginable level for an ordinary person. Yi Chu recalled that the most outstanding graduate from Zhanghai No. 1 High School in the past 300 years had a maximum vitality of merely 7.5 upon graduation. The average values he possessed must be attributed to the special high school's early introduction to ancient martial arts, thus elevating them beyond common comprehension. This comparison clearly indicated that the special high school was indeed a breeding ground for exceptional talents. That Yi Chu calmed his racing thoughts and continued to read. Following Wu Tianfang was a female student, and upon seeing her accompanying talent, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Senior Class Vice Leader, Lu Sihui, from a Miao witchcraft family, a talent awakener, and ranked 5th on the Jiangdong City Talents list. Age, 17 talent. Beast Control Mastery Martial Path. Beast Manipulation, Judo, Poison Alchemy Evaluation. Possessing formidable beast-controlling talent. Expected to single-handedly command an army, defending the western gate of the Dragon Nation. First assessment score, 6. 5 Vitality, Average Value. 930 second assessment score, 16.7 Vitality, Average Value. 22467 third assessment score, 64 Vitality, Average Value. 85312 current status, 5th tier martial artist, Beast King Dominator, Student Council Vice President of the Special High School. Witchcraft Representative. The mastery over beast control implied the ability to tame any type of beast, which was quite extraordinary. Especially considering the leap from the second to third assessment. What had Lu Sihui experienced to witness such a surge in vitality by nearly 40 points within a year? This revelation was eye-opening. After perusing the core information of the special high school sent by the principal, Yi Chu realized that his previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. Each individual within this special high school was indeed a monster. Although the vice leader's vitality surpassed that of the leader, she could still only hold the position of vice leader. It was evident that Wu Tianfang's true strength was terrifyingly formidable. With his own vitality barely reaching 20 and lacking the enhancement of ancient martial arts, he indeed paled in comparison to these individuals. Having heard of the immense competitive pressure within the special high school, where some had even been driven to madness, Yi Chu understood that he must seize the day tomorrow to strive diligently. He could not afford to agree to transfer schools today, only to be met with embarrassing news shortly thereafter. At this moment, Yi Chu felt a surge of pressure. Nonetheless, he opted to rest for the night, planning to continue hunting with the furnace turtle the following morning. After all, dividing his consciousness was immensely taxing on his mental strength. Without adequate rest, he could easily suffer from mental fatigue. The night passed quietly. As Yi Chu lay in bed the next morning, his spiritual consciousness had already transferred to the furnace turtle. During the time Yi Chu was not in control, the furnace turtle remained motionless within its shell, displaying no inclination to hunt. Truly, it was a testament to the languid nature of tortoise-like creatures, exhibiting no sense of urgency whatsoever. Yi Chu let out 2 soft clicks, and had no choice but to control the massive body of the furnace turtle, beginning his search for sustenance amidst the forest. Now, having advanced to the late stage of a third-tier mutant beast, the furnace turtle had grown to an imposing 2 meters in size, surpassing even the gray wolf he had encountered previously. Its movements caused the earth to tremble, creating a considerable commotion. After traversing less than 300 meters, Yizhu despondently collapsed onto the ground. This simply wouldn't do. The noise it generated, coupled with the fierce aura emanating from the furnace turtle, meant that before encountering any prey, they would likely be frightened away. He did not anticipate another situation like yesterday, where the prey would inadvertently come upon him, yet continuing to wait idly for a chance encounter. He might not reap any rewards throughout the day, but he still hoped that the furnace turtle could successfully break through to the 4th tier of mutant beasts today, that I in his moment of worry. Yizhu leaned the furnace turtle's body against a towering ancient tree as he gazed at the thick roots of the tree before him. A sudden realization struck him, and his eyes brightened with newfound clarity. Chapter 16. The Path of Development. Advancing to 4th tier when it comes to the mutated creatures of the era of spiritual energy revival, besides those that have evolved into mutant beasts. Aren't plants also mutated beings? Moreover, they are among the life forms that have benefited the most during this era of spiritual energy revival. Perhaps, Yizhu formed a bold hypothesis and immediately controlled the furnace turtle's jaws to bite down upon the roots of the ancient tree. These towering trees, abundant throughout the land, not only possess massive sizes, but also exhibit an unexpectedly hard exterior. In the 30th year of the High Martial Era, human scientists had already considered these ancient trees as one of the raw materials for repairing damaged human cities. For any other 3rd-tier mutant beasts at the outer fringes of this mutant beast zone, it would be nearly impossible to harm the exterior of such an ancient tree. Yet for the furnace turtle, which inherently possesses formidable biting power along with fire attribute burning and fire poison attribute corrosion, it was not such a daunting task. Like iron pincers, its jaws clamped down ferociously upon the tree's roots. A crisp sound echoed, followed by the sizzling of sparks and the crackling of corrosion. The roots of the ancient tree were instantly pierced by the furnace turtle's bite, and the continuous damage began to decompose the entire branch, which ultimately ended up in the turtle's mouth. Biting into that branch was akin to gnawing on a stone. Gritting his teeth, Yizhu forced it down into his stomach. 1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds. The anticipated notification did not arrive. Just as Yizhu began to doubt his assumptions, a chime sounded. Ding. The mutant beast avatar, Furnace Turtle, has devoured a mutated plant, increasing its vitality by 0.25. Yizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was beneficial. However, the primary reason lay in the mythic level talent that endowed the mutant beast avatar with unparalleled growth capabilities. Had an ordinary mutant beast attempted to consume this mutated plant, it would yield only a meager increase of 0.01 in vitality each time, thus depleting this primordial forest long ago. This was a privilege unique to Yizhu's mutant beast avatar. Now, looking around at the densely packed ancient trees within the forest, Yizhu realized that these were boundless sources of wealth for him. Completely abandoning the notion of growing through the predation of other mutant beasts, Yizhu transformed into a tree-cutting machine. He began by gnawing on the relatively slender trunks of the ancient trees. Although the process was slow and took a full 3 hours to sever one towering ancient tree in half, he gained 5 points in vitality growth from it. While not a substantial amount, it was enduring that if 3 hours could yield a 5-point increase in vitality, he would surely reach the culmination of the 3rd-tier mutant beast today. With this thought, Yizhu was filled with renewed vigor and diligently gnawed at the tree bark. Unaware of how much time had passed, as the light in the forest gradually dimmed, Yizhu inadvertently discovered a pristine white flower emitting a faint glow beneath the fallen giant tree. Had he not been meticulous in his gnawing, he surely would not have noticed this special plant, especially as darkness fell. Spiritual herb? Yizhu exclaimed in surprise that in the High Martial Era, not only did the wild beast possess varying degrees of growth talent, but so too did plants. Those with powerful growth talents, after being nourished by spiritual energy and the passage of time, would transform into spiritual plants. Spiritual herbs can be utilized to concoct various potions, such as the Berserk Elixir made from fire spirit flowers, the recovery potion derived from sweet bamboo grass, and speed potions created from wind bell leaves. Yizhu was uncertain what type of spiritual herb lay before him, or its potential effects. However, the beastly instincts of the furnace turtle indicated that this entity posed no danger to him. Rather, it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Yizhu swallowed the pale flower whole. Ding! the mutant beast avatar, Furnace Turtle, has devoured the turbid spirit flower, greatly enhancing its sense of smell and simultaneously gaining a natural perception of spiritual transformation plants. The restriction on the Furnace Turtle's advancement to 4th-tier mutant beast has been lifted. At the moment the notification sounded, Yizhu experienced an extraordinary sensation. His sense of smell became more acute and clear, and he began to detect faint, alluring fragrances, fresh and tantalizing. Was this the natural perception of spiritual transformation plants? He had indeed acquired an incredible ability. This unexpected delight stirred Yizhu's emotions that in human society, spiritual herbs hold immense value due to their scarcity. Even the most basic spiritual herbs could fetch over 1 million dragon coins. The prices for those with powerful attributes are limitless. That he recalled that in recent years, the Dragon Kingdom had besieged a heavenly-grade monster in the Alpine Beast Mountain range at its border and obtained a miraculous spiritual herb capable of altering one's innate talent. During that time, the herb was coveted by the nations of Jojo, sparking near-national wars over its possession. Now, with the Furnace Turtle possessing the ability to sense spiritual transformation plants, his true form would undoubtedly gain some benefit as well. In the future, should he have the opportunity to venture out and hunt, perhaps he could strike it rich with this newfound ability. Ah, how delightful life had become! With a buoyant spirit, Yizhu found the bark to possess an exquisite flavor. Ding! The mutant beast avatar, Furnace Turtle, has successfully broken through to the 4th tier of mutant beasts. It has advanced to the mutated level, enhancing its mutation capabilities. As night fell, after a day of diligent effort, Yizhu finally filled the Furnace Turtle's vitality to the brim, successfully advancing to the 4th tier of mutant beasts. The turtle's body swelled to over 3 meters, resembling a small mountain. Its crimson shell now bore spines that had developed to a formidable 30 centimeters in length, sharp as wolf fangs. The Furnace Turtle now truly deserved the title of a colossal beast. Mutant Beast Avatar, Furnace Turtle Mature Stage Vitality Level. 4th Tier Mutant Beast, Mutated Species, Vitality. 100,500 Mutation Abilities. Attack inflicts fire damage. Enhanced defensive capabilities of the Furnace Turtle's shell with partial retaliation. Defense includes fire poison effects, danger warning, inherent skill, mid-tier speed enhancement, spiritualized sense of smell, inherent skill, true form, Yizhu talent. Mutant Beast Avatar, unique mythic level, characteristics, mid-tier speed enhancement. Mid-tier defensive enhancement, low-tier fire burning, poison, low-tier defensive retaliation, danger perception, spiritualized sense of smell vitality. 2.7 20 mental power. 1.35 Yizhu's true form vitality had now exceeded 20 points, and he possessed 6 martial characteristics. Such panel information is already considered exceedingly luxurious for Yichu, who has yet to become a warrior. It is noteworthy that the fire poison characteristic, which previously corroded enemies upon attack, has now progressed to a low-level flame burn. Once Yichu's consciousness returned to his physical form, he immediately conducted a test. Under full exertion, flames flickered upon his fist, which could be aptly termed as a fire fist. Any location struck by this fire fist would also experience toxic corrosion. It was not only through punches, side kicks, knee strikes, and even headbutts would manifest wisps of flames as long as the force of the attack reached a certain threshold that in Chapter 17, titled The Era of High Martial Arts. Sudden Assault. During the 3 centuries following the onset of the High Martial Era, the relentless struggle for survival territory by monstrous beasts has led to severe fragmentation of national borders. Countless weaker towns have fallen victim to these beasts. For instance, the area once known as Zhongbei City, situated between Zhanghai City and Jiangdong City, with a population exceeding 40 million, succumbed entirely to a monstrous tide a century ago, transforming it into a paradise for these creatures. Such beast-infested zones number over 100 in the vast Dragon Nation, with the one outside Zhanghai City considered relatively low in rank among them. Early in the morning, Yichu boarded a bus heading towards the agreed East City Gate. As he approached the outskirts of the city, vehicles became scarce, and the surrounding buildings gradually fell into disrepair. Armed soldiers with loaded weapons and trucks transporting heavy artillery made it feel as though he had entered a military formation amidst a post-apocalyptic scene. When the bus entered an endless shadow, he realized they were nearing their destination, the towering city walls that protect Zhanghai City from beast incursions, standing at approximately 520 meters tall and 100 meters thick. This monumental city barrier was both awe-inspiring and formidable. The bus eventually came to a stop at the military passenger station by the East City Gate. Just as Yi Chu disembarked, a deep horn sounded behind him. An armed jeep halted at the station's entrance, where Yi Dongsheng, wearing dark sunglasses, cast a glance towards Yi Chu. "Come on, kid," Yi Dongsheng beckoned, that Yi Chu politely nodded and took his seat in the passenger side, next to the director, he of the bureau. Today, Yi Dongsheng donned a sharp and fashionable short-sleeved outfit, with a dazzling platinum badge pinned to his chest, making it hard to believe he was already 50 years old. This was largely due to the fact that, in the world of warriors, the stronger one was, the longer their lifespan tended to be. After picking up Yi Chu, Yi Dongsheng drove directly to the East City Gate, after presenting the necessary credentials to the city guards. They were promptly allowed passage through the gate. The thick city gate, 100 meters wide, felt akin to entering a tunnel. Approaching the edge of the gate revealed two distinct passages, one enveloped in barbed wire and heavy machine guns, and the other resembling the tunnel they had just traversed. With the advent of the high martial era, unless one became a warrior or was conscripted into the military, people rarely witnessed the sights beyond the city. Yi Dongsheng explained, pointing towards the thorny passage that leads outside the city to the beast-infested zone. Typically, only soldiers and warriors venture there. As the vehicle proceeded into the extended tunnel, Yi Dongsheng pressed the accelerator, catapulting the speed from 80 to over 160 miles per hour. The dim tunnel scenery flashed by, and the armed jeep soon emerged into a long tunnel, seemingly constructed of glass. Through the transparent glass, Yi Chu glimpsed scenes reminiscent of those he had seen while controlling the furnace turtle. Vast primordial forests bathed in sunlight filtered through towering ancient trees, 3-meter-tall deer with crimson eyes, and massive crocodiles by the lakeside. To his astonishment, he also spotted his beast avatar. That turtle-shaped beast is quite rare. Typically, turtle-like beasts have long lifespans and grow slowly. This one must have lived for at least 200 years. Moreover, such creatures are treasure troves. I should inform the military to retrieve that giant turtle and see if they can develop some formidable warrior armor from it. The vehicle sped by, and the furnace turtle's form was almost a blur. To his surprise, Yi Dongsheng too keenly noticed the creature. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Is this glass material really that sturdy? Aren't we at risk of being spotted by those beasts and attacked through this barrier? He quickly shifted the topic, as the threat posed by Director, he was far more terrifying than any beast. After all, he was a genuine heavenly-level powerhouse, capable of dispatching 100 furnace turtles without breaking a sweat. Not at all. This is a special material developed long ago by the Dragon Nation that allows visibility from the inside while appearing to be merely a stone tunnel from the outside. Yi Dongsheng explained with a smile, turning to scrutinize Yi Chu. Are you mentally prepared? Principal Wu should have shown you that document. Yi Chu, with clarity and composure in his eyes, nodded, but it seems you still don't quite grasp the nature of that elite high school. Yi Dongsheng chuckled, his laughter oddly unsettling for Yi Chu. In just over 10 minutes, the armed jeep traversed the 40-mile tunnel and passed through a city gate identical to that of Shanghai City. Yi Chu's vision expanded, and as the visage of this elite city unfolded before him, he was genuinely taken aback. In stark contrast to the four-line city of Shanghai, Jiangdong City boasted a dense array of towering skyscrapers stretching into the clouds. The city was not only home to humans, but also teemed with beasts roaming freely among the populace. Passers-by clad in martial arts attire appeared entirely unperturbed by the wild creatures darting through the streets. The Dragon Nation currently hosts 42 cities, with rankings determined by their overall combat strength. The elite cities stand as the 7 most potent in the nation. Here, ordinary citizens were absent. Only warriors capable of wielding weapons in times of crisis remained. Observing the awe in Yi Chu's eyes, Yi Dongsheng couldn't help but explain further. This elite city, aside from its high warrior population, combat prowess, and technological advancement, shares similarities with Shanghai City, featuring a variety of shops. Street vendors and laborers. Yi Dongsheng escorted Yi Chu to the entrance of the elite high school, a sprawling institution 10 times the size of Shanghai City's first high school. Kid, don't bring shame to the people of Shanghai City. Yi Dongsheng remained in the car, watching Yi Chu approach the formidable gates of what might very well become his personal hell, for reasons unbeknownst to him, as Yi Chu walked toward the school's entrance. His typically steady demeanor was tinged with an unusual quickening of his heartbeat. Just then, an instinctive sense of crisis enveloped him, triggering his danger warning ability. His muscles tensed, and his vital energy surged within him. Yi Chu suddenly turned around, only to find a pair of colossal claws, each nearly half his height, mere half a meter away. The immense claws were smeared with fresh blood and flesh, belonging to a 6-meter wingspan red-crested eagle that completely blotted out the sunlight. The danger warning, which should have kicked in much earlier, was delayed due to the beast's astonishingly swift dive. Just as its lethal claws were about to strike him, Yi Chu's instincts took over. In his previous form as the furnace turtle, he could swiftly retract into his shell, but now he had to rely on his hands to defend himself. There was no time to evade. With his right hand transformed into a claw, mirroring the piercing strike of the furnace turtle's jaws, he unleashed a burst of speed that left a residual blur, grasping one of the eagle's talons. He summoned all his strength and, leveraging the creature's momentum, hurled it backward towards the school entrance. The massive beast, weighing 2,000 pounds and with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters, was flung through the air and crashed into the school gate. Only after soaring some distance did the red-crested eagle regain its balance, frantically stabilizing itself with its wings. However, provoked by the affront, its eyes turned a fiery crimson and its dark gray feathers bristled. Preparing for a full-scale assault, the fourth-order exotic beast. Crimson-crested eagle, mature stage, vitality. 344 status. Enraged, focused, out of Master S control, as Yi Chu surveyed the entirety of this exotic beast, its information interface materialized before him. However, upon encountering the terms fourth-order crimson-crested eagle and out of Master S control, his eyes narrowed significantly. It dawned on him that the piece of gray wolf meat stolen from the furnace turtle was likely that of a fourth-order crimson-crested eagle. Furthermore, the phrase out of Master S control implied that this creature had been tamed by someone. It was indeed peculiar for a wild beast to intrude into this elite administrative zone. With a piercing cry that shattered the heavens, the eagle jolted Yi Chu back to reality. Having previously engaged in combat with exotic beasts of the same rank through a beast avatar, he was now able to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of this creature. Stop! Just as the crimson-crested eagle, filled with rage and humiliation, prepared to launch an attack, a sharp, melodious female voice suddenly echoed behind Yi Chu. Upon hearing this voice, the eagle's frenzied state immediately subsided, though its crimson gaze remained fixed on Yi Chu, as if regarding a formidable adversary. Noticing the situation had eased, Yi Chu relaxed and turned to face the source of the voice. To his surprise, he beheld a group of students, all sporting bloodstains and dressed in matching uniforms. The leader, with hands clasped behind his back and an air of haughty confidence, was surrounded by 6 floating long swords, reminiscent of a sword immortal from the novels of Yi Chu's previous life. The companions behind him each possessed unique traits. One bore a giant axe that dwarfed his entire frame, while another had a thorny whip slung at her waist. Her fair visage marred by frost, embodying the essence of an ice-cold beauty, that a third, despite the recent fierce conflict between man and beast, held a book in one hand, engrossed in its contents, amidst this eclectic group. The sole commonality was that these seemingly younger students exuded an aura of potent vitality that was palpably daunting. Among them, Yi Chu recognized 2 individuals: the proud swordsman with the 6 floating blades and the girl with the thorny whip. Were they not the top-ranking senior students, Wu Tianfeng and Lu Sihui, from the core dossier of the elite high school? The former was an awakened talent for sword resonance, while the latter was a master beast tamer. Contemplating this, Yi Chu stole another glance at the fourth-order crimson-crested eagle. Could it be that this exotic beast was tamed by Lu Sihui? As if sensing his thoughts, the exquisitely beautiful, yet icy Lu Sihui stepped forward from her group. Approaching Yi Chu, he could not help but notice her enviable figure. The elite high school uniform, crafted from the latest martial arts combat fabric developed in the Dragon Nation, featured a white base with azure decorative trims. The male uniform leaned towards a gentlemanly suit style, complete with a short cape, while the female version resembled a form-fitting attire, accentuating Lu Sihui's long, slender legs and curvaceous upper body to perfection. Without any intention to engage Yi Chu in conversation, Lu Sihui brushed past him. Puzzled, Yi Chu observed as she approached the crimson-crested eagle, which seemed to cower in her presence, bowing its head in submission. This resulted in Lu Sihui delivering a sharp rap on its head. The crisp sound caused the eagle to wobble slightly. Only then did Lu Sihui turn her gaze toward Yizhu. I sincerely apologize for startling you earlier. This creature is one I recently tamed, and it still harbors some wild instincts that IT didn't mean to attack you. It merely wanted to showcase its imposing stature. Unexpectedly, despite her frosty demeanor, Lu Sihui's words carried a touch of warmth, revealing a character that was not entirely aloof and disdainful. ITS, quite alright that as a newcomer. I may have overreacted, given her concession. Yizhu, not one to be overly sensitive, readily replied with a smile. Are you not from Jiangdong City? At this moment, the senior class leader behind Lu Sihui spoke up, contrasting her demeanor entirely. While Lu Sihui appeared cold yet approachable, Wu Tianfeng's tone was imbued with an undeniable air of superiority. No, why does it matter? Yizhu, accustomed to reciprocating smiles when met with kindness, found himself unfazed by the slight hostility that he had always been one to respond to disdain with boldness. It is merely a question, Wu Tianfeng retorted. Yet to Yizhu's surprise, he did not pursue the matter further, instead casting a disinterested glance away, seemingly unwilling to provoke a conflict. What peculiar individuals, Yizhu thought. A smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, feeling an odd sense of futility. Let us proceed. We need to report our findings to the administrative office. Wu Tianfeng swiftly redirected his group, leading them back into the school. The encounter, akin to a brief interlude, passed without further incident. Chapter 19. Simple exploration. Astonishing all on his first day at the elite high school, Yizhu fortuitously acquainted himself with some of the most formidable senior students. Once Wu Tianfeng and his companions had departed, Dongsheng, unbeknownst to Yizhu, had approached him from the side. With his broad hands, he slapped Yizhu's shoulder heartily. Didn't he see it coming, kid, in just 2 days? UV made considerable strides in strength. He exerted pressure on Yizhu's sturdy muscles. His outward calm belying the tumult within, Dongsheng had been alert to the sudden lunge of the crimson-crested eagle towards Yizhu. But having sensed no hostility from the creature, he chose to disregard it. Little did he know that this small oversight would lead to a shocking confrontation between Yizhu and the fourth-order exotic beast. The fourth-order crimson-crested eagle, hurtling towards him at a high speed, was no trivial matter. Yizhu had never fought a beast before, yet his ability to react in that critical moment was commendable. However, he had never anticipated that Yizhu not only managed to react, but even hurled the fourth-order beast away with his bare hands, giving Yizhu's vitality score of 9.6 and a physical average that had only just surpassed the 1,000 mark 2 days prior. It seemed impossible for him to withstand the impact of the eagle's dive. Such feats were typically achievable only by a martial artist of at least the second rank. Employing ancient martial techniques in just 2 days, had Yizhu's vitality surged to an astonishing level of 20 points. If not for the constraints of their current environment, Dongsheng would have eagerly retested Yizhu's vitality to uncover the true nature of this extraordinary individual. Fortunate, merely fortunate, Yizhu thought, feeling the pressure on his shoulder and suppressing a grimace that he understood that Dongsheng was testing his physical strength, and he endured the discomfort with a forced smile. Ah, there she is. That girl should be the one assigned to assist you. Quickly, go and check in.at. That moment. From the school's administrative office, a lively girl emerged, her striking figure accentuated by 2 bouncing ponytails. Her radiant smile suggested she was easy to get along with. Upon seeing her, Yizhu's first impression of the elite high school was that, regardless of other aspects, at least the girls here were exceptionally attractive. Hello, you must be Yizhu from Jianghai City? I'm Lu Lingling, the class monitor for the 2nd year, and I'll be your class monitor as well. Lu Lingling approached Yizhu, extending her delicate, fair hand. Yizhu smiled and shook her hand. However, the moment their hands connected, Yizhu sensed that this seemingly cheerful girl was far from ordinary. The warmth in her grip conveyed a vitality of at least 13 points. With a strength exceeding 1,500 yet, such physical prowess stirred little concern within Yizhu. In response, he tightened his grip, intensifying the pressure. Let go. Let go. Lu Lingling's expression shifted from a smile to one of discomfort as she struggled to free her hand. Yizhu, sensing her distress, relented, easing his grip. It was merely a simple test. I heard from the homeroom teacher that a remarkable student from Jianghai City is transferring here. This is the first time Jiangdong Elite High School has welcomed a transfer student. And I was just curious. Lu Lingling, despite the pain in her palm, managed to muster a smile as she explained that why Yi Chu was taken aback. Indeed, he had read in that prestigious high school core materials that since the establishment of the 7 elite high schools, there had never been a case of a transfer student. He was, in fact, the first individual in the world to transfer midway into an elite high school. Hello, Uncle He. I'll take your classmate to register right now. In the future, I will visit Uncle He's home in Jianghai City when I have time. After greeting Yi Chu, Lu Lingling turned her attention to Yi Dongsheng, clearly indicating that they were already acquainted. Go on. And remember to send my regards to your Uncle Lu, Yi Dongsheng said with an unusually amiable expression, waving his hand at the two, that Lu Lingling enthusiastically took Yi Chu's hand. But this time it was not for a test. Instead, she led Yi Chu into the school. Meanwhile, after Wu Tianfang and his companions reported their hunting achievements at the school's administrative office, Lu Sihui became rather curious about Yi Chu and casually inquired with the administrative staff. However, this inquiry led to a surprising revelation. Yi Chu was actually a special transfer student to Jiangdong Elite High School from Jianghai City. Tianfang, what does special admission signify? Lu Sihui asked curiously on their way back to the classroom. Her companions equally intrigued upon learning of Yi Chu's identity. Special admission had never occurred in the history of Longhua. This could only imply that Yi Chu had exhibited extraordinary performance during the second assessment. It was highly likely that he had awakened a talent, and it seemed to be in the realm of strength. Yet from the teacher's earlier remarks, it appeared this Yi Chu possessed more than one talent. A flicker of curiosity and confusion crossed Wu Tianfang's usually expressionless face as he spoke. His words instantly widened Lu Sihui and the other's eyes in astonishment. Dual talents. Such a prodigy is indeed worthy of special admission to an elite high school. Moreover, this individual is only in the second year of high school and can effortlessly withstand the charge of a red-crested eagle. He must be a remarkable anomaly. Lu Sihui couldn't help but recall the scene when she witnessed the clash between Yi Chu and the red-crested eagle. At that moment, she appeared expressionless, a result of having spent considerable time in this elite high school, where everyone often became emotionally numb. Yet inside, she had felt a surge of anxiety, fearing her extraordinary beast would cause a disaster. What astonished her, and even Wu Tianfang, was that Yi Chu, who seemed to lack any ancient martial arts knowledge and appeared weak, had so ferociously thrown the red-crested eagle away. Furthermore, she had only witnessed a similar reaction from the red-crested eagle once before. During a hunt for a fifth-tier Tsang wolf outside the city, where a being stronger than the red-crested eagle had posed a significant threat, prompting such a display of tension to Yi Chu. It seems that in the near future, our expedition team will be adding another member. Chapter 20. The Erie Campus. Brutal rules. Those who gain admission to elite high schools are all exceptional beings. However, among the multitude that enters, how many successfully advance to their final year? The number of those who graduate is even more minuscule. Within Wu Tianfang's group of 4, regardless of what transpired, their gaze remained fixed on the tall, slender boy engrossed in his book. This moment. He finally closed his book, squinted his eyes, and spoke with a gentle demeanor. Lu Sihui, upon hearing this, found herself momentarily speechless. They were all aware of the immense difficulty of progressing within the elite high school. Although the admission requirements seem exceedingly high, each year, Jiangdong Elite High School manages to enroll over 100 talented students from across the nation. Yet, after a year, only about 50 of those students make it to the second year. The probability of advancing to the third year is even lower, with only 17 making the CUT to AS for graduation. It is a topic best left unsaid. Aside from individuals like Wu Tianfang, who have begun frequently hunting in the B zone and are thus confident in their graduation prospects, the majority of other students face a high likelihood of needing to repeat 1 or 2 years. And in less favorable situations, it resembles the scene Yi Chu witnessed in the principal's office on the computer screen. Every year, students from elite high schools perish at the hands of beasts in their quest to graduate. Lu Lingling, with her soft, jade-like hand, unreservedly held on to Yi Chu's as they traversed through the school's teaching building. Arriving at the true core of the institution, you are the first transfer student to this elite high school, and starting from the second year indicates that you are quite strong and possess immense potential. Otherwise, even if you transferred, you would typically begin in the first year. Lu Lingling enthusiastically explained the dynamics of the elite high school to Yi Chu. As she spoke, she pointed to the 30-meter-high wall on the right side of the school. which housed the first-year students at in elite high school. First-year students begin their studies in ancient martial arts. She then gestured to the left side, where a towering, 60-meter-tall ochre wall stood, indicating the area designated for third-year students. Yi Chu's expression grew perplexed as he examined the peculiar high walls on either side, wondering why the elite high school had specifically segregated the three grades into separate districts. Just the second-year district alone was thrice the size of their entire Jianghai No. 1 high school. Class Monitor Lu, may I inquire how many students are currently in each grade? Moreover, I heard you mention class leaders for both the third and second years. Does that mean there is only one class per grade? Yi Chu voiced his inner doubts. What do you think? Do you believe there are many students in elite high schools? Or do you think there are many prodigies like you in Longhua? Lu Lingling shot a peculiar glance at Yi Chu, her smile growing sweeter as she regarded her seemingly uninformed classmate. There is little point in me telling you all this that you'll learn everything as you spend time here. However, there is one thing I must inform you in advance. Lu Lingling turned back to continue leading Yi Chu forward until they passed through a long corridor of a teaching building. What unfolded before Yi Chu was a vast and exquisitely beautiful estate area. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared to contain over 100 villas scattered throughout. Strangely, however, instead of residing in the many available villas, several disheveled and emaciated students had set up camp on the estate's lawn. Upon spotting Lu Lingling and Yi Chu, their eyes glinted with a feral intensity, reminiscent of wild beasts. This scene, occurring within the seemingly prestigious elite high school, appeared all the more bizarre. Lu Lingling seemed accustomed to it, continuing forward without a glance back. Yet, her free hand discreetly reached for her waist, and when she extended it again, she bore a golden claw-like weapon. Yi Chu noted this detail, beginning to grasp the cruel survival rules concealed within this ostentatiously magnificent elite high school. Fortunately, those seemingly ill-intentioned students did not take any extreme actions, and Lu Lingling successfully led Yi Chu into one of the unoccupied villas. With an iris recognition unlocking mechanism, they entered the room. Once inside, Lu Lingling let out a slight sigh of relief, placing the golden claw back in her waist bag. Facing Yi Chu, she revealed a sweet smile once again. That I must inform you in advance, Junior. Living within the elite high school entails that every action requires credits, including the most basic necessities such as accommodation and meals. She turned to glance through the villa's window, nodding towards the group of students who resembled vagrants. Those individuals are our classmates who have exhausted their credits and can no longer afford to reside in villas or buy meals. I know what you were pondering earlier. Why the already limited number of students in elite high schools is divided into 3 separate districts. Correct. Lu Lingling's crescent moon smile concealed a profound sorrow. Subsequently, she ceased to mask her numbed heart with a smile, and, turning to Yi Chu, he could perceive the shadows of Wu Tianfeng, Lu Sihui, and others reflected in her expression. Survival of the fittest. The defeated must retreat. Every grade constantly faces the pressures of life and study. The division into 3 districts merely signifies different consumption levels. Students who lack the means to earn credits cannot advance and will inevitably be eliminated. This is certainly preferable to perishing at the jaws of beasts in the 3rd year. Lu Lingling leaned in closer to Yi Chu, her exquisitely crafted yet somewhat cold visage near him. Wouldn't you agree, Yi classmate? The words, cold and devoid of warmth, spilled from her lips that in the next moment. That signature smile re-emerged on her face, as if the person who had just spoken was not her at all. At that instant, Yi Chu truly comprehended the ruthless nature of this elite high school, where the laws of survival from a primitive society, where the strong thrive, were flawlessly applied. Here, every student was a competitor to one another. Ah, Yi classmate, here is your student ID, which contains 10,000 credits. That should suffice for your stay in this villa for a couple of days. There are classes in the afternoon at the academy. Your student ID will remind you that, so do your best, and we shall meet again this afternoon. After laying out all the necessary details, Lu Lingling waved her hand with a smile and turned to leave the villa where Yi Chu resided. Chapter 21. The Currency of All Things. The first lesson having arrived at the elite high school for barely half a day, the brutal reality left Yi Chu feeling a profound sense of astonishment. He glanced at the student ID that Lu Lingling had entrusted to him. IT was a technological marvel, the size of a mobile phone, equipped with a display screen to AT that moment. It was showcasing his photo and information. Elite high school. Grade 2 student, age 16, Yi Chu. Credits, 9,860. Accommodation expenses deducted. But wasn't it supposed to be 10,000 credits? He had only just arrived, and already 140 credits had been deducted, though Yi Chu had yet to inquire about how to earn credits. The sight of the wandering souls outside the villa indicated that such credits were not easily acquired. Noticing that the credits section of the student ID appeared clickable, he tentatively pressed it. Immediately, a detailed categorization of daily credit expenditures for Grade 2 students was displayed, divided into 3 main categories: living, learning, and enhancement. Living expenses, accommodation, 1-star villa 5,000 per day meals, 300 per meal hygiene, 120 times supplies, 1-star to 3-star 1,200 to 1,500 battle uniform, 15,000 restroom. 40. Merely glancing at the expenditures for living expenses left Yi Chu feeling overwhelmed. Spending credits on meals and accommodation was one thing, but to require 40 credits for a restroom visit, it truly meant that everything in this place relied on credits for sustenance. That Yi Chu began to grasp why those displaced students were indeed adrift. Observing the villa that demanded 5,000 credits for a single day's stay, he realized that if he failed to earn that amount, he too would have to wander like those students, homeless within the school. Suddenly, Yi Chu felt that merely standing around was a waste. Every passing moment was costing him precious credits, but he promptly approached the luxurious sofa, selecting the most comfortable position, and reclined awkwardly. Once settled, he resumed exploring the expenditures for learning and enhancement. Learning expenses: martial artist level 1-star breathing technique, 3,000 1-star body refinement technique, 4,500 1-star beast mastery technique, 6,000 1-star combat technique, 8,000 1-star sword manual, 1750 1-star judo technique, 12,500 enhancement expenses, vitality test, body data 1,500 per session training room, 600 per hour 1-star simulation combat room, 1,500 per hour potions and supplies, 1-star 1,200 to 1,600. As Yi Chu perused the various categories, his eyes widened in realization, and he understood the immense depth of this elite high school. Take, for instance, the 1-star techniques in the enhancement category. The vast majority could not be purchased with money in the external market. Only a few basic techniques, such as the breathing and body refinement techniques, could be acquired through official channels. However, items that could directly and effectively enhance a martial artist's strength typically started at millions of dragon coins. Within the borders of Dragon Country, there were indeed many wandering cultivators. Yet the techniques they practiced were hardly even rated and were merely fragments or combat skills that paled in comparison to these authentic and orthodox ancient martial arts. Yi Chu felt that exchanging a mere few thousand credits for a 1-star technique was an incredible bargain, saving him millions of dragon coins. With this newfound understanding of the elite high school, his previously suppressed mood improved significantly. That he then began to explore the villa that demanded 5,000 credits daily. The villa's decor embraced a minimalist luxury style, with white as the core tone, devoid of excessively expensive embellishments. Yet it exuded an ambience that allowed one to feel utterly relaxed within its confines. The villa spanned 3 stories, equipped not only with a kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, but also high-tech training rooms, vitality testing devices, and projection systems for techniques, all aimed at facilitating students' cultivation. That Yi Chu soon realized precisely where the villa's exorbitant price stemmed from. Although these amenities also incurred credit costs, they were comparatively less expensive than the more specialized instruments within the school. After thoroughly investigating the villa, Yi Chu felt somewhat mentally fatigued and thought to lie down for a moment, but to his surprise, the lavish bed, measuring an impressive 2.5 meters, held its own mysteries. Dear resident, your current emotional state exhibits a significant degree of anxiety, and your mental energy appears depleted. Negative emotional consumption can impose a burden on your vitality. Please rest appropriately. As he sank into the soft embrace of the bed, an artificial intelligence voice began to report Yi Chu's physical condition from the countertop by the window. Following the butler's reminder, a gentle fragrance wafted into the room from an unknown source. The soothing aroma, combined with the softness of the bed, lulled Yi Chu into a deep slumber. Time passed unnoticed. Suddenly, the student ID nestled in his pocket emitted a reminder for class. However, ensconced in profound sleep, Yi Chu remained oblivious. The display indicated that his afternoon ancient martial arts class would commence in 30 minutes, initiating the end of sleep mode. The faint fragrance in the room transitioned to a different scent, not overpowering, yet sufficient to naturally rouse Yi Chu, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. This sleep experience had utterly captivated Yi Chu. Indeed, there was a reason for its luxury, once one became accustomed to such an exquisite lifestyle. Returning to the ordinary would be exceedingly difficult to bear. With a wry smile, Yi Chu sighed and promptly rolled off the bed. He quickly tidied his attire and followed the guidance on his student ID. Making his way from the student accommodation area to the entrance of a classroom in the teaching zone. With 10 minutes remaining before class began, he was the last to arrive. All the other grade 2 students, even those who appeared to have not eaten for several days, were already seated with poised demeanor in the classroom. Logically, one would expect his arrival as a new student to spark a wave of discussion. However, this was an elite high school, and one could not rely on conventional reasoning that as Yi Chu stepped into the classroom. Apart from the smiling Lu Lingling, no one else cast him a glance. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Realizing this, Yi Chu could only find an empty seat at the back of the classroom. When the bell rang, a portly, affable middle-aged teacher entered the room precisely on time. In this regard, the classroom routine was no different from that of the Zhonghai No. 1 high school, where Yi Chu had previously studied. Yet when the middle-aged teacher spoke, Yi Chu was once again confronted with the absurdity of this elite high school. "Class is in session." The simple phrase caused the entire classroom to tremble. The teacher's voice, resonating like a lion's roar, was overwhelming. Yi Chu's eardrums throbbed painfully, and his mind momentarily blanked. Chapter 22, Elephant-Level Martial Artist, Qi Cultivation Methods, as that portly teacher stood at the podium. Looking down at the students with a kind smile, Yi Chu had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, when this seemingly gentle teacher unleashed the ancient martial arts lion's roar to announce the commencement of class, Yi Chu, caught off guard, felt his eardrums vibrate painfully, and his entire blood flow seemed to reverse in that instant. His fair complexion flushed with an unnatural hue, and his mind momentarily went blank. Once Yi Chu regained his senses, he noticed the middle-aged teacher regarding him with a look of astonishment. Glancing around, Yi Chu sought to gauge the reactions of his peers to this unexpected spectacle. To his surprise, the surrounding students remained seated, unfazed, with few displaying any signs of distress. This prompted Yi Chu to question his own perception. Was this terrifying sound wave effective only on him? Or was he indeed the weakest among them? "Forgive me, you must be Yi classmate, correct? The director mentioned your arrival this morning, but I forgot. What I just did was a test for the other students based on last lesson's content. It was my oversight that inadvertently affected you." The portly middle-aged teacher said apologetically, his expression sincere as he addressed Yi Chu to know, "It's my fault for not being informed of the situation in advance." Although Yi Chu felt somewhat disheartened, he understood the importance of navigating social niceties and did not wish to embarrass the teacher. He had yet to introduce their new classmate to everyone. "This is Yi Chu, a student from Zhonghai No. 1 high school, and he will henceforth be one of our companions," announced Lu Lingling, the class monitor, stepping forward to introduce Yi Chu. With Lu Lingling's introduction, all 52 students in the class turned their attention towards Yi Chu. When they learned that Yi Chu had not merely advanced from the first year, but had actually transferred from Zhonghai, a look of surprise spread across the previously indifferent faces of the students. "Yi Chu, this is M.R.L.I. Jangwo, the instructor for the second-year students specializing in ancient martial arts. M.R.L.I. is a formidable warrior of the elephant rank and possesses a very approachable demeanor. If you ever have any questions regarding ancient martial arts, feel free to ask Mr. Li," Lu Lingling continued, providing further context about the teacher. Yi Chu politely rose and offered a slight bow to Mr. Li. "It's all right, Yi Chu, please take a seat," Mr. Li replied with a warm smile. "In our last lesson, we discussed the concept of utilizing qi to control the body, enhancing our 5 senses to shield against spiritual, sonic, and hallucinatory attacks. I conducted a brief test and was pleased to see that everyone performed admirably. However, since we have a new classmate today, I shall begin anew with the fundamental practices of ancient martial arts as a review for everyone." Waving his hand for Yi Chu to sit down, M.R.L.I. commenced his lecture. Through Mr. Li's words, Yi Chu discerned what they had covered in the prior lesson, realizing the teacher's unique approach to starting the class. Indeed, even the most robust vitality, devoid of the enhancement of ancient martial arts, remains merely an unrefined gem awaiting cultivation. Ancient martial arts stand as humanity's true weapon for manifesting its inherent strength. From Mr. Li's resonant lion's roar, Yizhu fully grasped the significance of ancient martial arts to mankind. As I tirelessly elaborated on the origins of ancient martial arts, extending his discourse to the initial practices, Yizhu found himself more engrossed than ever before, hanging on to every word, fearing that even a single missed character might disrupt his understanding. When Li transitioned to discussing the methods of practicing ancient martial arts, a model of the human body projected onto each student's desk, its blue lines intricately illustrating the internal structure, the 12 major meridians, and the 720 acupoints. The human body is a treasure trove of limitless potential, especially with the advent of the era of high martial arts. The resurgence of spiritual energy has significantly elevated the value of this treasure. To practice ancient martial arts, one must excavate the foundation of this treasure. Where lies this foundation? Mr. Li animatedly gestured towards his lower abdomen. Dantian. Where a warrior cultivates qi, qi nourishes blood, and blood enhances strength. This strength is the weapon of humanity. Qi is the very essence of power. At this juncture, Mr. Li's demeanor underwent a striking transformation that a sudden surge of formidable energy emanated from him, causing Yizhu to instinctively tense. His heart profoundly shaken in that moment. Mr. Li seemed to transform entirely, from a gentle educator to a fierce awakened tiger, his presence overwhelming, sending a tingling sensation across every inch of Yizhu's skin. This was merely the manifestation of his aura. Yizhu couldn't fathom the scale of destruction should this elephant-ranked warrior engage in combat. This encapsulated the essence of a martial artist, the existence of qi. As Mr. Li's energy subsided and his expression softened once more, a projection of the method for cultivating qi appeared before Yizhu, a technique called the turtle breathing method. The procedure involved mimicking the unique breathing patterns of turtles, fostering awareness of the dantian while gathering qi within it. The emergence of the first qi vortex within the dantian signified the successful initiation into the turtle breathing method. Mastery of this technique marked the true commencement of one's journey as a martial artist. Yizhu, I will have the class monitor pass this turtle breathing method to you shortly. You may practice privately, Mr. Li stated. However, as he began to speak, he noticed Yizhu's peculiar state, that why Yizhu sat at his desk. His eyelids lowered, leaving a narrow slit, as if he were studying the turtle breathing method. Yet he exuded an aura of profound tranquility, reminiscent of a monk in meditation. Is he in a meditative state? Li pondered, slightly troubled that he had not anticipated that Yizhu, a newcomer to ancient martial arts, would so readily enter this state of meditation. While it suggested exceptional talent in martial cultivation, meditating in class was evidently against the rules. He hesitated to interrupt Yizhu's experience, recognizing the significance of initial insights for a novice practitioner. After surveying the classroom and witnessing the curious glances directed at Yizhu, Mr. Li assessed the depth of Yizhu's meditative state. I can grant you a maximum of 10 minutes. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the others, he resolved, though he felt a twinge of regret. Time was of the essence, and he would have to awaken Yizhu once the 10 minutes elapsed. Yet, just as all eyes were fixed upon Yizhu, a mere half-minute passed that a single strand of hair on Yizhu's forehead began to flutter slightly. This minuscule detail caused Mr. Li's eyes to widen in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, but upon glancing back at Yizhu, he found that the hair was no longer just a gentle sway. It was now dramatically lifted as though a breeze had stirred it. How is this possible? Has he truly mastered the entry-level technique already? I was momentarily at a loss, instinctively reaching for a device resembling a phone from his pocket, while his other hand began to manipulate it. In no time, Yizhu's entire history, his performances at Zhanghai No. 1 High School, and his test scores appeared before him, and he swiftly scanned through Yizhu's records, and after reviewing his remarkable achievements, he turned back to Yizhu in astonishment. Such prodigious talent I have never encountered in my lifetime. Has it truly been less than a minute to grasp the essence of qi so swiftly and with such intensity in the initial vortex indicates that this child possesses extraordinary vitality. Likely exceeding 15 points. A genius. No, a monster. Mr. Li marveled internally, his lips murmuring these thoughts aloud. All of this was overheard by Lu Lingling, the class monitor seated in the front row. From the moment she shook hands with Yizhu, she sensed that this transfer student was far from ordinary. His vitality was at least on par with hers, which she found troubling given her background at an elite institution, where her vitality had been rapidly enhanced through superior nutrition and access to top-tier training equipment. Yet the fact that Yi Zhu, a student from a fourth-tier city attending an ordinary high school, could match her vitality was perplexing. Now, witnessing his extraordinary comprehension of the martial arts, mastering the technique merely by listening to Mr. Li for a few moments and glancing at the turtle breathing method, left her feeling envious. The harsh reality of the elite high school struck her. She recalled her own journey, which had taken 3 days of diligent study to reach the same level of proficiency. She had thought her aptitude was formidable, only to be eclipsed by this newcomer. Lu Lingling pouted, her lips involuntarily turning downward, her expression one of silent despair. The surrounding classmates reacted dramatically. Goodness, is this for real? This guy must have had prior exposure to ancient martial arts and is just pretending to be a novice, exclaimed a male classmate sitting close to Yi Zhu, who could even feel the subtle breeze emanating from him. His mouth agape in astonishment that I now understand why he was able to transfer to our school mid-year. Forget about his physical attributes. This astonishing comprehension alone makes him a treasure wherever he goes. The classmate seated beside me was a notably emaciated individual, his exaggerated gestures of pounding his chest and stamping his feet, resembling a person who had encountered great misfortune that it was almost unbearable to witness. Various noises echoed throughout the classroom, yet Yi Chu remained blissfully unaware, completely immersed in the warm currents of energy that flowed through every part of his body, bringing him a profound sense of comfort. The vortex of energy located in his lower abdomen had, from the onset, been the size of a fist, and as he grew increasingly attuned to this energy, it continued to swell within mere minutes. He had attained what would typically take his classmates 1 or 2 months of diligent practice. His progress was nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps Yi Chu truly possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. However, there was also an undeniable factor at play: the turtle breathing technique, which emulates the unique respiratory patterns of turtles. Yi Chu's avatar was a mutated furnace turtle that he needed not to imitate. This sensation was one he was intimately familiar with, that he could effortlessly harness this ability, allowing him to naturally grasp the existence of energy with ease, coupled with his modest martial arts aptitude. Everything fell into place, seamlessly, in just 5 minutes. Yi Chu had transformed from a complete novice to a beginner, even brushing the edges of intermediate proficiency. That he slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled with newfound brilliance. The liver stores blood, and energy generates blood. The increase in his vital energy significantly enhanced his liver function, which in turn governs vision, making his eyes shine with vitality. This was the primary reason why martial artists often possess such spirited gazes. Even someone of Li Jiangwo's caliber, a practitioner of the elephant level, would elicit an uncomfortable sensation in others if he fixed his gaze upon them. The source of it all was the presence of energy. After class, please come to my office. There are a few matters I need to discuss with you privately, said Teacher Li, maintaining his usual smile despite having noted Yi Chu's remarkable mastery of the turtle breathing technique in just 5 minutes. Certainly, Teacher Yi Chu was aware that his sudden display had disrupted the class. Assuming that Teacher Li intended to privately reprimand him, he felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head slightly. However, everyone was still watching him. Yi Chu's expression of shame and his bowed posture only served to strike a heavy blow to his classmates' spirits. What are you ashamed of? We should be the ones feeling ashamed. Compared to you, are we not truly worthless? At that moment, Lu Lingling found herself unwilling to look at Yi Chu any longer, fearing that if she gazed upon him for even a moment longer, her jealousy would compel her to lash out at him. Seeking to reclaim some semblance of confidence, after a brief interlude in class, order was finally restored. Teacher Li continued, discussing the introductory phase of martial arts, covering the beginnings of energy, the increase of blood, and the application of strength, progressing to the integration of the three after entry-level training and the commencement of ancient martial arts practices. The main focus of the lesson was to impart the most fundamental methods of refining energy to Yi Chu. Soon, the 45-minute class came to an end. Before departing, Teacher Li subtly gestured to Yi Chu. He promptly stood and walked out of the classroom under the watchful eyes of his classmates. Damn, I thought we had someone to take the fall for us. But it turns out we're the ones supporting him. Brothers, I advise you to seize the time to practice diligently. Don't let this latecomer surpass you in such a short period. Otherwise, not only will it be uncomfortable for you, but you might also end up getting thrashed by him in future practical lessons. That would be a double blow to both body and spirit. The moment Yi Chu stepped out, some students began lamenting with sorrowful faces and anguished cries. This marked a rare moment of raucousness among the second-year students of this elite high school. In Teacher Lee's office, the spacious environment featured only a single desk, adorned with lavish decor that surpassed even the principal's office of Zhonghai No. 1 High School. Various testing instruments, high-end chairs, mountains of materials, and a stack of exquisitely packaged tea leaves cluttered the desk. After leading Yi Chu into the office, Teacher Lee invited him to take a seat, that he then heated some water and personally brewed a cup of tea from an unknown brand. As the boiling water cascaded over the tea leaves, a rich aroma filled the office, enveloping Yi Chu's senses and evoking a delightful sensation that permeated his very being. That tea was Yi Chu's first experience of tea that felt as invigorating as a tonic. ISN tea at delightful. This tea is crafted from the fur of a mythical beast. It's not only fragrant, but also soothes the meridians, alleviates mental fatigue, and enables one to enter a state of enlightenment more readily. Teacher Lee remarked, lifting the fragrant cup to his lips and taking a delicate sip, visibly relaxing in the moment. The expression on his face radiated happiness, eliciting envy from Yi Chu, who also took a careful sip. Indeed, the sensation of the steaming tea flowing down his throat and spreading warmth throughout his body was even more pleasurable than the initial experience of refining energy and feeling the energy vortex within. Truly, this tea was made from a creature of mythical caliber. This must be worth a fortune, at least a couple of thousand. Yi Chu thought to himself. That be by the way, Teacher Lee, while we're enjoying tea, we must also discuss important matters. He had no time to indulge, as he would soon be faced with dire circumstances. Yes, that I called you here primarily to advise you on something. You have directly joined the second year of this elite high school, and there are many concepts that others have already covered, which we cannot revisit in class. Here, take this. It is a resource for you. It contains all the courses from the first year. Please study diligently on your own to keep pace with your peers. As he spoke, Teacher Lee retrieved a tablet from his desk and handed it to Yi Chu, explaining the order of the courses within. Teacher Lee's attentiveness to Yi Chu was unprecedented, although he was known as the most amiable teacher among the second-year students. The care he bestowed upon Yi Chu, brewing him fine tea, inviting him to his office, patiently guiding him, and tirelessly answering his queries, was remarkable. Li Jiangwo, reflecting on his 30 years of teaching, acknowledged that Yi Chu was the first student to inspire such dedication in him. Of course, all this attention was not without purpose. He was investing in Yi Chu, recognizing the potential within him, hoping that one day he would rise to prominence and perhaps lend a hand to Li Jiangguo, who had long since reached the limits of his own aspirations as an elephant-level martial artist. Thank you, Teacher Lee. I promise to study diligently and complete these courses as soon as possible. Yi Chu was genuinely touched by Teacher Lee's kindness. Ever since his parents perished during the Beast Tide, he had never felt such warmth from another person. This teacher was the first to ignite a sense of warmth within him. If only my teaching prowess were sufficient, that if only I could be a dragon-level martial artist, I would gladly take you on as my sole disciple. Yi Chu thought, his heartfelt gratitude stirring something within Li Jiangguo. By the way, Teacher Lee, there is something else I wish to inquire about. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Chu spoke earnestly, and no need to be so formal. Just call me Old Lee in private. Feel free to ask me anything. Teacher Lee replied with a smile, patting Yi Chu's arm. Regarding credits, I just arrived today. What are the ways to earn credits at this school? Yi Chu finally voiced a question he had long pondered. Has Lu Lingling not informed you? Teacher Lee raised an eyebrow before breaking into a smile again. Actually, the methods for second-year students to earn credits are quite simple. They include the growth of vitality, the study of ancient martial arts, performance and practical assessments, and the major evaluations conducted each semester. Additionally, the school issues temporary assignments to students every month. Rest assured, these are not dangerous tasks. They are merely miscellaneous school duties. All of these can earn you credits. By the way, your practice of the turtle breathing technique in class just now should have already earned you some credits. You can check it.y. Yi Chu was taken aback, realizing that earning credits was so straightforward that he promptly pulled out his student ID to take a look. Credits: 10,385, accommodation in progress, credit transaction record, Rapid meditation, 305 minutes to intermediate technique. Half star. Turtle breathing technique, 1300. Note: outstanding performance during practice will exponentially increase credits. Indeed, in just 5 minutes of practice, Yi Chu had accrued 1,600 credits. That it appeared that earning credits was not as difficult as he had imagined. However, he wondered why some students still struggled to afford housing. However, Teacher Li, Yi Zhu just wanted to voice his doubts. You are wondering why those children, who appear emaciated and malnourished, have fallen into such a state? Teacher Li, evidently seeing through Yi Zhu's thoughts, explained directly. His smile began to fade, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. Why, Yi Zhu? Certain matters may seem quite simple to you, but that does not imply they are simple for others. Genius exists in varying degrees. Moreover, the purpose of a prestigious high school is not merely to mass-produce martial arts experts, but rather to undertake a process of selection. The pinnacle strength of humanity remains woefully scarce. The addition of even a single heavenly-level warrior, or even an imperial-level warrior, could potentially save millions of lives for the Dragon Kingdom and humanity. This is far more advantageous than merely churning out tiger, elephant, or dragon-level warriors. Li Jin's tone was unusually earnest. Typically, he would not divulge such harsh truths to the students here. However, Yi Zhu was an exception. He hoped Yi Zhu would soon comprehend the survival rules of this place, and indeed of the entire era. One must not possess a woman's compassion, but rather adopt a mindset of invincibility, perceiving the world as an enemy, and steadily ascend to the throne of a king. In the future, he could very well become a great emperor safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom, and, by extension, humanity, perhaps allowing fewer lives to be lost. As Yi Zhu exited Teacher Li's office, his heart was a tumult of emotions, but he had not anticipated that a man who had retreated behind the scenes for so many years, a gardener nurturing the flowers of the Dragon Kingdom, would be such a patriotic, ambitious middle-aged teacher who could only repay his homeland through words. Teacher Li's words undoubtedly intensified the sense of responsibility weighing upon Yi Zhu. Born as a human, and more importantly, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he should stand tall and support his people. Chapter 25. Post-class test. Lavish meals. The second class of the afternoon was devoted to the history of humanity. There was no dedicated instructor. Instead, each student's desk projected relevant historical records and images. Unlike Yi Zhu's experience in a standard high school, which provided a broad overview of the 5,000 years of human history within the Dragon Kingdom, the history taught at the prestigious high school commenced from the era of high martial arts. While standard high school history lessons also touched upon this high martial arts epoch, the details in the prestigious high school were meticulous, covering each year and month, detailing the specific disturbances caused by exotic beasts in various countries and towns. The emphasis was placed on those exotic beasts that significantly altered human history, providing comprehensive information on various aspects, from the origins of their mutated species to their attack characteristics and weaknesses. Rather than merely a history lesson, it served to deepen the prestigious high school students' understanding of the existence of these exotic beasts. After all, while second-year students could still afford to study in school, third-year students would soon have to confront these beasts directly. During class, Yi Zhu often took time to observe the other students' performances. He was curious about the character traits of those living under such harsh rules. However, he noted that the sole commonality among the students was their remarkable seriousness during lessons. Even in the history class, devoid of teacher supervision, all students were utterly engrossed in the projected images on their desks. Some even spent the entire class sketching and writing. Yi Zhu suddenly felt the stark difference between the students of the prestigious high school and those of the standard high school. It wasn't until the class was nearing its end that the images on the desks abruptly transformed into an examination paper, leaving Yi Zhu astonished. This was indeed a test to assess the learning outcomes of the class. And answering the questions could earn him credits, but incorrect answers would result in the deduction of credits. There were a total of 20 questions, 10 multiple-choice questions, and 10 open-ended questions. Yi Zhu felt somewhat embarrassed. He had spent so much time acclimating to the surroundings that only half of his attention had been on the lesson. His classmates had already begun to answer questions. And even the class monitor, Lu Lingling, had completed the exam at lightning speed, earning 1,000 credits before vacating her seat. Meanwhile, Yi Zhu was still pondering the first question, trying to ascertain the correct answer. "Hee, do you want me to help you, little brother?" Lu Lingling, having anticipated Yi Zhu's predicament, approached him with a teasing tone after getting up. Yi Zhu did not respond, instead cautiously attempting to answer the first question. To his relief, he answered correctly and earned 50 credits. "Keep it up, little Yi. Sister is off to eat now," Lu Lingling remarked, noticing Yi Zhu's struggle, and left with a gleeful expression. Once Yi Zhu completed all the questions with utmost care, he found himself the only student remaining in the classroom. Unfortunately, he had answered 12 questions incorrectly. Not only had he failed to earn credits, but he had also lost 100 points. Yi Zhu now fully understood why the students here were so diligent in class. Students at the prestigious high school were required to consume 5 meals a day, aimed at accelerating their vitality. As Yi Zhu followed the directions on his student ID to the cafeteria, which rivaled a 5-star restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered a scene of students from all 3 grades dining together. Of course, there were designated areas for each grade. Arriving a bit late, the vast cafeteria appeared rather empty. He quickly spotted the group of third-year students he had bumped into earlier at the school entrance: Wu Tianfang, Lu Sihui, and 2 other boys. The 4 were gathered in the 3rd grade area. The table before them piled high with food, with meat comprising a staggering 80 of their meal, leaving little room for green vegetables. Yi Zhu did not linger on them for long. After a brief observation, he proceeded to the food counter. When faced with an array of delectable dishes, he could not help but admire the lavish offerings of the prestigious high school. Most of the dishes were crafted from the flesh of exotic beasts. Following the advent of the high martial arts era, humanity had categorized the utilization of exotic beast flesh into 3 main types. The first was the creation of weapons, returning harm to the aggressor. The second involved the production of potions or culinary dishes to enhance human physique. The final category was the crafting of specimens, a niche audience that could be disregarded. Regarding the second type, the preparation of exotic beast flesh into potions was cost-effective and facilitated the absorption of the essence of the beasts, albeit with inherent side effects. Conversely, while cooking the flesh into dishes appeared simpler, the processing involved was far more costly than potion making. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the original beasts mutated into exotic beasts, not only altering their physical forms, but also undergoing genetic mutations. Exotic beasts were rife with violent, bloody, and murderous genes that posed severe threats to humanity, but if the meat was not meticulously treated before cooking, it could result in dishes akin to poison. Gazing at the over 200 varieties of exotic beast dishes, Yi Zhu found this far more exhilarating than the 1-star martial arts techniques he had glimpsed on his student ID. Before selecting his meal, he inquired about the prices of the dishes, which ranged from 300 to 120 credits. Exercising caution, he ordered a tray of dishes along with 2 bowls of rice, amounting to a total of 1,700 credits. That he had lost all the credits he had earned from class training. Yet he was unperturbed, for compared to the 5,000 credits required for a villa each day, this exotic beast meat was exceedingly economical. Choosing a vacant table, Yi Zhu took his first bite of the exotic beast meat. Contrary to his expectations of peculiar flavors, it was delicious, smooth yet not greasy, tender and flavorful. Coupled with uniquely human spices, it surpassed the taste of Peking duck and Korean fried chicken he had savored in his previous life by countless measures. Within moments of consuming the exotic beast meat, he felt a warm sensation as his vitality visibly surged. Before long, he had devoured the entire tray of dishes, leaving not a grain of rice behind. Normally, finishing such a tray would leave him completely stuffed, yet after consuming this exotic beast meat, he felt only moderately full. There was still room for more. This was due to the special filtration process the meat underwent during preparation, making it far more digestible than ordinary animal flesh, facilitating the conversion into vitality. After patting his stomach and reflecting on his remaining credits, Yi Zhu, despite his cravings, ultimately refrained from returning for more food. He was still not affluent and needed to exercise restraint. The thought of being cast out and forced to sleep outdoors the following afternoon spurred him on. He gritted his teeth, deciding to find a way to earn credits first. Once he was more financially stable, he could treat himself properly. Little did he expect that on his very first day at the prestigious high school, he would receive unexpected assistance, not from just one person, but multiple. "Yi, will this be enough to fill me up? I ordered quite a bit. Could you help me eat some?" The appearance of the iceberg goddess momentarily left Yi Chu in a state of astonishment. Even Lu Lingling, who was approaching him with a platter of freshly prepared food, stood frozen in her tracks. Chapter 26. The Iceberg Goddess. Envy of all. Lu Sihui, the vice-class monitor of the third year at the prestigious high school, not only possessed striking beauty and an impressive physique, but her awakened talent for universal beast mastery rendered her combat prowess second only to Wu Tianfang, the top combatant of the institution. In this school renowned for its exceptional talents, she was universally acknowledged as a T0 level goddess. Once, she had countless admirers. However, due to her naturally aloof demeanor and the overwhelming strength that left most boys feeling inadequate, many who harbored feelings for Lu Sihui could only observe her from a distance. Occasionally, a bold boy, spurred by momentary courage, would confess his feelings, but without exception, they were met with her merciless rejection. A single act of bravery traded for a lifetime of introversion. Over 3 years of high school, the student body at the elite academy changed repeatedly, yet those daring to pursue Lu Sihui dwindled in number, to the point where her image loomed like a divine being in the hearts of all boys, something to be admired from afar. Yet now, this iceberg goddess had taken the initiative to approach an unfamiliar male classmate, bearing a tray filled with food, and notably, he was not wearing the school's standard uniform, suggesting he was either a new first-year student or an outsider. This did not prevent all eyes from casting envious and jealous glances at Yi Chu. Among the second-year students who knew Yi Chu's true identity, apart from Lu Lingling, only 2 or 3 boys remained in the cafeteria. The expressions on their faces were far more riveting than Yi Chu's own when he grasped the turtle breathing technique in just 5 minutes during class. Lu Lingling could not help but cover her mouth, unable to contain her astonishment that Yi classmate. Lu Sihui had never cared for the opinions of others at this moment. Her gaze remained as frigid as a winter's chill. Yet her tone was one of normal conversation. Yi Chu curiously scrutinized her, particularly noticing the tray in her hand brimming with exotic beast meat, causing his eyes to sparkle with interest. "Senior, do you need my assistance with something?" In this brutally competitive elite high school, Yi Chu instinctively maintained a sense of caution. Why did he think this way? Lu Sihui observed the fleeting glimmer in Yi Chu's eyes, followed by her own impassive expression. Her curiosity about this new junior deepened. Yi Chu seemed unlike any classmate she had encountered before. Throughout her high school years, she had never initiated conversation. It was always others who approached her. Yet those who had conversed with her, regardless of gender, typically exhibited signs of unease, stammering in their speech. But here was Yi Chu, so composed with eyes that sparkled with clarity, a first for her. She couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. "Eat at your leisure, if you must know why. Consider it compensation for the misunderstanding earlier today. I am somewhat reserved and find it difficult to express gratitude or apologies that I hope you." Lu Sihui glanced at Yi Chu, who seemed reluctant to touch his food without a proper explanation, and her voice softened slightly. Were it not for her eternally icy demeanor, one might easily mistake her expression for embarrassment. "Is that so? Thank you, Senior Lu Sihui." Upon hearing Lu Sihui's reasoning, Yi Chu felt reassured there were no hidden traps that he promptly accepted the food from her hand, abandoning any pretense of politeness as he began to devour it voraciously. Lu Sihui watched Yi Chu's enthusiastic eating, and for the first time, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. Unfortunately, this astonishing scene went unnoticed by all, observing Yi Chu engrossed in his meal. Lu Sihui chose not to intrude further and turned to leave. This brief encounter would render Yi Chu a target of envy among all the boys in the subsequent days of high school. Once Lu Sihui returned to her seat and departed the cafeteria with Wu Tianfang and their companions, Lu Lingling dared to approach Yi Chu with the same food she had intended to give him. "Yi classmate, did you know that iceberg goddess before coming to this elite high school?" Lu Lingling could not suppress her curiosity to know. "I just met her this morning," Yi Chu replied casually, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Lingling, his tone equally nonchalant. "You only just met. What transpired? Why would a goddess known for keeping others at bay approach you and bring you so much food?" Lu Lingling was utterly perplexed. "Why are you asking so many questions? What is your ulterior motive?" Yi Chu did not continue to answer Lu Lingling's inquiries, but instead regarded the food she had brought with a wary expression. Lu Lingling was at a loss for words. She had intended to foster a good relationship with Yi Chu. Being able to grasp what others might overlook, her position as class monitor in the second year signified her keen insight and understanding. She saw potential in Yi Chu. Although genuine friendships were rare in this elite academy, Yichu had recently arrived and had yet to be molded by the school's atmosphere. She believed that if she showed sincerity, they could become good friends. That I noticed you seemed hungry. That I asked the class monitor. It's my duty to help new students acclimate to the school environment. Is it not? This is why I spent 2,200 credits preparing this for you. But can you even eat it all? Lu Lingling glanced at the platter, now nearly depleted, and felt a bit embarrassed. She had not anticipated that someone would beat her to the act of delivering food. Especially not the iceberg goddess Lu Sihui, who she thought would never engage in such behavior. Class monitor, may I ask you something? Yi Chu, hearing Lu Lingling's explanation, clearly held no trust for her. Yes, your good class monitor. I will surely answer any questions you have with great care. Lu Lingling beamed, thinking that this boy was quite perceptive and had begun to seek her guidance, suggesting he was also interested in deepening their connection. In this elite high school, everyone was both a classmate and a competitor. Yi Chu, with an innocent demeanor, appeared genuinely eager to learn. It's just that, regardless of the school's academic or promotion systems. They are all designed for selection. Only through competition can the strongest emerge. Lu Lingling explained seriously to So, we are also competitors. Would anyone genuinely help their rival? Yi Chu's words left Lu Lingling speechless. Chapter 27, The Second War Simulation, the Queen of the Apocalypse. After finishing the meal Lu Sihui had provided, Yi Chu felt thoroughly satiated. After delivering a retort that left Lu Lingling at a loss for a response, he wiped his mouth and promptly left the cafeteria, leaving Lu Lingling standing there in contemplation. After a moment, she bit her lip in frustration. What a dense blockhead. Can't he see my overtures? I've never been this proactive with anyone before. I never expected to be so cruelly rejected. Lu Lingling felt a pang of injustice in her heart as she watched Yi Chu's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her eyes. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing his meal, Yi Chu checked his student ID for the subject and time of his next class. He discovered that the two classes after 7 o'clock were, astonishingly, combat simulations, and they didn't cost any credits. This piqued his interest. Not wishing to waste the 2 hours until then, he spent 10 minutes returning to his villa. Upon entering, he sat down on the sofa and began practicing the turtle breathing technique, aiming to refine his Dantian's energy vortex and reach the standard of a martial artist as soon as possible. Only then would he be qualified to learn the most basic ancient martial arts courses. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Yi Chu truly understood the meaning of the phrase cultivation knows no time. As he immersed himself in the practice of refining energy, he lost all sense of time's passage. That he thought only a short while had elapsed until the villa's steward reminded him that there were merely 10 minutes left until the evening's simulation battle. After just over an hour of refining, having eaten at 5 o'clock, he now felt hunger creeping in. No wonder some people can't afford meals. The toll of cultivation on the body is considerable. If I start practicing ancient martial arts, I fear the consumption will be even greater. A day without an expenditure of at least 10,000 credits indeed poses a challenge, and Yi Chu found himself somewhat troubled. Upon checking his current credits, only 8,930 remained. An unprecedented sense of urgency enveloped his heart. With no desire to squander any more time, Yi Chu immediately sprinted towards the training ground indicated by his student ID. The situation mirrored that of his afternoon classes. Upon arriving at the training facility, which was comparable in size to a gymnasium, he found that all the second-year students had already occupied their own simulation combat rooms. Engaged in simulated battles, Teacher Li, holding a teacup, stood within the arena, a smile gracing his face as he observed Yi Chu. Apologies, Teacher Li, for my tardiness, Yi Chu said, feeling a tinge of embarrassment after being late for the second consecutive time. Not at all. I understand it's your first day here, and you're still acclimating to the pace of life. Teacher Li reassured him. I've already prepared a simulation combat room for you. You may proceed inside. Teacher Li exhibited an extraordinary level of patience towards Yi Chu. Gratefully nodding, Yi Chu stepped into the simulation combat room. It was quite similar to the one he had used during the second assessment. Having prior experience in simulations, Yi Chu instinctively knew how to operate it without needing further instruction. Ding! User identity detected. Second-year student, Yi Chu. Previous simulation combat results. SSS grade in the second assessment. No other records available. Detecting your second use of the simulation combat room and recognizing your exceptional first-time performance, the simulation assistant recommends 2 combat simulation plans for your selection. Option 1. Engage in battle against an SSS-grade simulated character. Based on your combat performance, rewards range from 500 to 5,000 credits. Option 2. Engage in battle against a randomly assigned second-tier savage beast. Based on your combat performance, rewards range from 750 to 5,000 credits. Note: failure will not result in deduction of credits. Beginner's privilege. That a series of prompts appeared before Yichu. Contemplating the two options, he ultimately decided on the first, that he wished to ascertain how much his strength had increased through his cultivation of Qi. As for battling the savage beast, he could employ his furnace turtle clone for that purpose. You have chosen to engage in combat with the SSS-grade simulated character, the system announced, generating simulated character. Upon making his selection, a technological automaton emerged from a concealed door on one side of the simulation room. The automaton stood before Yichu and began projecting an image onto its surface. Yichu was astonished to discover that it was a young woman, clad in attire reminiscent of a bygone era, evoking a post-apocalyptic aesthetic. That a brown veil obscured half of her face, revealing only her piercing eyes that resembled those of a hawk. To his surprise, the SSS-grade simulated character bore heterochromia. Her left eye was a normal dark brown, while her right eye glimmered with an eerie green hue. SSS-grade character simulation successful. Year 201 of the High Martial Era, the Doomsday Queen, Yu Fu Ling, hailing from the Western CB zone of Long Kingdom. Simulation rank: second-tier savage warrior. Warrior talent: active toxin. Warrior traits: piercing enhancement, dilution enhancement, severe injury enhancement. Yichu's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the information displayed about the woman before him. Based solely on the panel, she appeared even more formidable than Su Guochang, the individual he had encountered during his second assessment. Particularly alarming were her warrior traits, which included active toxin. Poison was the nemesis of all living organisms, an element that even those possessing toxins could scarcely endure. Without exceptional resistance to toxins, one would face dire consequences upon exposure. Moreover, the piercing trait possessed by his opponent was particularly concerning for someone like Yichu, who had defensive enhancements. The pressure he felt in this second simulation battle was unparalleled. Simultaneously, as Yichu matched against the SSS-grade simulated warrior Yu Fu Ling, Teacher Li, stationed outside the combat simulation room, received the notification. This was not a message sent specifically to him. Rather, it was the blaring alarm echoing throughout the training ground that alerted Li Jianguo to Yichu's combat situation. Special alert: Simulation Room 221 has generated an SSS-grade simulated combat character, the Doomsday Queen, Yu Fu Ling. All supervising teachers are to closely monitor the combat situation in Room 221 to prevent student casualties. The massive alarm resonated 3 times, loud enough for even the students engaged in battles to hear. Li Jianguo stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the simulation room where Yichu had just entered. The door bore the number 221. Whoa. Chapter 28. Target Furnace, Front Town Guard. The second-year training ground was conveniently located at the heart of the second-year campus. The resounding alerts could even be faintly heard outside the training facility. At the school gate, the third-year hunting squad, led by Wu Tianfeng and 3 others, was rearmed and ready to venture out for a hunt. As they approached the school entrance, the faint broadcast caught their attention, prompting them to pause and listen intently, suspecting something unusual was occurring at the school. Did you hear about an SSS-grade simulated character appearing in the second-year simulation battle? Lu Xiue, a beastmaster whose hearing had been honed to perfection, murmured. Second year? I recall that the class representative, Lu Lingling, faced an SS-grade simulated character last time, that she's likely the only one from the second year who could challenge an SSS-grade character first. A burly boy wielding a massive axe remarked. Puzzled that that's impressive. Matching against an SSS-grade simulated character in the second year indicates that the individual's talent is already on par with ours back in the day. Given time, we might even see a new member join our team. That would be splendid, Lu Xiue mused, seemingly fixated on the prospect of adding new members to their squad, but it's just an SSS-grade simulated character, that there's nothing particularly astonishing about it. After all, the Special High School Combat Database encompasses more than 100 city defenders, 21 town guards, and 9 national-level figures from the 300 years of the High Martial Era. There are variations in strength among SSS-grade simulated characters that I believe that Lu Lingling from the second year is likely only capable of challenging a city defender-grade simulated character. And even then, she might not succeed, a boy clutching a book, who had been listening intently, voiced his skepticism regarding the capability of any second-year student to rival their group. All right, enough chatter. Let us conduct a final check of our gear to ensure we are fully equipped. This time, we will not only hunt 6-tier savage beasts, but also assist Lu Sihui in successfully taming that special furnace turtle. No mistakes are to be made. Wu Tianfang, the squad leader and strongest fighter, suddenly spoke, his words akin to a military command. Everyone immediately fell silent, ceasing their discussions about the second-year students, and began to reassess their supplies. That if it weren't for my oversight during reconnaissance, we wouldn't have nearly allowed that 5th-tier gray wolf to escape. Otherwise, we wouldn't be specifically seeking out that superb furnace turtle this time, Lu Sihui remarked, her expression still icy, yet her tone hinted at a trace of remorse after ensuring her equipment was in order. Not to worry, shall we? That incident wasn't entirely your fault. The captain was a bit slow with his strike as well. Otherwise, we would have dispatched that 5th-tier gray wolf immediately. However, the furnace turtle is indeed exceptional. It's rare to encounter one of such size these days. Once tamed, it would serve you well as a biological shield, a tall, slender boy chimed in, offering words of consolation. Let us move swiftly. The armed department of Shanghai City is likely to make a move for that furnace turtle as well. If we delay, it will be snatched away by someone else. The words of Wu Tianfang instantly chilled the once jovial gaze of the tall, slender boy, as if he had transformed into a different person in an instant. Lu Sihui and the boy burdened with a massive axe also sensed the urgency of the situation. The quartet immediately began to sprint at an incomprehensible speed, racing towards the city gates of Jiangdong. Inside the training room, Li Jianguo, whose eyes often formed a line of flesh due to his frequent smiles, finally opened them wide, but he had retrieved his communication device from his pocket, which displayed the contact information of the principal of the prestigious high school. Yet he found himself hesitating to call the principal as he gazed at Yi Chu in the midst of battle. Should I trust you, Yi Chu? Li Laoshi was engulfed in indecision. Calling the principal would ensure Yi Chu's survival in this test. However, it would also deprive him of an opportunity to make history and prove himself that, on the other hand, refraining from calling the principal left him unable to guarantee Yi Chu's safety alone. After all, she was the queen of the apocalypse, the second-generation commander of Donghai Pass. During her rise to power, she had single-handedly penetrated an entire area of monstrous beasts that end the rankings of overall combat power in the era of the Dragon Kingdom. She was placed 10th. Jiangwo began to pace back and forth anxiously. His indecision and growing unease caused the glass teacup clenched in his hand to develop intricate cracks. The simulated battle was officially underway. He was urged to enhance supervision over the proceedings in the midst of his hesitation. The simulation room number 221 emitted an alert. Grinding his teeth, Li Jianguo turned to face the unfolding battle scene outside the simulation chamber. Realizing that he could no longer afford to hesitate, he chose to trust Yi Chu and approached the simulation chamber. Pressing his hand against the door, it seemed as though his fingerprints triggered some mechanism within the chamber. Yi Chu, you must be extremely cautious. This queen of the apocalypse is a formidable figure who safeguarded Donghai Pass 60 years ago, though she is merely at the nascent stage of her martial journey. Her innate talent renders her lethality unparalleled. You must strive to evade her attacks aimed at your vital points while constantly monitoring her lower body. Should the opportunity arise, incapacitate her movement first. At this moment, all Li Jianguo could do was utilize his teacher's privileges to offer Yi Chu some crucial advice before the imminent battle began. His words effectively reached the interior of the simulation chamber. Yi Chu's expression turned grave as he instinctively glanced at the lower half of the Queen of the Apocalypse. However, despite her tattered clothing, it concealed her lower body well, preventing him from discerning any weaknesses. So, this is the former commander of the pass. Although her simulated power reflects only the second tier of her brutal level, I am still not yet a true martial artist that I can only brace myself and confront her head-on. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chu steeled himself. Just as he inhaled, the Queen of the Apocalypse unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at his heart. That pale hand, from its appearance to the moment, it was merely a dozen centimeters from Yi Chu's heart, transformed into a deep shade of purple. Chapter 29. A dual crisis, surpassing potential. Just as Yi Chu faced the most severe battle of his life, far in the area between Shanghai City and Jiangdong City, his beast avatar, the furnace turtle, encountered a new enemy. The casual remark made by He Dongsheng when he sent him to Jiangdong City, had instilled a sense of threat regarding the arrangement of his beast avatar. Indeed, this avatar was an exceptionally unique entity among the beasts, likely to attract human attention. Thus, while still in Yi Dongxing's vehicle, he had directed the furnace turtle to advance towards more advanced beast territories, continuously issuing commands through his consciousness to enhance its vitality by feasting on spiritual plants along the way. However, after arriving at the prestigious high school, the subsequent developments became unclear to him. Now, after traversing 10 miles throughout the day, the furnace turtle had become deeply ensnared in a more advanced beast zone. Here, fourth-tier beasts represented the lowest tier of existence. The 3-meter-long furnace turtle would undoubtedly become the target of all predators in this area. As the furnace turtle obediently followed its main body's instructions, it paused to gnaw on the bark of nearby trees. Above it, on a towering ancient tree, a massive serpent with eyes glowing a ghostly green began to descend slowly. Its body exceeded 20 meters in length. Its head reached the midsection of the trunk while its tail remained perched atop the canopy. This was no ordinary python. Rather, it had mutated into a fifth-tier beast known as the Absolute Steppe Serpent. The serpent's enormous size was merely a superficial weapon. Its true lethal weapon lay in its venomous fangs capable of piercing through the hard bark. The fates of the main body and its avatar seemed intertwined, as they simultaneously faced the impending threat of toxic assault. Within the simulation chamber, although Yi Chu was unfamiliar with the toxic attack methods of the Queen of the Apocalypse, a fool would recognize the peril of those darkened fingers resembling a sharp blade aimed at his chest. Yi Chu was no exception. However, he harbored a clever thought. Instead of retreating, he lowered his body, allowing the toxic fingers to graze his hair. Strands of hair severed by that hand floated beside him, vanishing into thin air as they descended. Upon catching sight of the severed strands, Yi Chu's pupils constricted and goosebumps erupted across his skin. This toxin was a death sentence. The bold notion he had retained within him evaporated in the face of the terrifying potency of the poison. Without regard for his pride, he curled his body and rolled backward. That it was this timely recognition of danger that allowed him to narrowly evade being corroded by the venom. Just as he rolled away, a silver needle, gleaming with a dark sheen, struck the ground where he had been moments prior. It had been spat from the mouth of the Queen of the Apocalypse, piercing through her specially crafted veil. The poisoner was inherently cruel, and with such an opponent employing every means at their disposal to attack, they were truly the most fearsome adversaries. Yi Chu stared at the poisoned silver needle embedded in the ground. Cold sweat trickling down his back, he realized that while this SSS-class simulated character, the Queen of the Apocalypse, may not match Su Guochang in skill, she posed a far greater threat to him. He could not continue to evade indefinitely. Who knew what other sinister tactics she might employ? Yi Chu's face darkened as his muscles tensed into a state of full alertness, ever wary of her forthcoming strikes. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate how to counterattack against this formidable foe. Engaging in close combat with a poison user was undoubtedly unwise. The only strategies at his disposal, aside from formidable defense and fire-based retaliation, were the flames generated during a full-force attack. Wait, fire? Yi Chu's eyes suddenly brightened as an audacious yet worthwhile idea sparked in his mind. The energy of a martial artist serves as a medium. Beast tamers can effectively transmit their commands to beasts over great distances using this energy, a technique known as whispering into the void. Teacher Li utilized his energy to amplify his voice, achieving the Buddha's lion's roar, Da Wu Tianfang, through his energy and innate talent, could soar on a sword. Therefore, could I not also enhance the fiery attributes of my attacks using my energy? At this moment, Yi Chu's mind raced as he recalled the events of the day. In less than 2 seconds, he clarified his thoughts. Just then, the Queen of the Apocalypse launched another assault. A glimmer of cold light appeared in the void. Yi Chu's internal alarm blared. Another silver needle shot from her mouth, but unlike before, this time, even with his eyes trained on it, the speed at which it approached was too swift for him to dodge. In this critical moment, Yi Chu's eyes widened, and an inexplicable surge of confidence propelled the cyclone of energy within his dantian to momentarily accelerate. At the moment the cyclone swelled, Yi Chu shouted a single word: roll. Unbeknownst to him, without understanding the principles of the Buddha's lion's roar, he inadvertently conjured a flawed version of it through sheer coincidence. Compared to his previous voice, the overwhelming sound waves surged forth, exploding within the simulation chamber with a force dozens of times greater. The delicate silver needles, positioned merely 5 centimeters from Yi Chu's throat, became the target of his most potent sonic attack, causing them to be violently propelled away. Yet, lacking the training of a martial artist and relying solely on impulsive conjecture, the technique he unleashed was fraught with significant drawbacks. The principal flaw lay in the indiscriminate nature of the lion's roar, which not only left Yi Chu's voice hoarse, but also acted like detonating a concussion grenade right next to his own ear. Blood seeped from his cochlea, and the terrifying sound waves encroached upon his nervous system. Visible strands of crimson marred his eyes. However, the simulation of the Doomsday Queen was likewise shaken by Yi Chu's sudden self-destructive tactic. The greatest advantage of sonic attacks is their ability to disorient an unprepared opponent momentarily, rendering them incapacitated. This was the first time Yi Chu experienced such a phenomenon, and his head throbbed with agony. Yet an unyielding obsession surged within him. This was his sole opportunity, should he fail to seize it. Defeat, or even death, loomed ominously. Driven by a fear of demise and a yearning for victory, he unleashed his most formidable punch to date, disregarding everything else. The dwindling cyclone of energy within his dantian was expelled in a single breath. And in the midst of this explosive release, he even squeezed his physical form for more power. Instantly, a surge of energy manifested. Thus, when he delivered this punch, despite being 2 meters from the Doomsday Queen, flames flickered atop his fist, utilizing the energy as a medium, achieving a genuine fiery punch wave that transcended his physical body. Chapter 30. Urgent medical attention. Shocking truth, the punch wave reverberated through the void. Fierce flames extinguishing formidable foes. The brief yet torrential flames sent Yu Fuling hurtling through the air until she crashed against the wall of the technological chamber, causing her projection to vanish from the robotic figure. Even the technologically advanced automaton, renowned for its high resistance and valued at over 10 million, sustained varying degrees of damage. After colliding with the wall, it lay silent that Yi Chu, too, was in a dire state. In that peculiar moment, he had pushed beyond his physical limits through sheer will. Although effective, it came with a hefty price. His internal energy and blood surged chaotically, his complexion taking on an abnormal hue. Blood flowing from his ears, nostrils, mouth, and eyes. His throat felt as though it were lined with blades, inflicting excruciating pain. The most severe injury was the muscular atrophy manifesting in his right arm after delivering that punch. His arm, suspended in mid-air, began to stiffen, the skin wrinkling, and its dimensions visibly shrinking. Yi Chu struggled to move, his consciousness gradually fading. Just before he slipped into unconsciousness, a deafening crash echoed in his ears, and a warm hand firmly caught his falling body. "School doctor! Quickly summon the school doctor!" Li Jianguo was genuinely panicking, beads of sweat cascading down his anxious visage, gazing at the unconscious Yi Chu in his arms. He couldn't help but shout in distress. His voice reverberated outside the training area. Lu Lingling had just completed a simulation battle against an SS-level opponent, achieving an impressive draw. As she exited the combat simulation chamber, she heard the urgent cries of Teacher Li. Without hesitation, she rushed to the entrance of Yi Chu's simulation chamber. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene inside and the unconscious Yi Chu in Teacher Li's embrace, she wasted no time and sprinted toward the training grounds exit. Before long, a team of physicians clad in white coats hurriedly entered. What has he done? Why is there a burning of energy and blood? When the leading male physician reached Yi Chu's side, he immediately noticed the atrophied arm and his pale complexion. The physician's expression grew grave as he turned to his colleagues, commanding, "Quickly, take him to the school infirmary and urgently contact the logistics department. Have them prepare 3 hearts from Tier 6 savage beasts for blood infusion." The gravity of the situation left Lu Lingling speechless. In her 2 years at this elite high school, she had only encountered such scenes when senior students returned from hunts gravely injured. Once Yi Chu was taken away by the school's medical team, Lu Lingling glanced at Teacher Li, who stood before the simulation chamber in a daze. The door to the combat chamber had likely been forcefully broken open by Teacher Li. Clearly, a dire situation had unfolded. Curious, Lu Lingling cautiously stepped into the simulation chamber. Upon entering, she noticed the motionless technological automaton slumped against the distant wall, that IT appeared to have sustained immense impact. The alloy shell, designed to withstand bullets, was deeply dented. The white wall behind the automaton bore scorch marks. Flames? Lu Lingling found it difficult to fathom what had transpired in Yi Chu's simulation chamber. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chu's life force should have been comparable to hers, around 15 points, and given that he had no training in ancient martial arts, the simulated opponent matched against him would certainly not exceed the S level, likely being a typical A to B level character. How could such an encounter lead to such a catastrophic outcome? Lu Lingling turned to observe Teacher Li, who had regained his senses yet seemed lost in thought. Shaking her head slightly, she approached the fallen automaton. Upon closer inspection of the automaton's damage, she stubbornly turned it around, that on its back, a projection screen displayed the results of the simulation battle, intended to announce student scores at the end. However, the automaton had sustained internal circuit damage, rendering it unable to project the image effectively within the combat chamber. Yet, the source image on its back was still viewable. Tester. Second-year Yi Chu opponent. SSS level Doomsday Queen. Tier 2 Savage. Fulling battle result. Outstanding victory reward credits. 5,000. What in the world? SSS level? And an outstanding victory? As Lu Lingling read the SSS classification, her pupils dilated in shock upon seeing the battle result of an outstanding victory. She stood frozen in disbelief. No way. How could this be? I can only manage a draw against an SS-level simulated opponent. How could Yi Chu possibly defeat an SSS-level adversary? Confronted with this revelation, Lu Lingling spiraled into profound skepticism. Though difficult to accept, she had to acknowledge that Yi Chu was indeed extraordinary. While she remained unaware of the cost Yi Chu had paid to achieve victory over an SSS-level simulation, she questioned herself. If it were a matter of life and death, could she also defeat an SSS-level opponent? Lu Lingling bitterly smiled and shook her head if it came to risking her life. The outcome was uncertain, but the likelihood of defeat remained high. In the 300 years of our great nation's martial history, only a handful have been recognized as SSS level in simulations, perhaps a mere 100. For a country as populous as Longwa, these 100 individuals represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. To defeat such figures of the same caliber is exceedingly rare. Yet Yi Chu, this prodigy, had only just begun practicing the most fundamental breathing techniques in martial arts and had already achieved this astonishing feat. Lu Lingling was deeply shaken, murmuring to herself as she grappled with the terrifying implications of this event. Lingling, this matter must not be disclosed. Unbeknownst to her, Li Jianguo had approached Lu Lingling from behind. Teacher Li? Lu Lingling instinctively wanted to inquire about the details of Yi Chu's battle. However, upon turning to see the usually jovial teacher, Li now bearing an expression of grave concern, the words she was about to utter caught in her throat. Lingling, you are aware of our nation's current situation. Top-tier talents are scarce, which has led to a decline in our national strength year by year. Nations like Eagle Country and Goryeo have long set their sights on our position as the international leader. Not to mention those inhumane cult organizations. If they were to learn of Yi Chu's existence and his significance to Longwa, they are capable of anything. Teacher Li's words were pearls of wisdom. And without realizing it, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Lingling's forehead. Chapter 31. A new predicament. Confusion among the crowd. All the second-year students at the training ground completed their simulated battle and began to make their way back to their dormitories. Lu Lingling trailed behind the main group, her mind adrift. Even when her classmates called her several times, she remained oblivious. This damned curiosity of mine seems to have unearthed some monumental secret, Lu Lingling thought with a wry smile. Just as teacher Li Jianguo had stated, Yi Chu's emergence was akin to dropping a time bomb into the turbulent seas of Longwa. The initial ripples were insignificant, but when Yi Chu truly matured, not only would the seas of Longwa be stirred, but the entire Jiuzhou would be engulfed in tumultuous waves. Yi Chu's talent was simply extraordinary. After Yi Chu fainted from surpassing his limits, the consciousness of his main body sank into oblivion, giving way to the awakening of his clone's awareness. When Yi Chu regained clarity of his surroundings, he sorrowfully discovered that having just escaped one quagmire, he had plunged into another mire. Darkness enveloped him, yet he could sense the shell of the furnace turtle slowly dissolving under the corrosive liquid. There was virtually no air circulation in the stifling space. which was filled with an overwhelmingly foul stench. As the scenes of the furnace turtle's ordeals were absorbed by his split consciousness, Yichu felt a sense of helplessness during his battle with the Doomsday Queen. The furnace turtle had been targeted by a fifth-tier absolute steppe snake. This serpent, exceeding 20 meters in length, possessed a potent venom capable of killing equally ranked beasts in an instant. Its massive and powerful body could crush all vertebrates in the surrounding jungle. Fortunately, the furnace turtle had formidable defenses. Even when ensnared by the absolute steppe snake, its defenses held firm. However, this would not dissuade the absolute steppe snake from claiming the furnace turtle as its prey. The end result was Yichu's current predicament. A 3-meter-sized creature, already deemed a giant beast, was swallowed whole by the absolute steppe snake. Had Yichu's split consciousness not awakened in time, the furnace turtle, with its unawakened mind, would have naively believed that hiding within its shell rendered it invincible, only to be eventually consumed by the snake's powerful digestive system. There was, however, a silver lining. As the snake's gastric juices corroded the furnace turtle's shell, the snake itself was also subjected to the fiery toxicity emanating from the turtle's shell. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yichu was resolute in his refusal to surrender. He controlled the furnace turtle's body, using its powerful jaws to attack the absolute steppe snake from within. At the same time, the furnace turtle's promotion to a 4th-tier beast enhanced its attack capabilities, adding fiery damage to its assaults, significantly amplifying both its offensive and destructive power. Yichu initially believed that attacking from within the beast should easily breach its flesh. However, to his astonishment, after a few strikes to break through the innermost layer of flesh, he encountered the snake's exterior, which had hardened to an iron-like toughness. No matter how masterful his attacks, he could not penetrate it. The absolute steppe snake had likely already perished beneath the furnace turtle's fiery toxin. Yet its resilient skin rendered Yichu's efforts futile. After an exhausting hour of attempts, he found himself utterly depleted, yet surrender was not an option. The most severe crisis faced by the beast clone in history had arrived. After a brief respite, Yichu felt the pangs of hunger emanating from the furnace turtle's body. Yet this very hunger sparked a moment of inspiration. The inability to penetrate the snake's skin simply indicated that the furnace turtle had yet to grow strong enough. Whispering to himself, he opened his mouth and bit into the flesh within the absolute steppe snake. With each morsel consumed, the notifications rang out. Ding! Beast clone furnace turtle devours flesh of 5th-tier absolute steppe snake. Vitality increases by 1.3. Vitality increases by 1.1. The flesh, accompanied by gastric juices, was swallowed, igniting a fiery sensation within him. However, it posed no substantial threat to the furnace turtle, which also possessed a robust digestive system. At most, it would lead to mild indigestion. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yichu found that the flesh surrounding the interior of the absolute steppe snake had been entirely consumed by the furnace turtle. Yet, the snake's remarkably tough skin severely restricted his movement within its body. Yichu promptly examined the current status of the furnace turtle. Beast clone, furnace turtle mature phase. Life level, 4th-tier beast variant. Vitality, 169, 500. The recent consumption of flesh from the 5th-tier beast, combined with a day of gnawing on tree bark, had elevated his vitality to 169. Feeling revitalized, Yichu resumed his assault on the snake's exterior. Finally, empowered by his enhanced strength, the furnace turtle managed to create a significant breach in the snake's skin within just a quarter of an hour. The improvement was remarkable. Thus began the cycle anew. And after 3 hours, Yichu successfully extricated himself. Gazing at the still unblinking absolute steppe snake, Yichu showed no hesitation. Internally expressing gratitude for nature's bounty, he commenced the arduous task of consuming the tougher flesh of the snake, a challenge far greater than gnawing on tree bark. Yet, the rewards were incomparable. Successfully devouring a piece of the absolute steppe snake skin along with its flesh allowed Yichu to gain a substantial boost in vitality and reinforce his own defenses. A tremendous windfall to a prestigious high school in Jiangdong City. Within a hospital room of the infirmary, a single bed occupied a space of merely 20 square meters, now crowded with over a dozen medical personnel. Standing near the bed, besides teacher Li Jianguo, was an elderly man. The old man appeared disheveled, with sparse, graying hair haphazardly covering his head, an unkempt beard, and dressed in a simple hemp robe, resembling a beggar on the street. Yet, none of the individuals present dared to cast any odd glances at the elder. In fact, upon the elder's arrival, all eyes glimmered with a reverence typically reserved for human heroes. Great talent is indeed a double-edged sword. This young fellow broke through his limits in a dire situation, unleashing his entire essence. That alone would suffice. But this young man, through sheer willpower, managed to reverse the situation by burning his own vitality to replenish his essence, thus executing a punch capable of defeating a second-tier martial artist. The old man's extensive knowledge and formidable strength were evident. With just a glance from his piercing eyes, he could discern the hardships endured by Yi Chu's physical form. Yet one thing puzzled him. How could this young man unleash flames from his body without any prior training in ancient martial arts? The old man shifted his tone, posing a question that left everyone perplexed. Chapter 32. The High School Principal, the Eternal Night Reaper. That if one were to say that Yi Chu, as a non-martial artist, could defeat a second-tier martial artist with a single punch, the teacher's words had already clarified that. However, how could a student without any training in ancient martial arts produce flames with his fists? Though fleeting like a momentary blaze, it was enough to elicit confusion and astonishment. Principal, this is the combat footage from that time. Teacher Lee projected a pre-prepared video onto the room's technology interface for everyone to see. The scene began with Yi Chu's roar. Having grasped the principle, but lacking systematic training in the Buddha's lion's roar technique, Yi Chu's sudden shout visibly rippled through the air in the combat simulation arena. Observing this moment, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the unconscious Yi Chu, a prodigy. He murmured to himself, continuing to watch the footage. After unleashing that self-destructive yet damaging roar, both participants in the footage fell into a brief state of dizziness. Yet at that moment, it was Yi Chu, who should have sustained more severe injuries and required a longer recovery time, who took action first, unleashing a formidable fire punch. The footage was brief, yet it resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. In those mere 5 seconds, so many astonishing elements emerged. The self-taught lion's roar technique, the display of formidable willpower in a desperate situation, and the incredible fiery punch, culminating in the defeat of Yu Fuling with a single blow. Previously, I had suspected that he might have secretly learned some inferior form of ancient martial arts, understanding the nuances of human strength transmission within the body. However, after watching this segment, I can only conclude that this young man is an extraordinary talent in martial arts. Perhaps there are undisclosed secrets within him, but that does not diminish his extraordinary gift that surpasses all of humanity's past and present. The elder's expression gradually softened, yet as he gazed upon the unconscious Yi Chu, there flickered an uncontainable brilliance within his gentle eyes. Exert all efforts to heal this young one. Maximize the permissions granted to you by the school's logistics, that we must not allow any lingering ailments or aftereffects once he awakens. As the elder issued his instructions, he slowly turned away. The crowd that had gathered behind him immediately parted, creating a pathway for his departure. Everyone watched in silence as he exited the room. And just as his figure was about to vanish from sight, he added, additionally, Teacher Lee, ensure that this young one learns all the subjects from 2 grades within this year. When he reaches his senior year, I shall personally guide him. With a final glance at the assembly, he uttered 4 words, exercise caution and prudence. Having spoken, the elder finally strode away. However, the atmosphere within the room did not ease with his departure. On the contrary, the words he left behind detonated like a heavy bomb in the hearts of those present, rendering them speechless for a prolonged moment. Was the implication that the venerable elder intended to return to the world for this young man? After a brief silence, a young physician articulated this thought, igniting a fervent discussion among the younger doctors clustered together. Meanwhile, the more seasoned physicians remained by Teacher Lee's side, their gazes fixed on Yi Chu with expressions of profound complexity. Old Lee, it seems our Dragon Nation is on the verge of welcoming a formidable general once more, remarked an elder physician, his hand resting on the shoulder of Li Jianguo, who appeared to be in his 50s. His face etched with the marks of time, the TOB taken as a disciple by the legendary White Elder, known as the Reaper of Eternal Night. This young man would find it exceedingly difficult to avoid becoming a great general himself. After all, every disciple trained by White Elder has reached the status of a formidable general. Li Jianguo sighed with a smile. The name Reaper of Eternal Night, by Hong Zhang, resonated throughout the Dragon Nation for a century. 100 years ago, The Dragon Nation faced an unprecedented onslaught of monstrous beasts. Millions surged across the four borders, east, west, south, and north. Among them were both demonic and heavenly beasts that catastrophic wave of beasts. Only the western sea border remained intact, manned by powerful generals, combined with the millions of martial artists from the Dragon Nation. Only at the western sea border, due to its coastal location, did the monstrous beasts from the deep sea emerge, massive amphibious creatures. The smallest exceeding 10 meters in length, and the largest being a towering 100-meter creature known as the Tide Listener, a legendary beast akin to the mythical Xuanwu. The emergence of the heavenly beast Tide Listener, particularly its colossal form and its formidable defensive capabilities, rendered the general stationed at the western sea border helpless to prevent its incursion into Dragon Nation territory. The situation grew so dire that the Dragon Nation's sovereign, Su Guochang, who had been unable to move easily due to the threats of national annihilation, was compelled to head to the western sea border. Yet, at this critical juncture, the 60-year-old Bai Hongzhang, still a prospective general, stepped forth, wielding a terrifying power that seemed almost incomprehensible, and struck the 100-meter Tide Listener back into the ocean with a single blow. This moment birthed a saying that would echo through the ages: no matter how strong you are, can you withstand a punch from Bai Hongzhang? After driving off the Tide Listener, which had retreated in fear, Bai Hongzhang proceeded to single-handedly decimate the remaining sea monsters. The blood of the oceanic beast splattered across the western sea border, turning the once crimson soil into a deep black. That night of slaughter transformed the 1,000-zhang expanse of sea into a sea of red, with countless corpses of oceanic beasts floating on the surface, their rancid stench and unique cellular elements wafting through the air, gathering into a thick black cloud. Consequently, the first rays of dawn that should have greeted the western sea border the following morning were delayed by a full week. It wasn't until the dense black clouds dissipated over time that the sun finally returned to the western sea border. This battle earned Bai Hongzhang the moniker of the Reaper of Eternal Night. This hero of the Dragon Nation, who had retreated from the world after surpassing a century in age, was now poised to re-emerge for a second-year student. Merely this fact would elevate Yi Chu's status, indirectly raising the Dragon Nation's surface combat power far above that of the second-ranked Eagle Nation on the international stage. Regrettably, Yi Chu remained oblivious to all these developments, spending an entire night digesting the remains of the extraordinary snake. Meanwhile, a new crisis loomed on the horizon that a 12-member armed team, each at least at the 4th rank, had been dispatched by Zhanghai City and was now less than a kilometer from the Furnace Turtle. Conversely, Wu Tianfang and his companions, possessing exceptional perceptual abilities and already aware of the Furnace Turtle's location, were hastily making their way to the Zhanghai City region of the monstrous beast zone. In the hospital room, the comatose Yi Chu was connected to numerous disposable intravenous infusion devices. Beside his bed lay 3 massive hearts harvested from some extraordinary beast, their blood continuously flowing into Yi Chu's body. Director Wu, please come and take a look. Isn't Yi Chu's heartbeat a bit too rapid? Should we slow down the blood infusion? A young nurse entered Yi Chu's room, performing her routine checkup every half hour. However, upon noticing the heart rate monitor displaying a staggering 189 beats per minute, she was taken aback. The maximum heart rate for an ordinary individual hovers around 200. Exceeding this threshold poses the risk of sudden death. In this era of advanced martial prowess, human physical capabilities had improved significantly, particularly for those with vibrant life forces, whose maximum heart rates could exceed 200 or even 300. However, Yi Chu was merely compensating for his lost vitality through the hearts of specially processed beasts. While an accelerated heartbeat in this context was expected, reaching the extreme limit of a normal person's heart rate was somewhat alarming. The nurse called out to a physician monitoring the various wards outside. When the middle-aged physician swiftly approached Yi Chu's side, he placed his stethoscope against Yi Chu's chest, intently listening to the rapid and powerful heartbeat. Yi Chu's heart resembled a robust pump. Each beat sent a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, swiftly restoring his wounds. The astonishing speed of his heart indicated an extraordinary self-recovery capacity. The middle-aged physician glanced at Yi Chu's previously emaciated arm, which now appeared rejuvenated, though still somewhat wrinkled. Clearly, his vitality was no longer in question. Close off 2 of his blood infusion channels that lets administer an injection of the vitality recovery needle and observe the effects. He instructed the nearby nurse, having made an initial assessment of Yi Chu's condition. Given Yi Chu's remarkable self-healing abilities, it was preferable for him to recover through his own means rather than enduring the side effects of external interventions. The Vitality Recovery Needle, formerly known as the Vitality Revival and Consolidation Needle, was designed to rapidly activate the substantial vitality recently infused into the body, enhancing its absorption and assimilation. Yet one aspect puzzled the middle-aged physician. According to Yi Chu's prior examination data, he would typically require at least a week for effective self-repair to commence. Why, then, had he shown such a reaction in just a few hours? It defied logic. As the nurse entered with a medical tray, the middle-aged physician suddenly halted her next action. Hold off on the injection for now. Bring in the vitality testing equipment that lets measure Yi Chu's current vitality levels. The musings of the middle-aged physician revolved around the notion that when an individual's vitality experiences a rapid enhancement, even the most grievously injured organs within the body can undergo swift restoration due to this surge of life force. However, under normal circumstances, once the human body sustains damage, the growth of vitality becomes significantly constrained. The cessation of such growth would be the most favorable scenario. The most lamentable outcome would be a decline in vitality due to severe injuries. Just moments ago, the middle-aged physician observed Yi Chu's complexion visibly becoming more vibrant. Instantly, he was reminded of the records within the martial arts cultivation texts. Practitioners circulate their vital energy throughout their bodies in a microcosmic orbit. And with each complete cycle, their vitality increases by at least 0.1, that those who have mastered martial arts can engage in a macrocosmic orbit, where each cycle can yield an increase of up to 0.5 in vitality.it was during such rapid enhancement of life force that the body would become replete with energy, leading to an abnormal flush in the complexion that Yi Chu's current state, however, seemed to diverge from this established record. He speculated whether Yi Chu's body was not merely undergoing autonomous repair, but rather autonomously augmenting its vitality, that if that were the case, the extraordinary nature of Yi Chu would likely ascend to another level, an entity capable of enhancing its own vitality unconsciously. Such a being's worth is truly incalculable. Before long, a group of nurses wheeled a real-time vitality monitoring device into the ward. They proceeded to attach the instrument's connectors to Yi Chu's heart, wrist, neck, and ankle. The moment the device was activated, numbers began to flicker rapidly on the screen in merely 4 flashes. Yi Chu's vitality had astonishingly surpassed 20. This revelation caused the middle-aged physician's eyes to widen in disbelief. He recalled that just 3 days prior, upon Yi Chu's arrival, he had reviewed the records of the various assessments conducted for his enrollment. Had Yi Chu's vitality not been merely 9.6 just 3 days ago? How had it now escalated to over 20? The vitality readings continued to fluctuate. 25.68.30.31. When Yi Chu's vitality exceeded 30, the middle-aged physician's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Ultimately, Yi Chu's real-time vitality was recorded at an astounding 36. 8.36.8. Was this truly a level of vitality achievable by a second-year high school student? The middle-aged physician was left utterly astonished. From less than 3 days ago to over 3 times that amount in just 3 days. The nurses, witnessing such extraordinary vitality data, were also profoundly struck by Yi Chu's youthful appearance and his currently monstrous vitality. The middle-aged physician felt somewhat dazed. Perhaps it was Yi Chu's extraordinary vitality that facilitated the rapid repair of his bodily functions. With a vitality reading of 36.8, it seemed that Yi Chu would eventually recover on his own without the need for external blood transfusions. Truly, an exceptional young man, before the middle-aged physician could finish his thoughts. The device emitted another beep that Yi Chu's vitality had again changed 0.37, an increase of 0.2 in an instant. The middle-aged physician was entirely astounded by the magnitude of Yi Chu's vitality growth. This was achieved without Yi Chu having done anything at all. If he were to engage in ancient martial arts breathing techniques and body refinement methods, the increase would undoubtedly be even greater. That I must report this situation upward. You all take good care of Yi Chu here. The middle-aged physician turned to leave. Yet he had barely reached the door of the ward when the device chimed again. 37.2. Chapter 34. Mastery of Defense. Stage 6. Rampaging bear with his original consciousness still unrecovered. Yi Chu could only rely on his split consciousness to maneuver the body of the furnace turtle. Unbeknownst to him, while he was rapidly enhancing his vitality by devouring the fifth stage abyssal serpent. The abnormal performance of his original body was stirring considerable waves within the elite high school. Not long after emerging, Bai Hongzhang once again appeared in the ward, dismissing the medical staff and personally guarding Yi Chu. Closely observing his physical condition, this hero of the Dragon Nation, bearing the moniker of the Eternal Night Reaper, couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of Yi Chu's vitality enhancement, prompting him to reassess Yi Chu's potential. Utilizing the body of the furnace turtle, Yi Chu spent 4 hours to completely consume all but the notoriously difficult head of the abyssal serpent that at this moment. The primordial jungle was gradually welcoming the first light of dawn. Abyssal Beast Avatar. Furnace Turtle Matures Stage Life Level. 4th Stage Abyssal Beast Mutant. Vitality. 184,500 Mutated Abilities. Attack with additional fire damage. Scale Armor Defense. Activated during combat. Enhanced defensive capabilities of the Furnace Turtle Shell with partial counter damage. Fire Poison Effect with Defense. Danger Warning. Inherent Skill. Mid-tier Speed Enhancement. Spiritual Olfaction. Inherent Skill. The vitality enhancement gained from the Furnace Turtle consuming the Abyssal Serpent was equivalent to the benefits derived from 2 full days of consuming tree bark. Furthermore, by devouring the entirety of the Abyssal Serpent's skin, the Furnace Turtle's mutated abilities evolved to include a scale armor defense capability. Without needing to ponder extensively, Yi Chu understood that this was certainly on par with the capabilities of the Abyssal Serpent's exterior. The Furnace Turtle had firmly embarked on a path of absolute defense. Having satisfied his hunger, Yi Chu had no intention of lingering in this area, for it was no longer the territory of the lowest-tier abyssal beasts. The 4th Stage Furnace Turtle here was merely the lowest-tier existence that he needed to swiftly find a secure place to develop, whether it involved consuming tree bark or devouring other abyssal beasts. The Furnace Turtle deserved its own territory while Yi Chu surveyed his surroundings. Not far ahead, there appeared to be a small stream flowing. To the left, the dense forest grew increasingly dim, indicating a deeper part of the jungle, which led towards areas inhabited by higher-tier abyssal beasts. To the right lay the path he had traversed with the Furnace Turtle. Behind him was a jungle identical to the one he currently occupied. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chu decisively advanced towards the stream. After all, the not-yet fully grown Furnace Turtle would surely fare better in a water-rich environment than in the uneven mountainous terrain that his vision gradually opened up. The sound of rushing water became distinctly audible, causing Yi Chu's steps to suddenly halt. His gaze fixated on the front, ready to retreat into his shell at a moment's notice. This was due to the presence of an abyssal beast, a colossal entity that towered at least twice the size of the Furnace Turtle, lurking near the stream just under 10 meters away. A gigantic rampaging bear, its massive form stood upright on 2 legs, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Its crimson beastly eyes were warily focused on Yi Chu, with steam billowing from its sharp-toothed mouth. 6th Stage Abyssal Beast. Rampaging Bear, Mature Stage, Vitality. 1350 Mutated Abilities. Incredible Strength. Tearing, Hammering, Frenzy, Blood Explosion. As the information panel of the gigantic bear materialized before Yi Chu's eyes, he began cautiously maneuvering the Furnace Turtle's body, retreating with utmost care. What sheer bad luck! Previously, he had not encountered a single abyssal beast all day. Yet now he found himself in peril from a 5th Stage beast, only to immediately encounter a 6th Stage beast, one of the land's apex predators, with a vitality of 1350 and a plethora of offensive mutation abilities. The Furnace Turtle, having solely developed its defenses, stood no chance against this behemoth. The fact that the bear's vitality exceeded Yi Chu's by a staggering 10-fold led him to question whether a single blow could shatter his shell. Yi Chu meticulously retreated step by step. After distancing himself from the rampaging bear by over 30 meters, he abruptly turned and fled, fearing that if he hesitated, the beast would take offense and pursue him. Yet, he neglected a crucial detail. In the primordial jungle, the more formidable the enemy, the less one should exhibit signs of fear. Once an enemy discerned your weaknesses, it could prove fatal. At this moment, Yi Chu fell into this grave error. He should have exited the rampaging bear's line of sight before making a swift escape, rather than exposing his back to the creature. Controlling the Furnace Turtle's body, Yi Chu had scarcely covered a few meters when a roar erupted behind him, shaking the entire jungle. Following that was a tremor that reverberated through the ground. The furnace turtle's danger warning ability nearly caused his blood to boil. The overwhelming sense of danger sent his heart racing to over 300 beats per minute. Yichu could no longer afford to ponder anything. He summoned all his strength and began to sprint. Fortunately, the furnace turtle's limbs were robust enough. After devouring the gray wolf, a slight increase in movement speed allowed him to momentarily evade the pursuit of the frenzied bear. However, the relentless tremors of the earth and the roars echoing from behind him instilled a sense of impending doom within Yichu. Even through the body of his beastly avatar, he felt the chill of death creeping upon him. Yet, no matter how swift the furnace turtle became, it could never outpace the running speed of one of the terrestrial monarchs. The bear Yichu's danger-sensing instincts reached their zenith. He resigned himself to retracting his limbs and head into his shell. At that moment, the defensive capability of his scales activated for the first time. The crimson, spiked shell of the furnace turtle began to exhibit a dense, fish scale-like armor that enveloped it tightly. The instant the armor defense was triggered, Yichu felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon him, the terrifying force propelling his body to glide a considerable distance through the jungle, shattering numerous ancient trees in the process. This exemplified the sheer power of the frenzied bear. Following this, attacks akin to a power drill and a massive hammer rained down upon his shell. Fortunately, the furnace turtle's defense had reached a certain level, making it challenging for the bear, a 6th-tier beast, to breach its defenses in a short time. Yet, Yichu could only endure the relentless assaults, silently praying for the creature to vent its fury and depart, granting him a chance for survival. Time passed, and the frenzied bear could not penetrate the retreating shell of the furnace turtle. Suddenly, Yichu felt an immense force erupting from one side of his shell, so strong that it left him dizzy even within his protective enclosure. When he regained his senses, he was horrified to realize that he had been sent soaring into the air by a mighty paw from the enraged bear. Chapter 35. One Wave Unsettled. High school trio. The body of the furnace turtle plummeted freely for over 10 seconds before crashing heavily into the jungle, colliding with 2 ancient trees and coming to a halt after traveling over 100 meters. Fortunately, he remained unscathed, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the frenzied bear. Exhaling deeply, Yichu dared not relax. Just as he prepared to extend his limbs and make a swift exit, another twist of fate unfolded. "Found it, boss. Over here," a male human voice resonated from the northwest, indicating they were not far off. Yichu instinctively poked his head out to look. To his surprise, a boy he had previously met was now leaping towards him, wielding an exaggeratedly large axe that towered over him. The broad blade glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Yichu instinctively recoiled as the axe blade landed precisely 3 centimeters in front of his head, embedding itself into the ground with a width that was half his size. Before Yichu could turn to flee, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as several razor-sharp, flying swords sealed off his escape route. "Finally found you ahead of time. That I didn't expect this big guy to venture deeper instead of staying at the edge of the beast zone. Then aren't you afraid of being devoured by even stronger beasts?" Lu Sihui's exquisite features came into view as she spoke to Wu Tianfeng. Lu Sihui, the boy with the book, and the one wielding the massive axe completely surrounded Yichu. Yichu was left in a daze. Why did he keep finding himself in such predicaments, escaping from the jaws of one danger only to fall into another? Why do I feel like this fellow has grown even larger since yesterday? It can't be the same furnace turtle, can it? And look at its shell. It resembles fish scales. Is it possible that this beast zone has 2 furnace turtles that have grown to such a size? The boy with the book, observant as he was, quickly discerned that the furnace turtle they encountered today was different from the one they saw yesterday. That in no way, the red-crested eagle can accurately identify the aura of the beast it is locked onto. I am certain this furnace turtle is the one we encountered yesterday. However, it does appear to have grown significantly, Lu Sihui remarked, regarding the vigilant furnace turtle. Taking a step forward, she gestured above her head, confirming that it had indeed increased in size. That I recall it was only 3 meters yesterday. Yet today it has reached a height of 3.5 meters. That it seems this creature is indeed a rare species with extraordinary evolutionary capabilities. Upon realizing that the furnace turtle had grown 50 centimeters within a single day, Lu Sihui's expression shifted to one of delight. Such a growth rate is unprecedented, not only in her personal experience, but even in the annals of human history. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. We must hasten to tame it before the group from Zhanghai City arrives, or we will waste our breath negotiating, that Wu Tongfang spoke coldly at this moment. Lu Sihui immediately nodded, stepping forward boldly to face the colossal furnace turtle, whose head nearly matched half her body size. Yet, her strikingly beautiful face bore no trace of fear. Instead, she radiated a smile capable of captivating anyone. Come be part of my beast team. I can provide you with anything you desire. Lu Sihui spoke gently, regardless of whether the furnace turtle understood her words. Her tone was so soothing that it momentarily dazed Yi Chu. Simultaneously, she retrieved a basketball-sized, vividly red fruit from her meticulously prepared backpack, which glimmered with a faint reddish hue, that a spirit plant. The fundamental method employed by beast tamers to subdue beasts is coercion and temptation. Lu Sihui first conveyed her friendly intentions to ease the furnace turtle's apprehensions, followed by presenting sufficient allure to gain its trust that if she could win over the beast at this stage, it would be ideal that if not, she would resort to more forceful measures to compel it to submit. Should immediate force prove ineffective, she would engage in a prolonged process of tempering the beast's spirit, ultimately leading it to submit to the tamer's authority. Lu Sihui's fourth-tier beast, the red-crested eagle, had been tamed using the well-known method of gradually acclimating a common eagle species that IT took over 2 months to successfully tame the red-crested eagle. Now, she was prepared to invest significant time to tame this furnace turtle, even going so far as to set up camp in this perilous beast zone. One must acknowledge that Lu Sihui's mental resilience surpassed that of the vast majority at her age. This was a key reason she could maximize her all-around beast-taming talents, allowing her vitality to reach the highest levels in the entire school. Yi Chu observed the gentle expression with which Lu Sihui offered the food. He pretended to sniff it, but was actually contemplating an escape. Had he not encountered the elite high school, with his furnace turtle's vitality soaring over 180, he would have dismissed the 4 before him. However, having grasped the enhancement ancient martial arts provided to a warrior's combat capability, Yi Chu truly dared not underestimate the quartet before him, that a formidable warrior could unleash a battle power exceeding 10 times their own vitality. Particularly concerning was Wu Tianfang, whose 3 flying swords blocking his retreat instilled a significant sense of danger within him, rendering him hesitant to act rashly. After much contemplation, Yi Chu sorrowfully concluded that it was nearly impossible for the current furnace turtle to escape the clutches of the 4 unless an unforeseen circumstance arose. With a resigned sigh, he slowly extended his head to take a bite of the red spiritual fruit offered by Lu Sihui, feigning weakness while contemplating his next move. Just then, a familiar tremor rippled through the earth from afar. Yi Chu's eyes brightened, and he immediately lifted his gaze towards the direction from which he had come. That Wu Tianfang, Lu Sihui, and the others heightened their vigilance in response to the tremors, also turning to see what Yi Chu was observing. From the shadowy depths of the dense forest, accompanied by the earth's quaking, a massive silhouette began to emerge. That Wu Tianfang's eyes gleamed with cold light as the 3 flying swords beside Yi Chu began to vibrate at high frequency. Lu Sihui's pupils constricted, and she whistled to summon her 4th-tier beast, the red-crested eagle. Upon its appearance, the eagle exhibited the same aggressive state it had displayed when confronting Yi Chu, its crimson eyes fixated on the colossal figure. The 2 boys, one wielding the giant axe and the other holding the book, readied themselves for an all-out battle. The roar reverberated through the entire jungle. The gaping maw of the frenzied bear emerged into view. Chapter 36. Auxiliary Musician, King of Happiness. Oh no! It's the 6th-tier beast, the frenzied bear. Its total battle power assessment ranges between 8th to 10th tier. The young man cradling the book bore a grave expression, promptly warning the crowd. The assessment of the combat strength of aberrant beasts is categorized according to the realms of human warriors. Aberrant beasts, savage beasts, demon beasts, and celestial beasts represent various evolutionary classifications of mutated organisms. An aberrant beast is the initial designation following biological mutation. A savage beast is a further evolved aberrant beast, possessing a more formidable physique and specialized biological abilities. That a demon beast has fully developed intelligence, rivaling human intellect. The celestial beast stands as the sovereign leader among all known mutated creatures. At this moment, the combat strength is evaluated at that of a savage-level beast of 8th rank or higher. A ferocious bear aberrant beast, which is beyond the means of these high school students to contend with. Among the trio, the one with the highest level, Lu Xiao, was merely a savage-level warrior of fourth rank. Not to mention, the aberrant beasts retained their original size and power advantages. The leader, gripping his hands tightly, had eyes ablaze with determination and showed no signs of fear. Instead, he glanced at their team leader, Wu Tianfeng. Should Wu Tianfeng command retreat, he would turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. If it came to battle, regardless of the foe, he would charge forth without a second thought in that moment. The full visage of the sixth-rank ferocious bear aberrant beast was laid bare before the onlookers. Standing over 7 meters tall, with blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes and emanating a ferocious aura, the bear first glanced at the furnace tortoise among the 4 humans before locking its gaze onto them. It sensed through its innate perception of biological vitality that these 4 humans possessed above-average corporeal worth among their kind. If it were to devour all 4, it would be far more rewarding than laboriously gnawing on a furnace tortoise. With this thought, the ferocious bear let out a savage roar, drool spilling from its gaping maw at Lunan. I recall that the armed personnel from Zhanghai City are not far from here. Call them to join us. I, along with Axe General and Xiao Wei, will engage this beast that Wu Tianfeng announced. His arms crossed over his chest, 6 gleaming swords pointed at the ferocious bear. Even when facing a 6th-rank aberrant beast with vitality far exceeding theirs, Wu Tianfeng remained composed, with a glimmer of killing intent flickering in his eyes. "All right. With you saying that, I am reassured," replied the young man addressed as Lunan, upon hearing that his leader truly intended to confront the ferocious bear. And with his words still as sharp as ever, Lunan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He retrieved a golden silk, silver-edged, sandalwood swana from his backpack, the Yi Zhu, observing through the perspective of the furnace tortoise. Was utterly bewildered, he could not comprehend whether this group was mad or foolish. Facing such a formidable adversary, not only did they not flee, but one intended to play a tune for it. Little did he anticipate that the moment the swana, hailed as the king of Eastern musical instruments, sounded, Yi Zhu's entire tortoise body shuddered violently. Subsequently, the vital energy within him began to circulate uncontrollably. Among countless instruments, the swana reigned supreme. When the swana played, it was as if gold poured forth. The grand and magnificent melody erupted from the swana, igniting a surge of fervor within Yi Zhu, enhancing both his momentum and physical capabilities significantly. It was at this moment that he understood why Wu Tianfeng referred to this individual as Lunan and what the book he perpetually held was. The Hakka Ancient Martial Arts Blood Vitality Score that Lunan served as the team's support, that a stirring swana melody elevated Wu Tianfeng and his companions' combat strength to an astounding 120 of their original capabilities. At this moment, Wu Tianfeng's eyes were ablaze with killing intent. Lu Xiu began to flex her fists, her battle spirit surging. The young man wielding the massive axe, known as Axe General, appeared transformed at Yi Zhu noticed that this originally unremarkable individual now seemed to swell. His clothing stretched taut against muscles brimming with explosive power. His once simple face now bore an expression of unyielding determination. Is this the power of ancient martial arts? In that moment, Yi Zhu gained a renewed understanding of ancient martial arts. Shall we? Let us set aside the furnace tortoise for now. Even if it tries to flee, it cannot escape our grasp. That let's first show this beast the strength of human warriors. That Wu Tianfeng shot a cold glance at Yi Zhu. Under Wu Tianfeng's gaze, Yi Zhu felt an intense pressure, a strong sense of impending danger enveloping him. Lu Xiu nodded in agreement. The two sides locked eyes. That in the next instant, Lunan, obeying Wu Tianfeng's order, turned to run, seeking out the armed forces from Zhanghai City. Yet his action mirrored the earlier mistake made by Yi Zhu. That in the eyes of the ferocious bear, this signaled that prey intended to flee. It would not allow its meal to escape. The ferocious bear immediately locked onto Lunan, who was sprinting away. With a deafening roar, it charged forward, causing the ground to quake and the earth to fly. The bear's massive form barreled toward Lunan. "Get back here!" But at that moment, Axe General, having swelled in size, unleashed an overwhelming force. He matched the bear's speed, dashing toward it while swinging his massive axe. With the broadside of the axe, he struck the charging bear's face. The bear, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly feeble human, failed to react in time and was soundly struck. The 10-ton beast's momentum was abruptly halted by the sheer force of the blow. Yi Zhu stood in stunned disbelief. Having felt the bear's immense power firsthand, he struggled to fathom the strength required to intercept such a charging creature. The bear, stunned by the blow, instinctively pawed at its aching nose, letting out an enraged roar. However, before it could regain its composure, a piercing cry rang out from the skies above. The ferocious bear, as the king of the jungle, instinctively recognized the impending assault. It buried its head, shielding its head with its arms. Just as it completed its defensive posture, the razor-sharp talons of the red-crowned eagle latched onto its nape. Chapter 37. The Aberrant Beast Leader. An unexpected turn. In its natural hunting behavior, avian predators do not recklessly attempt to deliver a single fatal blow to prey significantly larger than themselves. Instead, they employ a strategy of circumnavigation, targeting vital areas such as the eyes, throat, and neck of their quarry. Originally, the red-crowned eagle, directed by Lu Xiu, aimed to first incapacitate the bear's vision before slowly bringing it down. Yet the sixth-rank evolved ferocious bear, seasoned from countless battles, had already assumed a defensive stance upon hearing the eagle's cry. Its resilience was far beyond what a mere fourth-rank red-crowned eagle could inflict. As the eagle's massive claws gripped the bear's nape, it failed to even tear a single strand of fur. Instead, the bear seized the opportunity, rising and swatting the eagle away into the jungle, where it crashed into an ancient tree root, howling in pain. Judging by its condition, it would likely be unable to take flight again anytime soon. Lu Xiu observed this unfold, but could not afford to divert her attention to her beast companion. Her keen, beautiful eyes were solely focused on the ferocious bear, meticulously studying every part of it. As a beast master, her foundational knowledge included understanding the weaknesses of various creatures. The most apparent vulnerabilities of bear species are twofold: their vision and acute sense of smell, since the red-crowned eagle's attempt to impair the bear's vision failed. They must now find a way to exploit its sense of smell. To be honest, bear-like creatures possess tough skin, immense power, and agile movement, making them one of the most challenging adversaries for human warriors. She truly had no better method to defeat it. With its fury ignited by repeated assaults, the bear roared in rage. It swiftly swatted at Axe General, who stood closest. Axe General had witnessed the bear's terrifying power firsthand and naturally dared not confront it head-on. Planting his axe blade into the ground, he used it as leverage to perform an agile front flip. As he evaded the bear's paw, he leveraged his body's momentum to draw the axe from the ground, now aiming its blade directly at the bear's head, striking down with the force of thunder. The frailty of the human form is a fundamental weakness. Yet within that diminutive physique lies a reservoir of concentrated strength, capable of transforming power into potential energy in a manner that the colossal beast cannot rival in agility. Alas, no matter how deft the axe wielder may be, the disparity in vitality inevitably creates a vast chasm between their might and defenses. When that razor-sharp giant axe descended forcefully upon the head of the frenzied bear, the anticipated sight of the bear's cranium cleaved in two failed to materialize. Instead, it seemed as though the axe had struck an indomitable mountain rock, the tremendous recoil nearly causing the wielder to lose grip of the axe. Gripping the weapon with great effort, the axe wielder retreated to the side, heart pounding as he beheld the blood seeping from his injured hands. His understanding of the defense possessed by this sixth-tier beast, the frenzied bear, was profoundly altered. How could it be so resilient? Gritting his teeth against the pain in his hands, he turned to observe Wu Tianfeng and Lu Xie. At this moment, Yi Chu's eyes were as tranquil as a still lake. However, the six flying swords surrounding him trembled with a resonance akin to a dragon's chant, pulsating with visible waves of true qi. This was the gathering momentum of a swordsman. Meanwhile, Lu Xihui had her eyes half closed, seemingly immersed in calculations. Witnessing this scene, the axe wielder clenched his jaw, disregarding the pain in his hands, and resolutely tightened his grip on the giant axe once more. Charging towards the frenzied bear, it was Yi Chu's first encounter with the battle between humans and beasts that he also came to a renewed realization of the formidable strength that ancient martial artists could wield. He had briefly glanced at the data of the student known as the Axe Wielder, who was a third-tier martial artist with a vitality of around 3.5. In stark contrast, the frenzied bear boasted a vitality exceeding 1,000. The fact that a human could momentarily gain the upper hand against such a creature illustrated the power of ancient martial arts. Yet, As he watched in awe, he knew that failing to seize this opportunity to escape would be folly. The two factions clashed fiercely, prompting Yi Chu to turn on his heel and flee. His movement caught the attention of Lu Sihui and the others, but they were too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with his escape. Consequently, Yi Chu successfully distanced himself from the battlefield. Just as he slipped from Wu Tianfang's line of sight, a piercing cry of a sword rang out, followed by the eruption of a towering column of earth and the anguished roar of the frenzied bear. Yi Chu's flight faltered as he hesitantly glanced back, but he suddenly recalled Wu Tianfang's earlier words. Even if he tried to run, he could not escape their grasp. Indeed, if Wu Tianfang and his companions possessed the strength to defeat a sixth-tier frenzied bear, no matter how fast he ran, unless he ventured into territories inhabited by even higher-tier beasts, thereby instilling fear in Wu Tianfang and the others, he would inevitably be found in this area, where the highest-tier beasts were merely sixth-tier. To into the realm of more formidable beasts would be akin to courting death. After all, if a sixth-tier frenzied bear could reduce him to a state of abject fear, encountering even mightier beasts would spell his doom, that he might as well align himself with Lu Sihui to preserve his life. The supremacy of the strong. Survival in this primeval forest is indeed a formidable challenge. After much contemplation, Yi Chu resolved against fleeing. Instead, he edged back toward the original battlefield, contemplating the possibility of creating a scenario where both sides would suffer mutual destruction, thus enabling his escape from this dire predicament. However, when his gaze fell upon the colossal frenzied bear once more, it had succumbed to a disadvantageous position. Not only was Wu Tianfang exhibiting combat prowess beyond reason, but over a dozen fully armed humans had also joined the fray. The team of martial artists from Jinghaishi, summoned by Lu Nan, were all equipped with biochemical-grade weapons, which possessed considerable lethality against beastly creatures. Under the onslaught of humans, the frenzied bear began to falter. Its thick, tough hide marred by numerous wounds, crimson blood staining its brown fur. Yi Chu watched from a distance, feeling powerless and sorrowful for the frenzied bear, as well as for his own inadequacies. It was exceedingly difficult for tortoise-like beings to thrive on land. At this moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The frenzied bear, sensing its impending doom, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated for kilometers. The humans surrounding it perceived this as the desperate bellow of a cornered beast. Only Lu Sihui, upon hearing the bear's anguished cry, turned pale, unable to warn her companions in time. In the next instant, the familiar tremors of the earth returned. Chapter 38. The Fisherman Prophets. The new leader, a towering, 3-meter-long, white-eyed tiger, emerged first into view. It lunged forth, swiftly mauling an unsuspecting human-armed personnel to death, severing the head cleanly from the body, the sound of cracking bones resonating in its jaws. In an instant, a flash of sword light swept through the air. Just as the white-eyed tiger claimed its gruesome prize, its own head was severed from its body, falling lifelessly to the ground. The tiger, in its final moments, could not comprehend what had transpired to Wu Tianfang. Arms crossed, lowered the finger that had struck down the beast, as the sword that had decapitated the third-tier creature returned to his side. Yet, this astonishing turn of events was merely the beginning. Following the white tiger, a giant moose, for meters tall with antlers resembling colossal guillotines, charged out from the thicket, crashing into the crowd. The ancient trees of the forest rustled ominously as a red-bellied macaque descended from above, crushing a Jinghaishi armed personnel upon landing. Fourth-tier gray wolves, fourth-tier badgers, and third-tier rhinoceros beetles. All manner of powerful beasts emerged, instantly turning the tide of battle. Even Wu Tianfang, wielding 6 swords, found it challenging to keep pace with the onslaught. It was as if a tide of beasts had surged forth, overwhelming the humans in an instant. The frenzied bear was no ordinary 6th-tier beast. It was the leader of this territory. Should this 6th-tier beast perish, chaos would ensue, leaving the realm without guidance. These beasts had mobilized not only to protect their leader, but also to maintain the order of this land. In that critical moment, Lu Sihui finally revealed the truth. The remaining armed personnel of Jinghaishi were pale with fear, while Wu Tianfang and his companions fared no better. Lu Nan, serving as the team's support, bore wounds of his own. The axe wielder, exhausted, had reached his limits. Only Lu Sihui had yet to truly engage, but whether she would or not had become irrelevant. That we must go, Wu Tianfang acted decisively, issuing a single command to move. The trio from the elite high school immediately turned and left. Showing no regard for the lives of the armed personnel in Shanghai City, to preserve their own safety was already a considerable feat. That in the face of life and death, no bonds of affection could be entertained. With Wu Tianfang's formidable lethality paving the way, even a multitude of encroaching beasts could not deter his relentless advance. This unforeseen outcome left Yi Chu in a state of stunned disbelief as he witnessed the original 12-member armed unit of Shanghai City being entirely consumed by these ferocious creatures. Devoured to the point that not even bones remained, Yi Chu's heart was a tumult of emotions until the battlefield was rendered devoid of enemies, and silence began to envelop the scene. Countless third and fourth tier beasts responding to the call of the Mad Bear gathered here, all awaiting the commands that would follow. The Mad Bear, at this moment, was in a pitiful state. Its massive form was drenched in blood, gasping for breath as crimson flowed from its mouth. The other beasts regarded the Mad Bear with a mixture of awe and respect, yet Yi Chu, witnessing this sight, felt a surge of fierce determination. The Mad Bear bore a grievous wound upon its neck, which, despite ceasing to bleed, revealed fresh flesh and pulsing veins within. Had it been an ordinary third or fourth tier beast, it would have succumbed to such blood loss long ago. However, as a sixth-tier beast, the Mad Bear possessed an incredibly robust vitality. Though this injury dealt a fatal blow, it was insufficient to bring about its immediate demise. Given time, it could recuperate. Yet Yi Chu was unwilling to afford it that opportunity. The severely wounded Mad Bear glared with malice and fury at the assembled beasts, which were half its size, in a sudden display of power. It swung its paw, delivering a crushing blow to a mountain ape that had just slain an armed human. The mountain ape never anticipated such a swift and brutal end. Its robust frame was utterly shattered by the Mad Bear's strike, intestines and blood spilling out onto the ground. The surrounding beasts recoiled in terror, yet dared not flee. Seizing the mountain ape's carcass, the Mad Bear voraciously devoured it, blood gushing forth as the sound of crunching bones filled the air. Miraculously, the wound on the Mad Bear's neck began to visibly mend. Yi Chu's eyes narrowed with cold resolve, and he charged towards the Mad Bear with renewed vigor. The beasts blocking his path were easily brushed aside by his massive form, and the commotion he caused instantly drew the Mad Bear's attention. However, just as the mountain ape had been caught off guard, the Mad Bear was equally unprepared for an attack from another beast under its absolute dominion. Upon recognizing the molten turtle, the very creature he had previously hunted, rushing toward him, the Mad Bear instinctively roared and brought its colossal paw crashing down upon it. Yet what the Mad Bear did not foresee was that this mere fourth-tier molten turtle would retract its limbs into its shell, rolling away to evade the attack, swiftly closing the distance between them. Now, seated upon the ground, the Mad Bear and Yi Chu were nearly of equal height, both standing at about 3.5 meters. Seizing the moment, Yi Chu lunged at the Mad Bear's neck, aiming for the gaping wound. Sensing an imminent threat, the Mad Bear attempted to evade, but the speed of the molten turtle's jaws surpassed even that of a diving hawk. In an instant, a mouthful of vivid crimson flesh, along with a fragment of bone, was seized by the molten turtle. The Mad Bear suffered a devastating blow. Its spine and neck organs were irreparably damaged. Even the most resilient of beasts could not hope to survive such an injury. The Mad Bear's massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, marking the demise of a formidable beast leader within Yi Chu's jaws. Yet Yi Chu did not dare to let his guard down. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. The other beasts, now regarding him with a mixture of fear and trepidation, clearly recognized his newfound strength. Some, such as the wild wolves and weasels, displayed fierce gazes, revealing their latent ambitions. Yi Chu awaited their reactions, knowing that the strongest among them were merely fourth-tier beasts, comparable to himself. Time began to drag on, and the atmosphere grew tense. After 3 long minutes, seeing no challenger emerge, some beasts began to submit to Yi Chu. When the first beast knelt, bowing its head in deference to him, an overwhelming wave of submission followed suit. Ultimately, those once fierce beasts, now subdued, joined the throng in kneeling before him. Yi Chu, thus, ascended to the position of the leader among the beasts in this region, leveraging the molten turtle's body to achieve such a status. Chapter 39. Recovery and private lessons. Yichu opened his eyes slowly while lying on the hospital bed. The glaring sunlight streamed through the window's slight openings, illuminating his handsome visage. Director! Director! Yichu has awakened. The nurse who had been attentively caring for him rushed out of the room that in no time, a middle-aged physician hurried into the ward. How are you feeling, Yi? The middle-aged physician was none other than Director Wu, who had previously noted Yichu's remarkable recovery. That I'm fine, Yichu replied, blinking his eyes in a daze. Although his consciousness had resurfaced, his thoughts were still lingering on the molten turtle. He had just helped it become the leader of its territory among the beasts, and had yet to strategize its future direction when he was abruptly pulled back to his own consciousness. Observing the worried expressions on the faces before him, Yichu took a deep breath and shifted his focus inward. Assessing his current state, he found no abnormalities. His body felt invigorated. He instinctively glanced at his right fist, which had appeared withered before he lost consciousness. Now, it was muscular, with skin that glistened and had elasticity. It seemed that everything had returned to normal. Truly, the medical facilities of the elite high school rivaled those of first-rate hospitals in ordinary cities. I am perfectly well, feeling as though I've just woken from a dream. Yichu responded with a smile. That is good to hear, that if there are no other unusual symptoms, you can sign the discharge papers and return to campus. Director Wu noted, his eyes sparkling with deep admiration. Injuries like those Yichu had sustained would typically require at least 10 days to 2 weeks for recovery in any other student at the elite high school. Yet Yichu had taken merely 17 hours, less than a day, to recover. What a remarkable individual. After examining Yichu, Director Wu left the room with a smile. The young, gentle nurse told Yichu to wait a moment while she fetched the discharge responsibility form for him to sign. During this brief interlude, Yichu shifted his consciousness back to the molten turtle. The big, silly turtle seemed to have grasped the gravity of its experiences, as the surrounding beasts had abandoned the battlefield. When Yichu returned to the molten turtle's consciousness, it was quietly munching on the mad bear's flesh, swallowing a half-eaten piece with a satisfying warmth coursing through its body. Yichu scanned the area, and then grasped the enormous carcass of the mad bear. Making his way toward the initial stream. That location should be the mad bear's lair. Occupying the mountain stream, it would surely yield a bounty of fish-like beasts from time to time, making it a prime location in the beast territory. Henceforth, it would become the domain of his beast doppelganger. Until the molten turtle reached the 6th tier, Yichu intended to keep it firmly rooted there. Once he had established the molten turtle's new residence, he promptly returned to his original body. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the anxious and beautiful face of a nurse who looked somewhat flustered. Her hands were shaking as she gently shook him. "Oh, I'm sorry. I must have dozed off," Yichu said, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been unconscious for nearly 10 minutes. "Are you really okay?" The young nurse clearly harbored doubts regarding Yichu's complete recovery. "Please hand me the responsibility form that I've already missed a day of classes. It's time for me to return to my studies." Yichu yearned for the nurse to bring forth the rehabilitation responsibility letter. However, the diligent nurse, with her unwavering sense of duty, would not hastily permit Yichu to be discharged until she had thoroughly witnessed his recovery. Consequently, Yichu, quick-witted and agile, resorted to a tactic reminiscent of a furnace tortoise hunting its prey, snatching the responsibility letter from the nurse's grasp. Without uttering a word, he signed his name, pressed his fingerprint, and swiftly rolled off the bed, completing the act in one fluid motion. The nurse attempted to intervene, but Yichu's movements were far too swift. Just as the responsibility letter was returned to her hands, Yichu's figure had already vanished from the ward. Faced with this, the nurse had no choice but to let him leave. Upon stepping out of the school hospital's gate, a robust figure awaited him right at the entrance. "Teacher Li." Yichu glanced up at the sky. It was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. "Xiao Yi, are you feeling better?" Li Jiangguo approached Yichu with a warm demeanor, reaching out to pat his right arm. A subtle glimmer of concern flickered in his smiling eyes. "There shouldn't be any major issues. That I was just about to head back to class." Yichu recognized the genuine concern in the other's words and felt it inappropriate to dismiss him. There's no need to return to class." Suddenly, Teacher Li clapped a hand on Yichu's shoulder, leaving him bewildered. "These are the introductory versions of the ancient martial arts courses selected by a prominent figure at our elite high school. If you have time, you can study these in your dormitory. Aside from the major examinations each semester, you can spend the rest of your time in your dormitory. Additionally, there is a distinguished teacher at the school who wishes to personally tutor you. You should be able to meet that esteemed teacher once you return to your dormitory. That teacher Lee spoke. He produced 4 tablets from behind him. That it was only then that Yizhu noticed the backpack concealed behind teacher Lee's ample frame. Without further ado, teacher Lee inundated Yizhu with a multitude of instructions. After concluding, he patted Yizhu's shoulder again, his expression radiating a sense of camaraderie. With that, he urged Yizhu to hurry back and meet the distinguished teacher. But teacher Lee, what about my credits? I still need to attend more courses to earn credits. Yizhu was utterly perplexed, unsure of the sudden turn of events. Once you begin practicing these techniques, you need not worry about accumulating credits anymore. Each of the 4 tablets contains a martial art. Completing one will earn you enough credits to cover an entire year's expenses in your second year. Complete all 4, and you will advance to the 3rd year, Li Jianguo stated earnestly. Having said that, he seemed reluctant to divulge further information, encouraging Yizhu with a gesture before departing swiftly. Although Yizhu was filled with confusion, he could only gather his thoughts and head towards his dormitory. Could it be that my outstanding performance in yesterday's simulation battle prompted the school to arrange for a personal teacher and special techniques for my training? That must be it. Chapter 40. The Distinguished Teacher, a fiery woman. Each department of the elite high school was quite expansive. Merely exiting the affiliated hospital took Yizhu 5 minutes, traversing the district gate, entering the second-year academic area, and returning to the dormitory consumed over 10 minutes. During this time, Yizhu attempted to unlock the 4 tablets in his possession to discover which special techniques they contained. However, to his surprise, unlike the tablet containing the first-year curriculum that teacher Lee had previously given him, which could be accessed freely, these 4 tablets were composed of a sturdy, thick material resembling stone tablets. Moreover, the unlocking mechanism required the verification of an individual's iris. Yizhu speculated that this must pertain to the teacher who would soon be instructing him personally. Lost in thought, he effortlessly arrived at the entrance of his villa. The door was slightly ajar, prompting Yizhu to frown and glance around. It was important to note that this elite high school was not the safest of places. Numerous displaced students roamed about. Was the distinguished teacher not concerned about someone stealthily entering her residence to steal something, although he didn't possess anything of significant value? Upon entering the hall, a captivating fragrance enveloped him that he soon noticed that someone appeared to be using the bathroom on the 2nd floor. This was something that would consume his credits. Upon further inspection, he observed a series of camouflage military attire scattered on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Yizhu furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility that this distinguished teacher hailed from the military. It was quite brazen of her to occupy her student's room, and even more so to spend his credits on bathing. Yizhu's initial impression of the distinguished teacher was far from favorable. Nevertheless, he recognized her authority as a teacher and felt powerless to object, but he settled onto the sofa, awaiting her completion of the bath. Meanwhile, he glanced at the remaining credits on his student ID. Credits: 5,333. Consumption ongoing. Yizhu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and he recalled that he had earned 5,000 credits from yesterday's simulation battle, and now only 533 remained. Moreover, it seemed that the credits were depleting rapidly during her bathing. After waiting for a mere quarter of an hour, he observed a noticeable decline of over 600 credits. Was this person indulging in high-end services such as blood circulation therapy and muscle massage in the shower? Yizhu could no longer remain seated. Was this distinguished teacher truly treating him as a fool? Watching his credits dwindle to nearly 4,000, he finally lost patience, his expression darkening as he rose to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the midpoint of the staircase, he gathered the teacher's clothing and headed toward the bathroom on the 2nd floor. However, once he arrived, he sensed something amiss. Was that a woman's melodious humming? It sounded rather pleasant. A woman. Yizhu froze in place, staring at the frosted window of the bathroom that faintly reflected a perfect silhouette. He stood there, momentarily paralyzed, before deciding to inspect the clothes he held to confirm the identity of the occupant. He cautiously brought the fabric closer to his nose. An exclusive, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Yizhu was left speechless. This distinguished teacher was indeed a woman. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, he promptly turned to descend the stairs, attempting to act as though nothing had occurred. Yet at that very moment, a twist of fate unfolded. The sound of running water ceased abruptly, and before Yizhu could even lift a foot, the bathroom door swung open. Amidst the rising steam, a stunningly beautiful face, framed by a towel wrapped around her hair, was the first sight to greet him. As the steam gradually dissipated, it revealed a fair and voluptuous figure, partly concealed by a towel. Ditto. Student Yi, do you possess such peculiar inclinations, enjoying a clandestine glimpse of your teacher in the bath? Would you like the teacher to wash you as well? The woman regarded Yi Zhu with a mocking gaze as he stood frozen, his eyes wide in shock that just as Yi Zhu attempted to explain. The woman suddenly hurled the towel she had been using to cover herself towards him. He instinctively reached out to block it, but the towel concealed a solid object that struck him squarely in the chest like a hammer. The force was so great that Yi Zhu was sent sprawling backward, crashing through the second-floor railing and plummeting to the ground below, were it only his body falling from a height of 3 meters. With over 30 vitality points, Yi Zhu would have suffered little more than a minor setback. However, the object that had propelled him downward collided with his chest upon impact, eliciting a sound of cracking bones. A wave of agonizing pain surged through his chest, rendering him momentarily voiceless. Veins throbbed in his neck and forehead as the towel obscuring his vision was lifted away, with a fierce expression. Yi Zhu's frustration boiled over. Having suffered such an unexpected blow, he, despite being a student, could not allow the teacher to bully him, so it was clear that the fault lay with her. And yet he bore the brunt of the consequences. The energy within him surged and his dantian began to rotate rapidly, his fists clenched tightly. Yet when the towel was finally lifted, revealing the scene before him, his spirit deflated like a deflated balloon. Before him sat the teacher, entirely unclothed, casually positioned on her bed. The towel she had lifted only served to cover her most modest areas, revealing her shapely thighs, the faint outline of her abdominal muscles, and a beautiful face that now wore a playful smile. What is this? Have you lost your spirit? Would a kiss from the teacher rekindle your fire, or shall I kick you again? Not angry at all. The heroic spirit that once adorned the young woman's brows has completely dissipated. All that remains is an allure capable of corroding the very core of one's heart. The teacher chuckled, while the student merely sought clarification, unaware that a misunderstanding had arisen. Now that the teacher has vented her frustration on the student, does this mean she can disengage from him? After all, even in jest, there must be boundaries observed between teacher and student. That Yi Chu let out a resigned sigh, his face reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. Oh, you truly are different, he mused, realizing the old man had spoken truthfully. That a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in the female teacher's eyes as she rose from her place beside Yi Chu. However, in that very moment of her ascent, a vast expanse of pink materialized around her, resembling a swirling mass of dust, as the female teacher gracefully twirled. Returning to stand before Yi Chu, that pink substance astonishingly wove itself into a pair of hot pants and a tank top, showcasing her alluring figure in all its glory. Chapter 41. Absurd Teacher, Strict Requirements. Mulan, an active major in the northern district of Longwa's military, is a 6th-tier martial artist with the innate ability of shockwave. She is also the only female general in the military to have received a special commendation. Remarkably, Mulan had not anticipated that merely 12 hours prior, she was preparing to head to the Baiguan Beast Zone to eliminate the creatures that could potentially gather into a tide of abnormal beasts. Yet here she was a mere 12 hours later, traversing 1,000 miles to Jiangdong Elite High School to personally instruct a sophomore student. This turn of events was entirely due to the sudden demands posed by the old man. At this moment, Mulan's elongated eyes narrowed as she gazed at the boy still lying motionless on the ground. What? Are you clinging to me? Or have I truly injured you? Her expression was one of disdain, recognizing that while Yi Chu bore some injuries, they were far from incapacitating. Are you really here to personally teach me? Yi Chu remained on the ground, shielding his eyes with one arm. What do you mean? You little rascal? Do you think I am unworthy of being your teacher? Mulan's countenance shifted to one of displeasure upon hearing his words. Those fortunate enough to be under her tutelage were either students of exceptional caliber or top-ranking soldiers in the military. Some, despite offering bribes or connections, might not earn her guidance. What did this boy imply? Was it merely because of that kick she had delivered? Did he harbor discontent or doubt regarding her ability to instruct him? Contemplating this, Mulan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she recalled the information file regarding Yi Chu that had accompanied her transfer orders. The only exceptional transfer student in Longhua, he had set the record for the SSS level in Jiang Haishi after 300 years. Within half a day of enrollment, he had once again defeated an SSS-level simulation character, the Apocalypse Queen. Far beyond his own cultivation leveled, it was these outstanding achievements that had compelled her to traverse such distance to instruct a mere youth. Yet this boy dared to act aloof before her. Young man, I see what you're after. Do you feel wrong because I used your credits without permission and injured you? Are you seeking an apology from me? With her expression returning to neutrality, Mulan approached the still motionless Yi Chu. Without a word, she seized his collar and hoisted him up, gaining a clear view of his expression. Was it one of resignation, indifference, or perhaps a hint of self-pity? Mulan felt her face flush with anger. I entered 24 years. This was the first time someone had conveyed such disdain without uttering a single word. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Mulan's body, in stark contrast to the feeble cyclone Yi Chu had just accumulated. The true energy pouring forth from Mulan stirred up fierce winds within the expansive villa. The towel atop her head was swept away by the gusts, and her fiery red hair danced wildly in the turbulent air, coupled with her icy gaze, which seemed capable of inflicting harm. Yi Chu's heart raced with trepidation, but he had merely been curious about his teacher's capabilities and had intended to provoke her slightly. He never anticipated her explosive reaction. From within the terrifying winds, he could sense the pure energy slicing through the air like blades. She was immensely more formidable than Teacher Li. With the teacher present, I bow to you, my esteemed instructor, Yi Chu, feeling momentarily lost. Now regarded Mulan with admiration, his respect swelling like an unceasing tide. That a true gentleman knows when to yield. Yi Chu clasped his fists, adopting an earnest demeanor. With a sigh, the tempest subsided, and Mulan finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Releasing her grip, Yi Chu fell back to the ground. As a citizen of Longhua, it is our duty to respect our teachers. You are quite impressive. From this day forth, I shall be your dedicated instructor in ancient martial arts. With an air of pride, Mulan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, embodying the essence of a mentor. May I inquire your name? Teacher, Yi Chu asked humbly. In ancient times, Mulan took her father's place in the army. Now I, Mulan, shall vanquish foreign beasts. She raised her head proudly. Since the day is still young, shall we commence our studies immediately? Yi Chu, eager to comply, smiled in agreement. Your chest must be fractured. Shouldn't you rest in the infirmary on the 3rd floor for a while? Mulan inquired, her gaze falling upon Yi Chu's chest. She had been careful with the force of her kick. It was intended to inflict pain without causing lasting injury. While such an injury might be trivial to a soldier, it posed a significant concern for a student just beginning to explore the world of martial arts. This minor injury is inconsequential. I enrolled late in the elite high school and wish to catch up to my peers as soon as possible. Yi Chu shook his head slightly. Very well. As you wish. Mulan raised an eyebrow, then smiled briskly. Extending her hand towards Yi Chu, he promptly handed her the 4 tablets. You won't be learning from these just yet. Didn't Teacher Li provide you with a comprehensive course outline for the first-year students? To her surprise, Mulan glanced at the tablets before casually tossing them aside. She reached out again, realizing her intentions. Yi Chu quickly retrieved a regular tablet from the table in the hall and presented it to Mulan. The courses here include Introduction to Qi Cultivation, Levels 1, 2, and 3. Introduction to Body Refinement, Levels 1, 2, and 3. And the basics of ancient martial arts in terms of fist techniques, leg techniques, and body techniques. I expect you to master all of these within a week. Can you achieve that? Mulan regarded Yi Chu with an air of superiority. Without hesitation, he replied, I'll do my best. Not do your best, but you must. Mulan interjected, her voice firm. None of my students have ever taken more than a week to complete these foundational courses. If you cannot accomplish this within a week, it will indicate that the old man has misjudged you, and you will have to return to the campus and follow the curriculum along with the others. With a dismissive huff, Mulan issued a stern command to Yi Chu from the outset. He felt a sense of pressure, but had no choice but to brace himself. Soon, the teaching commenced. Following Mulan's instructions, Yi Chu removed his shoes and settled down on the floor, sitting cross-legged. He let his hands rest naturally on his knees, closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, and sought to sense the flow of blood and energy within himself. Chapter 42. Visualization of Qi Cultivation. Advanced Technology. The three foundational courses of ancient martial arts at the elite high school include Qi Cultivation, which strengthens the internal core and enhances the body's vital organs, nurturing postnatal energy to strike with the force of thunder and kick with the swiftness of the wind. Body Refinement, which focuses on external training, also known in ancient times as horizontal training, fortifying the body and transforming it into the most formidable weapon. And once the integration of internal and external cultivation is achieved, students begin simultaneous practice of basic fist techniques, leg techniques, and body techniques, solidifying their martial arts foundation that if you wish to catch up to your peers' progress of a year and a half within a week, you must not only possess extraordinary martial talent, but also employ effective training methods. Clad in her striking attire, Mulan began to instruct Yi Chu in the ways of cultivation, exuding the demeanor of a strict teacher. Her gaze was sharp, meticulously observing every subtle detail of Yi Chu's movements. The flutter of his hair, the flush on his face, the slight bulging of veins in his neck, all signs of the internal energy beginning to spiral as his blood circulated more rapidly. Very well. It appears you have reached a proficient level in Qi cultivation. Now I want you to envision an object in your mind that it is a flower, a resplendent rose adorned with thorns. Carefully envision the intricate details of the crimson petals. And then, employing the cyclone of energy within your dantian, begin to simulate the appearance of that vibrant flower. Strive to achieve meticulous precision. The words of Mulan seem to possess an enchanting quality. As they fall upon Yi Zhu's ears, he unconsciously begins to conjure in his mind a rose beset with thorns. However, when he attempts to deliberately guide the cyclone of energy, following Mulan's instructions to replicate the shape of the flower in his thoughts, he finds it exceedingly challenging, akin to an infant learning to wield chopsticks or a primary school student mastering the art of writing. The cyclone, though capable of forming delicate threads under his command, proves incapable of weaving into the desired configuration. As Yi Zhu spends more time grappling with the cyclone, beads of sweat begin to trickle down his forehead. The depletion of his mental energy occurs at a pace that Yi Zhu cannot fathom. Nearly a quarter of an hour has passed, and he suddenly opens his eyes wide, forcefully disrupting his meditative state. It is futile. He cannot achieve it. Yi Zhu begins to gasp for breath, his body drenched in perspiration, as though he has just undergone a vigorous workout. His mental energy is on the verge of exhaustion, and his mind feels clouded. Experiencing such a situation on the first attempt is not unusual. The method of energy refinement I have imparted to you is an exceptionally efficient visualization technique, envisioning objects within the sea of consciousness and controlling your cyclone of energy to imitate them. The limited cyclones within your body can be directed towards a goal, facilitating the faster generation of energy. This is precisely why I chose to instruct you in your villa. Mulan observes Yi Zhu, who appears on the brink of collapse, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickers in her eyes. After all, Yi Zhu managed to endure for a quarter of an hour during his inaugural attempt at visualization. She had initially anticipated that 5 minutes would be the limit for a novice like him. The longer one can sustain visualization on the first try, the greater the innate talent displayed. It is a positive sign. Now, immediately return to your bed and rest. When the time comes, I shall awaken you. Mulan tossed the towel, previously used by her, toward Yi Zhu, which still carried her unique fragrance. However, at this moment, Yi Zhu, utterly fatigued, had no inclination to ponder Mulan's words. He simply followed her instructions. Staggering to his feet, he casually wiped the sweat from his body with the towel and gradually made his way to his bedroom. Eventually, he collapsed onto the expansive, soft bed. The villa's steward reminded him, "Your mental energy is severely depleted. You urgently require slumber. Deep sleep mode has been activated for you," the intelligent steward announced. The door to Yi Zhu's room closed automatically, and a gentle fragrance of sandalwood began to permeate the air, accompanied by soothing lullaby music that Yi Zhu instantly sank into a comfortable slumber. Time passed unknowingly. The villa's steward warned, "Someone has forcefully entered the master's bedroom." Activating rapid awakening mode, Yi Zhu, deeply asleep, was jolted awake as if struck by electricity, that he bolted upright in bed, the first sight greeting him being Mulan, leaning against the bedroom door, arms crossed, a playful smile adorning her face. As morning arrived, Yi Zhu initially failed to grasp the reason behind Mulan's smile, but he simply felt rejuvenated from his restful slumber, his previously drained mental energy now fully replenished. Only 30 minutes had transpired. However, I advise you to put on some clothes first. Otherwise, if you expose yourself, your future girlfriend might feel jealous that Mulan's teasing smile carried a hint of mischief. Realizing his state, Yi Zhu abruptly glanced at his own body. Although covered by a blanket, he was completely bare. Turning his gaze once more, he noticed that his clothes had been mysteriously removed and neatly hung in the wardrobe. Mulan had anticipated that Yi Zhu, upon being teased, would surely blush, resembling a shy girl. Instead, he exhibited no sign of embarrassment. He boldly threw off the blanket and nonchalantly descended from the bed to retrieve his clothes without a glimpse of spring. This unexpected display caused Mulan to flush deeply, her narrow eyes widening in shock, a finger pointing at Yi Zhu as she was rendered speechless. Her intention had been to tease him, yet she found herself outmaneuvered. Truly, he was not at all endearing. Mulan, blushing furiously, quickly turned away, determined to maintain her composure despite her inner turmoil. The white Yi Zhu cast a casual glance at Mulan's retreating figure, filled with disdain. After all, he had lived 2 lives. With his previous existence spanning over 30 years, that he could not allow this young girl to continue teasing him. Taking his time, he donned his clothing. Mulan, let us continue our practice. The white Yi Zhu returned to his previously amiable demeanor. This time, he could not afford to sleep, for it would not be permitted for longer than 20 minutes. Mulan, aware of Yi Zhu's inner satisfaction, let out a slight hum of annoyance at Wai Yi Zhu upon hearing this. Found her tone peculiar. However, he soon marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the villa's sleep assistance system that in just half an hour, he experienced the refreshing effects of a full 8 hours of rest. No wonder students from elite high schools excel in both vitality and ancient martial arts compared to their ordinary peers. That IT is all a product of technological advancement. Chapter 43. Supporting Women. Cultivating True Energy. Wai Yi Zhu began his second visualization attempt. Initially, he activated the energy meridians throughout his body, commencing the circulation according to the Zhou-Tian meridian system. The image of a rose began to form in his mind. Then the cyclone started to mimic the flower's shape, weaving into formation. The first strand of energy was skillfully condensed into a line, crafting one of the rose's petals. Yi Zhu was pleasantly surprised to find it was not as arduous as during his initial attempt. It felt as though the first trial had merely served to familiarize him with the intricate manipulation of the cyclone. With the second attempt, based on his experience from the first, he was able to effectively organize the cyclone into a general representation of the object he envisioned. This time, Yi Zhu maintained the visualization for a full 30 minutes. Unlike his first attempt, during which he had struggled, although beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, he did not find himself drenched as before. Such remarkable comprehension. Merely the second attempt, and yet the duration of visualization had doubled. Moreover, he appeared significantly more at ease during this endeavor. Had he truly managed to replicate the first petal? Mulan observed Yi Zhu's progress, her heart stirred by waves of excitement. This visualization technique for energy refinement is not particularly rare. However, the barriers to learning it are quite high. Those who master this technique are typically martial artists of the tiger rank or above. Only after experiencing the stage of the barbarian rank, where one can engage in effective combat without meticulous control over their energy cyclone, can one progress to the tiger rank, where enhanced mastery of true energy is required to achieve higher levels of combat skill. Yet, Yi Zhu's advancement in this energy visualization practice is the fastest and most efficient that Mulan has ever witnessed among practitioners of this technique. She recalled her own experience when she first trained in this method. It took her 5 hours to effectively visualize for half an hour and successfully create the first petal. Ultimately, Yi Zhu's second visualization session reached an impressive 35 minutes. His outstanding progress also garnered him a substantial amount of credits. Credits 3240. Compared to the 5-minute basic breathing method taught in class, it is evident that practicing this visualization technique yields far greater rewards. Once again, having exhausted his mental strength, Yi Zhu no longer required Mulan's guidance and independently made his way to the bedroom. Observing this, Mulan contemplated calling out to Yi Zhu, but before she could utter a word, he had already thrown himself onto the bed, and the doors slowly closed behind him. Thus, the words she wished to say remained unspoken. This time, Yi Zhu entered a deep slumber for a full hour. Without needing Mulan to awaken him, he had already set the time for his sleep state to be interrupted, planned for when his mental energy would peak. He rose once more, revitalized and full of vigor. Having learned from her previous experience, Mulan did not linger at Yi Chu's door, but chose to remain on the living room sofa. Engrossed in her tablet for entertainment, Yi Chu, aware of himself, rose to dress, then seated himself cross-legged in the center of the living room, directly in front of Mulan, and resumed his visualization practice. Mulan observed all of this, and gradually, her words of guidance regarding Yi Chu's qi cultivation diminished until she eventually ceased to even glance in his direction. This was due to Yi Chu's ability to train and rest independently, negating any need for her vigilant supervision. His attitude towards cultivation was what pleased her the most. As night fell, Yi Chu had completed 4 rounds of visualization, totaling 7 hours including his rest. When he finally emerged from his slumber, Mulan had just returned from outside, bringing with her a substantial amount of packaged food. The aroma of freshly cooked meat wafted through the air, reaching Yi Chu's nostrils and stirring a deep hunger within him, interrupting his immersive state of practice. The goals I previously set remain unchanged. Strive to master this visualization technique within 2 days. Once you've grasped it, you can begin your physical training. Manage your time as you see fit. Mulan placed Yi Chu's portion on the coffee table before casually ascending the stairs with a small bag of food in hand. The villa had 3 levels. The main bedroom was on the first floor, while a small bedroom was situated on the third. She proceeded to settle in upstairs. Yi Chu watched her ascend slowly before approaching the coffee table to open the food packaging. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes brightened, and he realized a troubling matter. That he pulled out his student ID and checked. Credits. 4902. Well, after toiling for an entire afternoon, he had accumulated over 10,000 credits. Subtracting the costs of efficient rest and lodging, the remainder had all been expended on Mulan. Estimating the food in his bag, it amounted to no more than 4,000 credits. Was it possible that her dining expenses were nearly double his? The thought of Mulan carrying a small bag of food as she went upstairs made Yi Chu grit his teeth. It felt akin to a situation where a devoted admirer was being mercilessly exploited by a goddess during their school days. Was he essentially supporting a woman to live comfortably at home? Yi Chu couldn't help but tease himself about it. Without wasting any more time, he inhaled with vigor, devouring the entire 4-pound bag of food in just 15 minutes. Fully satiated, Yi Chu resumed his relentless practice. He discovered that cultivation was indeed addictive. The sense of accomplishment from each progressive visualization and the invigorating feeling of exhaustion, transforming into vitality, made him unconsciously regard cultivation as an immensely pleasurable endeavor. Once again seated in meditation after experiencing 4 rounds of visualization, Yi Chu had now gained the ability to fully manipulate the qi vortex, tracing the rose-like lines in his mind. What remained was to fill in more qi within those outlines, rendering the entire rose complete and truly unique. Time passed swiftly. When Mulan stretched and descended from upstairs the following morning, Yi Chu was still quietly meditating in the center of the hall. It was unclear whether he had just begun his practice or had persisted throughout the night. Mulan intended to awaken Yi Chu, suggesting they start the day with a set of military exercises to invigorate his circulation. However, before she could speak, a casual glance caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. That moment, Yi Chu was enveloped by a fine mist so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible from a distance. This delicate vapor rose from where he sat, clinging to his form as it ascended, ultimately converging at the crown of his head before merging into his sea of consciousness. This extraordinary sight left Mulan momentarily frozen. As if she had encountered a ghost, the qi vortex, thin as tide, surged like a spring, and light as mist, represented true qi. Had this young man truly cultivated true qi? Chapter 44, Drawing Inferences. I am the Buddha in the age of high martial arts. The classification of martial artists extends beyond mere vitality. It encompasses ancient martial arts levels, average bodily metrics, and the quantity and quality of beasts hunted. The distinction between qi vortex and true qi marks the pivotal difference between a barbarian-level martial artist and a tiger-level martial artist. One could say that barbarian-level martial artists are akin to novices, mere apprentices in the martial arts realm, while tiger-level martial artists are the ones who have genuinely entered the hall of martial arts. The disparity between chi vortex and true chi accounts for this classification that a chi vortex is formed by beginners in the early stages of chi cultivation, characterized by a limited amount of low-quality chi. Its effectiveness as a power carrier is insufficient, resulting in subpar practical outcomes. True chi, on the other hand, emerges when a martial artist accumulates numerous chi vortices and, through a robust physique, compresses the surplus chi within, enhancing its quality and significantly increasing its capacity to bear force. That it can be said that true chi is the true weapon of a martial artist, while the chi vortex serves merely as a transitional instrument for novices. What on earth is happening with this young man? Mulan observed the chi vortex emanating from Yi Chu, now condensed to a visible quality. This undoubtedly indicated he had reached the level of true chi. Moreover, the volume of true chi enveloping Yi Chu was considerable. Enough, stop. Mulan suddenly realized something, her astonished expression shifting to one of grave concern. Without time to take the stairs, she leaped over the railing and landed in front of Yi Chu. At that moment, Yi Chu was deeply engrossed in a meditative state. Mere vocal calls would not suffice to rouse him. Uncertain of her suspicions, Mulan understood that if the wrong thing were to occur, it could lead to an irreversible situation. She dared not take that risk. After much contemplation, Mulan decided to take action. Her fair hand shot up, aiming to strike at Yi Chu's crown. However, just as her hand was about to land, Yi Chu's circulating true chi erupted violently. The force of true chi surged forth like a tempest, and Mulan was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chu's sudden movement, which allowed him to roll backward. Distancing himself from her, with a wary gaze, Yi Chu opened his eyes. "What do you intend to do, Teacher Mulan?" he asked, eyeing her warily, especially her hand poised in midair, which ignited a flicker of hostility in his eyes. Mulan was taken aback. Her intention had been to disperse the true chi clustered at Yi Chu's crown, preventing stagnation within his body, thus awakening him from his deep meditation to her surprise. Yi Chu had awakened on his own, seemingly due to sensing the danger posed by her impending strike. "Hold on. I need to inspect your meridians," Mulan exclaimed, recalling the potential peril Yi Chu may have just faced. She resolved to check his body first before explaining further. "Stop right there. Teacher Mulan, I require a reasonable explanation first. Otherwise, I cannot trust you." Mulan stepped forward. Yi Chu swiftly retreated 3 steps. Maintaining a safe distance from her, it was not entirely unjustifiable for Yi Chu to act this way. He had been wholly absorbed in his practice, defenseless, when someone attempted to take advantage of the situation. Had it not been for his innate danger-sensing ability, he might well have been struck by the teacher before him. In the absence of understanding her motives, anyone would feel a surge of wariness. Mulan, feeling helpless, noticed that Yi Chu did not appear to be in any immediate danger. She opted to explain, "Why are you able to cultivate true chi?" True chi is standard for tiger-level martial artists. It requires a martial artist's vitality to reach a certain level, enabling their body to compress the chi generated within, culminating in the formation of higher quality true chi. You are merely a second-year student. How could you possibly achieve this? Her words resembled an interrogation rather than an explanation. "Teacher Mulan, what I need is your explanation," Yi Chu replied, his gaze icy, fully prepared to trigger the villa's alarm system. Should the alarm be activated, it would summon security personnel from the elite high school to ensure the safety of the students. "Have you lost your mind?" Mulan's expression turned equally stern as she inquired in a low voice. Lost my mind?" Yi Chu was taken aback, clearly puzzled by Mulan's words. Put it simply, during your visualization, did you harbor distracting thoughts or consider other matters? Did this lead to an excessive impact on your heart meridian during the chi vortex induction, thereby affecting your perception of reality? In essence, have you gone insane? Mulan, growing weary of continuing to dance around the subject with Yi Chu, spoke plainly and directly. "Do you have any distractions in your heart?" "I must admit, I did envision things beyond just roses, and I engaged in a cyclone exercise according to my own thoughts. However, this was only because I have reached a level where I can recreate a rose with absolute fidelity using the cyclone within me. I simply wish to challenge myself with a more complex visualization. As for whether I have lost my sanity, what do you think, teacher?" At this moment, Yi Chu had begun to grasp that this was all a misunderstanding. His gaze towards Mulan grew somewhat awkward. "Are you saying that you managed to materialize the flower you visualized in just one evening?" Mulan, too, recognized the significant misunderstanding that had transpired between them, but still found it hard to believe. It was inconceivable that someone could achieve mastery of the art of energy manipulation in just one night. Yet, this was perplexing. What was the second object of your visualization? Mulan's eyes remained filled with skepticism. I casually visualized the Tathagata, Yi Chu replied, increasingly flustered, his words stumbling over one another. The Tathagata? What flower is that? Mulan was momentarily taken aback, suspecting Yi Chu was fabricating nonsense, that it is the Buddha Tathagata. Aware that mere words would not suffice to prove his point, Yi Chu closed his eyes, envisioning a golden Buddha statue standing majestically in his mind's eye. Simultaneously, fine threads of true energy began to manifest around him. However, this time, the energy did not circulate around the surface of his body as before. Instead, it intentionally took the form of a majestic Buddha statue behind him, the great sun Tathagata. Even Mulan, having trained to the level of a dragon-class warrior, found herself frozen in place at the unprecedented sight before her. Her elongated, beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chu as if he were a monster. How did you do that? Chapter 45. Outrageous Feats. Exceptional talent. Mulan hailed from a military family and had practiced various ancient martial arts since childhood. At the tender age of 12, she accompanied her father to the battlefield against beastly foes, having personally slain many. While her composure was not yet at the level of her father, who remained unperturbed in the face of danger, she was undeniably mature and composed. Yet today, before Yi Chu, she found herself repeatedly losing her composure. All of this stemmed from the extraordinary nature of the young man before her. He was not a martial artist, yet he could cultivate true energy and even manifest a grand Buddha shadow using that energy. What kind of anomaly is this boy? This technique was unlike anything she had ever encountered, reminiscent of ancient martial arts long forgotten. It seems this is a misunderstanding, Mulan teacher, observing Mulan's ghostly expression. Yi Chu had entirely abandoned his suspicions, realizing that their confusion was merely a result of mutual ignorance. Wait a moment. First, tell me how you accomplished this. True energy, leaving the body, is one thing, as even high-ranking tiger-class warriors can achieve that. But how did you manage to control the energy outside the body, forming this illusion? Mulan's curiosity had reached its zenith. She no longer cared about what kind of freak Yi Chu was. She simply wanted to understand how he had achieved this feat well. How do I explain? During my visualization, I discovered that my control over true energy became increasingly proficient, allowing me to easily shape it into what I desired. Thus, I began to imagine objects of greater complexity, focusing on intricate details for my energy manipulation. However, as I advanced in controlling the cyclone, I suddenly realized that the human meridian system is exceedingly intricate and convoluted. A significant portion of the energy would be wasted navigating through these complex pathways, resulting in only a marginal increase in energy after each full circulation through my body. So, I attempted to see if I could bypass the meridians and take a broader path for circulation. That is how I learned to separate true energy from my body. Yi Chu patiently explained to Mulan how he achieved this astonishing feat initially. Mulan listened intently, comprehending his words. However, as Yi Chu began discussing the complexity of the human meridian system and the need for alternative approaches, question marks started to form above her head. Such considerations had never crossed her mind, nor had they likely occurred to the ancients, or they would have been realized long ago. Why would she contemplate them? Yi Chu's subsequent explanations left Mulan utterly perplexed, as if she were listening to the ravings of a madman. Many of the principles he discussed were entirely foreign to her, especially coming from a sophomore in high school. By the time Yi Chu concluded his lengthy, yet detailed explanation, Mulan found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Was it her ignorance, or was this fellow truly defying the heavens? Was he merely trying to convey that his comprehension was extraordinary, achieving what the ancients had not? All right, enough of this. That if you haven't gone mad, that suffices. Furthermore, write down your insights and submit them to the higher-ups in Longhua. That way, you will have contributed to the advancement of martial arts in our nation. Mulan waved her hand dismissively, somewhat displeased. While there was no issue with passing this method to the state, she was merely a student who had just begun to grasp it, and she felt she needed more time to refine her understanding. Yi Chu hesitated, voicing his doubts while secretly calculating in his mind. Can you still refine it? How long will that take? Mulan looked earnestly at Yi Chu. although she had not fully grasped his explanations. She recognized that the method Yi Chu had developed for separating true energy from the body could be of immense significance if presented to the ancient martial arts research department of Longhua. The ability to separate true energy and control, it could pave a new path for humanity in ancient martial arts, potentially an unprecedented one. It was akin to the invention of nuclear fusion in ancient times. This would undoubtedly be a monumental chapter in the history of humanity. As a student, he had stumbled upon this insight purely by chance that to fully refine it could take 10 years, or perhaps even 20 or 30. Yi Chu feigned difficulty, his former nature as a cunning merchant resurfacing. All right, submit it early. The high-ups in Longhua won't shortchange you. You might even receive a tremendous opportunity. Upon seeing Yi Chu's exaggerated demeanor, Mulan immediately understood his true intentions. She rolled her eyes in response. 3 days. It will be done in 3 days. Having achieved his objective, Yi Chu dropped the pretense and extended 3 fingers. Very well. Our nation's great genius. Since you have refined your energy to this level and don't appear fatigued, shall we begin refining your body now? Mulan, caught off guard by Yi Chu's antics, felt a flicker of annoyance flash across her eyes. But she forced a smile and replied, I can start at any time. Yi Chu's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a grin, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of mischief in Mulan's gaze, interpreting it as her strictness in teaching. Then you must be prepared. Refining the body is different from refining energy. It can lead to serious injuries or even threaten your life. Mulan spoke. She clasped her hands into fists, the joints cracking ominously. Yi Chu's smile faltered, and he began to grasp the implications of Mulan's words. Wait a moment, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps I overdid it with the visualization. I need to rest. Before he could finish, Mulan leaped forward, her right hand clamping over his mouth. First, a knee strike forced him to bend slightly, nearly causing him to regurgitate the meal from the previous night. Then, she delivered a palm strike to his back, sending his energy into a frenzy, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. This was not the end in the hands of Mulan, already a dragon-class warrior. Yi Chu became nothing more than a plaything. Mulan seemed to be training against a dummy, employing joint locks, punches, and even pressure point techniques, occasionally delivering strikes to accelerate the flow of his blood. Yi Chu could only submit, continuously pleading for mercy. Yet gradually, he began to suspect that Mulan's actions might indeed be aimed at helping him open his meridians. Yi Chu's thoughts are not without merit. Though Mulan is gritting her teeth while tormenting him, she has not inflicted any genuine harm. On the contrary, after each of her strikes, he experiences a fleeting burst of exhilaration coursing through his body. This not akin to the peculiar masters in martial arts novels who assist others in unblocking their meridians. Chapter 46. Forcefully opening the dragon spine, ancient battlefield. The rest aligns closely with Yi Chu's musings that Mulan seeks to take advantage of helping Yi Chu initiate the first step in body refinement, all while providing a justified reason to teach him a lesson. During the torment inflicted by Mulan, Yi Chu's body experienced more than mere pain, that he sensed a heightened activation of his muscles. This state of activation surpassed the self-initiated responses his body would normally engage during combat, extending deep to his bones and lightly to every inch of his skin. Yi Chu felt as if ants were crawling all over him, a tingling sensation enveloping him, while the vitality coursing through his muscles surged like boiling water. Before long, as Mulan pinned Yi Chu down and pressed her fingers 3 inches below his Dazhui point, an unbearable heat enveloped his entire being. Steam began to emanate from his pores, as if Mulan's touch had unlocked a treasure trove within his body. His heart thumped violently, akin to a drum, and Yi Chu felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. The rush of vitality ignited an impulse within him to engage in a fierce battle. That moment, a resounding clap echoed as Mulan's hand struck the back of his head decisively. The force of this blow jolted Yi Chu back to reality, and the previously surging vitality receded like a retreating tide, leaving him devoid of the fervor he had just experienced. How does it feel? Do you remember that sensation? Mulan, perched atop Yi Chu, smirked with a self-satisfied grin. Remembering it is one thing, but how does this relate to body refinement? Yi Chu felt as though he had just emerged from a passionate and intense battle. With the ebullient vitality dissipated, he was left with a sense of profound exhaustion. His eyelids began to droop, and his voice was feeble as he posed his question. The modern methods of body refinement, when placed in ancient times, would be referred to by the ancients as the method of horizontal practice that involved repeatedly activating the body's vitality to nourish the muscles, continually strengthening the physical form. Of course, this was merely the internal practice. There existed external methods, which were even simpler than Mulan. As if thoroughly enjoying her position atop Yizhu, crossed her legs and prepared to embark on a lengthy and profound exposition of body refinement. However, as she became engrossed in her explanation, she noticed the young man beneath her had already succumbed to slumber, his rhythmic snores interrupting her discourse. With a sigh, she rose from Yizhu's side, casting a glance at his peacefully sleeping figure, and without further ado, she seized his waistband and unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed. That Yizhu's slumber was not particularly tranquil. Nevertheless, he found himself dreaming. He was not one to often dream, but perhaps due to his body's extreme fatigue, he unwittingly fell into a slumber filled with oppressive visions. He dreamt of inexplicably appearing on a battlefield where humanity was engaged in a life-and-death struggle against an unrelenting tide of beasts. The dream felt strikingly real, and Yizhu could discern the faces of every warrior on the battlefield. They were clad in the pitch-black armor worn by the ancient sages of humanity, wielding an array of weapons. Yet one aspect puzzled him. These ancient warriors appeared significantly larger than modern humans, and the chi emanating from them was a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. Before his eyes lay a gruesome spectacle, where human warriors utilized their formidable physiques to rend the beasts apart with their bare hands. Each warrior towered over 2 meters in height, with muscles bulging and faces contorted in fierce expressions akin to deities of slaughter. The vitality surged and radiated around them, rendering the beasts seemingly at a disadvantage. What ancient martial arts were these? Yizhu pondered. Yet he failed to notice a massive 5-meter-long cloud leopard swiftly traversing the battlefield with the swiftness of a white rainbow. When he finally regained his senses, the colossal beast had already opened its gaping maw, lunging towards him. The white Yizhu jolted awake, startled, his eyes wide as he stared at the ceiling aglow with a purple hue. Lost in thought, the villa's butler interjected, "You have reduced your expected rest time by half. Your body was in a state of extreme tension during sleep, with your heart rate peaking at 210. Would you like me to summon the school doctor for assistance?" Yizhu assessed his current state. His heartbeat had returned to normal, and his vital energy felt unremarkable. "No need," he replied, rolling over in bed. Wishing to continue his slumber, he was eager to observe the battles of those ancient warriors in his dreams. Once more, he had a premonition that if given more time, he could unravel the mysteries behind their impressive physiques and the true nature of the vitality they exuded, which was undoubtedly a powerful ancient martial art lost to time. Yizhu gradually closed his eyes, striving to induce a sense of drowsiness. However, after tossing and turning for a quarter of an hour, he found himself unable to fall asleep again. "Never mind. I shall rise and practice. Perhaps once I tire from body refinement, I may dream of that scene again." Unable to waste any more time in bed, Yizhu swiftly donned his clothes and got up. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by Mulan, who returned with an array of food in tow. You've awoken after just half an hour? Have you fully recovered?" Mulan inquired, her curiosity piqued upon seeing Yizhu standing in the hall after such a short span. "Yes, my body is still a bit sore, but overall, I'm fine." Yizhu glanced at the sizable bundle Mulan was carrying, feeling a sense of helplessness. Would this gluttonous teacher ever consider sparing his hard-earned credits? Are you implying that I waste your credits?" Mulan retorted, catching the hint of Yizhu's thoughts in his expression. With a playful glare, she tossed the bulging bundle onto the floor before Yizhu. The contents spilled out, revealing a plethora of items. What is this?" Yizhu stared in astonishment at the assortment that emerged from the package. Spirit herbs, bottled potions, neatly packaged silver needles, and even stones. "What are these?" Yizhu asked, bewildered. "You little rascal, I painstakingly gathered numerous materials for your alchemical baths from the herbal medicine department, and yet you dare to look down on them." Mulan shot Yizhu a fierce glare, then turned her head away in indignation. Chapter 47. The 5-Animal Play Unleashed. Vitality Combat Technique. Yizhu quickly realized he had unjustly accused Mulan. His face flushed with embarrassment for a brief moment before he donned a pleasing expression. "Teacher, You mustn't take my words to heart that I intended to express my gratitude for your efforts in personally bringing me meals. Your consideration for your students is commendable. Please do not deny yourself. I would rather you indulge than skimp on my account. Wai Zhu, with his remarkable ability to adapt and flatter, seamlessly shifted his demeanor. Shamelessly continuing, in that case, the credits you earned through your hard work last night should have been largely spent by me already. Since you're feeling well rested, let us promptly begin your body refinement practice. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to afford dinner tonight. Mulan, witnessing Yi Zhu's sudden shift from sulking to beaming, couldn't he help but smile in the blink of an eye. She tossed yet another slightly larger package onto the ground, from which an array of snacks tumbled out. Wai Zhu's ingratiating smile faltered, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. What are you still dawdling for? Do you remember the sensation of boiling vitality I just had you experience? Mulan disregarded Yi Zhu's outward smile and inward frustration, picking up a special bag of chips from the ground, clapping her hands lightly. With a crisp sound, the ground was scattered with chips made from the essence of beast blood. She, unfazed, reached into the bag and tossed a handful in her mouth. Do you recall how to achieve that effect, my student? Yi Zhu diligently maintained his smile while gazing at the scattered chips by Mulan's feet. Feeling as though his heart was bleeding, that he distinctly recalled that these were the vitality chips, each valued at 300 credits, belonging to the category of restorative consumables. Although the increase in vitality from consuming them was modest, their flavor surpassed that of ordinary chips available in the market by leaps and bounds. Mulan's extravagant waste of such a valuable item was nothing short of a travesty. That he settled into a horse stance, activating all the muscles in his body. No, he needed to widen his stance and lower his center of gravity a bit more. Tightening his core, he directed all his strength into his thighs. Yes, just like that. As Mulan munched on the chips, she casually approached the sofa, plopping down and carelessly resting her glossy, fair legs on the table. Wai Zhu calmed his mind, resisting the distractions that threatened to invade his thoughts. Methodically following the steps Mulan had outlined. Once he established his horse stance and began to concentrate his energy in his thighs, he felt the familiar sensation of vitality surging within him. Though it was not as intense as before, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had slipped by. Sweat beaded on Yi Zhu's forehead, his complexion reddening, though his legs remained steady. The tumultuous feeling of vitality eluded him. That a loud burp echoed behind him. That's enough. Stand up and stretch your limbs. I will teach you an advanced body refinement technique. Having finished her meal and left a heap of debris on the table, Mulan finally remembered Yi Zhu. She clapped her hands in satisfaction, wiping them clean on the tablecloth as if it were a napkin. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, she approached Yi Zhu, after stretching her body and drawing her energy into her dantian. Her eyes began to shimmer with a vibrant brilliance. This is a body refinement technique commonly practiced in our military, suitable only for those with a certain martial foundation. I won't take advantage of you. Seeing your exceptional talent, I will make an exception and teach you this technique. It is significantly more potent than what you learned in high school. Watch closely. As Mulan spoke, her body transitioned into the initial stance. Arms outstretched, drawing circles in the air before settling her hands at her dantian, palms facing downward. Wai Zhu promptly mimicked her movements, adopting the same posture. Mulan explained that this military body refinement technique, known as the five-animal play, was developed by an ancient divine physician and continuously refined by later generations, combining northern fist techniques, southern ancient methods, and Western yoga. This technique is the culmination of foundational body refinement practices. The complete routine consists of 72 movements, divided into two main sections. Each set of 12 movements represents a different animal: the tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird. The final two movements conclude with a punch and a kick. As Mulan elucidated, she transformed her hands into claws, her lower body dropping into a fierce stance. The tiger roars in the mountains, concealing its essence. She executed the 12 tiger movements with utmost seriousness, explaining the core principles with meticulous precision. Wai Zhu mirrored her actions with rigid adherence. As he reached the sixth movement of the tiger form, the earlier sensation of vitality, surging, and heart racing began to envelop him once again. The energy in his dantian started to swirl rapidly through his meridians, producing a series of deep, resonant roars akin to a tiger's roar. Upon completing all 12 tiger movements, Yi Zhu was drenched in sweat. A realization dawning upon him that these seemingly simple movements were incredibly taxing. In contrast, Mulan appeared robust and unperturbed, her skin flawless and pores unexpanded. After taking a few deep breaths to quell the tumult within, she transitioned smoothly into the movements of the deer form. The deer raises its antlers from the ground. She urged him to channel his energy into his fists, her hands mimicking the deer's antlers. Reaching high above while maintaining a slight bow in her posture, her feet firmly planted on the ground, as he progressed through the 12 movements of the deer form, fatigue began to set in by the 6th movement. Yi Zhu felt as if his vitality was boiling over, teetering on the brink of combustion. This sensation was alarmingly reminiscent of the state he experienced when he unleashed that fiery punch, surpassing his limits. Let us pause here. As a beginner, achieving this level is commendable. Even without intentionally focusing on Yi Zhu, Mulan could sense his labored breaths and the heat radiating from his body, indicating he had reached his limits. She promptly halted the lesson. Yi Zhu, drenched as if just pulled from water, found his thin shirt clinging to him, revealing the faint outline of his 8-pack abs. Does teacher Mulan possess any ancient martial arts that can inflate one's body and cause blood energy to surge? Seizing the moment of respite, Yi Zhu inquired about the scene he had witnessed in his dreams, hoping for a positive affirmation from Mulan. Chapter 48. Ancient Battle Techniques. Fantasies of dreams in the exotic beast zone outside Jiangdong City. An unusual phenomenon had recently emerged. The creatures within this area exhibited an increasingly lethargic activity rate, both day and night. Deep within the dense forest by a stream, a massive red turtle, as large as a boulder, lay beside the water. Unlike typical tortoises that retract their heads into their shells when asleep, this furnace turtle, nearing 4 meters in size, hung its head over the edge of a rock by the stream, eyes tightly shut, were it not for the occasional puff of warm air escaping its nostrils. One might mistake it for lifeless. During Yi Zhu's engrossment in his training, the furnace turtle's condition grew increasingly bizarre, mirroring that of many other creatures in the jungle. First came an extended period of fasting. Even with half a bear's corpse within sight, the furnace turtle showed no interest, failing to even glance at in the past. It would have devoured such a meal without hesitation. Following this loss of appetite, it lapsed into a deep slumber, so abrupt that it did not even retract its head before succumbing to sleep, as if it had suddenly fainted. To expand in size, and then to have blood energy erupt from one's body. I feel as though I've heard of such a thing. It resembles a long-lost ancient battle technique. Yi Zhu mused. This is not ancient martial arts, but rather a battle technique, a forbidden art leaning towards body refinement. The reason for its disappearance is straightforward. Being a forbidden art, the cost of its use is substantial. From what you describe, the individual utilizing this technique must burn their vitality as a price for combat, a method that shortens one's lifespan. How did you come to know of such a thing? Mulan regarded Yi Zhu with a curious expression. Forbidden arts? What level do such techniques hold within our ancient martial traditions? Yi Zhu, rather than answering her question, became intrigued by the classification of this forbidden art. Let me clarify. Currently, in our Dragon Nation, there are only 3 forbidden arts: self-destruction technique, rainbow transformation technique, and divine mechanism refinement. One is for mutual destruction with the enemy, another is an escape method, and the last is a dark art for transforming the human body into weaponry. There are virtually no forbidden arts aimed at enhancing oneself for combat. Mulan sensed Yi Zhu's deep interest in this ancient battle technique, yet an uneasy feeling began to stir within her, akin to a parent observing their child adopting a troubling habit. Yi Zhu, I must warn you, regardless of how you learned of this battle technique, you must not pursue it while you remain unprepared. I am not trying to scare you, but you have not yet established your martial foundation. Recklessly studying forbidden arts will only bring harm, not benefit. You understand. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Zhu, her expression grave. Understood, Teacher Mulan, that I will take a break now. Once I am rested, we can continue. Yi Zhu feigned nonchalance, and without allowing Mulan another opportunity for questioning, hurriedly retreated into his bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, the rich scent of sandalwood began to envelop him, while Yi Zhu stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Whether it was an ancient battle technique or a forbidden art, it indicated that such a method was far from ordinary. In these chaotic times, survival was paramount, and if he could dream of it again, In the midst of his musings, he drifted into a deep slumber. Familiar scenes reappeared in his dreams, still set against that bloody battlefield, where the sounds of battle echoed and blood stained the heavens. However, this time, Yi Chu found himself positioned directly in the vicinity of a fierce battle between a human warrior and a colossal armored creature. The human warrior, towering over 2 meters, bore the scars of conflict. His armor was shattered in numerous places, and a gaping wound on his chest leaked a steady stream of blood. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, the warrior's eyes glinted with ferocity and determination, exuding an aura of dread akin to a blood-soaked azura. Observing from such proximity, Yi Chu could almost feel the terrifying presence emanating from this warrior, one that far surpassed that of a dragon-level combatant. Turning his gaze to the enormous armored creature, which dwarfed the human fighter, he noted its height of 5 meters and a length exceeding 7, that its head sported a sharp horn, and 6 insect-like legs anchored it to the ground, its body encased in a shell resembling iron armor. This formidable being was undoubtedly a mutated insectoid creature. Much like tortoises, such creatures could only reach this size after surviving for at least 5 centuries. Moreover, insectoid beings inherently possess strength and defensive capabilities that far exceeded their own mass. Across the battlefield, such insectoid creatures were not in short supply. Yet, they had failed to inflict a decisive blow against the human army, underscoring the immense power of the human ancestors at this moment. However, one mystery lingered in Yi Chu's mind. It was well known that the resurgence of spiritual energy had only occurred within the last 300 years. Prior to this, there had been no records in human history regarding such a phenomenon. Thus, he pondered whether the scene before him was a mere figment of his imagination or something that had truly existed. Moreover, the method of igniting one's blood energy, which teacher Mulan had mentioned hearing about, indicated that this ancient battle technique had indeed been real. What could possibly explain all of this? Yi Chu struggled to comprehend the unfolding events that as he contemplated, the battle before him suddenly erupted. The massive insect beast emitted a piercing screech, and in a synchronized movement, its 6 legs propelled it toward the human warrior with terrifying force. Its immense size, combined with its 6 legs, granted its speed rivaling that of any feline predator. The combination of its alarming velocity and formidable defense made it resemble a heavily armored truck barreling forward. The ground trembled and dust billowed into the air. After witnessing this overwhelming force, Yi Chu instinctively believed that the wounded human warrior would retreat and seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, what transpired next left him in shock. The already injured human warrior merely stepped back with one leg, raising his arms in a defensive posture reminiscent of a bull's horns, but he braced himself to withstand the oncoming behemoth. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, unleashing an explosive shockwave that sent visible ripples through the air. Simultaneously, the earth beneath the warrior cracked like a spider's web, sending countless stones flying into the air. The ensuing cloud of dust obscured Yi Chu's vision and profoundly shook his very core. What kind of extraordinary power could enable a relatively fragile human body to withstand such a colossal insect's charge? Annihilate all heretics, slaughter the depths of the suffering sea. Protect our human race and its lands. A resounding roar reverberated across the battlefield, dispelling the swirling dust in an instant that Yi Chu beheld the human warrior hoisting the 100-ton insect beast onto his shoulder. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury, veins bulging like miniature dragons coursing beneath his skin. The beast emitted a strange sound, unlike any it had made before, resembling a lament or a plea for mercy. Until, with a strength akin to steel, the human warrior tore apart the creature's armored shell, splitting its massive form in two. The beast's green blood rained down upon the earth. The visual impact of this scene sent Yi Chu's blood boiling, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily, his eyes mirroring the warrior's fierce crimson glare. Chapter 49. The Northern Lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Insectoid, celestial beasts, in the northern lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Within an area near the border, a multitude of human warriors clad in technological battle armor engaged in a night-long extermination operation against the monstrous beasts. The area was now littered with the corpses of various exotic beasts. Even the leader of this region's beasts, a second-tier demon beast known as the Yuanqing butterfly, had been successfully captured by the human warriors that was currently confined within a technological cube, being transported back to the Dragon Kingdom for research at the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Technology Park. Alas, Mulan had been urgently reassigned from the Knight's extermination operation. Otherwise, she would surely have claimed the highest accolades, given her unparalleled talent that a young man, donned in a military coat over his technological armor, with 2 stars and 2 bars on his shoulder insignia, wore a smug expression that in the absence of the formidable Mulan among the officers, he had managed to achieve the most kills during the extermination operation. Bai Zhe, why do you look so glum? Thanks to you, no beast escaped last night. Your achievements are considerable. Why the troubled expression? Or are you missing that girl Mulan? The young man joked, casually draping an arm around his companion, who bore the same insignia but was distinguished by a white silk band around his eyes. Despite his eyes being obscured, the young man exuded an undeniable charm that Tu Ling, do not jest so carelessly. We are merely comrades, Bai Zhe, the young officer, corrected his teammate's teasing. However, his brow remained furrowed as he gazed at the enormous Yuanqing butterfly being transported toward the Dragon Kingdom. Something feels off about tonight's battle. It has been far too smooth, Bai Zhe expressed his confusion. Are you suggesting that extraordinary occurrences imply hidden dangers? Indeed, I too sense that the beasts seem to be willingly rushing to their demise. Devoid of any fighting spirit, or perhaps that newly evolved demon beast, the great fluttering moth, lacks the capability to command these savage creatures. Tu Ling echoed Bai Zhe's sentiments as he turned his gaze toward the immobile Yuanqing butterfly. Bai Zhe, look at the ground. The blood of those exotic and savage beasts is seeping into the earth. Isn't it? Bai Zhe's keen senses detected something unusual, prompting him to alert Tu Ling. Upon hearing this, Tu Ling snapped back to reality and immediately glanced at the ground. Indeed, the ground appears much cleaner now. As Bai Zhe had noted, following a night of slaughter, the blood of the thousands of beasts that had perished in this area had previously turned the earth a deep crimson. Yet now, it seemed to be returning to its usual earthy hue. The blood of the exotic beasts was seeping into the ground. Could it be? Before Bai Zhe could finish his thought, the previously silent Yuanqing butterfly suddenly emitted a piercing sound wave. Its immense body, confined within the cubic prison, strained against its restraints as it attempted to expand its wings, seemingly seeking to break free. Now you choose to resist. This technological cube can suppress demon beasts of levels 5 and 6. You are merely a newly evolved creature. The shrill sound waves captured the attention of all the human warriors present, including Tu Ling and Bai Zhe. Tu Ling looked disdainfully at the foolish Yuanqing butterfly. But before he could utter a scornful remark, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Quick, everyone, get out of here. The emergence of these exotic beasts is merely a ruse. The true intent of this creature is to sacrifice the beasts and savage creatures here, using human strength. The source of it all lies beneath this earth. We must evacuate immediately, Bai Zhe shouted urgently. The nearby high-ranking warriors understood Bai Zhe's capabilities and recognized his ability to sense impending danger. Thus, they took his warning seriously, that in a matter of moments, the human warriors began to hastily retreat from the area. However, Bai Zhe's discovery had come too late. Within 5 minutes of the Yuanqing butterfly's sonic waves, the very ground of the beast territory began to tremble as if summoned by some unseen force. Bai Zhe hurriedly organized the retreat. His expression suddenly shifted. Faster! Something is coming, he yelled, but it was already too late. The tremors beneath them intensified, causing fissures to appear across the vast expanse of earth. The ground began to sink, and the human warriors who could not escape were swallowed by the cracking earth. Just in time, Tu Ling pulled Bai Zhe back, narrowly saving him from falling into the abyss. After a night of extermination, the human warriors had sustained tremendous losses. Yet, following this upheaval, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered the loss of 40% of its forces in this operation. Bai Zhe could hardly reconcile himself with this grim reality. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The earth, thoroughly sunken, suddenly erupted with a sharp, dark brown object towering 30 meters above the surface. Following this, a massive maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, emerged, completely devouring the captive Yuanqing butterfly ensconced within the technological cube. Thus, the full visage of the colossal beast, which had risen from the depths of the earth, was unveiled before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The eyes of every human warrior widened in horror, as if facing a formidable foe, the insectoid celestial beast. Bai Zhe's voice quivered as he spoke. The term celestial beast detonated in the ears of all warriors like a thunderclap. If Yi Chu were present at that moment, he would be astounded to realize that the insectoid celestial beast emerging from the earth was the very same creature he had witnessed in his dreams. However, the differences in size and rank between the two were as vast as heaven and earth. Within the villa, Mulan pondered, has this young man already awakened and is now making such a commotion in bed? Could it be that young men are brimming with vigor, initially seated on the couch, indulging in snacks while awaiting Yi Chu's awakening? The strange sounds emanating from his bedroom soon left her with a peculiar expression. She recalled the issues that typically arise during the adolescent years in young males, that a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks. Quietly, she rose, stealthily approaching Yi Chu's bedroom to ascertain whether he was engaged in such activities. Just as she neared the door, an urgent notification blared. Beep, beep, beep. Emergency alert. The Northern Combat Zone of Long Kingdom has detected the presence of an insectoid celestial beast. All warriors of rank Xiang and above are ordered to immediately assist the Northern Combat Zone. Issued by the Military Administration of Long Kingdom. Chapter 50. Each with their own thoughts, unusual behavior kill. Annihilate all heretics from the world. Slaughter through the sea of suffering and the river of the dead. Safeguard the integrity of our human realm. Kill. Warning, warning. The villa's steward alerts. Your current state is approaching a frenzy. Please strive to maintain a steady flow of your vitality. The steward is initiating emergency awakening mode for you. At this moment, Yi Chu's eyes blazed crimson, his body rigidly tensed on the bed, veins coursing like tiny serpents across his skin, that he continuously roared forth the battle cries of human warriors from within his dreams. His voice hoarse and resonant, as if possessed by the spirit of a killing deity. The soundproofing of Yi Chu's room was so effective that even in a state of such unusual turmoil, the commotion he caused was barely audible to Mulan outside. The sudden urgent communication from the military further diverted Mulan's attention away from Yi Chu's current predicament. What is happening? Why has a celestial beast appeared in the north? Normally, the Disaster Prediction Bureau would issue a warning before the emergence of a celestial beast in Long Kingdom. Mulan's expression grew increasingly anxious. Thoughts of her comrades, with whom she had shared life and death, trapped on the battlefield against the celestial beast, filled her with restlessness, unease, and agitation that no, I must rush to provide support as well. With a resolute heart, Mulan turned and dashed up to the third floor to change into her military uniform. In just a few swift steps, she descended, poised to open the villa door and depart. Beep, beep, beep. Emergency order canceled. For details, please click to view. Major rank access required. The Mulan's hand had just grasped the doorknob when she abruptly froze in place. Bewildered, she activated her military communication device, a palm-sized circular communicator, realizing that, as a lieutenant colonel, she had the authority to access detailed information. She promptly clicked to view the specifics that in the Northern Combat Zone of Long Kingdom, G301 Beast Zone. An unrecorded insectoid celestial beast has emerged, with its specific mutations still under analysis. The appearance of the insectoid celestial beast has resulted in the loss of over half of the 3,000 elite warriors present. However, it has not launched an attack against humanity and vanished back beneath the surface shortly thereafter. Simultaneously, an ancient relic of humanity was discovered beneath the surface where the celestial beast had emerged, and military experts speculate that this relic dates back significantly further than the known 5,000 years of Long Kingdom's history. Each line of text struck Mulan with a sense of alarm. Even after reading all of this, her gaze remained fixed on the screen, her mind struggling to grasp the implications. The emergence of each celestial beast elevated the spiritual energy of Blue Star by an entire level. As the spiritual energy thickens, the first to benefit are the beasts of the otherworld, followed by humanity. Should the concentration of spiritual energy continue to rise, it is only a matter of time before Blue Star gives birth to beings that surpass the level of celestial beasts. How would humanity cope then? Mulan's heart weighed heavily. Burdened by an indelible sense of foreboding, as she contemplated, the sounds emanating from Yi Chu's room gradually subsided, unnoticeably calming. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Chu was filled with confusion. Feeling as though he had traversed a time void, that he had returned from the blood-soaked, wrathful hell of slaughter to a more tranquil society. What a terrifying dream. Those crimson eyes nearly consumed me. Yet, To be honest, that maddening sensation of being filled with power is indeed captivating. Alas, it was all but a dream, that Yi Chu sighed softly, attributing the experience to the resurgence of spiritual energy, which had led him through a grand dream of spring and autumn, a meaningful dream. Indeed, perhaps the dream's message was to compel him to shoulder the great task of humanity's revival. Dressing himself, Yi Chu felt as if he had awoken with newfound lightness, sensing the unique transformation within his body. He stepped out of his bedroom. Teacher Mulan, are you planning to go out? As he emerged, he noticed Mulan, clad in military garb, standing at the doorway, seemingly ready to depart. That it's nothing. Just continue your training now that you're awake. Mulan replied, snapping back to reality. She stowed away her circular communication device and casually removed her military coat, draping it over her arm, unaware of the worried expression on Mulan's face. Yi Chu's thoughts were still half immersed in the dream he had just experienced. Meanwhile, Mulan's mind remained preoccupied with the northern combat zone, leaving her oblivious to Yi Chu's dazed state. Thus, both lost in their own thoughts. They commenced a new round of the 5 animal play. After performing the tiger and deer shapes, Mulan instinctively turned to glance at Yi Chu, recalling how he had faltered during the 6th movement of the deer form last time. However, upon observing him now, Yi Chu appeared invigorated, his eyes brimming with vitality. His movements were impeccably synchronized, embodying the proud defiance of the deer with exquisite finesse. What astonished Mulan even more was that Yi Chu, having completed the 24 movements, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he seemed increasingly spirited, as if ready to continue. You little rascal, could it be that your physical prowess is also extraordinary? Mulan smirked, as if already accustomed to it. Yi Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking it absurd to label his physical strength as abnormal. What do you mean by my body being abnormal? Yet, he had to admit that ever since experiencing that dream, he found the military training regimen much less taxing. That, of course, it could be due to the significant enhancement of his physical strength from the initial training. Regardless, witnessing such potential within his physique brought him joy. Next is the bear form. Remember to concentrate your strength in your core, that Mulan instructed in a serious tone, then demonstrated the bear stance, focusing her entire power in her abdomen. Yi Chu mimicked her, adopting the posture. Even after completing the ape and bird forms, Yi Chu showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, his blood surged with vigor, a faint crimson aura radiating from his skin, reminiscent of the blood energy that enveloped the human warriors in his dream. Upon realizing this phenomenon, Yi Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. For his final strike, he channeled all the activated energy into his fist. Mulan, distracted by her own thoughts, had not noticed Yi Chu's earlier distraction. As she reached the concluding part of her punch and kick, she immediately offered guidance. With a swift motion, she executed a perfectly aligned straight punch, the wind howling in its wake. When it was Yi Chu's turn, he felt as if the thunderous beats of his heart echoed in his ears, conjuring memories of the battlefield from his dream. Throw the punch. Mulan noticed a delay behind her, but, seeing Yi Chu's steady breathing, assumed he was merely lost in thought. She emphasized her command, her voice firm while Yi Chu snapped back to attention, a fleeting flash of crimson igniting in his gaze. Throw the punch. Boom, his fist thundered forth, a fiery eruption. Chapter 51. Harmony of softness and strength. A woman in love is Yi Chu's fist, poised to unleash a devastating blow, ignited with fierce flames. Mulan's forehead manifested 3 question marks. Was Yi Chu's talent related to fire? Boom. The punch sliced through the air, accompanied by a whirlwind of vibrant flames. This second fiery strike from Yi Chu was far more potent than the first. The blazing inferno, swirling around the punch, resembled a fierce fire dragon, its menacing head opening wide to reveal a gaping maw, narrowly grazing Mulan's cheek before crashing violently onto the floor of the villa's grand hall. The specially crafted tiles, infused with alloy materials, were designed to withstand the combat activities of students within the villa. Capable of enduring impacts of up to 10 tons, they also possessed fireproof and shock-resistant properties. Yet, under Yi Chu's formidable punch, even the sturdiest of these tiles shattered, leaving behind a spiderweb-like fracture exceeding 3 meters in diameter. The expansive villa trembled slightly, and faint sounds of small objects falling to the ground could be heard from the upper floor. After the punch, the accumulated vitality began to dissipate. The crimson hue in Yi Chu's eyes gradually faded, returning to his usual clarity. Before Mulan could voice her inquiry, he found himself incredulously gazing at his own palm. The engorged veins on his hand slowly receded, and steam still rose from his forearm. The skin, once as red as a heated iron, swiftly returned to its normal complexion that it appeared as though he was oblivious to the unfolding events. Mulan narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening that a faint blush marked her otherwise pale cheek, a remnant of Yi Chu's fiery punch that had grazed her. She glanced back at the damaged tiles in the villa's hall before turning her gaze to Yi Chu. "Classmate Yi, I recall you previously inquiring about that combat technique where one is enveloped in vitality, that is this the manifestation you exhibit now?" In her gaze, there was no hint of admiration or surprise. Only anger and skepticism. The set of 5 animal-derived techniques she had taught Yi Chu aimed to maximize the activation of his vital energy, flooding every muscle to achieve peak physical enhancement. The concluding 2 movements, one a punch and the other a kick, were intended to allow the fully engorged body to release its pent-up energy. However, this process required a delicate balance, one that would stabilize the vital energy without endangering one's life force. This method of physical cultivation, originating from the military, was intended for those with a foundational understanding of martial arts. For a novice like Yi Chu, lacking complete mastery over his own vitality, there was a significant risk of excessive release, potentially leading to a state of weakness. She had anticipated this outcome, yet Yi Chu's condition surpassed mere excessive energy release. Within mere seconds, his previously normal complexion had turned as pale as parchment, his standing figure swaying uncontrollably. This indicated a severe depletion of vital energy, threatening his life force. Once you recover, you will have much to endure. Despite her frustration with Yi Chu's reckless behavior, Mulan could not bring herself to be harsh with him in this state. Ultimately, she hoisted the wavering Yi Chu onto her shoulder, grabbing the bag of medicinal herbs she had prepared earlier, and ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the bathroom, Mulan unceremoniously dropped Yi Chu and began expertly preparing the materials for a medicinal bath designed to strengthen the body and invigorate the vital energy. In no time, a bathtub filled with the rich concoction was ready. The surface was adorned with precious herbs, 6-tier deer antlers from extraordinary beasts, over a century-old spiritual herbs, mid-tier enhancement potions, and finely refined traditional Chinese medicine. The bath resembled thick sludge, yet it emitted a subtly fragrant aroma that Mulan turned to the unconscious Yi Chu, her gaze tinged with hesitation. After a moment's deliberation, she approached him, her delicate, fair hands beginning to remove his clothing. To fully absorb the medicinal properties, one had to be entirely unclothed, lest the efficacy be obstructed by fabric. As she stripped away Yi Chu's shirt, revealing his well-defined physique, Mulan momentarily lost her focus. His chiseled abs, broad shoulders, and perfectly contoured chest were momentarily captivating. She instinctively glanced at Yi Chu's unconscious face before gently touching his abdominal muscles with her slender finger. The supple texture of his skin and the warmth radiating from him caused her complexion to visibly flush. Quickly retracting her hand, she shook her head vigorously to regain her composure. However, when it came to removing Yi Chu's lower garments, she found herself unable to proceed. Mulan, you cannot engage in such impropriety. Bah, it's merely to assist a student in better absorbing the medicinal bath. How absurd to think otherwise in private, when no one was watching this 24-year-old military major. Mulan often resembled a young girl, prone to whimsical thoughts and a spirited demeanor. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she thought, damn it, enough is enough. True to her straightforward nature, Mulan found it torturous to linger too long on a single matter. Finally, in a fit of irritation, she yanked Yi Chu's pants apart, her eyes firmly shut as she tossed him into the medicinal bath, disregarding how he landed or whether the concoction might choke him. She turned on her heel and descended the stairs. Cough, cough, cough. Moments later, the bathroom echoed with intense coughing, accompanied by sounds that suggested retching. Yet, Mulan had already returned to the lower floor, her cheeks flushed, arms crossed, unsure whether to be angry at Yi Chu or at herself. Time passed gradually. Awoken by the medicinal bath, Yi Chu remained in a state of half-consciousness. Strange dreams filled his mind, visions of a human warrior's fury, their hatred for the aberrant, and an obsession with exterminating all that was deviant. Amidst these chaotic thoughts of ancient warriors, Yi Chu began to grasp the essence of the combat technique they employed. This method, in the context of contemporary human society, was indeed classified as forbidden. It involved igniting one's own vital energy to amplify combat capabilities twofold, threefold, or even tenfold. Fearless of death, one would fight relentlessly. As long as a drop of blood flowed within, the body would never succumb. Chapter 52. Strange Causes, Divergent Movements. What are you murmuring about? As Yi Chu immersed himself in the ancient warrior's technique, a melodious female voice broke through the haze. His consciousness gradually returned to the present. Slowly opening his eyes, he found Mulan, now clad in a provocative outfit, seated beside the bathtub. Her fiery red hair cascaded casually over her snow-white shoulders, and her narrowed, somewhat aloof eyes regarded him with an unusual expression. "Thank you, Mulan," he managed to say, acknowledging her assistance. The earlier violent release of vital energy had indeed impaired his life force. Without needing to check, Yi Chu could sense a slight decline in his vitality. Fortunately, Mulan had prepared the medicinal bath, which would not only restore his damaged body, but also replenish some of the lost life force. Thanks to this bath, his vitality had not diminished by more than 10%. Though he was uncertain how he had unwittingly mastered the ancient combat technique, he understood its dual-edged nature. Its proper usage was crucial, for misuse could lead to self-destruction. "Are you feeling better?" Mulan asked, her tone somewhat irritable. "Yes, cough cough, much better. I apologize for worrying you." Yi Chu replied sheepishly, "I wasn't worried about you. I merely feared you might perish under my instruction. That would leave me with quite the explanation to give to old Bai. Since you're recovering, come here and I'll give you a couple of injections to expedite the absorption of the bath's essence." Mulan scoffed dismissively, retrieving a box filled with silver needles from her waist. Yi Chu's upper body soon bore numerous needles, each inserted into key acupuncture points. "Now, Yi Chu, tell me honestly, who did you learn this forbidden technique from?" As she administered the needles, Mulan's expression turned serious, concern flashing across her face. "Teacher, I dreamt do you believe me?" Yi Chu was at a loss for how to explain to his teacher. So he opted for the truth. Yi Chu, upon entering this elite high school, you must understand that the world is far from peaceful. Unseen, there are those who silently bear the fate of humanity, battling against the aberrant to protect our Dragon Kingdom citizens from harm. Just 2 hours ago, I was supposed to be on the northern battlefield, where a creature from the insectoid race appeared. That was also the first appearance of the insectoid celestial beast within the borders of our Dragon Nation. A full 3,000 elite troops from the Dragon Nation suffered, over half in casualties. I share this with you not to urge you to hasten your mastery of this matter and head to the battlefield to defend our homeland, but to make you understand that while it is permissible to secretly study forbidden techniques, under no circumstances should you recklessly employ them unless absolutely necessary, for such actions will only ruin your future. Your understanding of the current Dragon Nation is indeed limited." Mulan's voice lowered slightly, and her final words remained unspoken. She did not wish to impose excessive pressure on Yi Chu, yet she also did not want him to develop a habit of using forbidden techniques. Thus, she could only admonish him earnestly. However, upon hearing Mulan's words, Yi Chu furrowed his brows tightly. "Insectoid celestial beast? Just 2 hours ago, wasn't that precisely when I had that dream?" "Teacher Mulan, what did that insectoid celestial beast look like?" Yi Chu's mind raced with absurdity, prompting him to voice his question. "You little rascal, I told you this to make you cherish your own well-being." Mulan feigned a slap aimed at Yi Chu's forehead, hoping to rouse him to some degree of awareness. "Does it have a long, singular horn on its forehead, a dark brown body with 6 legs, and its mouth completely encased in a shell?" Before her hand could descend, it froze mid-air. Mulan gazed at Yi Chu in disbelief. This fellow, such knowledge could only be privy to commanders above the rank of major in the military. Where did he acquire this? Wait, a dream. Could it be that you gleaned all this from a dream? Mulan raised an eyebrow, her suspicion evident. Yet she soon retrieved a circular communication device from the cramped confines of her attire. The projection of the insectoid celestial beast was cast before Yi Chu by the military's communication apparatus. The moment Yi Chu beheld the projection of the insectoid celestial beast, his pupils constricted sharply, and his mind went blank. That it was not merely similar. It was an exact match that it resembled the insectoid monstrosity he had encountered in his dream. Everything was indeed not a coincidence that Chu recalled the brutal battlefield depicted in his dream. Although the scenes he witnessed were likely a projection crafted by some force to help him grasp that ancient combat technique, the bloodshed of the entire battlefield remained vividly etched in his memory. The ground, awash with rivers of blood, was littered with the bodies of fallen humans, alongside those valiant warriors of the human race who had forged a wall of flesh and blood against death. Teacher Mulan, I need to know more details. Despite being immobilized by countless silver needles, Yichu's tone was notably grave. Mulan pondered for a moment before relinquishing her military device to Yichu. A quarter of an hour later, Yichu emerged from the bathroom, clad in fresh attire. That moment, he appeared as if reborn, feeling utterly at ease. Although his vitality had diminished, he was devoid of any lingering discomfort. How is it? Have you made a decision? Mulan, now clad in her military uniform once more, regarded Yichu with a serious expression. That I have recorded everything I know into this communication device. Yichu nodded. Returning the device to Mulan. The 4 ancient martial arts that Old Bai taught you are, in fact, the 4 he learned during the early days of his martial journey. Old Bai, known as the Eternal Night Reaper, once repelled a 100-foot celestial beast with a single punch during the beast tide a century ago, precisely because his martial foundation is unparalleled. Mulan continued, handing Yichu 4 unlocked tablets. She then turned to descend the stairs, adding, I'm going to the nearest military base to Jiangdong City. That IT could take 2 to 3 days at best, or up to half a month at worst. However, after these 2 days of interaction, I believe that with your innate talent, even without specialized instruction, you will be able to master these ancient martial arts that I hope that when I return, you will surprise me. The moment her words fell, Mulan's figure vanished within the villa, while Yichu gazed at the 4 tablets in his hands, feeling an inexplicable unrest that prevented him from calming his mind. Would the emergence of that insectoid celestial beast lead to the replay of the tragedies from his dream? Yichu sensed something amiss and frowned. He hurried downstairs. Carelessly tossing the 4 tablets aside, he sank into the sofa, and his consciousness began to fade. When Yichu opened his eyes again, he found himself by a stream. Chapter 53. The Transformation of the Avatar. Embracing bestiality, the obscure and volatile emotions transmitted from the beastly avatar to his original self were sensations Yichu had never experienced before. Although the furnace turtle was a mutated species, it still adhered to the original habits of turtles, preferring tranquility. Even when facing formidable foes, the furnace turtle would evade rather than confront, a stark contrast to the peculiar situation today. Upon opening his eyes through the body of the furnace turtle, the feelings of agitation and restlessness became even more pronounced, affecting Yichu's original self as well. What is happening? Yichu surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized that this primitive jungle appeared somewhat different. By the stream before him, the mottled moss, the dense undergrowth, and the even more vibrant greenery enveloped the landscape. That Yichu sniffed the air slightly. The surroundings were filled with the earthy scent reminiscent of springing shoots after rain, mingled with the putrid stench of decaying blood and flesh left by the wild bear. I recall it hasn't rained in the past 2 days. Could it be? Yichu suddenly recalled a statement Mulan had made earlier. With the emergence of each celestial beast, the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces surges dramatically. Nature and the beasts are the first to benefit, and human perception often lags behind. That if that is the case, then all of this is a phenomenon following the resurgence of spiritual energy. What is this? As Yichu pondered, he suddenly noticed that the body of the furnace turtle seemed to have undergone significant changes. Looking down, he first observed its front limbs, which appeared much thicker and stronger. Likely due to consuming the flesh of the wild bear, that Yichu regarded those once round and somewhat clumsy forelimbs, now muscular and adorned with short, sharp claws. The mobility and combat capabilities had significantly enhanced. Moreover, even the neck of the furnace turtle had become robust. While it could no longer execute the explosive attacks it once could, it had made substantial strides toward bestial transformation. Due to the thickened neck, it could no longer rotate its head freely in a full 360 degrees as before. Yet, it could sense the substantial changes in the turtle shell's form. The shell had gained considerable weight, undoubtedly elevating the furnace turtle's defensive capabilities to a new level. The front part of the shell had slightly bulged, with its spines becoming more pronounced and sharper, while the rear portion of the shell had smoothed out, with most of the spines shifting to the edges. This shell form was something Yi Chu had never encountered before. However, this shell configuration undeniably favored the furnace turtle in running and engaging in battles with other beasts. Beast Avatar, Lava Turtle Frenzied Form. Mature stage note. Due to the existence of mythic-level talents, the furnace turtle underwent significant changes in its genetic composition after consuming the flesh of the frenzied bear, which was 2 tiers above its own. Therefore, the furnace turtle has manifested a form more conducive to combat, the frenzied form. Life level. Beast Tier 4, Strong Mutation, Vitality, 220,500 mutation abilities. Attack imbued with flame damage. Scale Defense Note. Influenced by the frenzied bear cells, the furnace turtle is prone to violent behavior when attacked or encountering enemies. In a frenzied state, all mutation abilities will experience varying degrees of enhancement. Upon reopening the information panel of the furnace turtle after 2 days, the displayed information had been completely refreshed. Not only had the changes in the furnace turtle resulted in 2 additional formidable annotations, but its vitality had also reached 221 points. This allowed Yi Chu to regain a substantial 44 points of vitality, placing his original vitality on par with the strongest combatants among the senior class. Moreover, the degree of mutation in the furnace turtle had escalated to strong mutation. The degree of mutation signifies the richness of the beast's bloodline. Beasts with a high bloodline density, even at lower levels, naturally exert a suppressive influence on creatures with lower bloodline density. For instance, wolves, bears, and tigers, which are inherently powerful forest dwellers, are likely to achieve strong mutations after mutation. In contrast, creatures like cattle, sheep, and deer, which possess a low bloodline density post-mutation, exhibit a natural intimidation and dominance. Beyond strong mutation lies lineage, categorized into low, medium, and high lineage levels. The bloodlines of beasts form their distinct branches, and any offspring born with other beasts will predominantly inherit over 80 of biological traits from the established lineage. Moreover, beasts with lineage possess absolute dominance over all their offspring after the birth of the first progeny, establishing them as the progenitors of a new species. Once the furnace turtle evolves to a lineage level, consideration can be given to allowing it to begin producing offspring, thus cultivating a grand lineage of furnace turtles. This will greatly assist in the furnace turtle's development into a formidable entity among the extraordinary beasts. Akin to the illustrious nine-tailed fox clan from Dongqiu, Yi Chu was lost in a myriad of thoughts, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. However, it is rather peculiar that I acquired ancient battle techniques from the human race in my dreams, and the furnace turtle encountered a similar fortuity. It seems that the division of extraordinary beasts is not merely a simple replication. Perhaps there exists a connection of fate entwined within. Yi Chu murmured to himself, recalling his simulated battle against the Queen of the Apocalypse. The furnace turtle had also faced the venomous absolute steppe serpent within the realm of extraordinary beasts. Such coincidences may be tolerable once or twice, but the frequency of these encounters indicates the presence of an inevitable correlation. A deep, resonant growl suddenly echoed through the forest, reverberating with an intensity that caused the trees surrounding the furnace turtle to tremble slightly. The earth quaked, as if a colossal creature was traversing the woods. The danger alert of the furnace turtle was abruptly triggered, though Yi Chu felt a surge of boiling vitality, rivaling that of ancient battle techniques. Coursing through the furnace turtle, rising and falling in layers, the spirit of battle, fury, and bloodlust surged forth in the shadowy depths of the forest. The true form of the colossal creature was unveiled, towering over 10 meters high, with enormous fan-shaped antlers that could easily overshadow the already 4-meter-sized furnace turtle. That 6th-tier extraordinary beast, strong mutated species, mountain ridge moose, mature stage, vitality, 2230 mutated abilities, immense strength, charging, tough hide. Slow recovery. The mountain ridge moose emitted a continuous low growl, filled with provocation and majesty. Its massive hooves began to methodically uproot the soil beneath it, crushing basketball-sized stones effortlessly with each step. This adversary possessed vitality far surpassing that of the mad bear. Had Yi Chu not been at the helm, the furnace turtle would have long retreated into its shell, rendered helpless. Yet now, having undergone a transformation, the furnace turtle was consumed solely by an unrelenting fury toward the invader. Yi Chu's divided consciousness widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he had heard the growl of the furnace turtle, deep, resonant, and imbued with the majesty of a king. Moreover, this emanated from the furnace turtle's instincts, rather than a conscious effort by Yi Chu. Sensing the burning beastly blood within, Yi Chu acquiesced to the furnace turtle's inherent battle intent, relinquishing control over its body. Now fully aware, the furnace turtle was even more frenzied, its four limbs propelling it forward with the ferocity of a crimson beast, charging headlong at the mountain ridge moose. Chapter 54. Techniques of Vitality. 3-star ancient martial arts, now possessing the frenzied form of the furnace turtle. Its speed while galloping was comparable to that of lions and tigers, with a force far exceeding theirs. It resembled a heavy-duty truck charging forward with unstoppable momentum. The mountain ridge moose, having recently ascended to the 6th tier due to an influx of spiritual energy from the emergence of the insectoid celestial beasts, clearly underestimated the seemingly weaker furnace turtle, relying solely on its sheer size advantage. However, in this primal forest, where extraordinary beasts reign supreme, the measure of vitality does not necessarily equate to actual combat prowess. After another low, rumbling growl, the mountain ridge moose lowered its massive head, its antlers resembling two colossal guillotines aimed directly at the onrushing furnace turtle. It then charged forward. The ground was upheaved, the earth trembling violently. In this encounter between a mammal and an omnivorous extraordinary beast, despite the significant size disparity, the attacking power of the furnace turtle in its frenzied state clearly held the upper hand. In the split second before collision, the furnace turtle unexpectedly exerted power through all four limbs, leaping forward. Although it only soared 2 meters high, it allowed the moose's sharp and heavy antlers to collide with the turtle's shell. This failed to inflict any substantial damage. Seizing the opportunity, the furnace turtle utilized its robust and sharp claws to grasp the moose's antlers. Due to the sheer size of the antlers, the furnace turtle could not reach the moose's body. But it relied on its biting force, exceeding 30 tons, to begin dismantling the moose's prideful antlers. Crack! Thunderous sounds erupted as the antlers were torn apart, coinciding with the resounding crash of the furnace turtle being struck into the creek. After its temperament had drastically changed, the furnace turtle fought with the same tenacity as Yi Chu when employing ancient battle techniques. The It refused to yield. Even when plunged into the water, shell down, it clung tightly to the moose's antlers, refusing to let go despite the moose's desperate struggles, until one of the massive antlers was mercilessly bitten off. The antlers of the mountain ridge moose lacked nerve endings. It felt no pain as its antler was severed. Yet it was truly alarmed. Its most powerful weapon was rendered futile before the furnace turtle, easily disarmed. This instilled a sense of fear within It. That It struggled mightily, but the furnace turtle, with its formidable grip, clung to its body like a leech, gradually shifting its target to the moose's neck. With a single bite, blood and fury erupted forth. The mountain ridge moose perished under its own arrogance. Its forelegs flailed helplessly twice before succumbing to lifelessness. Having witnessed the entire process of the frenzied furnace turtle hunting down a mountain ridge moose 2 tiers above itself, Yi Chu was stirred with tumultuous emotions. Had his extraordinary beast avatar truly grown this powerful? Even when faced with the previous 6th-tier mad bear, the current furnace turtle could still maintain the upper hand with its exceptional defense and ferocious temperament. This brought Yi Chu great relief. He no longer needed to worry about the furnace turtle's survival in this extraordinary beast zone, where the highest tier was only 6th. That why Yi Chu's divided consciousness ultimately issued 2 commands to the furnace turtle before it fell silent, allowing the main consciousness to gradually awaken. The commands were straightforward. Do not venture into higher-tier extraordinary beast zones without his permission, and if encountering human warriors, flee if possible. If not, awaken his divided consciousness to make decisions. The furnace turtle's path to strength mirrored his own. That It appeared he should also dedicate himself to enhancing his own power. The why Yi Chu rose and grasped the 4 special tablets, unfolding the screens to examine them. Each tablet contained a singular martial art. Upon revealing the screens, the names of the techniques were displayed. Dragon Elephant Technique, Mountain Moving Palm, 6 Harmonies Fist, Concealed Essence. Upon seeing the first martial art, Yi Chu was taken aback, initially believing it to be the legendary Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. However, it merely bore the 3 characters for Dragon Elephant Technique. Upon closer inspection of the preface, he discovered that it differed greatly from the dragon-elephant prajna technique he was familiar with. Both focused on internal and external cultivation, emphasizing inner strength while complementing external prowess. After all, it was a 3-star technique. The dragon-elephant technique was divided into 7 levels, with the effects of the upper levels described as follows. Dragon-elephant enters 1. Vitality stretches long. Enters 2, lifts 1,000 pounds. Enters 3, bones as strong as iron. Enters 4, fists like thunder crashing. Enters 5, shakes mountains and stirs the earth. The first 5 levels were straightforward, yet the 6th and 7th levels lacked detailed descriptions, replaced instead with blank spaces. However, just these initial 5 levels were enough to invigorate Yi Chu. If he practiced the dragon-elephant technique to the 3rd level, would he not become impervious to injury? At the 4th level, would his strikes not echo like thunder? At the 5th level, could he not shake the very forces of nature with sheer human strength? It was no wonder Old Bai had specially selected this 3-star technique. Rumor had it that Old Bai had once struck a 100-foot celestial beast with a single punch. Could it be that he achieved this through mastering the dragon-elephant technique? It was highly likely. Considering the latter 2 levels' effects remained unrecorded to As Yi Chu pondered, he switched to the 2nd tablet, Mountain Moving Palm. Also a 3-star ancient martial art, it focused solely on techniques and comprised 3 levels. The specifics of its effects were not detailed in the preface, but it concluded with a powerful statement. The fist can shake the chaos of the eastern sea. The palm can move the southern mountains and 5 peaks. Thus, its training effects were undoubtedly substantial. The 3rd technique, 6 Harmonies Fist, was relatively ordinary in comparison. It could be classified as a comprehensive combat martial art, capable of both offense and defense, versatile and adaptable. It should serve as a bridge that merges techniques and physical prowess. Ideally studied following the first 2 techniques, Yi Chu glanced at the final technique, and upon doing so, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was, indeed, a secret technique. The predecessor of the secret arts actually stems from forbidden techniques. The existence of these forbidden techniques is essentially a double-edged sword that harms the enemy while inflicting significant damage upon oneself. Typically, when a martial artist decides to employ such forbidden techniques, they are prepared for a mutually destructive outcome. Following the execution of these techniques, there is a staggering 90% probability of death. In contrast, secret arts distill the essence of forbidden techniques while substantially mitigating their adverse effects, thus resulting in a considerably lower mortality rate. However, the efficacy of secret arts pales in comparison to that of forbidden techniques, focusing instead on their uniqueness and functionality. Yi Chu perused the preface of the tome on Secret Essence with utmost seriousness, reading through its 600 or so characters twice to ensure he grasped its meaning without error. Upon confirming his understanding, a sudden brilliance ignited in his eyes. The revelation that it was possible to compress one's life force and generate a reserve of energy was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 55. The Human Nuclear Bomb, Cultivation Plan. Through his comprehension of these 4 ancient martial arts, Yi Chu could even speculate on how the venerable Bai Lao managed to repel the colossal sky beast with a single punch. The dragon-elephant technique, true to its name, embodies the might of the dragon in water and the strength of the elephant on land. This technique empowers the practitioner with a strength comparable to that of these mighty creatures, producing a formidable and unyielding true energy. The mountain-moving palm is an external martial art that primarily enhances physical power. The 6 Harmonies Fist allows the former 2 techniques to achieve a unity of knowledge and action. The secret essence hidden within this tome is indeed Bai Lao's trump card, enabling him to shake mountains and beasts with his human form. Previously, Yi Chu trained under Mulan in the 5 animals derivative technique. The initial form, the tiger, primarily served to conceal the essence and nurture one's vital energy. It is often said that a dormant tiger remains still, but once it moves, it reveals its fangs and unleashes its full might. This particular technique, aptly named the secret art of concealing essence, not only nurtures the human body's vital energy, but also allows for the continuous growth of life force, creating a reserve energy source within the Dantian. With this in mind, Yi Chu now possessed nearly 50 points of life force. Through the practice of this secret art, he could store away half of that life force. This technique presents both advantages and disadvantages for an ordinary person. The benefit lies in the ability to unleash a power exceeding tenfold or even several dozen times one's original strength in critical moments, akin to a human nuclear bomb, without damaging one's fundamental essence. It is a gamble for decisive moments. The downside, however, is glaringly apparent. When a martial artist conceals the majority of their strength, they may appear significantly weaker on the surface, that in this era where strength reigns supreme. Such concealment often leads to neglect, and one may end up enduring unfair treatment that should rightfully belong to them. Yet, for Yi Zhu, this concern was non-existent, with the high-intensity life force bestowed upon him by his beastly doppelganger. His rapid growth and vitality had already caught the attention of those in power. Otherwise, he would not be receiving such preferential treatment at the prestigious high school that in truth, this arrangement suited him quite well. Although accelerated growth in life force might garner better treatment, it also entails greater risks, heavier responsibilities, and heightened expectations that as he murmured to himself. Several days had passed, and he once again accessed his personal information interface. Entity: Yi Zhu talent, beastly doppelganger, unique mythical, cultivation level, quasi-barbarian martial artist attributes, scaled skin, intermediate speed enhancement, intermediate defense enhancement, low-level fire burn, poison, low-level defense reflection, danger perception, spiritualized senses techniques, 5 animals derivative technique, upper grade. Visualization chi refining method, upper grade, special combat status. Crimson blood technique, not activated, life force. 4.644 mental power. 2.111 gazing upon the newly augmented information panel, a spark of satisfaction ignited in Yi Zhu's eyes. To have such a direct understanding of his own strength was indeed quite gratifying, as it allowed him to recognize the fruits of his recent labors. The attribute of scaled skin caught his attention. Upon noticing this addition, Yi Zhu's expression stiffened momentarily, and he recalled the molten turtle's skin shimmering like fish scales when under attack. Such a feature, if manifested on a human, would surely lead to misunderstandings by his kin. After ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, Yi Zhu invoked the ancient martial arts techniques he had acquired in his dreams, slightly invigorating his qi and blood. His heart rate surged to an impressive 156 beats per minute, and the exhilarating rush of boiling blood stirred his spirit, that as he observed the shimmering sheen emanating from his skin, resembling a fine mist that refracted the ambient light. He found that it rendered his complexion smoother and imbued him with an ethereal aura. Without the grotesque appearance of being covered in scales like the molten turtle that Yi Zhu gradually exhaled, relieved that he still appeared human. After studying the scaled skin attribute, he briefly skimmed through the remaining information on the panel. The ancient martial art, which bore the true name of the Crimson Blood technique, met with his approval, and he fixed his gaze upon the life force section. Were it not for his beastly doppelganger talent, he would likely exist as an ordinary person, enjoying the myriad benefits afforded by the prestigious high school. His life force had only risen to 4 to 6. The Yi Zhu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Shaking his head, having traversed into this new body for quite some time, he realized that aside from the exceptional comprehension he possessed as a result of his soul's transition, this original body was merely a pedestrian existence. His innate talent and foundation were lacking, that he dismissed such thoughts, reminding himself that he was not merely an extra. Casting aside the distractions in his mind, Yi Zhu turned his attention to the secret art of concealing essence. Concealing essence. Practitioners must possess absolute control over their own qi and blood, embedding their vital energy within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, gathering qi and spirit to conceal them within the sea of consciousness or within a separate chamber in the dantian. During the practice of concealing essence, one must not harbor any negative emotions, as it requires years of accumulation, demanding patience and caution, with no room for haste or recklessness that could harm the foundation of the internal organs. As he read through the content of this secret technique, Yi Zhu slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the flow of qi and blood within him. The true energy in his dantian began to stir gently, akin to a brook meandering through a forest, gradually flowing towards his limbs and organs. The process was exceedingly long and tedious, mirroring the instruction within the secret art that emphasized the necessity of patience and long-term accumulation. Bai Hongzhang, for instance, only became a reserve officer of the town's defense at the age of 60 because he had devoted the following 40 years to burying his power deep within, leaving the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom unable to ascertain his true strength. This was how, a century ago, he achieved the astounding feat of repelling a 100-jong sky beast with a single punch. Yi Zhu was determined to follow a similar path that he needed to treat the practice of concealing essence as essential as daily sustenance, diligently storing away power to prepare for the day when he might need to turn the tide in dire circumstances. Time passed swiftly in the blink of an eye. A week had elapsed since Yi Zhu began his self-directed training at the villa after his discharge from the hospital. During this week, he indulged in takeout services, paying a small delivery fee for the cafeteria staff to provide him with meals each day. After all, as he practiced the 3-star ancient martial arts, his credits were more than sufficient that it was on this particular day that a shadowy figure, appearing rather furtive, stealthily rang the doorbell of Yi Zhu's villa. Chapter 56. The Campus Goddess and the Midterm Examination Ding-dong. The sudden sound of the doorbell interrupted Yi Zhu as he was engrossed in gathering his qi and strengthening his physique through the dragon-elephant technique. He approached the door, peering through the surveillance screen to see a girl standing outside, wearing a bright smile directed at the camera. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially falling onto her full chest. A delicate fringe concealed her fair forehead, framing a beautifully contoured face. Her slightly curved peach blossom eyes sparkled with warmth, and a light blush graced her charming cheeks. Lu Lingling. While Yi Zhu was curious about her purpose for visiting, he opened the door nonetheless. Upon their initial meeting, Lu Lingling's smile faltered for a moment. Then her eyes shimmered with a hint of concern. Yi, it's been a week since we last met, and you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Your hair has grown longer too, but your complexion looks quite healthy. How have you been lately? Lu Lingling, after a brief moment of astonishment, allowed her smile to return, albeit now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Upon hearing her words, Yi Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to inspect his own wrist. Indeed, he had lost considerable weight. The original Yi Zhu, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, had undergone a dramatic surge in weight to around 170 to 180 pounds due to the intense life force engendered by the Beast division. He was once robust and well-built. However, at this moment, he had to preserve the vital energy within his organs, with the true qi condensed in a specially created chamber within his dantian. Despite consuming copious amounts of food made from the flesh and blood of exotic beasts daily, he was visibly thinner, but he appeared to have lost at least 20 pounds. Nonetheless, Yi Zhu's aura had become even more striking. His chiseled features and the bright clarity of his eyes concealed a sharp, sword-like intensity. The blood essence stored in his kidneys had caused his hair to grow rapidly in thick, lustrous black waves, nearly obscuring his eyes to an outsider, especially to Lu Lingling, who was aware of Yi Zhu's recent tribulations. This was the visage of someone recovering from a serious illness. Observing Lu Lingling today, clad not in the standard school uniform, but rather in vibrant casual attire, Yi Zhu inquired with curiosity. "Are you going out?" Lu Lingling wore a gray mini-skirt, her long, slender legs drawing attention, complemented by mid-calf white socks and sleek black sneakers, presenting a picture of youthful beauty above her delicate waist. She donned a white camisole, its modest neckline perfectly concealing her ample curves, exuding the aura of a campus goddess. "Haha, I've just returned from an outing. That MY family is gearing up for a significant undertaking, and they summoned me to discuss a few matters." She continued, "Here, classmate Yi, I brought you some nourishing elixirs from home." Lu Lingling produced an unopened bag of potions from behind her and presented it to Yi Zhu. "No need, you should keep it. It is the duty of a class monitor." Yi Zhu politely declined, but before he could finish, Lu Lingling forcefully placed the bag into his arms. This left Yi Zhu somewhat perplexed regarding Lu Lingling's true intentions. He maintained his original belief that in such a fiercely competitive elite high school, no one would gratuitously assist a rival unless there was an ulterior motive. Or, Yi Zhu glanced at Lu Lingling's exquisitely charming face, which was hardly lacking in admirers, and promptly dismissed the latter thought. "That I ask there's something you need my assistance with? I am willing to help within my capacity." He earnestly offered to be. "By the way, speaking of matters, I did come specifically to inform you that Teacher Lee asked me to convey that the midterm assessment is in 3 months. However, this year's midterm may differ from the past. It appears there are special circumstances arising from the northern regions of Longwa. This time, students from all 3 grades will be assessed together, and those who perform excellently might secure direct admission opportunities without waiting for the end-of-year assessments. So, classmate Yi, if you are feeling well, It would be best to return to classes promptly, Lu Lingling advised seriously, her smile fading as she spoke. The school had not disclosed much regarding Yi Chu's self-study at home and among the faculty. Only a select few, like Teacher Li, were privy to it. Thus, Lu Lingling had always assumed Yi Chu was recuperating in his villa. Understood. Thank you for making the trip, class monitor, Yi Chu replied with a smile, attempting to return the gift she had bestowed upon him. Well then, I hope to see your presence in class soon, Lu Lingling declared, not granting him the opportunity to refuse her. She turned and skipped away. In truth, Lu Lingling's gesture of offering the elixirs bore little ulterior motive, that if there were any hidden intentions, it would simply be her desire to cultivate a friendly rapport with Yi Chu. Especially after she had returned home and recounted Yi Chu's performance in school to her father, a city defense commander, who had earnestly encouraged her to engage with him, even if she could not win his favor. It was vital not to leave a negative impression. Ideally, she could foster some camaraderie. Her father's second-tier city was in dire need of martial talents at that moment. Hence, her gift to Yi Chu could merely be considered an act of alliance. Watching Lu Lingling's figure gradually fade from view, Yi Chu felt the weighty bag of elixirs in his embrace, raising an eyebrow slightly. Forget it. I am unable to assist with significant matters that if you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall help as best as I can, he murmured to himself before returning indoors. 3 months. A unified assessment across 3 grades. During this time, Teacher Milan should be able to return, and hopefully, she can help me resolve the issues regarding the cultivation of the dragon elephant technique. I must expedite my training. Casually placing the nourishing elixirs Lu Lingling had gifted him aside, Yi Chu's brow furrowed slightly as he began to contemplate how to tackle the challenges of practicing the dragon elephant technique. Simultaneously, he hoped that Teacher Mulan would return soon. Otherwise, the notion of self-learning posed considerable difficulties for him. A novice in martial arts, that as he indulged in his thoughts, Yi Chu resumed his solitary training. 3 months swiftly passed, and the day of the special midterm assessment arrived. Yet, Yi Chu found himself still awaiting Teacher Mulan's return, since she had ventured to the nearest military base to Jiangdong City. It was nearly impossible for anyone to glean information about her. During these 3 months, Yi Chu had no choice but to seek guidance from Teacher Li. Unfortunately, Teacher Li, being only a symbol-level martial artist himself, had no experience with the intricacies of 3-star ancient martial arts. His own skills were derived from 2-star ancient martial arts, and regarding the esoteric aspects of the dragon elephant technique, Teacher Li could only offer vague advice, often less insightful than Yi Chu's own realizations. Chapter 57. A handsome scholar of ancient elegance? Ridiculous. On the day of the midterm assessment at Jiangdong City Elite High School, the entire grade was abuzz with excitement. Look, is that the new freshman from first year? So handsome. A voice exclaimed, he looks like a scholar from ancient times. My hair doesn't even compare to his silky length. Another added, wait, I've been to the first-year campus. There are over 100 students, and I've never seen anyone with such long hair. Due to the joint midterm examination involving all 3 grades, the gates to the elite high school zones were unusually wide open. At that moment, over 100 first-year students were slowly approaching, under the watchful gaze of the second-year students. Among them was a particularly striking young man who captured everyone's attention. Not only were the second-year girls abuzz with excitement, but even the first-year students stared in bewilderment, with girls shyly sneaking glances, while boys whispered in astonishment that it seemed that even the first-year students were unfamiliar with this suddenly emerging young man. The boy stood taller than all his first-year peers, his long, flowing black hair tied back in a casual ponytail, framing his fair, handsome face with an aura of ancient elegance. His presence was undeniably captivating, drawing the attention of students from both grades. That moment, Lu Lingling, who stood at the forefront of the second-year group, also experienced a fleeting moment of surprise upon first seeing him. However, she quickly turned her gaze toward the long corridor leading to the second-year villa. As if waiting for someone's arrival, the first-year students converged beside their second-year counterparts. The striking young man casually positioned himself beside Lu Lingling. Yet, Lu Lingling still did not see Yi Chu's arrival. Where is Yi Chu? The exam is about to begin. As the class monitor, Lu Lingling had not laid eyes on Yi Chu since that brief encounter 3 months prior. She had initially hoped he would return to class soon, but Teacher Li had informed her that Yi Chu would likely be absent for an extended period. The specific reasons remained undisclosed to her in the days leading up to the exam. She had intended to remind Yi Chu of the impending assessment, but upon visiting the villa, she discovered that Yi Chu had long since entered a state of seclusion, unless one held a teaching position. No one could disturb him in such a condition. "Class monitor? I just arrived," came Yi Chu's voice from behind her, startling her. When she turned in confusion, the ancient-looking youth was gazing at her with curiosity in his eyes. "Yi Chu, your hair. Have you transformed? Hair spirit." Lu Lingling was left utterly speechless that Yi Chu had not only donned a combat uniform worth 15,000 credits, but in merely 3 months, his hair had grown nearly as long as hers. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to recognize a classmate who had undergone such a dramatic transformation. "Oh, Yi Chu, have you adjusted to your optimal state? I must tell you, there are rewards for this midterm examination. The top of the leaderboard awaits, but I must say, your hair is rather obstructive that it may hinder your performance in the exam." The portly teacher Li, sporting round glasses and a cherubic smile, appeared beside Yi Chu. "Ah, I haven't left my room for 3 months. I intended to get a haircut, but became too absorbed in my training and forgot that Yi Chu absent-mindedly touched the braid he had hastily tied at the back of his head. It indeed felt cumbersome, yet with the imminent examination, he could only address the hair issue later. Observing the casual exchange between teacher and student, Lu Lingling's forehead was adorned with 3 question marks. "Teacher Li, can you recognize this as Yi Chu?" The once sunny boy now elicited a twitch at the corner of Lu Lingling's mouth as she pointed her finger up and down at Yi Chu. And everything remained unspoken. "Oh, indeed, Yi Chu, your long hair is not only a hindrance. It gives you a somewhat effeminate appearance. You are much more handsome as you once were," Teacher Li remarked, interpreting Lu Lingling's words as a critique of Yi Chu's current appearance. "Not that, it's his hair. What kind of good person can grow hair this long in just 3 months? Lu Lingling was rendered speechless at enough chatter. We should head towards the senior high campus. Come on. Everyone, form an orderly line. Teacher Li interrupted, having noticed a teacher from the adjacent campus waving over. He promptly began to organize the 2 grades lines, setting off towards the senior high campus, from beginning to end. Lu Lingling regarded Yi Chu with an expression of astonishment. As if he had undergone a bizarre transformation, Yi Chu wore a look of utter disbelief that as the 2 grades approached the entrance of the senior high campus. Yi Chu found himself puzzled by the towering, ochre walls, approximately 60 meters high. They appeared neither artistic nor technologically advanced, creating a dissonance within the prestigious institution renowned for its elite educational resources. This feeling of incongruity lingered until Yi Chu passed through the gate of the high third area, stepping inside, where it dissipated instantaneously. Simultaneously, a significant question arose within him. Is this an arena? Yi Chu felt both bewildered and absurd as he beheld the high third campus, which was several times larger than the second-year campus, transforming into a vast, ancient coliseum. The entire high third campus adhered to a style that was both primitive and rudimentary, in the vast center of the arena. A series of 10-meter-sized competition platforms were lined up. Surrounding the arena, every 10 meters or so, stood enormous cages resembling those meant for confining beasts that a cursory glance revealed a total of 42 cages, each capable of holding hundreds of 4-meter-sized molten tortoises. Yet, at that moment, the cages were devoid of any living creatures. Looking upwards, what should have been the audience stands of the Colosseum were instead occupied by ancient-style lofts. The higher one looked, the more grandiose the lofts became, culminating in the 5th and highest level, which could only be described as palatial. There were only 4 such palaces in the cardinal directions. As Yi Chu began to scrutinize the 4 palaces on the 5th level, 4 individuals emerged from within, leaving him astonished that Wu Tianfeng, Lu Sihui, and the 2 boys known as Axe Man and Music Man. Chapter 58. The Cruel Truth. Out of place actually, the true cruelty of the elite high school lies solely within the 3rd year. What sort of king-esque game is this? Why such extravagance? Yi Chu gazed at the scene before him, initially finding it utterly ludicrous, until a fleeting image flashed across his mind, reminiscent of a video he had seen in the principal's office at Zhanghai No. 1 High School, presented by the head of the Education Bureau. He Dongsung that depicted 4 human warriors battling insectoid beasts the size of wolves that the time. Yi Chu believed that such brutality occurred on the front line of human warfare. Now, the unfolding scenes before him evoked a wave of memories that Yi Chu's pupils began to tremble slightly. There. he exclaimed, suddenly pointing towards a corner of the arena. The tattered, withered grass lay bare, revealing desolation. The four figures from his memory flickered in and out of view, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. There? What's there? Lu Lingling assumed Yi Chu was speaking to her, as this was her first time entering the senior high campus. The four seniors emerging from the palaces filled her eyes with admiration and yearning. Yet Yi Chu's sudden words and pointed gesture left her bewildered that moment. Yi Chu seemed to finally grasp the truth about the elite high school. His expression growing somewhat grim. It's there. That spot where the four human warriors were dismembered and devoured by the insectoid beasts. The scene there bore an uncanny resemblance to the background in that video. It turned out that it was not a frontline battlefield at all, but merely the senior high campus of Jiangdong City's elite high school. Yi Chu murmured in a daze that he also understood that the cages surrounding the area were not mere decorations. In the past, they likely housed ferocious beasts, perhaps due to the need for all students across grades to undergo assessments here. The school had cleared out all the beasts within. Teacher Li, walking not far from Yi Chu, casually glanced back and noticed the gravity etched on Yi Chu's face that he deliberately slowed his pace and approached Yi Chu. Actually, the school organized this concentrated assessment for the 3 grades to instill a sense of urgency in you second and first-year students. As if sensing the reason behind Yi Chu's reaction, Teacher Li explained in a solemn tone. But it's just a school. Would the administration really stand by and watch students perish? Doubts arose within Yi Chu. The school certainly wouldn't abandon students in peril, but this is an elite high school. The students who graduate here must confront those savage beasts directly. The institution seeks to ease management to allow students to acclimate to the feeling of life and death struggles. Only through such means can the graduates of the elite high school possess the ability to shoulder the future of humanity. Teacher Li's smile gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression akin to Yi Chu's. Yet with a hint of determination in his eyes that, of course, there are times when the school's oversight may falter. However, to advance to the 3rd year, one must sign a life-and-death contract. He had subtly informed Yi Chu of these matters during their time in the office. Yet at that time, Yi Chu had not grasped their full significance. Now, standing in the true heart of the elite high school as cruelty, the impact of his previous warnings became apparent. Yi Chu fell silent. Narrowing his eyes, lost in thought, Lu Lingling, bewildered by the peculiar conversation between the two, was left confused. What do you mean by standing by while others perish? What life and death struggles? Isn't the most brutal aspect of the elite high school, the daily simulated battles? Winning results in injuries, and losing not only incurs injuries but also deducts credits. Isn't that brutal enough? After a considerable time, the 2 grades had traversed over 1,000 meters, nearing the center of the arena. Yi Chu collected his thoughts and lifted his gaze towards the 4 individuals at the highest point in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. What must they have accomplished to reside in such luxurious palaces? A fierce determination ignited in Yi Chu's eyes. It's quite simple. They possess the strength to dominate everyone here, becoming the 4 strongest individuals. The cages that had once been filled with thousands of beasts were initially intended for the students to hone their ancient martial skills. However, due to the midterm assessments, all the beasts had to be cleared away, a task accomplished by those 4. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept on Teacher Li's face as he turned to Yi Chu and asked, "Can you guess how long it took them to eliminate over 1,000 beasts?" "One day," Yi Chu replied, his expression returning to calmness, not even hesitating. Teacher Li experienced a brief moment of astonishment before his disappointment became evident. Meanwhile, Lu Lingling was left agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Over 1,000 beasts in just one day? Are you serious? Were it to be the group of guards from the esteemed Lu family, fully armed and in clusters of 3 to 5, it would undoubtedly take them at least a week to accomplish such a task. Yi Chu cast a casual glance at the somewhat disinterested Teacher Li. He had witnessed the prowess of Wu Tianfeng and his companions firsthand, with the lethal force of Wu Tianfeng's 6 flying swords, as he cut through the encirclement in the beast territory. The 3rd and 4th tier beasts before him fell as easily as if they were mere paper, slaughtered with the casualness of chopping vegetables. Even the formidable 6th tier beast, the frenzied bear, posed no challenge to this quartet. In a prestigious high school, even if there were risks involved in capturing beasts exceeding the students' levels, the beast ranks could not possibly be too high. Otherwise, Wu Tianfang and his companions would not have opted to venture outside the city for hunting. At most, they would encounter beasts of the third or fourth tier. The question posed by Teacher Li, which might be perceived as a gamble by others, was merely a simple logical deduction for him. As the students from the two grades lined up in an orderly fashion in the central area of the senior year campus, scattered footsteps began to emerge from within a massive stone gate beside the arena. Before long, a cohort of third-year students, clad in combat uniforms and wielding various weapons, slowly made their way toward the central area. This group of third-year students displayed a lackadaisical order, with their weapons being of peculiar shapes. Among them, a particularly odd sight was a dark-skinned boy of average stature who bore a 3-meter-long stone pillar, thick enough to be embraced by a single person, as his weapon. Another individual staggered along, burdened by what appeared to be an oddly shaped black coffin, struggling with each step. The younger students, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had stumbled into a madhouse. Furthermore, the aura emanating from these third-year students instilled a profound discomfort within them. It was akin to civilized city dwellers encountering warriors who had spent their lives in relentless combat and held no fear of death. The ferocity and bloodlust ingrained in these warriors sent chills down the spines of those accustomed to the safety of urban life, triggering a primal unease as if their very existence was under constant threat. This was an absolute domination by raw power. Even among the upper echelons of the high school, where the combat prowess was exceptional, and one could defeat SS-level simulations in practice battles. Lu Lingling found her gaze narrowing as she observed this group of third-year students, her once serene visage now marked by gravity. The first-year cohort, numbering over 100, stood in stark contrast to the mere 52 second-year students, including Yi Chu. The promotion rate from first to second year hovered around 50%. Conversely, the number of third-year students was unexpectedly high. And as Yi Chu surveyed the seemingly endless throng casually leaning against the second-year group, he noted that the numerical disparity between the second and third years was not substantial. However, he observed that several individuals among the third-year ranks appeared to have surpassed the age typical of high school students. Nearing 20, the low graduation rate from the third year often resulted in many students being held back. Lu Lingling, also casting a scrutinizing glance at the third-year students, caught sight of the confusion in Yi Chu's eyes and felt compelled to explain, adding, "Most will be held back for 3 years. If they still haven't graduated by then, they are simply expelled and sent to the military." Why Yi Chu nodded in understanding. At that moment, a shadow fell across Yi Chu's face, causing him to squint. Unbeknownst to him, the boy wielding the massive stone pillar had approached the forefront of the third-year ranks, standing right beside him. Strangely, this dark-skinned boy, who stood a head shorter than Yi Chu, wore a mocking and exaggerated grin, his eyes glinting with ill intent. The other second-year students, intimidated by this boy's bizarre behavior and overwhelming presence, averted their gazes, too frightened to meet his eyes. Yet Yi Chu remained unfazed, his clear, unblemished gaze meeting the boys without flinching. "Hello, fellow student. I am the discipline committee member of the third year. This thing is rather heavy, and it's making my shoulder ache a bit. Could you help me hold it for a moment?" The self-proclaimed discipline committee member, with a drawn-out tone and an unnerving smile, seemed almost deranged as he effortlessly lifted the hefty stone pillar with one hand and extended it toward Yi Chu's head. Lu Lingling's expression darkened as she discreetly tugged at Yi Chu's sleeve, urging him to avoid confrontation and to bide his time. Meanwhile, the second-year students behind Yi Chu turned pale, their hearts racing as they gazed at the ominous shadow cast by the stone pillar above them. Fearing that a momentary lapse in the boy's grip might result in a deadly accident that end their hearts, they screamed in unison, "Yi Chu, please lower your head. We do not wish to die." The unfolding drama did not escape the notice of the surrounding teachers, including the ever-supportive teacher, Li Jianguo, who chose to turn a blind eye, as if this were merely a playful scuffle among students. Yet all the teachers were acutely aware of the situation, some even wearing a smirk of amusement. "How generous of you to lend a hand, Junior," they thought. However, what none anticipated was that, in response to the unreasonable request of the third-year discipline committee member, Yi Chu smiled slightly and actually acquiesced. To everyone's shock, he reached up to grasp the stone pillar above his head, and what left them astounded was that he intended to support it with just one hand. Among the second-year students, some who frequently interacted with their teachers recognized the third-year discipline committee member, Cheng Jianglong, who ranked 6th on the combat power leaderboard and possessed the innate ability of Herculean strength, capable of amplifying his power 3 to 10 times based on his emotional state. Few within the elite high school could rival him in strength. The audacity of Yi Chu, attempting to match this feat with a single hand, was nothing short of laughable. The teachers, previously amused, now narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Yi Chu with newfound seriousness. That on the 5th level of the Grand Square, the expressions of Wu Tianfang and his companions varied. Wu Tianfang remained indifferent, bearing an air of detachment. Lu Siwei raised an eyebrow at Yi Chu's figure, not yet recognizing him as the long-haired boy with whom she had shared a unique encounter. Lunan wore a playful smirk, while Axholder displayed a frown, his dissatisfaction ambiguous, whether directed at Cheng Jianglong's actions or Yi Chu's defiance. Cheng Jianglong continued to beam, yet his palm remained firmly on the stone pillar. Unwilling to relinquish his hold, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, prompting some students to distance themselves from Yi Chu, disregarding discipline as they merged into other groups. Only Lu Lingling, her face pale with concern, persisted in trying to dissuade Yi Chu. "Are you worried, senior, that the junior might struggle with the stone pillar? If that's the case, why not simply drop it on the ground? After resting, you can pick it up again." The atmosphere had escalated to a point where tension crackled in the air. Students around them dared not breathe. Yet Yi Chu, undeterred, chose to speak up, seemingly offering a considerate suggestion to the third-year discipline committee member. However, to the ears of those present, his words dripped with sarcasm and were laden with an undertone of hostility. Teachers began to furrow their brows, their expressions darkening, thanks to the protection of Teacher Bai. Few within the school were aware of Yi Chu's existence, and now all eyes were on this audacious student. Some teachers even harbored feelings of disdain, recognizing the situation as a blatant display of the third-year student asserting dominance over their younger peers. Understanding that Cheng Jianglong dared not release his grip, Yi Chu's taunting seemed to stem from a place of arrogance. What a clever little fool, they thought. Some teachers could not help but speculate, while others held differing opinions. Among them was the formidable class teacher of the third year, Zhang Qingze, a man of impressive stature, with a broad back and a face marked by a roughness. Crowned by a gleaming bald head, he was the only dragon-level warrior among this group of educators. His gaze towards Yi Chu was primarily one of scrutiny, laced with a hint of concern. As he fixated on the two, he noticed a slight movement in Cheng Jianglong's hand, which was supporting the stone pillar. That flicker of worry transformed entirely into outrage and panic. "Well then, Junior, I appreciate your assistance." Cheng Jianglong mused, seemingly perplexed by his own thoughts. Initially assigned the task of reprimanding the lower-grade students by the teachers, he now found himself genuinely withdrawing his hand from the stone pillar. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding sophomore girls let out terrified shrieks, and chaos erupted in the vicinity. Chapter 60. Heart-stirring. Inferior tactics. No one could have anticipated that a mere sophomore student could lift a specially crafted stone pillar, weighing 6 tons and composed of alloy, with just one hand. The moment Cheng Jianglong withdrew his hand with a smile that concealed his true feelings, Lu Lingling felt her scalp tingle and instinctively reached for Yi Chu, ready to flee. The surrounding girls continued their panicked cries, while the boys from the same class sought to evade the situation. Zhang Qingze, consumed by rage, took a step forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack underfoot. He appeared poised to charge forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. However, the anticipated scene of the stone pillar crashing down did not unfold. Instead, the pillar remained suspended in midair after Cheng Jianglong's hand was withdrawn. Supported solely by Yi Chu's single palm, the once tumultuous atmosphere fell eerily silent. Students, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, turned their astonished gazes toward the tall, slender figure that seemed to hold up the heavens for them. Zhang Qingze's momentum abruptly halted, his form frozen in place. Lu Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chu, her throat constricting with difficulty. The ambience within the arena descended into a brief stillness. The gazes of all the teachers toward Yi Chu were unified in astonishment. They had scarcely encountered Yi Chu before, had no inkling of his background, nor when he had joined the elite high school. Yet, a singular question resonated within their minds. Could it be that among the sophomores, there was someone with the innate talent for the power system? And could he truly rival Cheng Jianglong? Even Li Jianguo, who was aware that Yi Chu practiced the dragon elephant technique and the mountain-moving palm, could not fathom that Yi Chu had honed these skills to such an extent. The 6-ton stone pillar was effortlessly held aloft over his head with one hand. "Thank you, Junior. This is sufficient. Allow your senior to take it from here, lest others think I am bullying you." Cheng Zhonglong replied, his smile unchanged, though he cast a sidelong glance at the increasingly agitated Zhang Qingze. He promptly reached out to reclaim his stone pillar, the Yi Chu, not wishing to complicate matters for the senior. Readily handed it over. This exchange transpired in mere seconds, leaving all the surrounding students feeling as though they had just awakened from a brief, yet tumultuous dream. So unreal it seemed that this the Yi Chu, who transferred here merely 3 months ago? Surely, he cannot be the same person. Has he truly advanced to the 6th tier of the barbarian level in just 3 months? I would sooner believe he was replaced by someone else. Following this fleeting confrontation, the 1st and 2nd year students resumed their lively chatter, fervently discussing Yi Chu. Many gazes toward him had shifted. Previously marked by mere infatuation, they now reflected a burgeoning admiration and respect. In an instant, Yi Chu became the center of attention. Lu Lingling found herself momentarily dazed until Yi Chu cast his gaze her way. Upon meeting his crystalline, dark eyes, she felt an electric jolt. Quickly turning away, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "Ahem, has everyone gathered?" A booming voice resonated. The fierce-looking class teacher of the 3rd year, with his bald head, had taken his place atop a stage. Commencing the pre-examination address. This concentrated examination was the result of extensive deliberation by the school authorities. 3 months prior, a bug-type celestial beast had appeared in the northern region of Longhua, and it was likely that most students were somewhat aware of the situation. The emergence of this beast had caused a significant surge in the spiritual energy within Longhua, increasing the pressure on the 4 main battlefronts against otherworldly creatures. Consequently, the school, in conjunction with the military, had resolved to implement an extraordinary training program. Zhang Qingze spoke with conviction, revealing the details of the bug-type celestial beast incident. Evidently, the students were already informed and displayed no signs of shock or panic. Instead, when the extraordinary training program was mentioned, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Our school will select the top 5 students from each grade during this examination to participate in this program, that I can divulge a piece of confidential information that may serve as motivation for you all." At this juncture, Zhang Qingze paused momentarily, cleared his throat, and continued. "Students chosen for the extraordinary training program will have the opportunity to learn the newly issued secret technique, Blood Method, Ascension." As he spoke of Blood Method, Ascension, Zhang Qingze paused once more, though this time, the silence lingered a bit too long. All eyes were riveted upon him. Suddenly, the previously silent Zhang Qingze closed his eyes, and an aura of true energy began to swirl around him like a tempest, lifting the dust from the arena floor and forming a whirlwind centered around him. That a palpable pressure began to emanate from his being, resonating like the thunderous beat of war drums within him. Stirring the hearts of those present, it seemed as though Zhang Qingze intended to showcase some unique power. The fierce winds enveloping him swelled and expanded, continuing for over 5 minutes, the heartbeat-like cadence growing increasingly rapid and powerful, akin to a tidal wave approaching a threshold, until, with a resounding crash, the winds shattered and a vortex erupted from Zhang Qingze, sweeping outward in all directions, leaving the spectators feeling the sting against their skin. Yet, all present, including the teachers, wore expressions of astonishment in that moment. After a prolonged build-up of energy, Zhang Qingze unleashed a surge of vitality, enveloping himself in a faint crimson mist. His eyes glowed a fierce red. Veins bulged on his forehead, and blood dripped from his nostrils, further amplifying his rising aura. The ground beneath one's feet began to tremble and sway under the relentless ascendance of Zhang Qingze's formidable presence. The younger students in the audience, their vitality feeble and faces ashen, found their legs weakening, their forms swaying precariously. Even those as robust as Lu Lingling, with her vitality exceeding a mere 10 points, clenched her silver teeth in desperate endurance, fearing that a moment's instability of mind might cause the blood within her to reverse, jeopardizing her meridians. Meanwhile, the senior students were wide-eyed, their faces alight with astonishment and fervor. Only Yi Chu remained unaffected. With his accumulated vitality, he could disregard the oppressive aura of the teachers present, observing the scene with an air of composure. Yet, within his heart, a flicker of doubt arose. The technique displayed by this teacher seemed eerily reminiscent of a degraded version of the bloodshed battle technique. This was Yi Chu's initial reaction upon witnessing teacher Zhang's demonstration of the secret art. He was aware of the emergence of the insectoid celestial beasts in the north 3 months prior, which had coincided with the unearthing of an ancient human relic. There must be some connection to the bloodshed battle technique within that context. Though he wondered just how much the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom truly grasped. When Milan had urged him to contemplate recording his knowledge about the dream battlefield into an audio format for the military, Yi Chu had laid bare everything except for the bloodshed battle technique. His reluctance stemmed from a mixture of personal interest and genuine uncertainty about how to share such a profound practice with others. His mastery of the bloodshed battle technique had come as a serendipitous stroke of fortune, an instinctual ability that manifested without any formal training. Unlike teacher Zhang, he had not needed to undergo prolonged preparation to activate the technique. Nor did the intensity of his vital energy reach a tangible state to at that moment. The secret art exhibited by teacher Zhang clearly paled in comparison to the bloodshed battle technique. Not only did the practitioner bear a grim visage, but the dissipating aura of vital energy was weak, lacking the fervor and desire for battle. Instead, it conveyed a sense of torment, a passive consumption of one's life force, rather than being classified as a forbidden technique. This so-called secret art, Blood Sea Rising, appeared more akin to a desperate measure employed in dire straits, a means of mutually assured destruction against an adversary. That as Yi Chu pondered these thoughts, the commotion on stage gradually subsided. He snapped back to attention and looked up, only to find Zhang Qingze had concluded his display. The oppressive aura surrounding him had calmed. Wiping away the blood streaming from his nose, Zhang Qingze addressed the audience. This is the military's latest promulgated secret art. Blood Sea Rising. As the students have witnessed, mastering this technique allows one to temporarily ignite their vital energy, augmenting their combat prowess by up to 1.75 times. Such a level of secret art is perilously close to that of forbidden techniques. It is worth noting that one of the 3 major forbidden techniques of the Dragon Kingdom, the self-detonation technique, can only achieve double the user's power at the cost of expending over 80% of their life force in a single use. The reason Blood Sea Rising is classified as a secret art is due to its relatively modest cost. It merely incurs some loss of life force, or, if employed beyond its time limit, results in a state of weakness lasting 3 to 5 months. What Zhang Qingze had just demonstrated stood as the most compelling testimony to his words. Consequently, whether students or teachers in the audience, upon hearing of the potential to maximize their combat strength by 1.75 times, could not help but exclaim in awe. 1.75 times. If this were on the battlefield, it could lead to a stunning victory, annihilating the enemy, truly formidable, and the only cost being a slight depletion of one's life force, without damaging the essence of life itself. What a bargain! I must give my all in this competition and strive to break into the top 5. The students in the first and second years were invigorated, each eagerly preparing for action, their spirits soaring. In stark contrast, the third-year students fell into a terrifying silence at this moment, their shared camaraderie transformed into predatory gazes, akin to ravenous wolves eyeing their prey, their eyes ablaze with a fierce hunger. Only Yi Chu, after hearing Zhang Qingze's exposition, found himself chuckling in disbelief, leaving those around him perplexed. None understood the source of his amusement, save for Yi Chu himself, who recognized that this Blood Sea Rising was nothing of consequence. Whether in terms of casting time, the multiplier for combat strength, or the side effects endured thereafter, Blood Sea Rising could not compare to the bloodshed battle technique. The duration one could sustain the bloodshed battle technique was wholly contingent on the volume of blood and life force available for expenditure, as long as a single drop of blood remained within. The vital energy would not dissipate, as for the extent to which the bloodshed battle technique could enhance one's strength. Yi Chu had yet to fully employ it, and thus was unaware of its upper limits. However, he had previously utilized it while attempting the mountain-shaking palm, and with his vitality exceeding 40 points, he could leave a palm imprint on the earth measuring approximately 1 meter across and 5 to 6 centimeters deep. Yet, under the influence of the bloodshed battle technique, he could shatter the specially crafted tiles of a villa with a single strike, leaving a palm mark nearly a foot wide and triggering seismic alarms throughout the entire structure. His strength had at least tripled. Should he fully unleash the bloodshed battle technique, he estimated the upper limit to be between 10 and 20 times that, of course. Such an exertion would also entail the drawbacks of the technique, such as the fervor that compelled one to fight to the death, alongside the inevitable weakness that followed. The only certainty Yi Chu held was that the fiery punch he unleashed with the bloodshed battle technique had required less than an hour of recovery through medicinal baths to restore him to full vigor. In light of this comparative analysis, Yi Chu was confident that Blood Sea Rising had not been derived from the bloodshed battle technique, but was merely a superficial grasp of its principles, manipulated and rebranded as a secret art. Having unraveled these thoughts, Yi Chu felt a complete disinterest in Blood Sea Rising. Nevertheless, he remained intent on participating in the extraordinary training plan for a promised superior treatment for the selected elite students, surpassing even that of the top-tier high schools. Striving for ascendance, Yi Chu was determined to leverage this opportunity to climb ever higher. "That I trust you all now feel invigorated," he revealed, "and I shall now introduce the format and rules of this midterm examination." Following teacher Zhang Qing's instructions, the 3 grades began to queue in groups. The initial tests would be similar to those conducted in the past, measuring life force and overall physical attributes. However, unlike previous simulated battles, this time it would be a real one-on-one elimination match to determine the top 5 who would advance to the military's unified extraordinary training plan. As Lu Lingling completed her testing of life force and physical attributes, it was soon Yi Chu's turn to step forward for evaluation. The life force and physical attribute tests at the top-tier high school were far more precise, utilizing advanced equipment, a full-body powered armor suit. Compared to the half-body armor Yi Chu had donned during his second test, this full-coverage powered armor was a marvel of technological aesthetics, its white base adorned with blue accents in harmony with the elite high school's uniform design. Resembling the cutting-edge exoskeletons of a sci-fi universe, Yi Chu's moonlit eyes shimmered with layers of excitement, for this was the epitome of a man's romance. Lu Lingling's final score stands at Vitality, 16. 44, moderate level of the first stage of the barbarian rank. Comprehensive physical values: strength, 24,920 speed, 31,585 burst, 35,640 defense, 22,786 stamina, 19,835 average value, 19,825.2 combat power rating, 6 stars. Such an achievement is unparalleled among the entire sophomore cohort in the second year. Aside from Yi Chu, the individual with vitality ranking just below Lu Lingling is a tall male student, endowed with considerable physical talent. Yet his vitality is only 10.2, merely a slight increase compared to Yi Chu's second assessment. The disparity in their comprehensive average values is even more pronounced, with his a mere 11.060. That this disparity is not solely due to the difference in vitality, but also reflects the gap in their ancient martial arts prowess. Lu Lingling specializes in the assassination burst style and has cultivated a 1-star technique, all of which have reached the mid-stage. Thus, in terms of speed and explosive power, she is far superior to her peers. When it was Yi Chu's turn, students from all 3 grades tacitly slowed their pace for the test, all eyes fixated on him. Their curiosity about this astonishing Yi Chu was palpable. What heights had he achieved in vitality and strength? How could he stand shoulder to shoulder with Cheng Jianglong, the 6th-ranked combatant in the senior year? Just as Yi Chu donned his heavy technological battle armor, Cheng Jianglong from the senior grade pushed through the front line of students. Similarly donning an identical suit of armor, it seemed he was intent on competing with Yi Chu in terms of test results. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became lively. Even the teachers present were curious about Yi Chu's true capabilities. "Teacher Li, this is your student. Can you give us a hint about his talent? Is it strength-based, and what rank does he hold?" Teacher Li Jianguo, the head teacher of the first year, a similarly bespectacled but tall and slender middle-aged man, was unable to contain his curiosity and sought to extract some information from teacher Li Jianguo. "Old Qin, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I simply don't know. All I am aware of is that his vitality had already reached Lu Lingling's level 3 months ago. What it is now, no one knows," replied Li Jianguo, holding his belly, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. He is at the same level as Lingling. If his talent is indeed strength-based, that would certainly explain things. murmured the head teacher of the first year, known as Old Sheen. Soon, Yi Chu's test commenced in comparison to the second assessment, which required just a single punch to gather all information. The midterm examination at this elite high school mandated a total of 5 strikes. Yi Chu, adorned with his technological battle helmet, faced 4 holographic dummies that he needed to strike each dummy's vital points using his limbs. These could be the throat, the head, or even the groin, as long as they maximized the potential for lethal damage. Yi Chu felt a moment of realization. Confronting a dummy, he unleashed a casual punch that he did not specifically target any vital area. His fist simply struck the dummy's face. However, during his punch, the technological armor surprisingly generated significant resistance and limitations against his unleashed power. His fist did not travel with the swiftness he had envisioned. It was only upon impact with the dummy's face that the holographic figure shattered. Yi Chu's entire right mechanical arm began to emit a substantial amount of white gas. Zhang Ziqing, witnessing this, couldn't help but nod discreetly. The resistance mode of this technological armor is determined by the varying number of chips installed in each part. The abundant gas produced inside the armor is a result of these resistance-generating chips operating beyond their capacity. To put it plainly, Yi Chu's own strength was so formidable that it had reached a level that the armor could barely withstand. This is merely a normal manifestation of an exceptionally talented student. Beside him, Cheng Jianglong also unleashed a barrage of strikes, with his right mechanical arm similarly producing a considerable volume of gas, and indeed, the amount exceeded that generated by Yi Chu. Subsequently, Yi Chu executed a thrusting punch, a whip kick and a lateral kick, shattering the remaining 3 holographic figures. The entire technological armor was engulfed in plumes of smoke, leaving the sophomore and junior students awestruck. Cheng Jianglong experienced similar circumstances on the other side, his armor experiencing even more dramatic effects, with half of its resistance chips rendered inoperative, necessitating a change to an entirely new suit for further testing. Once both emerged from their respective technological armors, their scores were immediately projected for all to see by the laser at the head of the armor. Senior grade, Cheng Jianglong. Vitality, 36.9, full level of the 3rd stage of the barbarian rank. Comprehensive physical values. Strength, 86. 424 speed, 51,478 burst, 69,054 defense, 37,995 stamina, 39,769 average value, 56,944 combat power rating, 14 stars. Sophomore grade, Yi Chu, vitality, 27.1. Late stage of the 2nd level of the barbarian rank. Comprehensive physical values. Strength, 31. 220 speed, 19,560 burst, 37,500 defense, 47,570 stamina, 59,410 average value, 39,052 combat power rating, 9 stars. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lu Lingling gazed at Yi Chu's score as if she had seen a ghost, her slightly parted lips unable to close. What in the world was this? A vitality of 27.1. Nearly 40,000 in average value. What on earth had this guy been doing in the past 3 months? How could his strength have surged so dramatically, more astonishing than even the most unexpected hair growth? She had initially thought she had grasped the full extent of Yi Chu's capabilities. A genius. Indeed, she acknowledged, especially considering he had defeated an SS-level simulated combatant upon entering school. Yet now, Yi Chu resembled a vast ocean transformed from a bottomless lake over the course of 3 months. The depth of his hidden potential was utterly unfathomable. On the 5th level of the Colosseum, the 4 seniors had gathered before the palace where Wu Tianfang resided. This Yi Chu is quite impressive. In merely the sophomore midterm test, his vitality has already surpassed the scores we had back in the day, remarked Axe, his arms crossed, his gaze filled with admiration. Yi Chu? This long-haired boy is Yi Chu? Lu Sihue exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 63. The Heart of the Iceberg. Challenging beyond one's rank. The midterm comprehensive examination at the elite high school had been underway for half an hour. Lu Sihue only now recognized that the long-haired boy was indeed Yi Chu. During her 3 years at the elite high school, she had seldom made an effort to connect with others, partly because she was solely focused on beast mastery and combat, with the ancient martial arts occupying her thoughts most of the time. Additionally, being born into a prestigious family, she had a simple mind and was neither adept nor fond of complex social interactions. Within the entire elite high school, the only person she would engage with was Wu Tianfang. Even among her teammates, Lun Nan and Axe, she seldom initiated conversation in her spare moments. However, Yi Chu's presence sparked within her a newfound interest in others. Whether it was his innate potential or the striking clarity of his gaze when he looked at her in the cafeteria, it lingered in her memory. When the school announced that this midterm examination would involve a collective assessment of all 3 grades, she silently hoped to witness Yi Chu's remarkable performance. Yet when everyone gathered, she deliberately sought Yi Chu's figure, but could not find him. She instinctively felt a pang of disappointment, assuming he might have encountered some unforeseen circumstances preventing him from participating. Little did she expect that the long-haired sophomore was, in fact, Yi Chu. Gazing at Yi Chu, whose demeanor and appearance had undergone a complete transformation in the past 3 months, a rare expression of astonishment flickered across her perpetually icy countenance. Miss Liu, you not developing feelings for this fellow, are you? It's the first time I've seen you exhibit such emotions towards a boy, Lun Nan observed, keenly detecting the fleeting expression on Liu Sihui's face, and teased her with a chuckle. However, when Liu Sihui chose silence, turning her gaze away, the 3 boys among the seniors exchanged incredulous looks at her. Even Wu Tianfang raised an eyebrow, regarding Liu Sihui's silence with curiosity. No, I just think he resembles my younger brother. Sensing the bewildered expressions of her companions, Liu Sihui likely felt that remaining silent was somewhat impolite. She promptly uttered a statement that even she found hard to believe. She had always been one to speak the truth in the center of the examination hall. After Yi Chu completed the assessment of all fundamental data, he first turned to look at Cheng Jianglong, who was merely 3 meters away. The latter had just removed his technological armor and shot him a challenging glance Yi Chu responded with a subtle smile, causing Cheng Jianglong to narrow his eyes slightly, unable to discern Yi Chu's current thoughts. After casting a glance at Cheng Jianglong, Yi Chu turned his attention to the 4 students from the senior class standing at a distance on the 5th floor. He then stepped back into the sophomore team. Yi Chu, you must be some ancient monster reincarnated, right? It has to be that way. Lu Lingling, who usually possessed a certain depth of character, seemed transformed today. Being around Yi Chu made her resemble a curious child, discovering the wonders of the world for the first time, often startled by her surroundings. Have you read too many novels? Let me ask you something, Yi Chu remarked, casting a bemused glance at Lu Lingling before continuing. Aren't those 4 participating in this midterm examination? Following Yi Chu's gaze, Lu Lingling also turned to look at the 4 individuals standing atop the palace in the distance. Don't you know, they are the 4 strongest students in our prestigious high school. Their prowess has created a significant gap between them and the 5th-ranked Fu Chun and 6th-ranked Cheng Jianglong from the senior year. Lu Lingling explained matter-of-factly. So, that means there is only 1 spot available for the senior year now. Has there ever been a case in our prestigious high school where lower grades challenge higher ones? Yi Chu inquired once more. What are you planning? It can't be what I think, right? Lu Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment, and she shook her head with a laugh. Don't get your hopes up. Although you're incredibly strong now, your overall performance still falls short of Cheng Jianglong. How could you possibly defeat them? However, there have been precedents for lower grades challenging higher grades, and if successful, they can directly advance to the senior year and be rewarded with a plethora of prizes. But as far as I know, in over 100 years since the establishment of our prestigious high school, there have only been a handful of successful challenges. After Lu Lingling's remarks, Yi Chu stopped listening. He shifted his gaze back to Cheng Jianglong, who had returned to the senior class team. A hint of a malicious smile gracing his lips in the subsequent tests, some students exceeded everyone's expectations with their comprehensive scores. Yet, with Yi Chu's extraordinary precedent, these students, who should have made a remarkable impact, could only remain overshadowed by Yi Chu's presence. However, one individual drew the attention of the majority, and Yi Chu cast his gaze towards him. He was Fu Chun, the 5th-ranked student in the senior class. You find his scores rather peculiar. Lu Lingling's voice reached him, as she too observed the senior male student, that he and Cheng Jianglong appeared to be 2 extremes within the senior year. Cheng Jianglong had dark skin and a temperament that fluctuated, often displaying a fierce and violent demeanor. In contrast, the Fu Chun who piqued Yi Chu's interest had a fair complexion and stood at a similar height to Yi Chu, exuding a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a scholarly youth. Yet, Yi Chu sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from this seemingly innocuous young man. From the moment he first appeared, Yi Chu had taken note of him. He had emerged from the senior group, carrying a 2-meter-long, seemingly heavy black coffin on his back. Initially, before the tests, Yi Chu thought of him merely as someone who specialized in an obscure form of ancient martial arts, which explained his peculiar weapon. However, at the moment his scores were revealed, Yi Chu regarded him as a second potential adversary worthy of engagement. Senior Department, Fuqin, Vitality. 32.5, early stage of 3rd grade, comprehensive physical values. Strength, 23596 speed, 27172 explosiveness, 29530 defense, 26382 stamina, 106600 average value, 42656, combat power rating. 15 stars, Fuqin's comprehensive data could only be described as extraordinary. Within the senior class, Fuqin's first 4 comprehensive values were rather unremarkable, even falling into the below-average category. Yet his stamina was astonishingly high. Why was it so much greater than the other 4 values? With over 100,000 in stamina, if Fuqin were to engage in long-distance running, Yi Chu suspected that he could run tirelessly for 7 days and nights without issue, regardless of speed. Moreover, regarding the combat power evaluation, despite his comprehensive values being inferior to Cheng Jianglong's, Fuqin's combat power rating surpassed Cheng Jianglong's by a star. Something unusual was afoot that Fuqin could very well be in existence that required more caution than Cheng Jianglong. Once all participants completed the vitality and average physical value tests, the one-on-one battles among the 3 grades were about to commence. Just before it began, Yi Chu suddenly stood up. "Teacher Zhang, I would like to participate in the one-on-one battles of the senior class during this examination. Is that permissible?" As Yi Chu calmly expressed this desire, nearly everyone present cast him incredulous glances. With his test scores far surpassing those of any sophomore, Yi Chu was already entitled to a guaranteed spot. The other sophomores had essentially relinquished the chance to compete against him, opting instead to vie for the remaining 4 spots. Yet, Yi Chu had chosen to step away from the sophomore assessments and directly join the senior class, turning a sure bet into a gamble fraught with risks. However, due to Yi Chu's undeniable strength, most did not perceive him as reckless. They could only admire his determination and courage. "Are you certain?" Teacher Zhang Zeqing looked at Yi Chu with admiration. "Absolutely," Yi Chu asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet his choice was undoubtedly a provocation to all the seniors, particularly Cheng Jianglong, whose expression was now a peculiar mix of amusement and malice, akin to a grin that concealed a snarl. "I underestimated him, that I thought he would be like us, possessing invincible strength within his own grade, merely going through the motions in the upcoming ranking battles. I didn't anticipate this guy would be such a rebel, bent on taking risks." Outside the palace on the 5th floor, Axe's gaze towards Yi Chu was filled with brilliance that in fact, Yi Chu's audacious act of challenging the strong ignited a spark within him, prompting him to roll up his sleeves and prepare for action. Lu Sihui's gaze towards Yi Chu seemed to shimmer with a myriad of stars that Wu Tianfang squinted slightly, lost in thought. "Very well. You may now participate in the drawing for the senior class." The ranking battles among the 3 grades would unfold through a lottery system at that moment. Lu Lingling regarded Yi Chu's back with a reverence akin to that of a deity, gradually merging into the senior class. His demeanor remained calm and unperturbed amidst the fierce energy of the senior students, akin to a stabilizing anchor in a tumultuous sea, unmoved by the surrounding winds and rains. "Have we truly ascended to different levels?" Lu Lingling's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Soon, the ranking battles among the 3 grades commenced. This was precisely why the senior class had been chosen as the venue. The senior class area featured a vast expanse of sand-colored arenas, occupying 70% of the territory. Each grade could simultaneously conduct 4 to 6 matches, allowing for completion within a single day. Yi Chu's first opponent was a senior boy wielding a ringed broadsword. His vitality reached 27.5, which was comparable to Yi Chu's. His comprehensive values were only slightly higher than Yi Chu's. This battle quickly became the most anticipated contest among the 3 grades. "Kid, what gives you the impression that you can run rampant in the senior class? Although our vitality and comprehensive data are similar, have you forgotten about ancient martial arts? I've studied here in this prestigious high school for 5 whole years. Do you really think you can use me as a stepping stone?" With a formidable 4-foot-long blade resting on his shoulder, The boy facing Yi Chu gazed at him with a mocking expression. He was a full 3 years older than Yi Chu, already 19 years of age, and had graduated from high school after being held back twice. He had thus spent a total of 5 years studying ancient martial arts that in terms of martial prowess. The lad across from him was merely in his second year of high school, having practiced ancient martial arts for no more than 2 years, and he had only begun learning the star-rated techniques upon entering the second year. This implied that his opponent had yet to complete even a single year of ancient martial arts training. If he could defeat him, it would be quite the spectacle that Yi Chu, upon hearing this, chose to ignore the taunts and calmly assumed his initial stance, with his right foot stepping back, his core sinking, his left hand forming a fist at the forefront, and his right hand, palm open, drawing near his left arm at chest level. He focused his gaze deeply, his energy settling in his dantian. The Six Harmonies fist. How impressive it appeared. Yet, did he not intend to select a weapon? Zhang Ziqing, the boy opposite him, confirmed once more. Earlier, when Yi Chu had ascended the stage, he had inquired about his weapon choice, but Yi Chu had declined, citing a lack of training in weapon-based ancient martial arts. Yi Chu nodded with a smile. Zhang Ziqing ceased to dissuade him, resigning himself to closely monitor the ensuing battle to ensure that Yi Chu did not suffer severe harm. Then, with a command from Zhang Ziqing, the boy with the large blade initiated the assault. The two were separated by a distance of about 4 meters, a mere 2 steps for a practitioner of the second martial rank. In an instant, the boy wielding the blade charged forward, his weapon angled towards Yi Chu as he delivered a fierce diagonal slash from below. Yi Chu's gaze was sharp. This was his first real combat encounter. His piercing eyes remained fixated on his opponent's wrist, which gripped the long blade. As the edge of the sword approached his right side, Yi Chu, having prepared his stance in advance, found himself in a position to both attack and defend. In that moment, he decisively moved forward, striking with his right palm towards the opponent's right hand, while his left fist descended to his abdomen, gathering strength in an instant. One might say that Yi Chu lacked experience in combat. The boy attacking him merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chu and had already discerned his forthcoming actions. The right palm was a feint, aimed at diverting the opponent's attention from the real threat posed by his descending left fist. Despite recognizing this, he had no intention of altering his assault, for he was imbued with absolute confidence. Confidence that he could bring Yi Chu down with a single strike. The blade howled through the air. But before it could strike Yi Chu's right side, his hand executed a perfect chop, catching the boy's palm. Simultaneously, Yi Chu's gathered fist was prepared to unleash a powerful blow. However, at that moment, the boy wielding the blade flashed a grin. As though a wicked scheme had succeeded, Yi Chu's left fist halted abruptly, as if he had realized something. That he attempted to alter his position to evade, but it was too late. The boy released his grip on the blade, which continued its descent towards Yi Chu's abdomen due to momentum. In a premeditated maneuver, he pivoted on his left foot and delivered a whip kick aimed at Yi Chu's head, creating a 2-pronged assault. Yi Chu was cornered. In the first round of combat against the senior, Yi Chu found himself in an exceedingly passive position. One misstep could lead to his immediate downfall. Lu Lingling observed the advancing posture of the senior. An ominous premonition crept into her heart. This foreboding soon materialized as Yi Chu was caught in a pincer attack. Had she been in his shoes, the most effective strategy would have been to gather all her strength into her legs and leap to avoid the encroaching strikes from both sides. Yet, Yi Chu was not her. Unconsciously, Lu Lingling clenched her fists, beginning to silently pray for Yi Chu's safety. Without realizing it, she had already begun to regard him as a friend worth caring for. Despite their limited interactions on the stage, to the eyes of others, Yi Chu appeared to be in grave danger. Yet his expression remained largely unchanged in the face of the dual attack. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chu's speed blurred, his left hand resembling an iron claw as it reached out to grasp the oncoming blade. His descending right fist swiftly positioned itself beside his head to intercept the boy's whip kick. A resounding thud echoed across the arena. Yi Chu's dark hair was swept aside by the forceful kick, yet he stood steadfast, his left hand successfully securing the released blade, mere 3 centimeters from his palm. The senior, whose scheme had failed, widened his eyes in shock. The arrogant grin that had adorned his face moments ago was swiftly replaced by a look of grave concern. He had never anticipated that Yi Chu's reaction speed and physical agility could allow for such effective defense in the blink of an eye. What troubled him further was that he had poured 70% of his strength into that kick, intending to knock Yi Chu down. Yet, when his leg struck Yi Chu's blocking arm, it felt as though he had kicked solid steel. A subtle pain coursed through his calf, coupled with an overwhelming psychological pressure that rendered him hesitant and uncertain. To make matters worse, as his kick passed by, he left his front unguarded. What he feared most had come to pass. With a resounding thud, Yi Chu seized the opportunity, delivering a precise kick to the boy's chest. The dull thump of impact was accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as the senior was propelled backward with a speed greater than he had charged forward. He flew over 4 meters before crashing to the ground, rolling an additional 6 or 7 meters in a tangle. Fortunately, his emergency reflexes and ability to absorb impact were commendable as he rolled on the ground. He managed to right himself into a half-kneeling position, stabilizing his posture without exposing further humiliation. What kind of talent do you possess? He glared at Yi Chu, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. His face contorted in rage. Yi Chu, having gained the upper hand, carelessly tossed the large blade back to him. The weapon arced through the air, its sharp tip embedding itself into the ground 3 feet before the boy. This alone was not particularly alarming. However, when Yi Chu dismissed him as merely a low-tier psychic talent, the boy could no longer contain his frustration and spat out a mouthful of blood, marking the first streak of crimson in this midterm examination. Impossible! Psychic! Shouldn't your strength rival that of Cheng Jianglong in the power category, as the boy struggled to rise and grasp his blade? He found himself thwarted by the injuries inflicted upon him. Yi Chu's kick had shattered his ribs and caused significant damage to his heart and lungs. His internal energy began to falter, and he was left without the strength to continue fighting, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The arena fell silent. Students from the first and second years gasped in disbelief, some even covering their mouths in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Lingling stared blankly, swallowing hard. Was it truly that exaggerated, to defeat a senior with a single kick? Yi Chu wins. Zhang Ziqing promptly declared the victor, and medical personnel rushed onto the stage to assess the senior's injuries. His chest bore fractures in 4 ribs on either side, and his heart and lungs had sustained various degrees of harm. Blood flow was obstructed, but he was not in life-threatening danger. Quickly, take him down for treatment. The medical staff at the senior campus made their assessment. Zhang Ziqing furrowed his brow as he looked towards Yi Chu. Just as their gazes met, but he immediately relaxed his expression, smiling as he said, "You may descend and await your next match." Yi Chu nodded and turned to leave the stage. Zhang Ziqing's brow furrowed once more. What kind of martial arts had this boy learned? He was not of the power category, yet he could unleash such terrifying force. Could it be that he practiced a 2-star ancient martial art? That kick had evoked memories of Zhang Ziqing's own prowess in his youth, swift, decisive, and without a trace of hesitation. The gaze that Axe cast upon Yi Chu has grown increasingly amicable, even evoking a sense of kinship. Meanwhile, Lunan, though equally impressed by Yi Chu's impeccable timing and adept utilization of strength, found his attention frequently drawn to Lu Sihui, particularly after her enigmatic expression directed at Yi Chu. Inexplicable hostility toward Yi Chu began to swell within him as he observed Lu Sihui's earnest focus on every movement of Yi Chu. As Yi Chu descended the stage, it coincidentally marked the moment when Lu Lingling ascended to engage in combat, but he took his place at the side, watching as Lu Lingling faced a sophomore girl trained in judo. The disparity in their overall abilities rendered the bout devoid of suspense. After Lu Lingling effortlessly dodged a strike from the girl, she swiftly delivered a hand chop that landed squarely on her opponent's throat, compelling the girl to forlornly concede defeat. Is this the way of the assassin? Quite intriguing, Yi Chu mused, offering his commendation. However, what he referred to as the assassin's way was, in fact, the ancient martial arts of the Tang sect. Just as Lu Lingling stepped down, she caught wind of Yi Chu's praise and, like a proud lark, lifted her head high, beaming with pride. Look, Cheng Jianglong has taken the stage as well. Let us go and see," she exclaimed, drawing closer to Yi Chu, whose gaze fell upon Cheng Jianglong, a figure with a strikingly dark complexion wielding an exaggerated weapon, just as he prepared to confront a senior student assuming a Tai Chi stance. Lu Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged on Yi Chu's arm, guiding him towards the ring. Yi Chu was thus afforded a first-hand experience of the adage, "One force can overcome 100 skills." Chapter 66. Brutal Nature, Mysterious Fu Qin Cheng Jianglong, true to his name, could stir the waters and create storms. His unpredictable disposition manifested fully in combat, where he fought entirely according to his whims. His adversary was a fellow student with whom he had sparred numerous times before, a boy proficient in Tai Chi. This practice, far from being merely a form of health exercise, was a legitimate ancient martial art capable of achieving remarkable feats with seemingly minimal effort. Logically, one would expect the boy to possess the means to counter Cheng Jianglong's renowned brute strength. When faced with Cheng's overwhelming force, his attacks would feel as though they were colliding with cotton. However, the reality proved to be quite the opposite. "Brother Cheng, please go easy on me," the boy pleaded with a forced grin, attempting to feign submission. Yet if he wanted Cheng to hold back, why not simply concede? He was, after all, unwilling to relinquish his chance at the extraordinary training program, nor the esoteric techniques that could be gained. Cheng Jianglong understood his classmate's true nature, but as the battle commenced, he grinned menacingly, swinging a 3-meter-long stone with the intention of delivering a crushing blow. Even the supervising martial arts instructor stood tense, ready to intervene at the sight of Cheng Jianglong's intimidating display. The stone, akin to a roaring avalanche, left the Tai Chi practitioner with no thoughts of resistance. He turned and fled. The stone crashed onto the platform with a thunderous roar, shaking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The sheer power of Cheng Jianglong's strike was terrifying enough to pale the faces of the younger students below, causing cold sweat to break out on their backs. Unfazed by his opponent's retreat, Cheng Jianglong, with both hands supporting one end of the stone pillar, pursued the fleeing figure. He executed a sweeping motion, aiming to take down the boy mid-flight. The speed of the stone's descent far surpassed that of the boy's escape. With no other option, the boy could only manage a bitter smile, coming to a halt as a fierce determination ignited within him. Drawing upon his core energy, he prepared to face the descending stone. Tai Chi initiation, he declared, executing the movements with precision as the stone bore down upon him. He focused all his strength, attempting to redirect its trajectory. However, the effort proved nearly impossible, for the weight and momentum of the stone were akin to that of a speeding vehicle. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, grounding himself against the overwhelming force. Just as he was about to send the stone soaring away, he felt an unexpected and overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. "Stop!" the supervising teacher shouted, but it was too late to avert the impending tragedy. The boy was crushed into the ground beneath the stone, his legs contorted in unnatural angles, blood seeping from beneath him. The scene was gruesome enough to leave the younger students pale and trembling in fear. Cheng Jianglong stood with a foot planted on the stone pillar, a grim smile on his face, completely indifferent to the consequences of his actions. "Old monkey, there's no escape for you now," he chuckled, reveling in the chaos he had caused. This madman truly not a threat to society? Yi Chu pondered, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he regarded the elated Cheng Jianglong. This kind of individual would have surely languished in prison had he existed in the era before the age of advanced martial arts. "Get him to the emergency room, quickly!" The supervising teacher, his face devoid of emotion, declared. Cheng Jiang Yizhu paused in contemplation upon hearing the words. Regarding matters of the hidden families, he possessed little understanding from his previous life. However, in this era of revitalized spiritual energy, the mere mention of the hidden families carried immense weight, akin to a mountain. Furthermore, the school's deliberate concealment of Fu Chen's identity only served to underscore the significant secrets surrounding him. Chapter 67. The Cursed Hand and the Crimson Threads. Final rankings. Yi Zhu had initially wished to observe Fu Chen's combat style. With nearly 100,000 points of stamina, coupled with the knowledge that his weapon was a black coffin, an image inadvertently surfaced in his mind that a Taoist in a yellow robe, wielding a golden sword, commanding the undead. Could Fu Chen's family be from the Shaanxi region? Soon, during the senior year ranking match of 54 progressing to 27, it was finally Fu Chen's turn. Yet, to Yi Zhu's disappointment, his opponent was a swordsman. The two merely exchanged glances before the swordsman bowed his hands to Fu Chen, conceding defeat of his own volition. Such an occurrence was remarkably rare among the seniors. Yi Zhu observed the swordsman exiting the stage. He wore an expression of self-pity, further piquing Yi Zhu's curiosity about Fu Chen's prowess. "I truly hope that I will face Fu Chen in the next round," he mused, an unmistakable fervor burning in his eyes. Yi Zhu, what level of strength have you truly attained? Lu Lingling regarded Yi Zhu with unabashed curiosity. Having witnessed his remarkable transformation over the past 3 months, upon hearing her words, Yizhu appeared thoughtful for a moment, then ultimately replied, "I do not know." The first round of rankings for the second-year students had concluded, prompting him to remind her, "It's time for another draw. You should return to your area." Lu Lingling pouted in dissatisfaction. "Aren't you also a second-year student?" She then turned and headed back to the senior area. The first round of ranking battles for the seniors concluded swiftly. Next came the matches to determine the 27 progressing to 13, with one individual receiving a bye directly into the next round. That individual turned out to be Yizhu. Upon drawing the solitary white ball, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After 3 months of diligent practice, he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the dragon-elephant technique, only a step away from minor mastery. Yet, this final step presented a problem he could not resolve. He had intended to consult teacher Mu Lan upon her return, hoping she might offer a solution. But alas, he had not been able to wait. The mountain-moving palm consisted of 3 forms, and he had only managed to learn the first, yet it was sufficient to serve as a decisive strike. The 6 Harmonies Fist was a technique that integrated the dragon-elephant technique with the mountain-moving palm. He had progressed to the introductory level in the 6 Harmonies Fist, mastering both the fist and body techniques. As for the ultimate secret technique of concealing vitality, Yizhu could only say that the life force he had stored was more than tenfold what he outwardly exhibited. After all, during these 3 months, the furnace turtle had nearly broken through to the 7th tier of extraordinary beasts, providing him with an abundance of life force. He had devoted nearly 70% of his time to cultivating the concealment of vitality. Now resting in the senior arena, Yizhu focused solely on 2 individuals, Cheng Jianglong and Fu Chen. This time, he was fortunate enough to witness Fu Chen's abilities firsthand. That Fu Chen's opponent wielded the same weapon as the axe wielder from before. Yet his strength paled in comparison to the top 4 seniors. The boy with the great axe swung with tremendous force, as if cleaving mountains, but ultimately lacked the speed and flexibility necessary, leaving no room for recovery once he struck. In contrast, the enigmatic Fu Chen deftly withdrew numerous strands of crimson thread from his sleeves, using his own true energy to manipulate them with agility against the axe-wielding boy. The boy found himself unable to approach Fu Chen, and those crimson threads were no ordinary strands. Upon closer inspection, Yizhu discerned that the threads were interwoven with metallic fibers. Each time a red thread ensnared the boy's limbs. He struggled to free himself, leaving behind traces of blood where the threads had wrapped around him. Why Yizhu was certain that Fu Chen was holding back. Otherwise, given the sharpness of the thread's metallic fibers, a ruthless strike would undoubtedly have resulted in severe injuries, if not severed limbs. It seemed that Fu Chen was of a finer character than Cheng Jianglong. Yizhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Cheng Jianglong, if you continue to act recklessly, you might as well roll out of this major examination." Just as Yizhu finished his thoughts, a furious roar erupted behind him, and he turned to follow the sound, only to find Cheng Jianglong, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted into a ghastly visage. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he effortlessly lifted a 6-ton stone pillar weapon with one hand. However, on the other end of the pillar stood teacher Zhang Ziqing, his face flushed with rage as he grasped the stone pillar with a firm grip, rendering Cheng Jianglong's efforts futile. Behind Zhang Ziqing sat a boy who had lost an arm, his face still defiant. Clearly, Cheng Jianglong had once again engaged in reckless behavior. Now, he had truly provoked the senior homeroom teacher, who had to intervene personally to put a stop to it. Cheng Jianglong's current state seemed to be a manifestation of his innate ability. The greater the upheaval in his state of mind, the stronger his power became. Yizhu had heard about Cheng Jianglong's talent from Lu Lingling. Observing Cheng Jianglong now, seemingly out of control, he was certain that such a person, despite possessing formidable power on the battlefield against extraordinary beasts, would become an undeniable menace to humanity as his strength and authority grew, rather than allow him to potentially become a scourge to humankind. It would be better to eliminate Cheng Jianglong here and now. As for the contributions he may have made to humanity in the future, they would merely involve slaying a few more extraordinary beasts. Yizhu would compensate for that himself. In the 3rd round of rankings, the seniors employed a system where lower-ranked challengers could confront those ranked higher, based on their overall scores and combat assessments. Lower-ranked contestants could challenge those above them. The ranking battles reached their final round, Zhang Ziqing announced the rules for the concluding match. Fu Qin stood as the first-ranked senior, Cheng Jianglong II, and Yi Zhu held the ninth position. His vitality could be considered above average among the seniors, yet his average score placed him in the lower tier. Once the ranking battle commenced, all the lower-ranked contenders began to stir restlessly. However, the vast majority chose to forego challenges against Fu Qin and Cheng Jianglong, opting instead to confront the third-ranking individual below Cheng Jianglong. Meanwhile, Cheng Jianglong had already fixed his sights on Fu Qin, intent on entering the extraordinary training, which had only one available slot for the seniors. Fu Qin, your time is up. I challenge Cheng Jianglong. Chapter 68. The Roar of the Tiger and the Song of the Dragon. Dragon Elephant versus Strength. Before Cheng Jianglong could finish his declaration to challenge Fu Qin, a clear voice swiftly overshadowed his words. Nearly all seniors turned in unison toward the source of the voice. With long hair elegantly coiled behind him and sleeves of his school uniform rolled up, Yi Zhu approached the arena, his gaze fixed resolutely on Cheng Jianglong. Previously, he had harbored some discontent toward this individual. Yet now his perspective had shifted. Regardless of the outcome, Chun Hao, would regard this junior as a hero. We, the upperclassmen, have truly been made to feel ashamed. He chuckled. I have decided that once this junior's challenge is concluded, I shall step up to confront Cheng Jianglong. That if any of my brothers wish to use me as a stepping stone before challenging Cheng Jianglong, I certainly wouldn't mind. It is high time we teach this vile creature a lesson. Yi Zhu's challenge to Cheng Jianglong marked a monumental act, stirring waves of admiration among the senior students and earning him newfound respect. Some who had long harbored grievances against Cheng Jianglong's arrogance felt a sense of camaraderie in support of Yi Zhu. Aside from Fu Qin, the remaining 11 individuals unanimously decided that after Yi Zhu's challenge concluded, they would engage in a series of battles against Cheng Jianglong. Today, they were determined to make him suffer. Seeking death while Cheng Jianglong turned his gaze towards Yi Chu on the stage and declared, "You must die first, that I in an instant." He pivoted, forcefully hurling the stone pillar resting on his shoulder towards Yi Chu on the arena. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, and as his rear foot followed suit, he propelled himself with explosive force. Like a cannonball, he covered a distance of 2 zhang in the blink of an eye, racing towards Yi Chu in tandem with the descending stone pillar. Yi Chu had long been poised for action. The true energy within him surged, coursing through his limbs and bones, accelerating its flow like a roaring river, resonating with thunderous echoes akin to the roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. His eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. As the 6-ton stone pillar descended upon him, a vortex of energy began to swirl beneath his feet, lifting fine sand into a whirl. With his right hand clawed, he struck the stone pillar that a dull thud echoed, followed by a resounding crash. The collision of forces reverberated, accompanied by the sound of the arena's stone tiles shattering in large fragments. After Cheng Jianglong's strike met Yi Chu's palm, he immediately delivered a powerful kick onto the stone pillar. The cumulative pressure exerted on Yi Chu far exceeded the limits of a second-tier martial artist. The arena beneath him exploded, obliterating 90% of the tiles. The tremendous impact caused Yi Chu to slightly bend forward, his legs bending deeply as if he were about to kneel. However, he remained a mere 10 centimeters from the ground. That's more like it, that if you dare challenge me, you must demonstrate the requisite strength. Cheng Jianglong turned mid-air and landed steadily. Observing the outcome, which deviated from his expectations, a peculiar smile remained on his face. Yet an uncontrollable rage brewed within him. How could it be that a second-year student could repeatedly withstand the pressure he imposed? With a thundering sound, the stone pillar struck the ground, and Yi Chu rose, one hand propping it up as he exhaled. Aside from that, there was little else to reveal his thoughts. But you truly disappoint me, that I expected your onslaught to compel me to exert at least 20% of my strength. Instead, it barely reached 15%. Pathetic. Yi Chu scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. You speak so brazenly, Cheng Jianglong retorted with a sinister grin. After their brief exchange, neither continued to engage in combat. Following a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, all from the senior students celebrating Yi Chu's prowess. Zhang Ziqing gradually ascended the stage, ready to preside over the match, surveying the severely damaged ground, and then the two adversaries locked in a tense standoff. He chose not to have them switch arenas. The uneven terrain would better showcase a martial artist's adaptability, that why Yi Chu's repeated displays had heightened his anticipation for the young man. Zhang Jianglong's earlier strike had been something he intended to intervene against, as few from the third year could easily wield a 6-ton stone pillar. Coupled with Zhang Jianglong's subsequent offensive, any student ranked below him would find it nearly impossible to withstand. Even evasion bore considerable risks. Yet upon witnessing the swirling vortex around Yi Chu's feet and the explosive energy emanating from him, he halted, eager for the surprise Yi Chu might deliver. The surprise did arrive, though it was far more daunting than delightful. With a vitality of merely 27, Yi Chu had managed to withstand Zhang Jianglong's overwhelming strike without sustaining any injury. Even the flow of energy within him showed no signs of stagnation. This indicated that Yi Chu had indeed not exerted his full strength. However, whether he had truly utilized less than 20% of his power was something Zhang Ziqing found hard to believe. If that were the case, it would imply that Yi Chu could easily dispatch Zhang Jianglong once he unleashed his full potential, an assertion few would accept. Outside the 5-story palace, Tian Fong inquired, "Do you think Yi Chu can defeat Zhang Jianglong?" Lu Sihui furrowed her brow, adding an air of exquisite charm to her already stunning visage, reminiscent of winter snowflakes. Cold yet naturally beautiful. "You seem quite concerned for him," Wu Tianfang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Sihui before continuing. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, confronting Zhang Jianglong head-on should pose no issue. However, the real question lies in the limits of his strength. After all, Zhang Jianglong had only unleashed less than 40% of his might. Should he become fully enraged and unleash tenfold his power, even the Axeman would struggle to surpass him in strength. The Axeman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhang Jianglong should have been the 5th member of their team. Yet, due to his violent temperament and refusal to be disciplined, Wu Tianfang had always been reluctant to accept him. "Boss, you might be overestimating him, that he is merely a transfer student who has been here for 3 months. Even if he possesses the strength to confront Zhang Jianglong directly, he cannot match Zhang Jianglong's battle experience." Seeing his companions extolling Yi Chu, Lunan's irritation grew. Chapter 69. The 6 Harmonies Technique. Fist shakes the river dragon. Lunan's blatant nitpicking did not deter Wu Tianfang and the others, who were now entirely focused on Yi Chu as the battle was set to commence. On the arena, Zhang Jianglong remarked, "I see you no longer regard me with the same respect." He issued a final warning: "If you dare to use lethal force in this match, resulting in harm to our fellow students, I will not hesitate to recommend your expulsion from the school. You should return to the North Desert and continue tending to your sheep." Zhang Jianglong's aura had finally begun to subside. Yet the malice in his gaze directed at Yi Chu intensified. "And you," Zhang Ziqing turned to Yi Chu, "should you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, do not hesitate to surrender. Otherwise, when I come to your aid, you will still lose and may suffer severe injuries in the process." That why Yi Chu nodded with a smile, that as Zhang Ziqing exited the arena. He signaled for the battle to commence. However, Zhang Jianglong, who had previously been eager to eliminate Yi Chu, now adopted a more leisurely pace. His weapon remained in Yi Chu's hands. "Junior, do you require a senior to hand you a weapon? Or shall we engage in close combat instead?" Zhang Jianglong inquired with a facade of friendliness. A smile that had previously disgusted Yi Chu returning to his face, that why Yi Chu chuckled, promptly tossing the stone pillar back to Zhang Jianglong. Zhang Jianglong raised a hand to catch it steadily. What a conceited little brat. With the weapon in hand, Zhang Jianglong's seemingly amicable demeanor gradually turned cold, and he began to heft the stone pillar and walked slowly towards Yi Chu. With each step, his complexion flushed deeper, the accelerated flow of blood and energy coursing through him, while his true energy spiraled around him at high speed, by the time they were merely 1 zhang apart. Zhang Jianglong had transformed into a fearsome visage, his forehead and neck resembling a malevolent specter, that a heavy aura of ferocity enveloped him. A special momentum forged through years of bloodshed. His innate strength surged, multiplying to a 6-fold enhancement. At that moment, Zhang Jianglong appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. "Junior, brace yourself, or I might face expulsion from Teacher Zhang." The pressure from his surging energy rendered Zhang Jianglong's voice hoarse and harsh. As his words fell, the massive 3-meter, 6-ton stone pillar was effortlessly swung, moving with such speed that it left an afterimage, crashing towards Yi Chu in an instant that he paid no heed to Zhang Ziqing's warnings. Striking with even greater ferocity, from the moment Yi Chu engaged, his true energy had been continuously accumulating without pause. Faced with Cheng Jianglong's sudden onslaught, his expression remained unchanged. He did not retreat, but advanced instead. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he closed the distance to Cheng Jianglong with speed surpassing that of the returning stone pillar. In Cheng Jianglong's astonished gaze, Yi Chu seized his collar and executed a swift shoulder throw, aiming to slam his face into the arena floor. The Six Harmonies fist emphasizes the unity of fist, body, throw, subdue, defend, and merge into 6 principles. The fist represents the martial path, while the body pertains to footwork. The throw refers to techniques involving projecting energy against an opponent from a distance. Subduing involves techniques aimed at overpowering the adversary, while defense employs energy to shield the body and execute various protective maneuvers. Merging represents the highest essence of the Six Harmonies fist, signifying a transcendent state of combat. Currently, Yi Chu had only mastered the martial path and footwork, with some knowledge of throwing, subduing, and defending, albeit not yet proficient. However, this did not hinder his adaptability in battle. Combining his footwork with techniques observed in subduing methods, Yi Chu's counterattack was seamless and fluid, so much so that Cheng Jianglong failed to react in time, only expressing shock as his face neared the ground. "Get away!" he shouted in furious disbelief. With a fierce shout, Cheng Jianglong relinquished the stone pillar weapon in his grasp, shielding his face with one arm while his other hand transformed into a claw. Aiming directly for Yi Chu's neck, that he intended to trade a minor injury for a severe wound to Yi Chu, boom. The already battered arena reverberated once more with a heavy collision, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the smoke and dust, the sound of a cough echoed. All eyes were intently fixed on the dust-covered arena as the dust gradually settled. Onlookers beheld Yi Chu once again assuming the initial stance of the Six Harmonies fist. His combat uniform, crafted from a highly resilient carbon fiber composite, revealed a smooth and robust shoulder blade, its collar largely destroyed. In contrast, Cheng Jianglong stood opposite him, one hand rubbing his neck, frowning at his own palm. On the ground where the two had collided, a 30-centimeter-wide crater remained, indicating the considerable force of their earlier clash. Yet, neither had sustained any substantial injuries. "What martial art did you learn? How is your skin so tough?" Cheng Jianglong, now questioning his own life choices, gazed incredulously at the spot on Yi Chu's neck where his palm had grasped. Even though the combat uniform, possessing considerable defensive capabilities, had been torn apart by his grip, Yi Chu's skin remained unscathed, even glistening with a radiant sheen. His hand, suspended in the air, revealed 4 fingernails missing, blood seeping from the raw flesh. Yi Chu, however, was disinclined to engage in further banter with Cheng Jianglong. To waste words on such scum was utterly futile. This time, he chose to take the initiative, swiftly charging forward. After a moment of surprise, Cheng Jianglong did not reach for his weapon, but instead transformed his palm into a blade, channeling all his strength into it, intent on delivering a lethal strike against Yi Chu. Empowered by his innate strength and his current state of agitation, he found himself wielding more than 6 times his usual might. With such terrifying power behind his strike, even a blow against steel would suffice to cleave it. He could not fathom losing in strength to Yi Chu. Moreover, as he swung his hand, he still retained enough energy to follow up. Should Yi Chu dare to evade his strike, whether to the left or right, he could leap forward and deliver a punishing knee strike. It was merely a matter of delivering a decisive kick to his opponent. Cheng Jianglong was more than capable of that. However, despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, Cheng Jianglong was acutely attuned to Yi Chu's psychological state during the fight. Yi Chu, in contrast, appeared almost brutish, disregarding the extent of Cheng Jianglong's capabilities as he closed in rapidly. Allowing Cheng Jianglong's hand blade to descend toward his neck, he responded with a swift uppercut aimed at Cheng Jianglong's jaw. The moment his fist connected, a sharp, explosive sound reverberated through the air. Chapter 70, Blood and Strength, Relentless Combat. The moment before the punch landed, the wind pressure generated by Yi Chu's fist bore down upon Cheng Jianglong. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his heart raced. He instinctively sensed the threat to his life, but thankfully, he had conserved enough energy prior to his attack to evade in this critical moment, rapidly dissipating the force of his palm. He suddenly exerted pressure on one foot, allowing his head to narrowly evade the trajectory of Yi Chu's punch. The force of the blow grazed his cheek, the rush of wind whistling past his ear. Realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered, Cheng Jianglong gritted his teeth in frustration, his anger surging within him. His power surged once more, eightfold. Enraged, Cheng Jianglong thrust his knee forward. Coincidentally, Yi Chu harbored the same intention. Their knees collided in an instant, followed by simultaneous lateral kicks. Both their feet struck against each other's chests. They parted immediately. While Yi Chu retreated 5 steps, while Cheng Jianglong fell back 3. Again. The pain radiating from his chest ignited Cheng Jianglong's ferocity, transforming him into a beast in a frenzy. Roaring as he charged once more at Yi Chu remained composed, similarly advancing. What had originally been a traditional martial arts competition among students had now devolved into a brutal exchange of blows between Yi Chu and Cheng Jianglong. Each fist that struck flesh erupted in waves of force, accompanied by the sound of thunderous impacts. Both had entirely abandoned defense, fixated solely on offense. Cheng Jianglong fought with unbridled rage, while Yi Chu battled with exhilarating fervor. In no time, blood had stained both their garments. The combat uniforms, designed to withstand the claws of otherworldly beasts, had been shredded by their fierce engagement, leaving tattered remnants clinging to their forms. This battle was bloody and exhilarating. First-year students, having only recently completed their foundational training and rarely participating in simulated combat, were horrified to witness such raw human strength and life-or-death struggle. The more fragile-hearted students turned pale with shock. Second-year students fared slightly better, though they, too, stood agape, utterly captivated by the sanguinary spectacle unfolding in the arena. Those third-year students, accustomed to the sight of blood soaking the ground, were invigorated, their spirits soaring with excitement. The fervor ignited by the two fighters was infectious. Even the teachers from the elite high school, witnessing such a scene, could not help but feel a shiver of astonishment, their faces flushed with embarrassment. These seasoned martial artists rarely engaged in combat of this nature. These two were undeniably extraordinary. Standing at the side of the arena, Zhang Ziqing, who had been closely observing the duel, was now wide-eyed. As if witnessing two rare species, his gaze fixed intently upon them, while Yi Chu held the upper hand. The formidable prowess of a dragon-level warrior enabled him to discern the current dynamics between the two fighters. This kid is truly a tiger, he mused, astonished that he dared to engage Cheng Jianglong in such a fierce confrontation. Outside the palace, Axe Commander watched the battle between Yi Chu and Cheng Jianglong. His breath taken away. With arms crossed tightly, he clenched his hands. This kind of combat was what he yearned for. Why Yi Chu's status in his heart had reached a level beyond mere acquaintance. If given the chance in the future, he would certainly strive to forge a closer bond with Yi Chu. Lu Sihui's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, mingled with a hint of concern. TSK. Yi Chu was being a bit overconfident, daring to face Cheng Jianglong head-on. Other than you, Axe Commander, everyone else is a fool. And Cheng Jianglong, a mindless beast, possessing battle experience that Yi Chu couldn't possibly match, insisted on clashing fists with him, that if he were to lose to Yi Chu, I would personally escort him out of this elite high school. That Lun Nan's expression darkened further, no longer concealing his dissatisfaction with Yi Chu. Wu Tian glanced over at Lun Nan, who was seething with jealousy. With indifference, he turned his attention back to Yi Chu in the arena, already plotting how to recruit him into his team. Tenfold. Cheng Jianglong finally reached the limits of his strength, fully transforming into a human beast, and could not help but roar in his mind. Why? Why can you withstand my full-force punch? You are merely a year younger than me. Having studied true ancient martial arts for only a year, what gives you the right to stand here and trade blows with me? Is it your meager mental affinity talent? Or is it your enviable appearance? Cheng Jianglong was nearing madness. His ribs fractured, his chest and lungs overworked to their limits, his heart rate soaring to an extreme of 378, and his vital energy and blood nearing depletion. His consciousness began to blur, his steps growing unsteady, the singular obsession in his heart fixated on swinging his fist to defeat Yi Chu. Reflecting on Yi Chu, he stood resolutely as Cheng Jianglong's fist struck him repeatedly, akin to a hammer incessantly pounding upon his body. Each time he bore the force of Cheng Jianglong's blows, his body, even his cheeks and jaw, swayed no more than 3 centimeters, like an Iron Man. Once his feet touched the ground and he began to throw punches, he seemed deeply rooted, not budging an inch. Neither the formidable defensive mechanisms bestowed upon him by his beastly doppelganger, nor the inexhaustible vitality, sustained by his crimson blood battle technique, permitted him to waver against the mere third tier of Cheng Jianglong's brute strength. Observing Cheng Jianglong across from him, Yi Chu noted the latter's increasingly erratic punches, their power diminishing and slowing, his eyes involuntarily rolling back at why Yi Chu understood that Cheng Jianglong had reached his limit. Taking a slow, deep breath, a resonant roar akin to a tiger's growl and a dragon's chant erupted from within him. With 40% of his dragon elephant true chi remaining, he swiftly concentrated it into his right fist. As he pulled back and swung his right fist once more, threads of fire flickered at its apex, but he had vowed to incapacitate Cheng Jianglong here, and he could not allow him to fall at such a trivial level. Zhang Ziqing, standing nearby, had anticipated the eventual outcome. However, when he saw the faint flames dancing atop Yi Chu's fist, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. This time, he hesitated no longer, lunging forward, intent on halting the duel between the two. Yi Chu had already secured victory. Cheng Jianglong had no need to squander his exceptional talent over a mere contest. Yet as he stepped onto the arena, his movement abruptly halted. This was due to an unforeseen twist in the unfolding events. Cheng Jianglong remained the same Cheng Jianglong, seemingly reckless and thoughtless, yet within him lay a shrewdness capable of calculating the hearts of others. When Yi Chu was about to unleash his final punch, Cheng Jianglong's once dazed eyes suddenly regained clarity, a glint of cunning triumph lighting them. His previously unstable form solidified in an instant. Unbeknownst to Yi Chu, Cheng Jianglong had seized a massive stone pillar weapon that had scattered across the arena floor. At that moment, he did not appear fatigued or drained. His movements were so swift that they momentarily bewildered Yi Chu. It was only when an immense force collided with the side of his head that his mind went blank. Cheng Jianglong employed a speed he had never exhibited before in front of others, swinging the stone pillar with ferocity, striking Yi Chu's head with a devastating blow. Chapter 71. Jianglong sinks. Power reserves. One must ponder the devastation wrought by a 6-ton behemoth colliding with the human body at such unparalleled velocity. Even a tiger-level warrior would break into a cold sweat at the sight, opting to evade the impending doom. Should such force impact the most vulnerable area, the brain, what calamity would ensue beneath the arena? A deathly silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Lingling covered her eyes in terror, unable to bear witness to Yi Chu's fate. The senior students stood frozen, mouths agape. Having witnessed blood-soaked battlegrounds before, they now struggled to swallow. Their throats tightening, the Wu Tianfang and others wore grave expressions. Lu Sihui's delicate brows knitted together, her slender, pale hands clenching involuntarily. Even Lun An, who had previously mocked Yi Chu, now fell silent, his face etched with concern. Zhang Ziqing, who had already stepped onto the stage, clenched his fists, his brows furrowed, disbelief evident in his widened pupils. Boom. The stone pillar crashed to the ground as Cheng Jianglong collapsed onto his backside. What manner of monster are you? His expression, now pale and ghostly, betrayed shock or perhaps the severe loss of vitality. The once arrogant and fierce demeanor had vanished, leaving only fear of the unknown power. In the face of Cheng Jianglong's unprecedented strike, Yi Chu remained unyielding, his feet planted firmly. His upper body tilted to one side from the impact, blood trickling from his disheveled black hair onto the ground. Exhaling slowly, Yi Chu, his face obscured by blood and hair, regained his composure. Is this your full force? His disheveled locks fell casually across his face, with the left side entirely soaked in blood, obscuring his left eye. His open right eye gazed down upon Cheng Jianglong with a detached indifference, as though regarding a corpse. Despicable. Cease your posturing. Yet Cheng Jianglong, still taunted by Yi Chu, struggled to rise and continue the fight. Pathetic. The voice, as cold as the chill of midwinter, pierced Cheng Jianglong's ears. The figure of Yi Chu was suddenly engulfed in flames. Amidst the blaze, he momentarily envisioned the day he would become a national guardian. Revered by all beneath him. Those who resisted would be slain. Those who rebelled would be slain. Anyone or anything obstructing his desires, be it human or beast, would face annihilation. Boom! Cheng Jianglong was propelled from the arena. His visage shattered, yet a twisted grin lingered on his lips. The victor is Yi Chu. Cheng Jianglong fell from the stage, yet he still clung to life. Zhang Ziqing, abandoning his usual stern demeanor, promptly declared Yi Chu the winner. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, soon followed by raucous cheers that a swarm of medics rushed forth. One group towards Cheng Jianglong, another towards Yi Chu. The physicians, having witnessed the severity of Yi Chu's injuries, approached with trepidation, eager to assess his condition. However, Yi Chu stepped down from the arena, approaching the unconscious Cheng Jianglong. "How is he?" Yi Chu inquired calmly, an icy aura emanating from him that unsettled the attending medics. "Regrettably, Student Yi, your punch has severely damaged Student Cheng's brainstem. The best outcome will be permanent vegetative state. However, do not blame yourself. You acted in self-defense and will not face disciplinary action from the school." Kneeling beside Cheng Jianglong was a young female medic, her striking pink hair framing a naturally beautiful face devoid of makeup, exuding a refreshing innocence. She appeared to be in her early 20s and was the only one fully focused on the two students' injuries. Mistaking Yi Chu's inquiry as concern for Cheng Jianglong, she offered words of comfort, fearing school repercussions. "Moreover, Student Yi, given the severity of the impact to your head, let me examine you as well." The young medic began to rise, intent on approaching him, but there's no need. Thank you to Yi Chu regarded her with a serious gaze, his cold demeanor thawing like winter snow, replaced by a warm smile. With that, he turned and walked away. The young medic remained stunned in place, captivated by the sight of Yi Chu's blood-drenched face, which, when he smiled, revealed an unexpected charm. That Yi Chu, are you really all right? You should let someone check on you that don't leave any hidden dangers. Lu Lingling rushed to his side, her face filled with concern. "Why would I pretend to be fine? I am fine." Yi Chu rolled his eyes, reaching to touch the gash on his left temple. Fortunately, his training with the hidden essence had allowed him to store excess vitality primarily within his organs. A small portion of this vitality had also flowed to his head alongside his true qi, stored vitality within the brain tissue, while true qi resided in his spiritual sea. Had he lacked these protections at that critical moment, no matter how formidable his ancient martial training, he would have faced a dire fate. Yet even with the gash on his head, the relatively shallow injury, coupled with the vitality in his brain, would soon facilitate his recovery. Thus, he required no medical assistance. "Are you truly fine? You seem quite injured." Lu Lingling persisted, though upon receiving Yi Chu's incredulous gaze, she ceased her inquiries and instead asked, "Will you continue to fight afterward?" Yi Chu paused, turning to face the direction of Fu Chun. As he looked over, he found Fu Chun gazing back at him. Their eyes locking. Fu Chun maintained his usual composed demeanor, yet this time his smile held a deeper significance. Yi Chu merely glanced at him before turning away, continuing on his path. Fight. After all, there could be but one candidate from the senior year to participate in the extraordinary training program. By the way, please inform Teacher Zhang that I will wash up and return shortly. His gaze was unwavering. Lu Lingling gradually came to a halt, her eyes fixed on the receding figure of Yi Chu. A complex expression flickering across her features, for reasons unknown. As she observed Yi Chu's silhouette, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration intertwined with a profound yearning, akin to gazing up at a lofty mountain. Both awe-inspiring and unattainable, that a surge of unyielding emotions welled up within her. Perhaps it was the memory of their shared starting line. Merely 3 days had passed, and already she found herself left far behind by Yi Chu. Or perhaps, amidst their interactions, she had unknowingly developed a certain inexplicable sentiment towards him. Chapter 72. The Melting Iceberg, the goddess's favor in the senior high campus. Beside the training grounds, a cold wash basin stood. The icy water cascaded over Yi Chu's brow, cleansing away the remnants of blood while simultaneously soothing his restless heart and frayed nerves. Exhaling slowly, Yi Chu felt the heaviness in his eyes dissipate. His dark irises regained their clarity and lucidity. It was his first true battle. After all, it was only natural for his mind to be unsettled. A cool, feminine voice broke the silence. Glancing sideways, Yi Chu caught sight of a delicate hand extending a towel through the strands of water flowing through his hair. Turning off the tap, he allowed the water to trickle off a bit before casually pushing his hair back with his hands. The chilling touch of damp hair failed to penetrate the robust, temperature-resistant fabric of his combat uniform, and he decided to let it air dry naturally, ignoring the offered towel. Yet that slender hand remained steadfastly before him. "And no need, senior sister, that I'll be fighting again soon. And I'll just tie my hair up then." Why Ichu regarded the icy beauty, the senior sister he had encountered once at the school gate, refraining from accepting her kindness. Nonetheless, Lu Sihue maintained her composed demeanor. Stepping closer to Yi Chu, she did not allow him the chance to refuse. Instead, she took the initiative to wipe his damp hair with the towel in her hand. Yi Chu's hand instinctively reached to halt her progress. He was met with the earnestness in Lu Sihue's expression. His hand paused midair, then slowly retreated, yielding to her ministrations. Throughout this exchange, Yi Chu's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Sihue's face. This somewhat intrusive gesture from Lu Sihue evoked an unusual feeling within Yi Chu, a sense of genuine concern, a warmth that stirred within him. He could not fathom why this aloof, ethereal senior would extend such care towards him, yet he found this sentiment rather pleasant and chose not to resist any longer. "After all, you'll be fighting soon. Wet hair can hinder your performance." Perhaps the intensity of Yi Chu's gaze had made her somewhat uncomfortable. Her beautiful yet frigid features betrayed a slight frown as she explained herself. Noticing that Yi Chu's eyes remained locked on hers, she added, "I've been through this before." Suddenly, Yi Chu chuckled, as though something had struck him as amusing. Lu Sue's hand, which had been diligently drying his hair, came to a halt. "Thank you, senior sister," he said, genuinely enjoying her assistance. Leaning against the two steps of the wash basin, Yi Chu seated himself on the second step, making it easier for her to continue her task. As he settled down, he faced the tips of her shoes. This seemingly forward action elicited a faint, almost imperceptible smile from Lu Sihue, piercing through her previously icy demeanor. The two shared a moment of silence, one diligently working while the other patiently awaited completion, until not a single drop of water remained to fall from Yi Chu's hair. Senior sister truly knows how to remain reticent, he mused. She must be trying to recruit me, but lacking the ability to express herself. She resorts to these direct, yet easily misconstrued actions to convey her goodwill. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed three figures not far away. Wu Tianfang was gazing in this direction, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The other young man, seemingly agitated, was scratching his head in frustration. Axe, standing before them, appeared to be engaged in animated conversation. Lu Sihue's words. Her hand paused mid-wipe, her expression stiffening as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, rendering her unexpectedly endearing. "So, will you join us?" she inquired, her tone somewhat rigid. "So, you are genuinely inviting me," Yi Chu replied with a smile. "But do you truly believe I can challenge Fu Chun and succeed to secure the sole spot for the extraordinary training in our senior year?" He observed Lu Sihue's expression. It conveyed concern, yet it also hinted at a clumsy attempt at camaraderie. Yi Chu remained oblivious to why Wu Tianfang and the others would send a non-expressive ice queen to extend an invitation. Perhaps they believed in Lu Sihue's charm, confident it could win over any male student. His earlier speculation had merely been a guess, yet it seemed Wu Tianfang's group had genuinely opted for this method of invitation. It was undeniable. This approach proved effective. Yi Chu held no ill will towards Wu Tianfang and his companions. In fact, Lu Sihue's overtures had inclined him favorably towards their group, that he could agree to Lu Sihue's proposal. But one question lingered in his mind. Why such certainty? "You'll know after battling him. The experience will reveal everything," Lu Sihue replied, retracting her hand and regaining her composure. "Thank you, senior sister, for helping me dry my hair. If the others found out about this, I might become the target of derision among all the boys in school," Yi Chu said with a chuckle, rising to his feet and brushing past Lu Sihue. His rest had extended long enough. It was time for him to engage in the final battle. So what? "They cannot defeat you," Lu Sihue's cool voice called out from behind. Yi Chu shook his head and laughed. This senior sister was adorably naive. Even in jest, she responded with such earnestness that Yi Chu departed from the training grounds and made his way back to the central gathering place. Lu Sihue turned to rejoin Wu Tianfang and the others. "Did he agree?" Wu Tianfang inquired casually. Lu Sihue watched Yi Chu's retreating figure and nodded. A faint smile crossed Wu Tianfang's lips as he turned to leave. "Shall we? I only asked you to deliver a towel and seize the opportunity to extend an invitation. Why did you end up drying his hair?" he teased, that I haven't even had the pleasure of your attentions yet. How could that brat be worthy? Lunan, clearly agitated, was unlike his usual calm demeanor. Feeling as though a multitude of knives had been thrust into his heart, his blood boiling, that he looked at Lu Sihue in confusion. Axe, playing the role of peacekeeper, urged Lunan to calm down. And what about you? Who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, Lu Sihue turned her gaze coldly upon Lunan. The momentary rage that had consumed him dissipated under her icy stare, replaced by a profound sense of chill. Lu Sihue ignored Lunan. Turning to leave, he fell into a deep silence, while Axe observed the two, caught in a dilemma, but his mind was preoccupied with one pressing question. Could it be that Lu, the esteemed young lady, has truly taken a liking to Yi Chu? Upon Yi Chu's return to the arena, the battles among the seniors were dwindling. Only 2 platforms remained active, one featuring 2 senior students whom Yi Chu had scarcely regarded, evidently vying for the 3rd place, while the other showcased Fu Chun, who had just effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Did I ask there anyone else wishing to challenge? Should there be no further challengers, the senior ranking battles will soon conclude. Zhang Ziqing stated solemnly, addressing Yi Chu, who had just arrived. That I wish to challenge Fu Chun, he declared. Chapter 73, The Deadly Scarlet Thread, Mastering Thunder. As anticipated, Yi Chu faced Fu Chun. This battle had been anticipated by all the senior students, especially after Yi Chu had withstood Cheng Jianglong's final blow and emerged victorious. When Yi Chu voiced his challenge, all the senior students regarded him with admiration, even reverence. The seniors in front instinctively parted to allow Yi Chu a clear path to Fu Chen's platform. Zhang Ziqing, a smile gracing his features, nodded in approval, signaling Yi Chu to ascend the stage. Yi Chu wasted no time, stepping on a Fu Chen's platform. The junior indeed possesses an extraordinary strength. Cheng Jianglong's last strike was one I would have avoided at all costs. Had it landed, I would most likely have been defeated. Did I concede? You surpass me, Fu Chen remarked, maintaining his gentle smile, his words laced with courtesy, making it challenging for anyone unfamiliar with him to harbor resentment. Does the senior intend to concede? Yi Chu asked with a light chuckle. That would be a pity. One must first engage in battle to truly appreciate the prowess of this junior before conceding. Fu Chen replied, his smile unwavering. Thus, the verbal exchange between the two came to a close. Zhang Ziqing stood at the edge of the platform, awaiting their readiness. Once Yi Chu assumed the stance of the 6 harmonies fist, Fu Chen entwined his fingers with fine crimson threads. With a decisive command from Zhang Ziqing, the battle commenced. Yi Chu had previously observed Fu Chen's combat techniques, utilizing the enigmatic crimson threads to inflict consecutive damage upon his adversaries. With an extraordinary agility, he wore down his opponent's stamina. As for the ominous black coffin, it perpetually lingered behind Fu Chun, as if he had never employed it during battle. Yi Chu intended to strike back. Waiting for a moment of vulnerability to deliver a thunderous blow, it seemed that the junior was planning to wait for him to make the first move. The junior's experience in combat was still rather lacking. This lesson would serve as a valuable reminder for him. Fu Chun, with a smile, expressed a subtle disdain for the ignorance of a newcomer in the martial arts world. As his words faded, the crimson threads, linked by his 10 fingers through true energy, resembled slender red serpents weaving through the void, swiftly advancing towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu had likely grasped the structure of these threads. However, he was uncertain whether the sharp metallic strands within could pierce his defenses. This risk was not one he would take lightly. Yet, just as he planned to evade, he was startled to discover that the multitude of crimson threads, moving at a speed surpassing his own, converged upon him from a mere meter away, blooming like a cluster of otherworldly flowers around his body, swiftly sealing off his escape route, a complete encirclement with no blind spots. Yi Chu furrowed his brow. The true energy that had long been accumulating within him surged rapidly through his body. Flames flickered at his fingertips. With no retreat available, Yi Chu unleashed a fiery punch. The opening move was a fierce assault. The threat posed by Fu Chun indeed eclipsed that of Cheng Jianglong. The fiery punch surged forth, incinerating the crimson threads that approached him head-on. Just as Yi Chu intended to break through the encirclement, he noticed flickering fireflies emerging from the rapidly dissipating flames. Realizing the danger, he halted, his expression darkening. The fireflies had breached the flames, leaving only the dark core of the sharp metallic strands, now aimed directly at him. It is worth noting that Yi Zhu's fiery punch was not intended to melt the specially crafted threads, but rather to use the fiery energy to disrupt them. Unfortunately, the outcome was somewhat disappointing. Yi Zhu found himself in a position of passive defense, that if he remained stationary, allowing the minuscule metallic strands to penetrate his skin, he could not ascertain whether his defenses would hold. The worst-case scenario would involve the strands piercing through his body, injuring his vital organs, and potentially threatening his life. That I end this moment of crisis. A mighty roar resonated within Yi Zhu. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he positioned his hand near his waist, palm facing upward. Then, with a downward motion, he struck at the incoming metallic strands in a slapping gesture, unleashing a powerful wave. The sight left the senior students, well aware of Fu Chen's prowess, unable to look on without trepidation. They believed deep down that, despite Yi Zhu's formidable defenses, the palm he struck would inevitably turn into a sieve against the piercing metallic strands. Yet, the outcome starkly contrasted their expectations. The instant Yi Zhu's palm swung out, it resonated like thunder within the arena, that a tremendous echo reverberated, shaking the hearts of all present. Subsequently, they witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. Yi Zhu's palm shattered over a dozen of Fu Chen's resilient metallic strands. The gust of air that followed even caused the very platform beneath them to splinter into pieces. The arena where Cheng Jianglong stood had merely crumbled under the force of their clash, shattering countless stone slabs. That in contrast, the arena where Fu Chen stood, a solid stone platform of 1 meter in height and 200 square meters, had been utterly demolished. Such destructive power emanating from a student was indeed astonishing. Even Fu Chen, who had remained impassive, could not help but retract his smile, his lips twitching slightly at the display of might. This moment, he finally regarded Yi Zhu with earnest consideration. However, Yi Zhu would not afford him the leisure to assess him further. He understood that dealing with a formidable opponent like Fu Chen required unwavering vigilance. Now was the perfect opportunity, as his adversary's weapon lay damaged and vulnerabilities exposed. Yi Zhu propelled himself forward with the power of a cheetah. Leaping onto the shattered platform, he swiftly closed in on Fu Chen. The thunderous force within Yi Zhu's palm made Fu Chen's pupils dilate in realization of the impending threat. That a sense of urgent danger surged within him, compelling him to evade. In a critical moment, Fu Chen instinctively reached for the black coffin behind him. Boom! Flames erupted near Fu Chen's ear, singeing his delicate strands of hair. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet relief washed over him. "Thank you for your restraint, Junior." I concede. That Fu Chen's smile returned, albeit tinged with bitterness. Ultimately, he had not resorted to the use of the black coffin. There was no deep-seated enmity between Yi Zhu and Fu Chen. They had merely altered their strategies at a crucial juncture. In the end, Yi Zhu unleashed the power he had gathered in his palm through the fiery punch, even if he lost the opportunity to participate in the extraordinary program. Was he truly unwilling to wield the power of the black coffin? Yi Zhu retracted his fist, locking eyes with Fu Chen at close range. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the black coffin was not crafted from wood, but rather composed of a matte metallic exterior. That he was genuinely curious about the true function of Fu Chen's ultimate weapon. Chapter 74. 2-star weapon. Request for exit. It seems you, a mere sophomore, have already mastered such terrifying techniques. Is this a 3-star ancient martial art? Yet, what bewildered me was your apparent ability to subdue Cheng Jianglong with a single strike, yet you insisted on engaging in a contest of fists. It appears the junior is quite the warrior as well. Fu Chen refrained from answering, instead gazing past Yi Zhu at the entirety of the shattered arena. Deep down, he mused that had he been struck by Yi Zhu's palm, he too would likely have crumbled like the platform. How disappointing that he had anticipated a battle even more thrilling than that with Cheng Jianglong. Yi Zhu understood that Fu Chen would not readily divulge any answers. So he dismissed the notion of wasting time with him, but he turned and leaped off the platform. "Junior, do not be anxious. That I believe it will not be long before you understand the true purpose of my black coffin." As Yi Zhu made his way, he heard Fu Chen's cryptic words behind him. However, he paid them no heed. The senior rankings competition had concluded. The final standings would be announced after all grades had completed their matches. The sophomore and junior students could now take their leave. Zhang Ziqing declared in a deep voice that Yi Zhu made his way directly toward the villa area. As expected, Lu Lingling followed closely behind. Yi Zhu, you truly are a marvel. Who would have thought you still had a trump card up your sleeve before the major test? Who could have predicted that the true dark horse would be our sophomore? Yi Zhu? It was as though she had just claimed the top rank among the seniors. Lu Lingling remarked with an air of pride that Yi Zhu, feeling somewhat fatigued, lacked the energy to engage in banter with her. That Yi Zhu? Lu Lingling abruptly halted, her voice tinged with hesitation, yet carrying a note of seriousness as she called out to him. Yi Zhu paused, glancing back at Lu Lingling. Today, as the major test concludes, we students selected for the extraordinary training program should have a 3-day holiday. I would like to invite you to my home as a guest. However, before Lu Lingling could finish her courageous invitation, Yi Zhu had already turned away, continuing his path forward. Lu Lingling's expression fell, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Perhaps next time, after the extraordinary training program concludes, Yi Zhu's voice, lacking vigor, echoed back to her. Lu Lingling's forlorn demeanor was instantly replaced by a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Really? No lies. Yi Zhu waved his hand, his figure vanishing around the corner. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Zhu allowed his body to collapse. 3 days, was it? That should be sufficient for the furnace turtle to advance to the 7th tier. Having secured the top rank in the senior division, should I not be qualified to freely enter and exit the elite high school? Venturing into the outer beast zone for hunting? I must bring the furnace turtle to my side before the extraordinary training program commences. During the second assessment, I was seemingly classified as a dual-talent individual. Possessing a beast-taming aptitude, As Yi Chu murmured to himself. His eyelids grew heavy and gradually drooped in his slumber. Yi Chu found immense comfort, unlike the immersive sleep he experienced in the villa's bedroom. This rest allowed him to rediscover the fulfilling sensation he felt during his days in a regular high school, where he would cultivate his vitality until he succumbed to slumber the next day. The sun was high in the sky. Yi Chu twisted his neck, which was nearly stiff from sleeping awkwardly, and groggily rose from the ground. His formidable vitality granted him the ability to swiftly recover from physical impairments. As he sensed his body had nearly returned to normal, Yi Chu recalled the questions he pondered before drifting off to sleep. He retrieved his student ID from his pocket, which was incessantly flashing with notifications. The final ranking of the competitive battle had been announced at the senior year. Yi Chu naturally secured the first position, with the remaining 4 individuals excluded from the rankings. Consequently, he was awarded the privilege to custom-make a 2-star weapon by the school. Moreover, should he desire, he could directly advance to the senior year, but only after the extraordinary training session, that 2-star weapon. Gazing at the reward for securing first place, Yi Chu reflected upon the dormant memories in his mind. Weapons, like ancient martial arts, are also categorized by levels. Prior to the heavenly tier, the highest level martial arts a warrior could master is the 3-star level. However, weapons are classified into 5 levels, from 1-star to 5-star. A 1-star weapon can be regarded as a specialized weapon crafted from materials of extraordinary beasts, with a hardness that far surpasses that of alloys. For instance, Cheng Jianglong possesses a 1-star weapon. The vast majority of senior students also utilize 1-star weapons. 2-star weapons incorporate certain exceptional traits. For example, Fu Chen's red thread, which is so resilient that even Yi Chu's flame punch could not shake it. Only by employing the most powerful move, the first form of the mountain toppling palm, was he able to shatter it. 3-star weapons enhance the weapon's characteristics to a higher level, exhibiting specialized offensive traits. For instance, the Axe Master S mountain cleaving axe has a specialized trait of immense strength, which provides an enhancement to the user. However, utilizing it comes with certain restrictions. 4-star and 5-star weapons are reserved for warrior ranks of elephant and dragon levels. The specific peculiarities of these weapons remain unknown to Yi Chu for the time being. Such rewards are indeed satisfactory, even though I have yet to practice the specialized weapon techniques. At worst, I could craft a pair of arm guards. I possess some knowledge of martial arts techniques. Gurgle, lost in thought, the pangs of hunger echoed from his stomach. Yi Chu snapped back to reality, changed out of his damaged school uniform, and donned a set of casual attire. He also took along a tactical backpack that was somewhat larger than himself, that he then headed out, making his way to the cafeteria, arriving at this hour. It was still before the main meal time. However, the cafeteria prepared meals around the clock, allowing Yi Chu to enjoy his meal without delay. In fact, the tranquil cafeteria enabled him to relish the culinary delights with great ease. He indulged in a lavish feast costing 6,000 credits. After satiating his hunger, Yi Chu packed over 20,000 worth of compressed meals for his upcoming hunting expedition that he stuffed the packed meals into the spacious tactical backpack he had prepared in advance. Yi Chu then proceeded directly to the sophomore teaching building. Just as he arrived, teacher Li Jianguo happened to be free, leisurely sipping a nourishing herbal tea in his office that Yi Chu knocked and entered, explaining his desire to venture out for a 3-day hunting trip. After much contemplation, Li Jianguo ultimately consented to Yi Chu's request, recognizing him as the 5th individual in combat capability beneath the top 4 seniors. He had already acquired the strength to operate in the outskirts of the beast territory. However, before Yi Chu set off, Li Jianguo repeatedly cautioned him against recklessly entering higher-tier beast zones, especially when facing beasts of 5th rank and above. He should flee whenever possible. After all, humans in the beast territory are akin to being in enemy territory. Encountering beasts of 5th rank and above could easily provoke attacks from lower-tier beasts under the dominion of high-tier beasts. The incident 3 months prior, when Wu Tianfang and others were besieged by the frenzied bear, serves as a prime example. Chapter 75. Invitation to form a team. Guardian Qi, by the way, Teacher Li. Regarding the rewards for the ranking competition. Just as Yi Chu was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the matter of the ranking rewards and curiously inquired, did a custom 2-star weapon. However, the customization process can be rather intricate. Though the crafting itself is not slow, you may very well hunt and return before proceeding to customize it on your way to the extraordinary training session. Once you arrive at the training camp, your weapon should be ready, and it will be personally delivered to you. Rest assured, Li Jianguo explained, anticipating Yi Chu's questions. That that's so. Yi Chu nodded, then bid farewell to Teacher Li before departing the school. Just as Yi Chu stepped out of the school, 4 unexpected visitors arrived at the front of the villa he resided in. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Sihui knocked at the door of Yi Chu's villa for 5 minutes. But there was no response from within. Is he not home? Lu Sihui murmured, frowning. Did I think that kid has regretted it? Lun Nan remarked nonchalantly from the side. Let us go. It's getting late. Wu Tianfang, no longer willing to wait, turned and left. Lu Sihui gazed at Yi Chu's door with furrowed brows, contemplating something. Slowly, she lowered her hand that had been raised at the door and turned, following Wu Tianfang's lead. Lun Nan trailed closely behind. That I don't believe Yi Chu is someone who would go back on his word. There must be some underlying reason, Lun Nan mused. Originally, the leader had intended for Yi Chu to integrate with their team before the extraordinary training, and perhaps even capture a beast to enhance their combat strength. What a pity. The axe master shook his head in disappointment. They had come to invite Yi Chu to join them for a hunting expedition before the extraordinary training, to foster their combat synergy and cultivate camaraderie. After all, the rumored extraordinary training requires each individual to possess a certain level of teamwork skills. Moreover, Wu Tianfang held Yi Chu in high regard. He had previously inquired about Yi Chu's information through the administrative department and learned that Yi Chu was a dual-talent individual, with one of his abilities pertaining to beast taming. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to accompany Yi Chu in subduing a compatible beast in the wild. Unfortunately, what began as a good intention seemed to have fallen flat. Although Wu Tianfang maintained his usual aloof demeanor as he departed, the axe master could sense his evident dissatisfaction with Yi Chu's failure to show up. He shook his head helplessly and quickened his pace to catch up with the group. In truth, this situation was not due to Wu Tianfang and the others failing to inform Yi Chu in advance, nor was it Yi Chu's deliberate absence. It was merely a coincidence. After returning, Yi Chu had immediately succumbed to nearly 20 hours of sleep. During that time, there had indeed been messages sent to him from Wu Tianfang and others via the administrative department. However, upon waking, Yi Chu had only glanced at the most crucial school notifications, neglecting to scroll further down. Otherwise, even if he did not wish to join Wu Tianfang's group, he would have certainly provided them with a response. Unaware of this, Yi Chu was currently aboard the Jiangdong light rail. Having arrived at the west city gate of Jiangdong, he presented the pass given to him by teacher Li Jianguo to the gate guard, who merely glanced at it before allowing him entry. This marked Yi Chu's first personal experience in the beast territory, where he could feel the raw wilderness permeating the primal jungle. A subtle smile crept onto Yi Chu's lips. Finally, he could engage in a proper battle. Setting a modest target for himself, he aimed to achieve 100 bee slaughters before reaching the forged turtle. Yizhu tightened the straps of his backpack behind him and strode purposefully into the depths of the jungle. The Bee Slayer, the minimum standard for a qualified warrior, do not be deceived by the seemingly battle-crazed students in their third year. Apart from Wu Tianfeng's small team, virtually none of them had ever ventured out to hunt. Yet, their hands were stained with the blood of many exotic beasts. This was a necessary path for a human in society to grow into a warrior capable of battling these creatures. Through the marvelous connection between his main body and his doppelganger, Yizhu pressed ahead. Having ventured only 100 meters into this primitive jungle, the noise of his unrestrained movement quickly drew the attention of the beasts lurking at the periphery. Crimson eyes glimmered from the underbrush that Yizhu leapt gracefully over. A white figure suddenly lunged from the thicket below, aiming straight for his vital points. Such a cunning angle of attack would cause most warriors to panic and scramble in response. However, Yizhu remained unfazed in midair. Without a point of leverage, he forcefully brought his powerful hind leg together with the front, sweeping it across the white shadow. The indistinct white form instantly burst forth in a shower of crimson. As Yizhu landed, he noticed the bloodstains adorning his newly changed trousers. Observing the unfortunate fate of his fresh attire, his mood shifted subtly, but he turned to inspect the creature that had attacked him, only to find his body obliterated by his kick, blood and flesh scattering. Leaving no clue as to what it had been. To prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Yizhu rolled up his sleeves, and the sound of rolling tides emanated from within him. Wisps of energy, like mist, began to emanate from his body, coalescing at his surface, forming a protective layer. This was the result of an entire night of arduous training in the energy cultivation techniques he had learned. Utilizing the method of transforming energy into a protective barrier, he was unsure if this constituted true protective energy, but it was sufficient to withstand the full-force attacks of first- and second-tier beasts. During the high school ranking battle, he had employed this method to effectively shield his brain from severe damage when Cheng Jianglong's final strike had landed upon him. The reason he had not frequently used this technique in combat was largely due to the expression on teacher Mulan's face upon seeing the massive energy Buddha behind him. He realized that his unique method of energy manipulation was somewhat terrifying to avoid unnecessary troubles. He had been diligent in restraining his prowess. However, in this jungle solely inhabited by exotic beasts, the rules no longer applied. He craved to unleash his strength freely and ascertain the true extent of his capabilities. Roar! A growl erupted from behind him. Yizhu's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned and executed a powerful lateral kick. To his astonishment, it was a 2-meter-long spotted tiger, and his kick met its snapping jaws head-on. The sound of shattering bones echoed. The massive blood-spotted tiger's teeth crumbled, its skull caved in, and its enormous body flew back like a burst sack, crashing into a towering ancient tree, lifeless. Had Cheng Jianglong witnessed this scene, he would never have dared to underestimate Yizhu before the battle. He would have approached the fight with the same fervor he reserved for Fu Qin, unleashing every ounce of his strength from the outset. Chapter 76. The Steel-Spine Porcupine. Crisis approaches during the 3 months Yizhu spent in seclusion at the elite high school, practicing ancient martial arts. He not only mastered the rudimentary techniques of 4 3-star martial arts, but also gleaned a profound understanding. Although humans lack the physical advantages of beasts, ancient martial arts could bridge the gap in strength. Just as Wu Tianfeng and his peers had once contended with a ferocious bear that far surpassed them in vitality, the disparity seemed insurmountable. Yet, with their mastery of human ancient martial arts and their innate combat prowess, Wu Tianfeng nearly beheaded the bear. Now equipped with the 4 3-star martial arts and the blood battle technique, along with a life force nearly 10 times greater than his own, Yizhu felt confident he could conquer a bear as he had with Cheng Jianglong. Using nothing but his fists at this moment, he desperately needed a clear understanding of his strength. After a brief rest, Yizhu set off once more, this time with even greater speed, akin to a tiger or leopard racing through the jungle. The sound of wind howling around him, unstoppable as he delved deeper into the exotic beast territory, the number of beasts seeking to ambush him increased as second-tier wolves attempted to pursue him, while third-tier long-armed gibbons leapt from ancient trees and giant pythons concealed themselves in the treetops. These creatures, even in normal human society, were exceedingly ferocious. They launched relentless attacks against Yizhu. In contrast, he responded to their incessant assaults with brute force. His fists, the gust of his palms, even a casual kick. Wherever he passed, beast corpses fell in his wake. Some were cleaved in two, while others lost their heads, and many were reduced to nothing but bones. First, a third-tier beast lacked even the right to warrant his attention. From the east gate of Jiang, he advanced deeper. The outermost layer of the exotic beast territory reached a thickness of 9 kilometers, yet Yizhu traversed it in less than 15 minutes. Penetrating into a higher tier of exotic beasts, here lay the mid-tier beast zone where the furnace tortoise had resided for 3 months. The beasts here ranged from 4th to 6th tier. Perhaps due to the higher concentration of spiritual energy or the vitality of the creatures that thrived here, the darkness of this region was more profound, as Yizhu sprinted at full speed. He had barely set foot into this area when a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air. The projectiles flew toward him like arrows, colliding with his forward momentum. Yizhu's pupils constricted. At the moment his foot struck the ground, he exerted force to the side, narrowly avoiding some of the incoming objects. Though a few still struck him, that a sharp pain pierced his chest, Yizhu halted abruptly, only to find a steel spike, akin to a javelin and measuring about 1.5 meters in length, embedded in his chest. The spike had pierced through his energy protection, penetrating deeply into the skin beneath his activated scale armor. Thankfully, it wasn't too deep. It had breached 6 centimeters of protective energy, embedding itself about 2 centimeters into his flesh. Yizhu swiftly yanked the steel spike from his chest, but the peculiar design of its tip inflicted further damage to his skin. Crimson streaks stained his white sweatshirt. Furrowing his brows, Yizhu gazed ahead. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled and a massive shadow emerged slowly from the depths of the dark jungle, with steel spikes protruding from its body and measuring 6 to 7 meters in size. Along with sharp tusks, it was unmistakably a 5th-tier exotic beast, the steel-spined porcupine. No wonder its penetrating power was so formidable. It was Yizhu had some knowledge of this beast. After all, its precious steel spikes were the finest material for crafting powerful crossbow bolts. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure of immeasurable value, fixating on the enormous porcupine. Yet this expression of fearless anticipation was nothing short of blatant provocation to the steel-spined porcupine. A dull grunt escapes, accompanied by the heated breath emanating from the nostrils. The steel-spined porcupine grates against the soles of its feet, sending clods of earth flying. It prepares to deliver a savage, brutal charge to the audacious human before it, who dares to underestimate its might. Its formidable quills could easily pierce the diminutive human, rendering it a mere pincushion. Yizhu, with a playful smile, weighs the steel quill he has extracted from his own chest. Its sharp tip stained with his blood, a roar erupts. The steel-spined porcupine suddenly launches into an assault, its massive form causing the earth to tremble, its presence overwhelming. Yizhu's eyes widen in fury as he retaliates, hurling the steel quill directly at the creature's head. The quill, propelled at a speed several times greater than its initial trajectory, reaches the porcupine in the blink of an eye. Evidently, the porcupine lacks a high intellect. Caught completely off guard by Yizhu's attack, its pupils constrict in an instant, barely registering the incoming quill aimed at its brow. In the next moment, the porcupine's eyes widen in shock, its colossal body collapsing heavily to the ground. Inertia causing it to roll like a boulder, shattering several ancient trees along its path. It finally comes to a halt, mere inches from Yizhu, who remains unmoved, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Having effortlessly dispatched a 5th-tier beast, he feels no sense of accomplishment. However, the steel quills of the porcupine are indeed valuable. Yizhu immediately begins to collect them, pulling out a dozen or so. Just as he gathers his spoils, a sudden surge of danger wells up within him. His instincts kick in at this critical juncture. Yizhu discards the quills in his arms and swiftly dives to the side. As he moves, several shorter, dark purple quills inexplicably sprout from the porcupine's body. After his evasive maneuver, the sense of impending doom lingers. He does not dare to be complacent and swiftly dodges several more times until he is a good 10 meters away from the porcupine's carcass. Only then does the feeling of danger begin to dissipate. Yizhu furrows his brow, observing the area where he had dodged. Dark purple, shorter quills are embedded in the bushes and ancient trees. and they are laced with potent venom, visibly corroding the trunks of the trees at an alarming rate. With a creaking crash, one of the trees, struck by the quills, rapidly erodes from the inside and crashes down. Yi Zhu turns to the source of this calamity, revealing a small porcupine, only a third the size of the fallen beast, yet entirely covered in dark purple quills. However, Yi Zhu does not dare to underestimate it. This creature is a bloodthirsty quill, a sixth-tier beast in its later stages of development. The information panel of the bloodthirsty quill appears before Yi Zhu's eyes, noticing the mention of semi-demonic beast intelligence within its mutated abilities. He squints at the creature's eyes, realizing the implications. Demonic signifies intelligence comparable to that of humans. Being a semi-demonic beast means it can adapt and strategize during combat, unlike the deceased steel-spine porcupine, which merely charged blindly, coupled with its speed, surpassing that of the porcupine, and its immense destructive power. Yi Zhu feels a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. However, to his surprise, the bloodthirsty quill, after forcing him away from the dead porcupine, does not launch an immediate attack. Instead, it swiftly approaches the porcupine's carcass, plunging its dark purple quills into the beast's abdomen. The destructive force swiftly erodes the flesh, and within moments, the porcupine is eviscerated. Yi Zhu, with a peculiar expression, cautiously moves closer, curious about the creature's intentions. Just as he takes a couple of steps forward, a flurry of quills whizzes past him, forcing him to dodge. His curiosity intensifies as he witnesses the bloodthirsty quill continuing to work on the porcupine's abdomen. Ignoring the creature's warnings, he is compelled to investigate further. To his astonishment, the bloodthirsty quill retrieves a bloodied, light purple piglet from the porcupine's belly. Yi Zhu's eyes widen as realization dawns upon him. The porcupine was female and had been pregnant with the offspring of the bloodthirsty quill. The creature was performing a cesarean section to save its young. Observing the piglet struggling within the jaws of the bloodthirsty quill, Yi Zhu recognizes the potential treasure before him, that a semi-demonic beast progeny is likely to awaken the full bloodline of demonic beasts, exhibiting intelligence far beyond that of ordinary beasts from a young age. Given his current mental fortitude, he is now capable of possessing a second beastly avatar. The bloodthirsty quill's lineage is promising, with formidable lethality and penetration capabilities. Its future development will undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. As Yi Zhu contemplates, the bloodthirsty quill, clutching its offspring, dashes deeper into the jungle. The beast is still a beast. It knows not to seek vengeance for its fallen mate. Snapped back to reality, Yi Zhu prepares to pursue, but pauses to gather the quills he had previously collected. Clutching a bundle of them, he sets off in the direction the bloodthirsty quill fled. However, the creature's speed, a product of its mutation, allows it to maneuver through the dense forest with remarkable agility. Almost like the wind. After a prolonged chase, Yi Zhu finally spots the creature's silhouette before a rocky outcrop. However, he is still a moment too late. The bloodthirsty quill plunges into a dark cave within the stony terrain. Disappearing from view, as Yi Zhu approaches, he finds the cave shrouded in darkness, echoing with reverberations that it seems to lead underground, suggesting the presence of a subterranean cavern. But he hesitates, uncertain whether to venture inside. The unknown nature of the cave poses a significant risk. Yet, the prospect of acquiring a demonic beast-level avatar stirs a sense of restlessness within him. Just as he grapples with his indecision, a commotion arises from within the cave. The disturbance is intense, accompanied by a cacophony of sharp screeches. Instinctively, Yi Zhu thinks of bats. He quickly retreats, making his way back to the thicket. Soon, a horde of creatures surges forth from the cave, confirming his suspicions that a swarm of blood bats, each the size of a calf, with sharp fangs and ghastly visages, emerges. Each bat ranks at the third or fourth tier of beasts, and there are at least 30 of them. The blood bats swarm into the sky. The entire rocky area is cast into darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yi Zhu observes the mass of blood bats. Sensing they are guarding something, that he ponders the strange alliance. The bloodthirsty quill and the blood bats are entirely different species. Yet the former has entered the territory of the latter without facing aggression. Instead, the bats seem to be defending the rocky area. Peculiar. It is indeed peculiar. Yi Zhu narrows his eyes, fixating on the cave entrance. His thoughts begin to crystallize. Could it be that these two disparate species coexist harmoniously due to a higher-tier beast's influence? The cave holds secrets of a beast of the 7th or even 8th tier. No, the bloodthirsty quill is a semi-demonic beast possessing considerable intelligence. For it to willingly submit, at least another semi-demonic beast must be present. The term demonic beast resonates in Yi Zhu's mind, altering his perception of this beastly territory. It is known that any creature capable of evolving into a demonic beast will reign supreme within its territory. Furthermore, the emergence of a demonic beast often heralds the onset of a beast tide throughout the region. Yi Chu's parents perished 4 years ago during the cataclysmic beast tide led by monstrous creatures. That particular tide wreaked havoc upon Jianghai City, claiming the lives of over 100 martial artists of the barbarian level. Now, considering the peculiar behavior of that bloodthirsty beast cub, it dawned on Yi Chu, could it be a newly born monster? The realization left him both bewildered and troubled, faced with such a conundrum. What should he do? Should he return to Jiangdong City to inform the higher-ups, allowing them to handle the matter? Or was there something he could undertake himself? Just as he was lost in deep contemplation, the blood bats in the sky began to stir restlessly, emitting sharp cries. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently beneath him, but Yi Chu, feeling an instinctive connection, glanced back and beheld an enormous figure, towering over 20 meters. Eclipsing the ancient trees, the colossal being crushed the trees in its path as it approached him. Well, it seems this creature has already made the decision for me, Yi Chu thought, somewhat amused yet exasperated. The massive figure slowly extended its gigantic head, adorned with dark red scales, its beastly eyes, as large as lanterns, gazed affectionately at Yi Chu. It was none other than the furnace turtle, which had grown to the late stage of the 6th tier of monstrous beasts. On the verge of breaking into the 7th tier. Chapter 78. Fiery Eruption. The might of Xuanwu. 3 months had passed since their last encounter. Not only had Yi Chu acquired extraordinary power, but the furnace turtle had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a mere 4-meter-long creature with a volatile temperament, it now towered like a small mountain, exuding an aura reminiscent of the legendary beast Xuanwu. With each step it took, the earth trembled beneath its weight. Did I end this intermediate beast zone? Such a colossal being was evidently unmatched, but Yi Chu was equally astonished by the changes in the furnace turtle. During the past 3 months, he had seldom infused his consciousness into the creature, only vaguely sensing its condition through his own awareness, as long as the furnace turtle did not exhibit any particularly dangerous signs. He had refrained from investigating its current development. Furthermore, the immense life force the furnace turtle provided him required considerable mental effort for storage and concealment. Now that he reflected upon it, considering both the apparent and hidden aspects, he realized he possessed nearly 300 units of life force. This meant the furnace turtle must be, before Yi Chu's eyes, a new panel of information regarding the furnace turtle materialized. Beast Avatar. Furnace Turtle, Mountain Form. Major completion note. Due to the influence of its mythic level talent, the furnace turtle has devoured the 6th-tier mad bear, 6th-tier mountain elk, 6th-tier ancient mountain ape, 6th-tier azure swan, 5th-tier iron melting pangolin, and 5th-tier creatures. Its genetic makeup has been optimized, resulting in the birth of the hybrid form known as mountain form, which combines both power and defense. Life tier. Monstrous beast 4th tier, low-tier bloodline. Note: in conjunction with other mutated beasts, there is a 70% chance of producing offspring in the mountain form furnace turtle lineage. Life force, 1,890,200 mutated abilities. Fiery Eruption, Xuanwu defense, counter damage active. Earth tremor, active. Colossal strength, resilience, danger warning, innate skill. Spiritualized sense of smell, innate skill. Enhanced mobility note. The furnace turtle in mountain form exhibits significant expansion, with both power and defense receiving formidable enhancements. After swiftly reviewing the information panel of the furnace turtle, Yi Chu comprehended why it had experienced such rapid growth from the 5th to the 6th tier. Although its life force was still inferior to that of the original mountain elk, its size had already doubled that of its former self. This remarkable transformation was entirely attributed to the mythic-level beast avatar talent, which allowed the furnace turtle to powerfully refine the genes of every beast it consumed. In this beast zone, any creature that could develop to the 6th tier typically ranged from 6 to 10 meters in size. The furnace turtle had devoured 4 6th-tier beasts, including the mad bear and mountain elk. Its genetic structure had been thoroughly optimized, allowing it to attain this mountain form. Undeniably, the furnace turtle in its mountain form imparted upon Yi Chu a sense of substantial and stable support. As for the newly acquired active abilities of the furnace turtle, Yi Chu had indeed sensed their emergence. The moment he mastered the fiery fist technique, he recognized that the furnace turtle's control over flames had grown increasingly adept. Now, it could unleash torrents of blazing fire from its enormous maw. Should the creature's mastery over fire continue to ascend, it might soon wield the ability to exhale fiery breath, surpassing the lethality of its current flames by dozens of times. If the furnace turtle were to one day attain the celestial beast level, it might, akin to the nine-tailed fox clan of Dongxiu, command a terrifying mastery over elemental forces. Regarding the two newly acquired active abilities, due to the limitation of only imparting 20% of their characteristics to Yi Chu, the information panel identified these abilities as Resilience and Low-Tier Tremor. Resilience ensured that Yi Chu remained steadfast and unyielding during his confrontation with Cheng Jianglong. Low-Tier Tremor, on the other hand, manifested in a seemingly mundane manner, producing a high-frequency yet relatively feeble pulse of true energy with each strike. While the resulting damage was modest, it could disrupt the flow of the opponent's vital energy during continuous attacks. As Yi Chu gazed at the colossal form of the furnace turtle, momentarily lost in thought, an ultra-high-frequency sound wave began to penetrate his eardrum, causing his mind to feel somewhat dazed that a terrifying and deafening roar erupted before him, shaking the entire forest and scattering countless birds and beasts, instantly snapping Yi Chu back to reality. The furnace turtle, employing such a straightforward and forceful method, awakened Yi Chu from the stupor induced by the ultrasonic waves emitted by the blood bats. With its massive and fierce head tilted skyward, it roared in fury at the dark cloud of blood bats above. Flames began to coalesce in its maw, under the pressure of the furnace turtle's imposing presence. The blood bats grew increasingly agitated, taking to the skies in disarray. Yet, despite their chaos, these third and fourth-tier beasts did not dare venture beyond the confines of the stone forest, until the flames from the furnace turtle transformed into a slanted pillar of fire, incinerating a large number of blood bats within its searing blaze. One by one, they plummeted to the ground like dumplings that in the blink of an eye, the once omnipresent blood bats dwindled to a mere handful. Lingering in the air in a state of panic and helplessness, the Yi Chu, satisfied, patted the giant foot of the furnace turtle. The creature immediately calmed, its fierce eyes softening as it gazed at its master. Upon witnessing the immense power of the furnace turtle, Yi Chu's previously tumultuous thoughts settled, and he found his resolve regarding the matters within the cave. Yi Chu raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the furnace turtle. With their consciousness shared, a mere glance sufficed for the furnace turtle to comprehend Yi Chu's intentions. It nodded its massive head in affirmation, signifying its understanding that a gamble worth taking. "Let us do this." Yi Chu began to prepare his gear, placing his oversized backpack beside the furnace turtle. He then tore off the sleeves of his hoodie, binding several steel spikes to his back. Once he had completed these preparations, he dashed toward the cave leading underground. The furnace turtle remained in place, its immense form resembling a mountain amidst the jungle. Cautiously, Yi Chu stepped into the dark cavern that a faint flame flickered in his palm, serving as illumination. Under the dim light, he discerned the path ahead that sloped at a 40-degree angle, leading deeper into the inky darkness. The tunnel measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, indicating that any creature capable of entering this cave could not exceed 5 meters in size. If a beast indeed resided within, it would suggest that the creature was still maturing, likely no more than a second or third tier of monstrosity, as long as he proceeded with caution. He believed he could draw the creature out of the cave and, alongside the furnace turtle, engage in a formidable battle that Yi Chu meticulously contemplated within his heart. Chapter 79, Unexpected Circumstances, the Dissolution of Consciousness. The principal distinction between demon beasts and aberrant creatures lies in their intellect. Demon beasts not only possess intelligence on par with that of humans, but are also adept at wielding weapons and exploiting terrain advantages to engage their adversaries. Consequently, they present a far greater challenge than ordinary aberrant creatures or the brutish beasts that have evolved formidable specialized abilities. Yi Chu had already devised a plan to unleash his stored energy and make a desperate dash back to the surface in times of peril. However, As he delved deeper underground, traversing a distance that had now exceeded 3 kilometers, his sense of unease intensified. Casting a glance behind him, the light at the cave entrance had long vanished, leaving him feeling ensnared within a confining labyrinth. This sensation heightened his alertness to its limits, simultaneously awakening an unprecedented wave of apprehension within him. With keen eyes and attentive ears, Yi Zhu's pace gradually slowed. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged ahead, an eerie azure glowed at why Yi Zhu tensed his entire body, fully prepared for combat, and cautiously advanced toward the source of the illumination, which grew brighter and more profound that as he approached, his vision sharpened, and his pupils began to constrict. The ethereal light emanated from a blue flame burning seemingly out of thin air at the cave entrance that Yi Zhu recognized this phenomenon. It was known as ghost fire. However, it was also a natural occurrence. Essentially phosphorus fire, produced through a series of chemical reactions following the decay of a corpse, resulting in a substance called phosphine. Its ignition point is exceedingly low, spontaneously igniting upon contact with air. Yet, Yi Zhu was not taken aback by the presence of phosphor fire. Rather, he was astounded by the vast underground cavern illuminated by thousands of ghost fires beyond the cave entrance, that it was a colossal subterranean world. Yi Zhu extinguished the red flame in his hand and cautiously peered into the cave. Within this immense cavern, resembling a celestial realm, countless blood bats hung from above, while below, numerous aberrant creatures, typically found only on the surface, were methodically transporting something. Among them was a bloodthirsty beast, moving unimpeded toward the heart of the cave. At the very center of this cavern stood a towering stone platform, its origin unknown, whether constructed by aberrant creatures or formed naturally. Upon this platform rested a gigantic nest, and at its center lay a massive beast egg radiating a shimmering azure light. The aberrant creatures were busily transporting items to this nest. Yi Zhu's gaze was first drawn to the half-demon bloodthirsty beast, which nimbly leaped into the nest with its young in its mouth. It gently placed its offspring down and nudged it closer to the enigmatic egg with its snout, seemingly encouraging it to approach the extraordinary egg, while itself hesitating to draw too near. Could it be that the creature intended for its young to pilfer the peculiar egg? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yi Zhu couldn't help but speculate. Yet, the next moment, his assumptions were abruptly overturned. The young bloodthirsty creature was forcefully pushed out by the adult, hurtling toward the egg. Before it could land, its diminutive body transformed into a desiccated husk midair, crashing into the nest and disintegrating as if weathered by time. Yi Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief that he never anticipated such a scenario. A youngling, likely on the verge of evolving into a demon beast, was sacrificed to that strange egg. What manner of entity could possess such terrifying, life-draining abilities? At that moment, Yi Zhu realized that his previous thoughts had been overly naive. The root of all these anomalies stemmed from that egg. Yet this egg was merely one source. It could not be the true reason behind the aberrant creature's actions. There must be a hidden mastermind yet to reveal itself. The situation exceeded Yi Zhu's expectations significantly, leaving him momentarily at a loss regarding his next course of action. After a brief silence, the gaze fixed on the egg suddenly ignited with an unusual brilliance. Xian Tianwu, hatching. The beast egg born of the Nine Heavens mystical bird, classified as a demon beast in its juvenile stage, harbors immensely powerful psychic abilities, capable of exerting formidable mental corrosion and control over lower-tier aberrant creatures that in its adult phase. It stands a chance to evolve into a celestial beast, developing specialized abilities of celestial caliber. This phenomenon was akin to Yi Zhu perceiving the information panel of an aberrant creature before him. However, the egg had not yet fully hatched, thus lacking specific details. Yet even this brief introduction caused Yi Zhu's heart to race with a sudden acceleration. While astonished, a flicker of doubt also arose within him. He was at least a kilometer away from the extraordinary egg, a distance where his ability to discern information about aberrant creatures should not have been effective. This instance was indeed an exceptional breach of the limits of his investigative range. Help me. That azure python wants to devour my transformation into a flood dragon, that a peculiar voice, reminiscent of an infant's murmurs, suddenly echoed in Yi Zhu's mind. Startled, he glanced around. The empty corridor revealed nothing, and within the vast cavern, No aberrant creatures detected his presence. Only then did he realize, is it you, after scanning his surroundings? Yi Zhu keenly identified the azure egg atop the central stone platform, its glowing aura intensifying, though he faintly sensed a mental connection forming with the egg. How could it possess such powerful psychic energy, even before hatching? Yi Zhu marveled at this revelation while pondering the message conveyed to him. Azure Python, devour, transform into flood dragon. That a snake matures into a python, and a python into a flood dragon. The flood dragon can then transform into a true dragon. Yi Zhu's slightly narrowed eyes gradually widened as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The true mastermind behind all that transpired here was undoubtedly that Azure Python. It sought to devour the soon-to-hatch Xian Tenwu to undergo its transformation into a flood dragon. Achieving such a transformation would elevate it from a demon beast to a celestial beast. Damn it. Yi Zhu gasped in horror, losing all interest in the azure egg, that he swiftly turned to retrace his steps. Eager to distance himself from this perilous location. Help me, don't leave. Just as he took a step to turn away, a powerful wave of psychic energy erupted within his mind. Yi Zhu felt as if he were but a grain of sand adrift in an ocean. His consciousness on the verge of obliteration amidst this psychic surge. His body began to sway uncontrollably, twisting against his will. Yi Zhu's consciousness struggled fiercely as he found himself compelled to turn around. Stepping out of the cave and directly revealing himself to all the aberrant creatures, Ding. Sensing the impending dissolution of his consciousness, his mythic-grade innate ability activated, striving to reclaim control of his body. Chapter 80 Turning the Tables, Demon Beast Avatar. Within a vibrant forest of crimson leaves, Wu Tianfang and his companions took a moment to recuperate. Each held a piece of specially crafted jerky, replenishing their strength while preparing for the imminent battle. Scattered around them lay the corpses of various aberrant creatures that if I had known, I would have emerged from the west gate. Coming from the east, we've traversed nearly 10 miles, and each of us has slain dozens of low-tier wild monsters. The aberrant creature zone between Jiangdong and Jianghai is increasingly peculiar, that Lunan grumbled while munching on the jerky and flipping through the sheet music in his hands. Boss, it's indeed strange. We followed the markers set by Xiao Hui to locate the peculiar furnace turtle. Yet, as we followed the markers along the way, this aberrant creature zone outside the East City Gate is alarmingly sparse in aberrant creatures. Moreover, they are predominantly first and second tier, with third-tier ones being quite rare. This defies common sense. Axe furrowed his brow, pondering the encounters they had faced thus far. 3 months prior, due to the emergence of a bug-type celestial beast in the Long Kingdom. The concentration of spiritual energy in this aberrant creature zone had surged significantly. Logically, the aberrant creatures here should be proliferating like mushrooms after rain. While the changes may not be drastic, they should at least exhibit heightened activity. Yet they had ventured over 10 miles in and were merely minutes away from the intermediate aberrant creature zone, yet encountered only a few scattered low-tier aberrant creatures along the way. This situation was decidedly abnormal. Wu Tianfang remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Sihui beside him. Noticing she too was deep in thought, he refrained from further observation. After a considerable time had passed, he remarked, I've heard that recently. The cultists in Bangxing have been besieged, and some seem to have fled to the vicinity of Jiangdong City. Let us all exercise caution. Wu Tianfang responded to the question with a perplexing statement, causing the 3 listeners to simultaneously narrow their eyes in contemplation. They exchanged glances, each discerning the gravity reflected in the other's expressions. The implication from their leader was clear. The bizarre occurrences here might be linked to those fanatical cultists. A group of individuals willing to resort to any means, including self-sacrifice, to achieve their shared objectives. Their forthcoming actions necessitated an extraordinary level of vigilance. Once they had recovered, they would continue their journey. According to Xiao Hui's conjecture, the exceptionally evolved furnace turtle was likely heading west. 3 months prior. It was a 4th-tier beast, and now, nearly 100 days later, it could very well have progressed to the mid or even late stages of the 4th tier. They steeled themselves, determined to subdue the furnace turtle. For Xiao Hui, Wu Tianfang was the first to hastily finish chewing the jerky in his hand. As he spoke, the 6 floating swords around him trembled in unison. Lu Sihui and the others promptly gathered their focus. The group began to navigate the periphery of the mid-level beast zone, heading westward. Outside the stone forest, the furnace turtle emitted a deep, unsettling roar. Within the underground world, aided by a mythic-level talent, the terrifying mental disturbances were effectively suppressed. Yi Chu's consciousness was struggling fiercely, yet his physical form had already fallen among the countless beasts. The previously orderly creatures transporting various materials for nourishing the Shintian black egg abruptly halted their movements upon the appearance of a human. Pairs of eyes, gleaming with menace, converged upon Yi Chu on the high platform. The azure aura surrounding the Shintian black egg intensified once more, casting a shimmering sheen upon Yi Chu's body, concealing his human essence. This allowed the gazes fixated on him to gradually diminish. However, some beasts, particularly those more concerned with Yi Chu's human appearance, remained unmoved, fixated on him. Above the cave, countless blood bats began to awaken, their eyes glowing a sinister crimson in the depths of the cavern. They all stared at Yi Chu, especially as he stumbled closer to the central platform. In those blood-red eyes, a glimmer of ferocity emerged. Ding! The consciousness of the Shintian black egg, which had invaded his sea of consciousness, indicated that it had successfully consumed 70% of his essence, granting him the ability to subdue beast avatars. Would he choose to designate the hatching Shintian black egg as his second beast avatar? As the prompt echoed in his mind, Yi Chu, caught in a haze, regained partial control over his body. His dark vision became clearer. Yet upon realizing he was surrounded by an overwhelming horde of beasts, a chill ran down his spine. He refrained from hastily responding to the system's option. "I am willing to submit if you save me." The Shintian black egg, having lost 70% of its consciousness to the mythic-level talent, implored Yi Chu with a humble plea. The connection between their minds made Yi Chu aware that the reason he had not yet been besieged by the surrounding beasts was solely because the Shintian black egg had cloaked its essence within him. The intellectually inferior beasts, sensing the essence of what they were meant to serve emanating from him, dared not act recklessly. Understanding this, Yi Chu knew he could not immediately choose to subdue the Shintian black egg, or he would plunge himself into an irretrievable abyss. That he needed to wait for an opportune moment. "That I can save you. Allow me to draw closer," Yi Chu conveyed through his consciousness to the Shintian black egg. Almost immediately, he sensed the egg's heartfelt joy. "All right," a youthful voice responded to why Yi Chu's previously unsteady form began to take purposeful strides, disregarding all beasts as he advanced straight toward the central platform. Meanwhile, he pondered how best to proceed. As he approached the platform, he felt the hostility of the surrounding beasts intensifying uncontrollably. Over half of the beast horde had ceased their activities, watching him with predatory intent. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar erupted from the platform. Yi Chu's hair stood on end as he recalled that a sentient, blood-devouring beast was observing him from above. "Yes, subdue the Shintian black egg as a beast avatar," Yi Chu's consciousness commanded in his mind. In the next moment, the agonized wails began, only to be abruptly silenced. Yi Chu regained control over his body, and the radiant sheen enveloping him rapidly dissipated. Simultaneously, as he established a mental connection with the Shintian black egg akin to that with the furnace turtle, the vast mental force of the Shintian black egg surged within his consciousness. All of Yi Chu's senses heightened immensely in that instant. Chapter 81. The Transformation of the Celestial Green Python. Chaos approaches. Cold, underground water trickled down the cave walls. The beast's anxious emotions, the Shintian black egg's resigned yet compliant heart, and the powerful entity, hidden in the dark cave, now descending into slumber. So formidable that Yi Chu's surging mental force triggered an unprecedented level of danger alerts upon contact. Yi Chu's complexion flushed with crimson. His blood began to boil uncontrollably, and his heartbeat surged to its limit, nearing 400 beats per minute. Threads of blood energy spread across his surface. Yi Chu abruptly raised his bloodshot, fierce eyes, gazing with murderous intent at the blood-devouring beast atop the platform. For the first time, the blood-red battle method was passively activated. At this moment, Yi Chu's mind was consumed with a singular thought: kill, annihilate all heretics, slaughter through the sea of suffering. In the next instant, Yi Chu's legs propelled him with force, shattering the ground within a 3-meter radius around his feet, sending debris flying. His figure erupted forward like a crimson thunderbolt, crossing 100 meters to arrive above the startled, blood-devouring beast. Without reservation, he unleashed the first move of the mountain-moving palm. The half-demon blood-devouring beast could only gaze in terror upward, its eyes meeting Yi Chu's bloodthirsty visage before its 2-meter frame, along with the nest beneath it and the platform, was crushed. The terrifying force of his palm surged down toward the platform below. Boom! A colossal imprint, over 10 meters wide, along with the mangled corpses of a dozen beasts, became embedded in the earth. As he eliminated his most wanted target, the state of the blood-red battle method began to stabilize. Just before the platform collapsed, Yi Chu's thoughts regained clarity, with no time to appreciate the might of his strike. Yi Chu's suspended body began to descend toward the Xintian black egg. The moment his hands made contact with the egg, he once again exerted his strength, using the collapsing platform to propel himself outward. Heading straight for the entrance he had come from, that a fight to the death was out of the question. There were at least 10,000 beasts here, even if he expended all his life force. He could never eradicate them all. Moreover, a thunderous rumble echoed through the vast underground cavern. The blood bats above stirred restlessly, flapping chaotically, as numerous stone spikes began to plummet, while Yi Chu's blood and energy surged uncontrollably once more. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted within this confined space. The moment the sound resonated, Yi Chu hastily utilized his true energy to block his ears, not daring to glance at the magnificent scene unfolding behind him. He focused solely on running forward, not looking back. Along the way, various beasts attempted to impede his progress, only to be swiftly dispatched by the slaps he unleashed. Behind him, a massive green-scaled serpent with a crimson belly, its head alone measuring over 10 meters, emerged from the cave with a ferocious roar, charging towards Yi Chu, who was desperately clutching a bird egg. The serpent's body seemed endless as it slithered forth, extending over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Any beasts caught in its path were mercilessly crushed beneath its colossal form. Even without the need to see, Yi Chu could perceive the horrifying spectacle behind him through the immense spiritual power bestowed upon him by the Xintian Wu. His legs surged with renewed strength, drawing upon every ounce of energy he had left. Finally, when the serpent was but 100 meters away, Yi Chu leaped forward, diving back into the cave he had come from. Within the pitch-black confines of the cave, he felt a modicum of safety, yet he dared not pause, continuing his frantic dash towards the surface that a thunderous crash echoed from the cave entrance, shaking the very ground. Followed by the serpent's furious roar, which propelled Yi Chu to run even faster. He glanced back at the cave entrance, witnessing the enormous head of the serpent unable to fit into the passage. Its deep, wrathful eyes fixated on Yi Chu as he fled. That eye in those eyes, Yi Chu sensed a chilling, bone-deep killing intent. Indeed, this was a serpent on the brink of becoming a heavenly beast. With that close glance, Yi Chu caught sight of the creature's information interface. That it was a serpent already at the pinnacle of its beastly form. Should it devour the soon-to-hatch Xintian Wu, it might very well take the final step towards becoming a dragon. At that point, both Zhang Hai and Zhang Dong would face the threat of annihilation. Was the frequency of these heavenly beasts appearing not alarmingly high? As Yi Chu sprinted, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Just 3 months prior, a heavenly insect beast had emerged on the northern battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, in this region between Zhang Dong and Zhang Hai in the southwest, another heavenly serpent was on the verge of being born. It felt as though humanity was gradually approaching its demise. Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, a cacophony of sharp cries erupted from behind. Yi Chu's mind sharpened as he clenched his teeth, feeling his strength surge beneath him. The sounds behind him were not only the relentless flapping of blood bats, but also the roars of various beasts. The realization struck him that the vast cave contained countless passages leading to the beastly realm. Yi Chu's expression grew increasingly grim. That if he had inadvertently delayed the emergence of a heavenly beast, he had also triggered a beast tide. This beastly realm was on the verge of chaos. On the surface of the beastly realm, the furnace turtle sensed its body ensnared in peril and began to anxiously thrash its massive form. The ground of the entire stone forest trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Wu Tianfeng and the others, drawn by the tremors, arrived at the location of the furnace turtle. Yet upon seeing the source of the earth's quaking from a distance, their hearts trembled. Even Wu Tianfeng himself narrowed his sharp eyes in response. The 6 flying swords behind him vibrated gently, seemingly overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by the colossal creature. How could such a massive being wreak havoc in the intermediate beast zone? This creature must be at least 7th tier, nearing its transformation into a savage beast. Axeman's expression turned grave. Lu Sihui, gazing at the enormous silhouette of the furnace turtle, suddenly realized something, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Just then, the surrounding turmoil intensified dramatically. The commotion felt as if countless beasts had suddenly emerged in this area. Hisses, roars, and the sound of numerous paws pounding the ground filled the air. And then came a voice. Sharp and urgent. Quick move! As that bright, urgent voice rang out, countless bloodbats surged from the jungle, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the once bright sky was shrouded by an overwhelming swarm of bloodbats. Plunging the area into darkness that Wu Tianfang and the others watched in horror as their pupils constricted. Lu Sihui, hearing that voice, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The massive turtle-like beast raised its head, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky, which seemed to be weighed down by dark clouds, that we must leave this place. Wu Tianfang was the first to sense the impending danger. After warning the others, he immediately turned to flee. His mastery of the sword was a blend of spiritual energy and true qi, an ancient martial art. With his mental prowess, he could manipulate 6 swords simultaneously, making him one of the top students in the elite high school. In that moment, as the giant beast began to roar, he acutely sensed the immense power rapidly gathering within it. This power was wild and vast. Should it erupt, even the 4 of them would face considerable trouble. Wu Tianfang's decision to turn and leave was something Lu Sihui and the others had long since become accustomed to. His position as their leader stemmed not only from his formidable strength, but also from his decisiveness when confronting beasts. If Wu Tianfang deemed it a battle worth fighting, they could be assured of a high chance of victory. However, if he chose to retreat, it indicated that the situation had escalated to a point where even he could not guarantee success. Thus, there was no need for the others to recklessly engage. That it was akin to their earlier encounter with the 6th-tier raging bear. That time, both Lun Nan and Axeman felt the bear's overwhelming strength, hesitating between flight and fight. Yet, with Wu Tianfang's single word of fight, their confidence surged. The outcome was evident. Had it not been for the beasts under the bear's command rushing to its aid, the 6th-tier beast would have fallen to them. Now, with Wu Tianfang opting to retreat, it meant that the situation had deteriorated to a level beyond their leader's control. The only prudent choice was to withdraw. Without a moment's hesitation, the group followed Wu Tianfang, racing back in the direction they had come from. Just as they had run a mere dozen steps, Wu Tianfang suddenly halted, turning sharply to command. Axeman, Lun Nan, prepare for defense. The 3 flying swords behind him plunged into the ground, while the remaining 3 hovered in the air, vibrating as they formed a simple sword array. Axeman and Lun Nan exchanged worried glances. Having never witnessed their leader display such a grave expression, Axeman immediately turned, driving his massive axe blade into the ground, gripping the handle tightly as true qi began to emanate from his body. Gradually, as the true qi flowed over his skin, it shimmered with a golden hue. The ancient martial art of the Buddhist sect, the diamond body, rendered him impervious with protective true qi that Lun Nan decisively turned as well. Swiftly retrieving a dark golden folding object from his backpack, but he buried the lower half of it within his body and then stepped onto it. The dark golden folding object instantly expanded into a meter-wide alloy shield. Although Lu Sihui possessed the highest vitality among the team, her combat ability paled in comparison to Axeman's, making her the most vulnerable, with Axeman shielding her and Lun Nan raising the alloy shield. Along with Wu Tianfang's sword array, she felt a sense of security behind her companions. These actions were completed in the blink of an eye, mere seconds after Wu Tianfang's command. Boom! The 4 of them then witnessed a scene that would leave even the strongest students of their elite high school in awe. Centered around the colossal turtle-like beast, the ground began to upheave. Terrifying seismic waves coursed through the earth, sending countless stones and soil flying like waves in the sea. Towering ancient trees were uprooted, crashing down in large segments or reduced to dust. Axeman and Lun Nan felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race at the sight. The Wu Tianfang's previously indifferent expression began to take on a hint of ferocity. With clenched silver teeth, one hand behind his back and the other raised like a sword, he pointed towards the earth-shaking ripples approaching him. The ground trembled ominously. the terrifying seismic waves rushed towards the fore. Initially separated by the sword formation formed by Wu Tianfang's 6 flying swords. 3 swords embedded in the earth stood like the stabilizing needle amidst the turbulent waves. The dreadful seismic waves spread relentlessly from either side of the swords, leaving only the area occupied by Wu Tianfang and his companions untouched by the earth's upheaval. The fierce winds carrying debris, splintered trees, and even a few smaller beasts were shredded by the turbulent sword winds emanating from the 3 hovering swords. Only a few fragments managed to breach the sword formation's defenses, striking against the alloy shields and the body of the Axe General, who had activated his indestructible form, yet inflicting no harm upon either. Lu Sihui, sheltered within the protective circle of the 3, was akin to a passenger aboard a ship braving a storm upon the sea, unscathed amidst the external chaos. What on earth is happening? The magnitude of the earthquake suggested that the turtle-like behemoth must indeed belong to the realm of savage beasts. The Axe General lamented his plight, though his indestructible form significantly bolstered his defense. Providing him with a temporary invulnerability, he was still susceptible to pain. Even with Wu Tianfang mitigating nearly 90% of the damage, the debris colliding against him ignited a fury within. What vexed him further was the evident might of the turtle-like creature, which had clearly attained the specialized characteristics of a savage beast. Yet, this area, designated for exotic beasts, was supposed to only house the core of savage beasts, the ruling entity, when had such a colossal turtle emerged. Especially within this intermediate exotic beast zone? Could it truly be the work of those nefarious cultists, known for nurturing powerful beasts to wreak havoc upon human society? At this moment, Lun Nan felt a twinge of fear. Wu Tianfang was wholly focused on resisting the oncoming seismic waves, while Lu Sihui's gaze remained fixed on the distant creature that stirred the ground in a turmoil that it cannot possibly be the cultists. That giant turtle is likely the same one we encountered 3 months ago, she thought, recalling the aura and details of the creature she had seen before. Although it seemed far-fetched for an exotic beast to grow from a mere 3.5 meters to over 20 meters within 3 months. Her innate ability as a beast tamer allowed her to discern any changes in the beast she had observed. That enormous creature was undoubtedly the 3rd-tier exotic beast, the furnace turtle. However, just as she was about to reveal this truth, a thunderous rumble echoed again, shaking the earth with an intensity greater than before. It felt as if some terrifying force hidden beneath the surface had suddenly erupted forth. Even Wu Tianfang's 6 flying swords failed to quell this new surge. The 3 swords embedded in the ground, along with the violently upheaved earth, were sent flying. The alloy shield was tossed aside as if made of paper, and Wu Tianfang and his companions were swept up in this sudden cataclysm. Their defensive formation was shattered in an instant, while the Axe General and Lun Nan were able to brace themselves against the impact of the earthquake, adjusting in midair to avoid being thrown too far. Wu Tianfang and Lu Sihui faced a different fate. The defensive sword formation he had constructed with his own energy and mental force was broken, severely disrupting the flow of energy within him. Even his capacity to wield mental power was momentarily incapacitated, plunging his mind into a fleeting unconsciousness that Wu Tianfang's body was tossed like a leaf upon the wind, carried far from the epicenter of the upheaval. Lu Sihui had a chance to stabilize herself amidst the chaos by grasping onto nearby trees, but her instinct to save Wu Tianfang led her to be swept away with him. The terrifying tremors lasted but a few seconds, yet when they subsided, the faces of the Axe General and Lun Nan were markedly pale. The true cause of this seismic disturbance revealed itself in the aftermath. A massive creature emerged, adorned with green, metallic-hued scales, its head alone exceeding 10 meters in size, crowned with 4 juvenile horns that should not have existed. That a colossal roar erupted forth, echoing like an unending wave. As the gigantic azure python burst forth from the earth, resembling a being reborn under the sun, unleashing years of pent-up emotions in a fierce display of power, the Axe General and Lun Nan were rendered speechless. Despite being top-tier students capable of slaying numerous 3rd and 4th-tier exotic beasts, faced with this azure python, whose head alone was more than 10 meters wide, they felt an overwhelming urge to flee. They needed to devise a way to escape without attracting the creature's attention. What is happening? Did we step out without checking the auspicious signs? Lun Nan, usually composed, now felt his legs weaken, caught in a dilemma. Beside him, The Axe General remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed on the azure python, deep in contemplation. His expression fluctuated between determination and trepidation as he glanced back at the turtle-like behemoth that had triggered the earlier tremors, hoping to ascertain whether the two creatures were allied. However, upon looking down, he saw the turtle, now over 20 meters in size, fleeing into the distance in a panic. "Run!" The Axe General's lips twitched as he turned without hesitation. Lunan, gritting his teeth, stomped his foot and followed suit in a hasty retreat. Logically, larger creatures should attract the azure python's attention. The massive furnace turtle should have been its target if they were adversaries. Yet, the azure python seemed to have its own agenda. IT merely glanced at the large turtle making its escape and, instead, turned its focus towards the fleeing figures of the Axe General and Lunan. Recognizing them as members of the same species that had stolen the Shintian turtle EGG to in an instant, the azure python surged towards them, sending the Axe General and Lunan into a panic. Lunan, in his fright, even shouted in his hometown dialect, his form accelerating past the Axe General as he exerted every ounce of strength to flee. In stark contrast, the furnace turtle, under the guidance of Yizhu, sped away towards the outskirts of the exotic beast zone. Without looking back, the Yizhu had hidden within the turtle's shell, concealing the Shintian turtle egg deep within to mask its presence with the aura of the furnace turtle. Having narrowly escaped a catastrophe, Yizhu's expression was far from pleasant as he occasionally peered out, watching the direction in which the senior students fled. How did they end up here? The moment Yizhu had emerged from the ground, his powerful mental force had detected Wu Tianfang and his companions. Yet the azure python pursuing him demanded his attention, causing him to forget to warn Wu Tianfang and the others, inadvertently leading them into disaster. Conflicted emotions swirled within Yizhu that he held a favorable impression of Wu Tianfang and his group, especially Lu Sihui, whose innocent demeanor had often drawn him to her. IT felt unjust to bring calamity upon them. If he remained passive, Wu Tianfang might escape harm, but Lunan and the Axe General, along with Lu Sihui, would not stand a chance against the azure python. The thought of their potential demise weighed heavily on him. In that moment, Yizhu's gaze hardened with resolve that he would continue to flee while simultaneously hunting down the exotic beasts emerging from the ground to rapidly advance to the 7th tier. "You are my greatest hope now," he whispered to himself, gently patting the furnace turtle's neck that he then climbed out of its shell, rolling onto the ground and springing to his feet. The furnace turtle turned back, a hint of worry in its eyes, but Yizhu smiled reassuringly and pivoted to face the azure python, which was hot on the trail of the Axe General and his companions. The situation for the group was dire. Two mere third-tier warriors could hardly hope to escape the pursuit of a creature on the verge of becoming a heavenly beast. Just as the Axe General steeled himself to sacrifice himself for Lunan's chance at survival, he uttered a single word: "Heaven's punishment." A resounding roar that reverberated through the jungle suddenly erupted from ahead of them. Following this, 6 flying swords, their energies interlinked, converged into a colossal Tenjong, celestial sword. Plummeting from the heavens towards the azure python, it was the eldest brother. Lunan, overwhelmed with joy, wept, "Kill, beast die." Just as Wu Tianfang's voice echoed, Lunan and the Axe General heard a thunderous shout from behind. They turned to behold a streak of crimson light arcing through the vast sky, hurtling towards them with equal ferocity. Chapter 84. Danger Alert, the steadfast pillar of the sea in Jianghai City. At the Danger Alert Center, a crimson alarm blared incessantly throughout the facility. The atmosphere within the Grand Hall was fraught with anxiety, as numerous uniformed personnel darted through various departments. Every face displayed a mixture of trepidation and urgency. Just then, a tall figure burst into the chaotic hall. The moment he entered, the turbulent atmosphere began to settle, as if everyone had found their anchor amidst the storm. "Is Mayor Chen here?" He Dongsheng, clad in a pristine white suit, had rushed to the Danger Alert Center as soon as he received the news. Upon entering, he gravely inquired of the staff, who cast hopeful glances his way. "Mayor Chen will be here shortly." "Director He, please proceed to the reception room and wait a moment," suggested a staff member. Forcing a strained smile, He Dongsheng wasted no time and strode purposefully toward the reception area. Merely a minute or two after He Dongsheng's arrival at the Danger Alert Center, a specially modified armored pickup truck screeched to a halt at the entrance. The door was kicked open from within. And a middle-aged man, robust and dressed in a sharp black suit, descended with an air of urgency. Accompanying him were two military personnel, each towering and clad in uniform, bearing a massive metal case. They followed the man with a commanding presence into the Danger Alert Center. The arrival of the man in the black suit completely quelled the previously chaotic atmosphere that a staff member attempted to approach him for a report. "Is Director He here?" The middle-aged man, with a stern demeanor, raised his hand to interrupt the staff member's advance, replying with a grave question. "He just arrived and is waiting in the reception room." The staff member promptly answered, "Follow me." The middle-aged man led the three into the reception area. "Old Chen, what on earth has happened? This is a level 4 alert. Has there been another beast tied outside Zhanghai City?" As the four entered, He Dongsheng, seated and furrowing his brow, immediately rose to inquire. "Dongsheng, remain calm. Have a seat," the middle-aged man replied, his expression equally grave but exuding an unwavering steadiness that he approached He Dongsheng, gesturing for him to sit before speaking. He Dongsheng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly resumed his seat. "That I in all of Zhanghai City. Only Mayor Chen Jinxin had the authority to address He Dongsheng, the director of the bureau, by his first name." The middle-aged man was evidently the mayor of Zhanghai City, and, like He Dongsheng, a formidable celestial-level martial artist. Together, they served as the steadfast pillars of Zhanghai City. The urgency of the matter that could summon both pillars was undoubtedly of paramount importance to the safety of the city. "National security, we can speak now." Once seated, Chen Jinxin finally permitted the staff member who had accompanied them to report. "Yes. 10 minutes ago, the satellite monitoring at the Danger Alert Center transmitted an urgent message. A large-scale beast riot has erupted in the E410 anomalous beast zone, with a significant probability of forming a beast tide that could strike both Zhanghai and Jiangdong cities. That if this beast tide materializes, its impact on Zhanghai City will be far more severe than the one 4 years ago." The staff member succinctly outlined the dire situation. "What triggered this beast tide? Has the beast in the core area evolved to the level of a demon beast?" Chen Jianxin inquired, his brow furrowed. Each time a beast tide erupted, it was invariably orchestrated by one or several demon beasts. Those that could evolve into demon beasts would not instigate a tide without purpose. There would be a specific goal behind it. The beast tide for years prior was the result of a demon beast, known as the Nine Heavens Mysterious Bird, having been severely wounded by human experts, fleeing to the E410 zone and retaliating against humanity by inciting chaos among the beasts there. The tide had plunged Zhanghai City's overall combat strength from a Tier 3 to a Tier 4 city, a fact that weighed heavily on both Chen Jinxin and He Dongsheng. Now, merely 4 years later, why had the E410 anomalous beast zone, still recuperating, manifested signs of unrest? Through our specialized instruments, we detected that before 70% of the anomalous beasts erupted in riot, there was a brief but intense seismic wave in the area, the staff member explained, presenting a prepared tablet to Chen Jinxin. The tablet displayed a map of the anomalous beast zone, with the epicenter of the seismic activity marked as the location where the Azure Python had appeared. "What perplexes us is that the 30% of the area that did not experience a riot is precisely the core zone, where the only savage beast we have been monitoring resided," the staff member stated, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon hearing this, He Dongsheng could no longer remain composed. "Are you suggesting that it is not the savage beast from the E410 zone that has advanced to a demon beast, but rather that a new demon beast has emerged in the E410 zone, just like 4 years ago?" At this moment, Chen Jinxin's expression turned profoundly serious, his sharp brows momentarily lost in thought. Bang, he slammed the tablet onto the table. "Dongsheng, the tragedy of Zhanghai City from 4 years ago cannot repeat itself. This time, I am well prepared." Slowly rising, Chen Jinxin prompted He Dongsheng to stand as well. The two military personnel who had followed Chen Jinxin stepped forward, placing their massive alloy cases before the two men. The cases opened. Pneumatic devices vented copious gases, revealing the contents within. A technologically advanced halberd alongside the latest generation of Longwa's dragon and tiger battle armor, and a pair of technological bone spike gauntlets, each equipped with 4 energy drivers. Upon seeing the gauntlets, He Dongxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Chen Jinxin. "Let us make this a brotherly effort and take a trip to the anomalous beast zone to assess the situation." Chen Jinxin chuckled, giving He Dongxing a reassuring pat on the shoulder. That He Dongxing grinned from ear to ear, returning a salute to Chen Jinxin with utmost sincerity. Chapter 85. A desperate gamble. A blood-soaked battle. The celestial sword trembled like the roar of a dragon. Its blood-red blade piercing through the void. Wu Tianfang's 6 swords, united in celestial retribution, clashed with the crimson rainbow unleashed by Yi Chu's full-force blood battle technique. The two forces, one pursuing the other, surged forward with a terrifying momentum, aimed directly at the azure python that was about to pounce upon Lun Nan and the Axe General. Sensing the impending threat, the azure python decisively closed its cavernous maw, its massive form agilely maneuvering across the ground to evade the assault. The celestial retribution sword narrowly missed, crashing into the earth 3 zhang away from Lun Nan and the Axe General, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent pillars of earth spiraling into the air. Run! Wu Tianfang's voice echoed from the depths of the dense forest that Lun Nan and the Axe General turned back to see Wu Tianfang racing towards them with a speed that surpassed that of leaping tigers and leopards. "Eldest brother, we'll help you," the Axe General, having narrowly escaped death, bellowed, gripping his massive axe tightly with one hand while delivering a sharp slap to Lun Nan's chest with the other. "What are you waiting for? Boost your power!" Lun Nan, jolted from his shock, nodded and reached for the Suona in his backpack. "Get out of here. That azure python is a demon beast." However, as Wu Tianfang's icy figure passed by them, he coldly stated, "There's no time for that." Lun Nan's hand, which had just grasped the Suona, froze in place. The Axe General, who had been invigorated by their eldest brother's intervention just moments ago, now hoisted his axe and continued to flee. Their eldest brother had declared they would not fight. Thus, they must escape first. Lun Nan gritted his silver teeth, abandoning his plan for assistance, and joining the frantic flight. Wu Tianfang arrived at the spot where the 6 united swords were destined to strike. But first, he looked up at the crimson streak approaching with alarming speed. That it was a person, a figure obscured by a dense aura of vitality, rendering their features indistinguishable. The ominous aura of blood emanating from the figure before him was reminiscent of the presence he had once encountered in his senior year class teacher during the comprehensive examination. However, there was a stark difference. The bloodthirsty energy radiating from this individual was 100-fold more intense than that of Zhang Ziqing. Merely casting a distant glance at him sent a wave of insurmountable dread coursing through Wu Tianfang's heart. Could it be that a senior has come to lend assistance? Wu Tianfang furrowed his brow in speculation, yet soon redirected his focus toward the Qing Mang. His lethal strike, the Celestial Judgment, had failed to land on the Qing Mang, and the potency of his sword had since diminished. The 6 flying swords had returned to hover behind him. His objective now was to buy time, to create an opportunity for Lun Nan and the Axe General, as well as for Xiao Hui to escape. With a resounding hum, the sword intent illuminated the air, akin to a dragon roaring through the vast sea. That a crimson rainbow flashed before him, and Wu Tianfang nearly caught up with the blood-colored light rushing from the heavens. They surged forward side by side, aiming for the vital 3 inches in the head of the Qing Mang. Striking at the 3 inches was a matter of common sense. Eradicate all heretics. Slaughter the depths of the bitter sea. Yet, as he endeavored to cooperate with this senior shrouded in blood energy, Wu Tianfang could faintly hear the maddened whispers. Wu Tianfang had never felt such an overwhelming killing intent surging from his chest as he did at this moment. He channeled all of his true energy and the already depleted mental force, attempting to pierce through the scales of the azure python. Yet, ultimately, it was a futile effort. The disparity between them was not merely one of strength, but a chasm of existence itself. To contend with a beast, Wu Tianfang needed at least the prowess of a dragon-level warrior. Regrettably, despite his formidable killing power, he was still merely a barbaric-level warrior with only 2 years of cultivation. Until the moment he exhausted all his energy and his mental force was depleted to the extent that his consciousness snapped like a taut string, the sword of heavenly retribution merely left a shallow scratch upon the azure python scales. Wu Tianfang's form fell heavily to the ground. From a distance, Lun Nan and the Axe General watched, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. The Axe General was the first to rush forward, intent on rescuing his leader. Lun Nan followed closely behind. Just then, the azure python unleashed another tremendous roar. The leaf-covered Zhu, who had been stirring within its maw, was violently expelled, drenched in blood and transformed into a grotesque figure. Nevertheless, Zhu's fighting spirit remained unyielding, his blood continuing to burn ferociously. The The Crimson Blood battle method demanded relentless combat. Zhu adjusted his position in mid-air until he landed steadily, only to unexpectedly step on an awkward object beneath him. His murderous gaze fell downward, and with a dismissive kick, he sent the bothersome thing flying. The Axe General and Lunan, who were hastening to provide aid, looked up to see the figure soaring away. They immediately turned to continue their pursuit. Zhu began to breathe heavily, each gasp accompanied by a torrent of air expelling from his chest, mingled with the horrific blood that flowed from his mouth. The volume of blood lost would lead any medical professional to believe that Zhu was beyond saving, teetering on the brink of death. His reckless fighting style had forced his still-maturing body into overdrive, a condition from which it could not easily recover. Even though he still had reserve vitality to expend, the toll on his body was irreparable. Yet at this moment, Zhu remained blissfully unaware that his body had already plunged into a state of dire straits. A step further would lead him into an abyss. The azure python, having been persistently provoked by a feeble human, had grown impatient. Its eyes, filled with a dangerous glint, bore down on the human below. As if to etch the image of this human into its memory, that IT refrained from launching another attack, fixating instead on Zhu's maniacal and sinister grin. Zhu inhaled sharply, a rumble akin to thunder resonating from his palms. The energy within him boiled like water, churning relentlessly, that he struck out with one palm, but the azure python showed no response. The mountain-moving palm struck the python's azure armor, even causing its scales to cave in slightly. Yet that was the extent of the damage. After memorizing Zhu's visage, the azure python's gaze turned disdainful. IT opened its massive maw once more, but this time, blue flames began to stir within, the inferno radiating a terrifying heat that dispersed Zhu's energy and blood even from a distance of more than 10 meters. Zhu's innate danger sense reached its zenith, allowing him a rare moment of clarity amidst the Crimson Blood battle method that in that fleeting second, he glimpsed his own demise. Death, Chapter 87. The Beast Tide begins. A narrow escape the dazzling blue flames had evolved into a breath of fire, unleashing a shockwave that enveloped Zhu, who had regained a modicum of rationality in the face of life and death. The blue flames crashed to the earth, capable of easily penetrating the surface soil and burrowing down into the ground for more than 10 fathoms. With such formidable power, even a dragon-level warrior, whose body had been honed to withstand artillery fire, would not emerge unscathed from this demonic inferno. The terrifying heat wave surged outward in all directions, transforming the surrounding jungle within 30 fathoms into a barren wasteland. When the flames from the azure python subsided, the ground bore a bottomless pit forged from its fiery breath. Zhu's figure vanished from existence, finally rid of the bothersome ant. The azure python let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. The entire E410 beast zone erupted into chaos. Countless beasts surged forth, seemingly possessed, but their primary objective was no longer to assault the human cities on either side of the beast zone. Instead, they began to search for something within the vast expanse of the beast zone. Within the beast zone, there were not just Zhu and Wu Tianfang. There were also the scattered practitioners of Jiangdong and Jianghai, family factions and official forces, all of whom entered and exited this territory daily. The sudden onset of the beast tide had evidently dealt a devastating blow to the humans still present in the beast zone. Behind a massive rock, a kilometer away from the azure python, Lu Sihui sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, occasionally furrowing her brow as if sensing something. Suddenly, the earth before her trembled. The ground first caved in and then collapsed violently, creating a hole just large enough for a single individual. Lu Sihui opened her eyes and gazed at the newly formed pit, hope flickering in her eyes. From within the dark abyss, a claw adorned with sharp, elongated nails emerged, followed by a second. Finally, a head encased in iron-like scales poked out, its round, beady eyes scanning the surroundings rapidly. Upon detecting no immediate danger, this 1-meter-long pangolin crawled to the surface, affectionately approaching Lu Sihui. Along with its full appearance, a long tail dragged behind it, entwined with a bloodied figure, its body severely burnt and mangled. Upon seeing the bloodied individual, Lu Sihui's eyes widened in shock, fear etching her features as she hurriedly approached to assess the injuries. This Intefong. Lu Siwei's beautifully arched brows knitted tightly, her expression shifting to one of panic and disbelief. This is Zhu. As a warrior endowed with the most formidable beast-taming talent, Lu Sihui would never venture out without a beast companion. While their usual team consisted of Wu Tianfang as the primary fighter, the Axe General as the secondary, Lun Nan providing support, and her serving as the team's eyes and senses, using her beast to scout for potential dangers ahead. That it was through her eagle beast soaring high above and the pangolin burrowing beneath the earth that they accurately tracked down the molten turtle. Following its trail, when the azure python had appeared, Lu Sihui, feeling helpless, had remained hidden in the distance, receiving updates on the battle through her eagle's reports to monitor the actions of her three companions. However, after Wu Tianfang's strike, the eagle had warned her of her comrade's peril. She had immediately commanded the hidden four-tier pangolin to rush to Wu Tianfang's aid as swiftly as possible. Yet, what she retrieved was not Wu Tianfang, but the last person she ever expected, Zhu. It turned out Zhu had arrived in the beast zone ahead of time. Hence, when they sought to invite him, he was not home to know. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Looking at the severely injured Zhu, his skin charred over a large area, Lu Sihui felt a surge of urgency for the first time. She quickly rummaged through her storage bag, retrieving a life sign detector, aiming it at Zhu's chest. She activated it. The device's laser scanned around Zhu's heart and quickly delivered its results. Life signs. Extremely dangerous. 95 blood loss. Signs of organ failure in the heart, lungs, and kidneys, with over 60 of skin tissue damaged. Immediate blood transfusion required. Upon seeing the device indicate that Zhu had only 5 of blood remaining in his body, Lu Siwei turned pale, disbelief flooding her expression, to end the age of spiritual recovery. Although humanity had honed their bodies through ancient martial arts to extend their lives and become nearly impervious, the functionality of the human body still relied on the circulation of blood. To have only 5 remaining was tantamount to having no blood at all. The likelihood of death peaks at a 40 blood loss, rendering it nearly a certainty. Yet Zhu, with merely 5 blood left, was still able to breathe autonomously and maintain minimal life signs. This was indeed a testament to human limits. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, as long as Zhu could be saved, that was all that mattered. The immediate priority was a blood transfusion. However, she lacked the necessary tools, and her blood might not even match Zhu's. There was no other choice left. Only one method remained. Lu Siwei gazed at the unconscious Yi Chu, her teeth tightly clenched against her lip, weighed down by contemplation. That in a moment of resolute determination, her gaze hardened. She raised her right arm, rolling up the sleeve with her other hand to reveal her delicate, icy crystalline arm. Subsequently, she extended her index finger, channeling her vital energy into it, forming a slender blade of qi at its tip. With deliberate precision, she drew the blade across her slender arm, slicing through the skin along her wrist. The wound extending down to her forearm, creating a gash measuring a full 12 centimeters. Blood began to flow forth like water, cascading down her arm until it dripped into Yi Chu's mouth. Simultaneously, Lu Sihui, maintaining an impassive expression, retracted her finger and placed her palm flat against Yi Chu's blood-drenched chest. An unceasing stream of vital energy began to surge into Yi Chu's chest, aiming to stimulate his heart's rhythm, while also refining the blood that had flowed into his mouth, transforming it into life-giving essence to replenish his depleted vitality. Chapter 88. Sacrificing life to save, the threefold consciousness in the 300 years of the high martial era. Although human technological advancement faced significant stagnation, remarkable progress was made in the realms of ancient martial arts and related fields. That in contemporary society, humanity has shifted the focus of technology to a human-centric approach, with all innovations centered on enhancing martial practitioners. Among these advancements is a technique developed 2 centuries ago, capable of refining the blood and flesh of exotic beasts into potent elixirs that enhance human capabilities. This development has significantly propelled the alchemical advancements in the ensuing 200 years. Lu Sihui's family stands as one of the 5 major conglomerates at the forefront of pharmaceutical research in the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, she possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the processes and techniques of potion crafting. That blood continuously flowed from her arm into Yi Chu's mouth. The palm resting on his chest began to redden and grow increasingly warm. The blood entering Yi Chu's body through his esophagus was being refined by her fervent vital energy into gaseous essence, diffusing throughout his body to compensate for his critical blood loss. This method represented Lu Sihui's sole means of salvaging Yi Chu's life, albeit it bore a significant drawback. Lacking the expertise of a professional alchemist, her grasp of the technique was limited to refining human blood for replenishment. Moreover, only 10% of every 100 milliliters of vaporized blood could be absorbed, rendering 90% wasted. That it can be said that in her efforts to restore Yi Chu's blood volume to a semblance of its former state, she must sacrifice a quantity of blood tenfold that of what he had lost. Thus, she steeled herself to deplete her own life force to forcibly extend Yi Chu's existence. That is for how she could go to such lengths for Yi Chu. Lu Sihui herself could not articulate. Upon witnessing his near-death state, a singular thought consumed her. He must not perish. With the passage of time, Lu Sihui had already summoned her entire vital energy, burning her life force to frantically generate blood. Her once fair visage had turned pallid, devoid of color. She estimated that she had already bled approximately 40% of her total blood volume. The flow of blood from her arm began to show signs of stagnation, marking the perilous juncture of her existence. Yet her focus remained unwaveringly on Yi Chu, completely disregarding the impending crisis that loomed over her. At this moment, Yi Chu's consciousness, teetering on the brink of death, had awakened two fragmented aspects of awareness. Point one was the furnace tortoise, wreaking havoc upon the chaotic beasts, while the other lay hidden within the tortoise's shell. Still encased in its egg, the Xintian crow's consciousness, roaring fiercely, flames erupted from the furnace tortoise's mouth, intercepting the throngs of beasts rushing in a particular direction. Countless creatures ignited in flames, collapsing to the ground in silence. The scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, compelling the furnace tortoise to rush towards the carcasses, devouring them voraciously. Its life force surged rapidly, nearing the pinnacle of the sixth tier. Will the main body survive? Beneath such overwhelming breath, how could a mere human with a life force barely reaching 300 endure? The fragmented consciousness within the furnace tortoise did not attempt to control its body, allowing it to act autonomously, while his thoughts were fully concentrated on his own body, pondering whether it had perished. Was his current fragmented awareness, then considered as the main body? Suddenly, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. The fragmented consciousness of the furnace tortoise sensed something and fell silent. In the next moment, the shell of the Xintian crow erupted with brilliant blue light, an immense wave of spiritual power cascading outward like a tide, spreading across 100 miles to detect the presence of its true form. This ability was a unique mutation of the Xintian crow. The consciousness of Yi Chu, awakened within the Xintian crow's body, felt a weight lift from his heart. In the midst of the expansive spiritual wave, he had located the main body. The surge of spiritual energy acted like sonar, allowing him to perceive the state and experiences of his original body with crystalline clarity. Had Lu Sihui saved the main body? What was she doing? Was this a special method of salvation? Thankfully, the main body had not perished. As long as it remained alive, there was still ample life force within, complemented by the furnace tortoise's rapid enhancement of vitality. Given a day, it should regain consciousness. The Xintian crow wriggled within its shell, adjusting its position for comfort as it prepared to break free. Yet, the thought of its original body nearly succumbing to the breath of the azure python filled Yi Chu with both dread and helplessness. Had it not been for that fleeting moment of clarity, when the original body's consciousness awakened amidst life and death, it might have escaped its current dire predicament. That split second of awareness had prompted the original body to unleash a surge of energy, reminiscent of the eternal Night Reaper from a century past, delivering a blow that surpassed its own limits by over tenfold. Although this strike may not have directly vanquished the azure python, it would have certainly inflicted considerable wounds upon the overconfident beast, thereby diminishing the effects of the blood war technique and providing an opportunity for the original body to retreat unscathed. Yet, this fear of death in that critical moment had prevented the execution of that final blow. While this situation bore both advantages and disadvantages, the favorable aspect was that the original body, owing to Lu Sihui's intervention, had narrowly escaped death and had not exhausted its life reserves in one fell swoop, allowing for a swift recovery of its mobility. Conversely, the drawback lay in that the failure to injure the azure python had led the beast to believe that the Shintian crow's egg had been relocated far away, ultimately inciting a tidal wave of beasts in the exotic creature zone.